If the emperor is here, then what of the imperial army?
They were taken care of,
replied Yoo IlHan. Na Yuna didn't dare to ask the details as she was afraid of the meaning behind taken care of. Of course, Yoo IlHan wouldn't have obliterated a million-strong army, right? But if you thought back to his overwhelming appearance. At that time, Yoo IlHan said something unexpected. I tied them all up, so go check later.
What?
Yoo IlHan left the mansion with Na Yuna and Liara.
On the perimeter of the flying fortress, where the ground could be seen, Na Yuna did indeed find that the millions of soldiers belonging to the imperial army were all tied up and lined up in a long line. The one that was watching over them was, of course, Ymir in dragon form.
Wayo. This will be a historical moment in Brea. Can a single human make a million others kneel in front of him? The answer was, yes.
Yoo IlHan simply cancelled his concealment, broke through the imperial army, found the emperor, and beat the guy up senseless. During the entire process, no one could touch Yoo IlHan, nor could anyone interfere with him. Even all the power of the empire put together could not protect the most important existence.
And like that, the empire lost against Yoo IlHan. And after that, I told them to do as I say if they didn't want to die, and here we are. The emperor was captured, and the army was immobilized, so the war has ended? Indeed.
Yoo IlHan agreed with her like nothing had happened. Despite ending the war that decided the fate of the continent all by himself, he sounded as peaceful as ever.
Well, it was actually not that hard for him. PFFFFFFFT. Na Yuna found everything absurd and just laughed. What would the people on the ground feel when they saw that? What expressions would the Pope and Kong Hajin be making right now? Thinking about that, she found it too funny. Seeing Na Yuna like that, Yoo IlHan asked her another question in confusion. Do I have to do anything else for you, Miss Yuna? There's a lot, but I'll put up with this for now. There's a lot. Na Yuna laughed again after Yoo IlHan panic.
Right now, she even found it enjoyable that Liara was glaring at her. She really had the urge to pour kisses on Yoo IlHan with all of her current emotions, but that was impossible with Liara here, so it was only unfortunate. She could even see Liara's arm muscles twitching, prepared to stop her at any moment. You cheapskate. Na Yuna. Shut up. Liara. Ha? Yoo IlHan. Humans really are interesting. Only Yoo IlHan, who didn't know of the conversation that happened between the two, tilted his head. Only Orochi left a short sentence of his impression after realizing what happened. Like that, the war that encompassed the entire world of Brea had finished. The war did not end in the victory of Lekatriana, the country that caused this war, or Elforce, that stood up under the protection of the goddess of beauty, Leitna, but in the victory of a loner that intruded midway in order to save a single woman. The upper echelons of the empire, including the emperor, were all executed. The emperor that wanted to possess Na Yuna to the point of causing war, had died without so much as being able to step on her shadow. The flying fortress as well as Yoo IlHan, who had appeared after Na Yuna had shown a miracle in the holy region, were acknowledged as a part of Leitna's power, or her avatar, or something else on that line to the believers of the church. This was no exception even to the imperial army that had lost, and now the entire continent was united under her name. Lekatriana collapsed just like that. With Yoo IlHan and the flying fortress's actions, they could weed out the core of power of the empire, so it was not that difficult for Elforce to absorb Lekatriana. The problem was about who would take the throne of the United Empire. I don't want to. Only you are worthy to take this crown in this world right now, Yuna. But I'm going to go back to Earth with Mr. IlHan now. Even while passing on the chance to become the master of a world? Yes. The core personnel of Elforce, including the Pope, judged that only Na Yuna, who caused the miracle of the holy region, as well as the one that called Yoo IlHan here, was worthy of being the emperor, but Na Yuna didn't have any plans to stay in Brea any longer.
This place doesn't need me, but Mr. IlHan does. No, IlHan doesn't need you either. Fufu, he probably thinks otherwise. Na Yuna was actually right. Yoo IlHan couldn't deny that. Na Yuna's blessing is very strong.
The only one that could make Yoo IlHan even stronger, when he had already escaped the limits of a lower existence, was Na Yuna. Now that Yoo IlHan didn't know who he might fight against in the future, he would honestly have to beg her to come with him if she decided to stay as the Empress.
IlHan, you. But I can't lie to her. Yoo IlHan had already told Na Yuna of the deep relationship he had with Liara. Na Yuna acknowledged that without being shocked, but as that tugged on Yoo IlHan's mind, he could not bear to ask her to come with him. However, seeing her express her intentions to come with him without him doing anything, Yoo IlHan was only thankful. But what are we supposed to do? Who else in this world can represent Lady Laitna other than you?
Spoke the Pope while sighing.
Na Yuna replied while pouting. Your Holiness can do it. I'm already so old. You were young last time. That was a temporary thing because I emitted all the mana I bound until now. To keep that state, I'd.
Yoo IlHan, who was listening this whole time, took out some 4th-class magic stones out of the mountains he kept in his inventory, and made around 5 accessories on the spot and gave them to her.
These are some presents to congratulate your ascension to the throne from me. Thank you. But this should.
It was a precious treasure that went beyond just supplying mana, and permanently restored her recoverability of her physical body. Simply speaking, it could raise her lifespan just by wearing it.
I think my body cells are recovering by the minute.
You're right. Since you're already so high level, you'll become younger even if you level up a little in the future.
You'll probably be able to live for a few hundred more years. Why don't you take the challenge to become a higher existence while you're at it?
The Pope, that regained her late 20s appearance by transmuting the overflowing mana from the accessory into holy power, looked at Yoo IlHan as she would at a freak, but Yoo IlHan was already used to that kind of thing and felt nothing from it.
Na Yuna smiled in satisfaction, and Liara also made a bitter smile, as if saying this was nothing new.
Such was how the first Empress of the United Empire came about.
Author's notes.
The way Na Yuna calls Liara had changed t/n. I didn't translate this correctly, I guess.
She calls her Uni, a new party member. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 227, I Go With You, 3. It took exactly 1 week to clean up after the war, and make foundations for the new United Empire. The flying fortress was going to return to Earth after 1 week in Brea. More and more people would need the maiden from now on, though. Why do you leave? Are you going back to heaven?
All believers of Laitna did not doubt for a second that Na Yuna was the avatar of the goddess, and did not want to let her go, but Na Yuna defeated all of them with a soft smile. If such a pretty woman like me stays in this world for a long time, those conscienceless pigs may appear again and aim for me.
So I'll leave. How can your farewells be so haughty too?
Although everything turned out well, an uncountable number of people had died during the process.
Na Yuna thought that things wouldn't have bloated up so largely if she was not here in this world.
The only reason why the destruction demon army spread their hands to this world was to procure her after all.
Your Holiness, please let me go now. I'll be happy with Mr. IlHan. Please stop using lines that can cause misunderstandings. Yuna. Rise of the United Empire? End of the war?
Beneath new history were countless corpses of citizens scattered across the land.
It wasn't like Na Yuna did not know sadness just because she was smiling all this time.
She read the minds of others too well, so she found it unbearable to stay in Elforce right now.
If Yoo IlHan wasn't there with her, she would have collapsed a long time ago. The Pope also knew that she would not be able to convince her to stay. "You'll visit later, right?" "Of course." The Pope and Na Yuna hugged each other and did a cheek-to-cheek kiss. At that moment, Na Yuna seemed to have forgotten about something and took off the crown on her head before passing it to the Pope. "I'll give this back to you, Your Holiness. I do not have the qualifications to own this, and this crown is only effective within the Holy Region." "No, I can't bring out the power of the crown, so you take it. This crown is yours. But for me to take this, if it's the matter of practicality, . Before the Pope and Na Yuna could push each other the crown, Yoo IlHan interfered with a bright smile. "Can I take some of the highest tier holy stones in the Holy Region?" "Actually no, I'll just take it. I won this war, so give me that much." Wayo! The forceful IlHan is so cool too. While Na Yuna was surprised, and Liara was being in love-struck mode again, the Pope did not see through Yoo IlHan's intentions, and tilted her head. "Well, we can only accept whatever terms you have. But if you use the holy stones for bad purposes, it will tarnish our goddess, so I cannot accept it if that's the case." "May I ask the reason you want the holy stones?" Yoo IlHan replied as if asking why they didn't know already after all that conversation. "I'm going to make a holy region on the flying fortress. Then, Miss Yuna should be able to bring out the power of that crown." "The holy region?" "Yes." Thinking back, Yoo IlHan was the man who built the new temple in the region. The Pope wanted to retort about a lot of things, but decided not to speak. Then, she proceeded to order the paladins and priests to give him all but one of the highest tier holy stones. Wow, an entire 17 kilograms of holy stones. "Your Holiness, is this really alright?" "It's fine since we won't be needing them for a while. Moreover, it looks like you need these holy stones more than we do." Although this was much less than what Yoo IlHan should receive for all the things he had done, this was the best the church could do. The Pope was worried about the fact that Yoo IlHan may get angry at the quantity, but he nodded in satisfaction after receiving them. "These should be enough, I guess. Just how could a holy region be?" "No, it's nothing." The Pope stopped her question midway. Yoo IlHan only smiled at her. It was a cool smile that made her feel very tired. "Holy Maiden. Holy Maiden, please be happy." Ah, the maiden is finally going back to the place she should be. It must be that she's ascending to the throne of a god. Please bestow us eternal prosperity and glory. While the citizens of the United Empire of Elforce were watching, Yoo IlHan got on the flying fortress along with Ymir, Liara, Na Yuna, and Kong Hajin. The believers of Leitna were acting in a manner as if Na Yuna was really ascending into godhood. The four other than her were being treated like guardian angels or something. Kong Hajin made a bitter smile while looking at that scene. "I spent the same amount of time as her in Brea, but seeing this scene, it looks like nothing would have changed even if I wasn't here." "If you regret it, do you want to stay here?" "In fact, Mr. Kong Hajin won't really become of help even if you're here." "Mr. Yoo IlHan, don't you think that you're a little too honest?" Kong Hajin retorted loudly as he self-proclaimed to be quite exceptional among the third classes, but to Yoo IlHan, fighting force was someone who could deal with a fourth-class enemy easily. Unfortunately, Kong Hajin was lacking innate talent, skill proficiency, and even levels, according to Yoo IlHan's standards. Yoo IlHan didn't say that out loud since it would be too cruel, but Na Yuna dealt the final strike for him. "But Hajin Appa tried his best to protect me until now. Though, he practically didn't do much." "You're even worse." Kong Hajin shouted to Na Yuna and momentarily thought about what would my relationship be with Na Yuna if I was as strong as him, but he laughed after realizing that thinking like that was meaningless. He still couldn't let go of his competitive spirit at this age? If it's not that, did he still have some vain feelings towards Na Yuna? In whichever case, he loathed himself. However, Na Yuna only looked at the scenery outside the flying fortress in interest as it heightened in altitude. Yoo IlHan, who was taking care of the dragon's army on the side, spoke to calm her down.
The warp skill has already activated, so wait a little.
We'll be on Earth soon. What do we do after we go to Earth? No, wait, what happened to Earth anyway?
By now, some perverted demons would have appeared and will be struggling for survival on Earth.
First, we'll look for the next world while the flying fortress lightly tramples on them all. If possible, I want to implement the holy region at that time.
The threat of monsters, that was the main reason why humans of other worlds had to struggle, were being treated like sources of experience on Earth. And these monsters were all freaks of over level 250. A single one of those monsters would have put the holy region under immense danger. They are weak compared to the monsters of Earth. First up, the monsters of Earth can do mental attacks. Mental attacks only apply to you though. While Na Yuna was at a loss about what to say back to Yoo IlHan, the warp skill was completed. When Yoo IlHan gave the signal, Na Yuna and Kang Hajin looked around to see any changes, but could not find anything.
Liara laughed at them. You really didn't believe in IlHan's words, huh? What? Hying, you didn't mention anything about a warp skill though. Huh?
Just as Na Yuna was about to say something, Yoo IlHan jumped on the spot. The flying fortress, Liara, Na Yuna, Kang Hajin, and the rest of the children belonging to the fleet, as well as the children that didn't belong to the fleet but was still included in the skill, all closed their eyes once, and opened them.
When they were back on Earth. Huh, it really is Earth. Oh my god.
It really is the Korea of Earth even though everything has collapsed. The change in surrounding mana, and the traces of civilization, though ruined for the most part, had made Na Yuna and Kang Hajin speechless.
Yoo IlHan's single action had changed worlds. It was unbelievable even with their eyes open. Kuioa. He's here. He has more numbers now.
Kill. As the group was being loud, and as Yoo IlHan did not bother putting concealment over the flying fortress, monsters came from all directions. Of course, as only 1 week had passed since Yoo IlHan left Earth, not many gathered, but the ones that could be seen were all 4th-class monsters over level 200.
However, Yoo IlHan glanced at the vicious monsters and just laughed while calling for Mystic. Mystic.
Master, there will be a day you'll pay for all that you did to me.
Yes.
I'll pay up when that time comes, so you go clean them up for now.
Eek, I hate you, Master. Mystic started attacking the enemies with 100 eyes even while grumbling.
Meanwhile, Yoo IlHan checked each and every one of the monsters that scattered after the beam, and let out a sigh.
Will they not appear after all? You were thinking about that? There's no way it can happen since you killed the origin of them.
In the first place, Earth was insane for making such monsters naturally.
But it was a good supply of materials though. Are you being disappointed right now? Yoo IlHan licked his lips powerlessly and Liara was looking at him like a freak.
Na Yuna thought about what they were talking about right now, and realized that it was about 5th-class monsters.
Did a higher existence appear on Earth?
Although it will be annoying to explain, so I won't. Yes, they did.
Explain if you're going to say all that. Just how can a higher existence appear in this land with such a short history? Of course, Yoo IlHan did not explain.
To speak about the past 3 years on Earth, he would have to talk about the forgotten millennium. He couldn't speak about it in worry of Na Yuna's reaction after all that.
Yoo IlHan was being considerate of her in his own way.
They won't appear in the future anyway, so don't worry.
It's related to Liarauni, right?
Right. I said I won't explain.
No. Na Yuna's pouting face was quite cute. Yoo IlHan suggested to her to change the pace.
I'm going to make the flying fortress a holy region from now. After this, Miss Yuna will become more safe, and the flying fortress's defense will become more perfect.
I'll need your help in the process, so help me out. You have the worst way of changing topics. Although I'll still help. Idiot, stupid. Yuna is really experiencing a lot of new things. Yoo IlHan then proceeded into working on the holy region by using the holy stones and a few other precious metals he had remaining. Ymir led the dragon's army, each supplied with Yoo IlHan great equipment he made in the weakened Brea, to experience real-life battles on Earth, and raised their abilities, while Liara stuck by Yoo IlHan's side as always, and Yuna helped in the implementation of the holy region while pouting, while Kang Hajin guarded her. In that time, the communication device didn't ring again. Just that, one day when the holy region was being completed, Yoo IlHan realized that one of his subordinates under the rule skill had met her death. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 228, I Go With You, 4. LV-182 Elf Shadow Thief Feria has died. Mr. IlHan? When Yoo IlHan stopped carving the holy stone he was holding, Yuna, who was supporting him with holy power on the side, called out to him. Seeing him biting on his lips, her expression turned serious as well. What is it? Are you hurt? Do you want me to heal you? I'm fine, but it looks like something big happened to my subordinates. He tried to keep his calm. Of course, he was calculating in his head at the same time as well. Damn it. I can't revive an already dead person. The one that died was the thief-class elf among the 4 elves he had under him, Feria. She was the one that was the most loyal to him, and acted without hesitation when he gave her an order. And currently, she should be holding out against the 4th Great Cataclysm with the other elves. The elves, including her, were not only much stronger than the people of Earth that were scattered over many worlds. Irisha, Flemir, and the other wolfkin had gone over to help them, and he thought that nothing much would arise even if he left them alone. But if it was to the extent that Feria died, it didn't seem so simple. Or, something out of the ordinary happened to her. Just why did she not use the communication device before she died? Did she think that it was meaningless to do so? Just who was able to harm Feria? The boiling doubts, agitation, and rage made his body tremble. His subordinate that he had worked with for years had died, so it would be strange if he was still calm. Moreover, she died in a place where his eyes could not reach, for an unknown reason, so it was no wonder that he felt very stuffy right now. However, he also knew that letting his body be taken over by instinct always called for the worst results. He had lost Feria, but he still had others he had to protect. Right now, he needed to become cool-headed. He had to sharpen his heart like a cold blade, and stab it towards the place he had to proceed to. He calmly took a deep breath and put away his equipment. Although it was unfortunate that he still hadn't finished the holy region yet, it would be fine to do it over there as well. It was fortunate that he could finish up on the equipment for Dragon's army while he was at Brea. Yuna silently watched him. Yoo IlHan eventually put away all traces of work and spoke to her. Looks like we need to go to Daru. Yes, I'll go with you. Did you say Daru? Are we going to Daru, Dad? Liara, who was playing with Ymir in the garden, also came after hearing him. He firmly nodded his head and spoke as if a whisper. Feria in Daru has died. Perhaps, we might need the army's power this time. Yeah, the kids are all ready. Yes, well done. First, he would ensure the safety of the other remaining elves as well as the wolfkin, and would incinerate anything and everything that had a relation to Feria's death. Although it was highly probable that Daru was in a serious situation, from the fact that Feria, clad in legend-ranked equipment, had died, Yoo IlHan didn't plan to back off regardless what incident this was. By this point, you might ask, what's the difference between cool-headed and passionate? But Yoo IlHan was really cool-headed right now. He was going to cool-headedly wipe out everything. Daru. The world that you came back from is so strong. If it's too much pressure, you can stay out, Mr. Kang Hajin. No, I'll do my work, protecting Yuna. Isn't that reliable? He did not need to ask the dragon's army, and Ymir's words would suffice. We're fighting too. We'll fight. Okay. With just that, the children accepted it, and put on their equipment and prepared for battle. Although their life wasn't long at all, 99% of it was battle and war. Their busy actions were even reminiscent of highly trained soldiers. Hero, we're done preparing. Captain, prepared for departure. Yoo IlHan lastly looked at Liara. Clad in the feather of temptation, she was holding a straight spear of light pink on one hand, that seemed represented her straightforward feelings. Are you ready? Yeah. Liara spoke shortly as if she knew what was on his mind. Let's wipe them out. Yes. Yoo IlHan activated the warp skill. Like how they went from Earth to Brea, and how they came to Earth from Brea, the flying fortress naturally leaped over dimensions. Kook. Or not. Kaya Hawk. The rebound hurts too much. Why are you hurt when you're a building? I get tugged at everywhere. Whether it's the engine or the barrier. Mystic screams represented their feelings. Yoo IlHan definitely tried to teleport into Darrow, which he had a complete understanding of with his record skill, but the rebound was too big. Ayu, so heavy. Did my breasts get bigger again? Just what is up with this mana density? Nayuna and Kang Hajin, who were relatively more ordinary, muttered while creasing their brows. Although they remembered feeling something like this before, they did not know when and where they did. The air is delicious. Wow, my body is so light. Meanwhile, the dragon's army, who were new types from the moment they were born, breathed deeply in joy. Perhaps they were born with the specialty to become stronger according to environment, but they were becoming stronger by themselves while absorbing the surrounding mana. IlHan, did we really come to Darrow? While even Yoo IlHan was stiff for a second, Liara, who was the only one that was acting natural, checked with him. This is a higher world. So it's like that after all? Yes. TCH. Yoo IlHan clicked his tongue. He finally grasped on how the situation was turning out. Oh, so it was a higher world. I knew it was a little familiar. Higher world. Doesn't that mean the members of higher existences factions are here? So he picked up some stuff from here and there and came to the right conclusion, huh? Yoo IlHan acknowledged Kang Hajin's words without hesitation. Even higher existences belonging to a faction can use their powers without limits here. Though, I still don't get why this place had been upgraded to a higher world. Then if we're unlucky to run into any of them, and they try to kill us, then of course, they'll become a nice source of EXP. Ah, yes of course. Higher existences give a shit ton of experience. Don't say anything if you haven't killed one. And so, please shut up. With Yoo IlHan, who judged things differently from other lower existences, in front of him, Kang Hajin felt that all his fear and worry was in vain. Meanwhile, Nayuna, who stuck next to Yoo IlHan, was still all smiles after knowing that this was a higher world, and it seemed that she was sure that Yoo IlHan's side was the safest no matter where she was in. At least right now, she had come to a smarter conclusion than Kang Hajin did. Yoo IlHan thought back to the time when Darrow was still at its third great cataclysmic stage when he came here. Of course, he did hear that it had met its fourth great cataclysm before everyone was expelled from Earth, but to become a higher world, another great cataclysm was needed. The only one that could solve his questions was Liara, who was once one of the core personnel of the Heaven's Army. Liara, was higher worlds this easy to become? Even Earth hasn't become a higher world yet. It's not that it's easy, but it's probably because Darrow is special like Earth. You didn't think that the fact that Darrow, only in its third great cataclysm, was full of fourth-class dragons just because of the destruction demon army, right? You can think it's similar to how the perverted demons are everywhere on Earth right now. It's just that the two worlds are special. That's true, but. Moreover, Daru is a world where the Garden of Sunset also interfered in as well, isn't it? There were so many clues, but I still couldn't think of this. Thinking about it, Liara was right. Daru was a world that the Destruction Demon Army and the Garden of Sunset had reached out their hands to even before Earth. Well, the Destruction Demon Army didn't actually want Daru itself, but the dragons that composed it, and tried to make it a dragon breeder den after wiping out the elves, but the Garden of Sunset took the opposite path to protect the elves by poaching some of the dragons. In other words, they were trying to protect the mankind of the world. And as long as mankind was in a world, there would be room for development. The Garden of Sunset desired Daru as they looked further ahead than the Destruction Demon Army. I heard their leader has prophetic abilities. I wonder if it's true. At that time, I didn't have the time to think all of that while I acted. Higher worlds can freeze over for all he could care at that time. He hurried to Daru just because they said that dragons may invade Earth and wiped all the dragon kin, and as he arrived to wipe the dragons out, when he was led by the nose by a strange dragon called Lacidna, making an alliance with a portion of the dragons including her. Somehow, it ended up with him taking the elves under him, becoming their emperor. He taught them battles, made them an elite force, and the growth even accelerated when the Wolfkin came. In other words, to exaggerate a little, Yoo IlHan was the main culprit behind raising Daru into a higher world. Shit. He should have taken them all to Earth rather than dig away in Daru. But what would change just because he regretted? There was no way the Yoo IlHan of that time would consider the ascension into a higher world. Although this is nothing new, Heaven's army is really useless. If you told me something, anything that's related to this, things wouldn't have turned out like this. I also think so. Whether it's you, Urta or Spira. Anyone wouldn't know if until it actually affects them. Anyway, it's the Heaven's army's fault. And now you're shifting your blame to them since you're not one of them anymore. Yoo IlHan laughed at that. It looked like Liara also thought that it was because the Heaven's army was incompetent. Of course, he thought differently. Well, who knows? I think it's the same for the Heaven's army in wanting a higher world. Yoo IlHan, who no longer believed in the Heaven's army anymore, would naturally think of that as well. Perhaps the Heaven's army didn't care much even if the residents of the world that became a higher existence were endangered. No, of course, they'd step up to protect them, but what would they value more? A higher world, or lower existences? The question remained. In the first place, weren't they saying all those things about protecting lower existences, to smoothly procure a higher world into their ranks? While Yoo IlHan's thoughts were infinitely going into the negative, Kang Hajin's question broke his thoughts. Mr. Yoo IlHan. Then, the higher existences are currently in war in this world, probably. At that time. How dare you for a foolish beast? Not far from where the flying fortress was, a flash of light strong enough to blind an ordinary man, and a shield that blocked it, appeared at once. Since none here were classified as ordinary men, everyone saw that with their eyes wide open. The majority of them didn't know what the flash was, but only Yoo IlHan ended up laughing, as this was something very absurd. Quite a familiar scene I see there. I don't know anything about that. Liara denied with a pouty voice. Yes. In the short time Yoo IlHan and Liara were apart, while Yoo IlHan was still second class, they had seen this kind of magic over and over again when he came here with Urta. It was none other than dragon magic that was unfolding here. Dragons. Wow, was that really a lower existence just now? And it was already so strong? Dragons. Ymir, who had unexpectedly, and suddenly, met one of his own race, muttered in a dreamy voice. Yoo IlHan stroked his head and asked. Do you want to meet one? Yeah. No, I only need Dad here. Ymir hugged into Yoo IlHan's arms while saying that, but feelings weren't so easily changed. As he had never met another dragon other than himself,
despite being one, Ymir was feeling an unspeakable urge after meeting one of his own kin.
Shall we go see a dot? No, it's fine. Dad is more important.
Okay. He was trying to be considerate of Yoo IlHan, who had lost Firia. Yoo IlHan made a bitter smile and patted him on the back, and took a deep breath of the mana in Darrow that had somehow experienced the fifth Great Cataclysm in just a few years, and had ascended into a higher world, before raising his hand.
Everyone grabbed tight onto the flying fortress. We'll be moving immediately.
Move? Where? The place where Firia died. Everyone in that place did not understand Yoo IlHan's words and tilted their heads in confusion. However, Yoo IlHan judged that it would be faster to show them, and flicked his finger to activate that. That being, the magic formation that covered the entirety of Darrow, which was still under Yoo IlHan's control.
Author's notes.
The main plot will proceed rapidly. I've already thrown baits about the ascension of Darrow into a higher world.
The Garden of Sunset, the cooperation of elves and wolfkin, and the like. Some of you have expected this, right?
Our Firia died, crying face. She isn't here, but she'll live on in our hearts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 229, I Go With You, 5. Whoa. Wow, the scenery changed in an instant. Captain, what magic did you use this time? You won't know even if I explain it to you.
The warp skill and the magic formation of the elves were quite similar in the aspect that they required magic stones to activate, but the preparations and activation process itself was very different. If warp had a lot to consider, the magic formation would activate instantly once the magic stones were ready. Right now, they had moved several thousand kilometers from the unknown battlefield, in a blink of an eye. Of course, since Firia had just died here not too long ago, there should be a crucial battle going on. And this place. S.H. When Kang Hajin was about to speak, Liara, who felt something, quietened everyone.
However, Yoo IlHan shook his head.
No, you won't cancel the concealment even if you host America's Got Talent or whatever other program you might want to, so it's fine.
That's quite good. Originally, the Flying Fortress was treated as Yoo IlHan's equipment, and could receive the effects of his concealment.
Also, his allies within the Flying Fortress would also receive the benefits of concealment thanks to the Flying Fortress. I can feel not one, but several presences of higher existences at once.
We can't see them though.
They have basic concealment abilities, or are using magic.
Also, I can see them as well.
No one in this world could not escape Yoo IlHan, the concealment master. Right now, Yoo IlHan had found 3 beings that had similar mana patterns to the Destruction Demon Army, and 2 who he couldn't read. They were fighting while moving rapidly in mid-air, and despite the fact that the Destruction Demon Army had the numerical advantage, there was a very intense battle.
There are no angels. So they are from the Garden of Sunset, I suppose.
You're right. The angels make up the Heaven's Army, and the fallen angels make up the Army of Brilliant Light, while Destruction Demon Army accepts both man and monsters, and the one that belongs to none of them is the Garden of Sunset.
So they are the weakest faction, huh? But they aren't to be looked down upon. In a 1-versus-1 battle, they are the most threatening. The records they are given, in other words, their leader, is special in some way. That was definitely the case with this scene where 2 were on equal footing with 3. However, to Yoo IlHan, they were pretty much on the same level, so he did not care. The important matter here was Firia, and Firia alone. The problem was that he could not see the body of Firia no matter how much he searched over the ground. Perhaps her body was erased by the enemy. If it was not that, he could take her body and run, but right now, not to mention Firia, he could not feel the presences of any lower existences at all. In the first place, the landscape was battered with the 5 higher existences clashing. He didn't even know why Firia had come to this place at all. I guess I can't help it. Yoo IlHan once again scanned the battlefield before taking out his spear. Liara asked. What are you going to do? I need to earn some records. From what? From that guy.
Right now, there were only 5 beings that did not belong to his allies, so it was obvious who Yoo IlHan was pointing towards. It was one of the destruction demon army monsters that was in a better state. There's a guy that's half dead, so I won't be able to earn any experience even if I kill that guy. Yes, my IlHan is very smart. Killing a higher existence just to earn some info, huh? While everyone else other than Liara was shocked at Yoo IlHan's insane actions, he raised his spear in a posture to throw it while ordering Mystic.
Maximum output. 1-point shooting. I'm already preparing. Miss Yuna. Can you strengthen the flying fortress as well? I could if this place was a holy region. Then I guess I can't help it.
Then please buff me, and Mystic, you shoot whenever you're ready.
Lady Laitna, it's time to work. Yes, right now.
Attack power increases by 33% for 30 minutes due to a blessing. After Na Yuna's buff was cast on Yoo IlHan, a beam of white light shot straight from the center of the 100 eyes that had gathered in mid-air. Of course, since this was an attack in concealment, the destruction demon army had received the hit without recognizing the attack.
Kook. Kahak.
And the thrown spear that followed immediately pierced its body while the fire contained in the attack exploded to incinerate the whole body. Enemies that still could not be killed with Yoo IlHan's surprise attack on top of the maximum output from the flying fortress would have to be 6th class and above.
You have earned experience. You have become level 274.
1 strength, 2 agility, 1 health, 1 magic increases.
You have earned the record of LV306 Barine.
Yoo IlHan collected his spear and the corpse. Meanwhile, the members belonging to the Destruction Demon Army and the Garden of Sunset respectively, all turned their heads and found the flying fortress.
To think you'd interfere in a duel, you cower. What's that? This aura is a lower existence? How can he deal with a higher X?
All were shocked after seeing the flying fortress. They were first shocked at the scale of the castle, and then at the fact that such a large thing could appear so suddenly. Lastly, they were surprised at the fact that they could not call anyone inside it a higher existence.
Who are you? Well, then. First,
he did not care about what they said and activated his record skill to collect the information on the enemy he had just killed.
The skill, record, has become level 4.
His expression creased as he sorted out the records he had just earned. He looked through the stuff that occurred not too long ago to find traces of Furia.
And fortunately, he had some success.
While this guy was not the culprit behind Furia's death, it knew the culprit.
I'll kill you. You shall not harm them.
The strongest of the destruction demon army threw the rotting sword it had. The sword that pierced through the air while containing an enormous quantity of energy, only ended up going back to its owner after being shot down by an energy beam from a member of the Garden of Sunset. There should be a reason why that guy shot down the attack instead of him. And as expected, it looked like the Garden of Sunset judged that Yoo IlHan was not their enemy after seeing him kill a member of the Destruction Demon Army.
I do not care who you are. Help us to erase those evil offsprings.
The Destruction Demon Army is trying to make a paradise on land for monsters after obliterating even the residents of this world.
You look human, and the fact that you ambushed them is probably because you knew that, right?
The 2 higher existences belonging to the Garden of Sunset approached the flying fortress while deflecting the attacks that aimed for the flying fortress while at it.
Yoo IlHan was creasing his expression until then as well, and only whispered to Liara after he could confirm their faces. Liara, you take the left.
Got it.
Mine is the left one. Hey, Na Yuna. Buff me as well.
Yes, of course, Uni.
That sounded unpleasant for some reason.
Oh,
Then do you want me to call you Grandma? Call me Uni. While Liara was receiving the buff from Na Yuna, Yoo IlHan kicked off the flying fortress to stop in front of the members of the Garden of Sunset. You guys are from the Garden of Sunset, right? So you know of us after all. We knew that you were not ordinary after seeing you kill a higher existence and... Kook. Critical hit. Critical hit. Critical hit. Critical. After they approached a little more, as they saw that Yoo IlHan had a friendly attitude, the eight-tailed dragon spear that Yoo IlHan had struck out pierced the abdomen of the one on the right. Kook. Why? Even though he had only attacked once, there were 10 holes on the body. That was enough to put the guy near death. You killed our Furia, bitch. Kook, cough. Eek. HHP. To save the ally that was instantly put to near death, the other member tried to move, when Liara, who followed after Yoo IlHan, after being buffed by Na Yuna, severed his 2 arms. How, there's 2. Quite the thick face, after all that bullshit. Yoo IlHan imbued his mana into the spear tip to make an essence flame of blaze, then which he pierced and slashed his enemy like mad. The blood, flesh, bones, muscles, and brain fluids of the enemy, as well as the crystallized mana scattered to the surroundings. Kook, Kug, Kayak, Kok. Each strike of his spear activated the record skill to cram the tragic scene that it had pulled out until now. Amongst them was the face of Furia. Going before that, he knew that this guy approached the elves as if he was their ally. They had a prior record of helping to protect the elves by cooperating with the dragons once before, and in reality, there was no reason for the elves to not believe them. The Garden of Sunset utilized that. Even though, in the first place, whether it was the Destruction Demon Army or the Garden of Sunset, they were the same type of guys that were only thinking of wiping out the lower existence to acquire this world. The reason Furia died first was surprisingly due to her equipment. The legend-ranked equipment that Yoo IlHan made for her. These guys were after that. Only after finding out the reason behind Furia's death, did Yoo IlHan finally realize that when Liara said his equipment wasn't easily found even in the treasury of Heaven's army, that she meant what she said. Amongst that, the equipment Yoo IlHan had made for his subordinates had especially good specs. If he was too late, then not only Furia, but the lives of Pate, Myri, as well as Jurl would have been put in danger. No, perhaps they were in a dangerous situation now. Pate even had an epic-ranked weapon. Kook. Kayak. The enemy pierced by the 8-tailed dragon spear struggled to escape and shot bullets of mana from the 2 arms and legs to injure Yoo IlHan, but mana bullets after the majority of the mana had already leaked out would not even damage the infernal dragon body, not to mention hurting Yoo IlHan. His incomplete armor was already one of the best armors across all worlds. Although I want to make you suffer for 3 more hours. No, Spar. You have earned experience. You have earned the record of LV317 Pilta. Yoo IlHan finished him off by using the power of a blunt weapon and a sword into his spear. Looking to his side, Liara had also finished the enemy with several shockwave chains. Despite the fact that not even 5 minutes had passed since they arrived at this place, 3 5th-class higher existences had died. What the hell is that? Khan Hajin absent-mindedly muttered. Not to mention able to go against higher existences, he's completely overwhelming them. Ooh, so cool, Mr. IlHan. And that's your impression after all that? Yoo IlHan did not stop with that. The 2 survivors of the Destruction Demon Army that tried to run away after estimating that he would cooperate with the Garden of Sunset, had forgotten about fleeing and turned stiff after seeing 2 higher existences die instantly like that. Just, what is your objective? One of them shouted. You shocking lower existences. What exactly is that power that you possess, and where did your arrogance of facing against both the Destruction Demon Army and the Garden of Sunset come from? Not your problem. Yoo IlHan collected the remains of the ones that died and shook his spear to shake off the blood.
Then, he charged against the remaining two at his full speed, and bared his fangs at them while activating falling down to prevent them from running away.
You guys are so dead. Brilliant white flames burned in the entirety of the falling down domain. By the power of Yoo IlHan's fire attribute attack power increase, it became endlessly hotter.
Such was the start of the festival of fire that would cover the entirety of Daru.
Author's notes. I had to fix the ending line several times because I didn't like it. And in fact, I still don't like it, damn it. Translator's notes.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 230, I Go With You, 6.
The chain of souls and flames that Yoo IlHan had made bound the higher existences. The surviving two members of the Destruction Demon Army comprised one gigantic beast and one humanoid, but they were the same in the aspect that they could not escape from the chains. The souls making up the chains were linked to Yoo IlHan, and so as long as they didn't sever the connection with Yoo IlHan's soul, they could not break the chains either.
Of course, those way above Yoo IlHan's current league would simply ignore such limitations and escape, but the two in front of him didn't belong in this criteria. Liara, you take one of them. No, let's give it to Mir. Mir is still low level.
Two lower existences were chatting with the bound higher existences in front of them. It was quite ironic, since the scene was like a married couple was trying to give each other the last slice of the meat dish, but ended up giving it to the son.
Okay, then. I'll go get Mir.
Please do. In the end, Liara returned back to the flying fortress, leaving behind the two higher existences. That made the pride of the bound two shatter into 1,000 pieces.
Arrogant.
Cup, KHHHHHP. Although they were unsightly bound by Yoo IlHan and simply became meat dishes, these higher existences were also those that had ruled a world. However, two mere lower existences were being all leisurely in front of them.
I'll kill you. I'll freeze your woman and make her into an ice statue.
The demon beast gathered destructive mana on its two hands and puffed up its muscles, while the humanoid made orbs of ices in his surroundings.
Each and every one of them had the potential to be fatal.
It didn't even take 1 second to do that, as expected of higher existences.
The two attacked at the same time.
However, it did not create the scene of Liara being turned into an ice statue. The moment they tried to gather their mana, Yoo IlHan called the 5 shields of Aegis and received all their attacks.
What?
Shields. Aegis, which now had the effects of absorbing and amplifying mana before returning it back after being upgraded by the feathers of fallen angels, did its job and reflected their own mana back to them.
Critical hit. Kook. Good, splendid performance as expected.
And it would become an even more perfect shield when he enhanced it with materials from higher existences later.
Yoo IlHan was satisfied with Aegis' performance, and unfolded his ruin calling to shoot shockwaves in the air to leap.
Now that he had mastered leap, and that the warp skill was advancing by the day, Yoo IlHan was at the level of stacking 3 or 4 leaps with one motion. Even when it looked like he was simply kicking off the air, he would be hundreds of meters away the next moment. It was not that much different from teleportation.
HHP.
Following Yoo IlHan's leap trajectory, Aegis followed, while the flames that comprised the domain gathered on the tip of his spear. The one Yoo IlHan was aiming for was the ice-wielding man who had a higher level. He was planning to break his ice head-on.
Ha, so you find me easy? Did you think you can melt me with your fire?
This guy was worrying about Yoo IlHan just shooting beams from afar, but when he approached, he laughed while being inwardly relieved.
Go on then.
Sure. This guy thought that the reason the 3 higher existences died just now was because they were attacked in surprise.
Didn't they die in a blink of an eye without being able to do anything?
But now, he was dealing with a full frontal assault. The ones that seek death and arrogance, while not knowing their place. None of them reached the realm of higher existences.
He would also become like that. This is the ice of Katlar, the hero of the icy plains. Although it's not my preference to freeze a guy. I'll hang out with your delusions for a bit. Be honest here, there is some shared villain_lines.txt among you, isn't there? D.txt?
At that moment, an overwhelming quantity of fire gathered and compressed at the tip of the spear, to the point that it made some wonder if the domain would collapse at this rate, as the flame turned translucent. This was the first reason that Yoo IlHan had judged that it would be fine to go against a higher existence, his flames. Like how the higher existence he was facing was thinking that may be a little dangerous, the other higher existence gave support fire, but those were blocked by Aegis as Yoo IlHan already knew that they were coming. I don't care where you ripped off those lines. At that moment, some crunching sounds were heard. Yoo IlHan had activated God Force to strengthen his arm muscles, and ended up putting too much pressure on the eight-tailed dragon spear. This was the second reason why Yoo IlHan was going against a higher existence head-on, his muscular strength.
If you want to read them, buy the official copy.
Kook. Yoo IlHan instantaneously reached in front of the guy's nose with several leaps, and struck down with his spear using both of his hands.
Critical hit.
The guy tried gather all the frost energy from its body to make several hundred ice swords to attack Yoo IlHan, but they all melted in front of the translucent flames from Yoo IlHan. Losing in a battle of pure attributes, the guy that self-proclaimed to be the hero of the icy plains abruptly widened his eyes.
You broke my ice.
Kook.
Critical hit. Critical hit. Critical.
A bigger problem was that the spear strike that contained enough power to force him to use all his ice to block against, numbered 9 more. That was a soundless, formless strike of flames. He could not endure that strike when his league was lowered in the domain of falling down.
Cock. You saw it last time, didn't you? Don't tell me that's a martial art even amongst advanced techniques. Can't be dodged just by looking.
Those were his final words.
Yoo IlHan's continuous strike severed all his mana circuit, and the berserk mana froze him whole.
He realized that it was him that was arrogant at the final moment, and his brain and eyes were frozen after that as well.
You have earned experience. You have become level 275.
2 strength, 1 agility, 1 health, 1 magic increases.
You have earned the record of LV319 Katlar.
The skill, Spear of Untraceable Trajectory, has become level 95. The skill, God Force, has become level 3. The third reason why Yoo IlHan did not back off against a higher existence was his spear techniques that had reached a very high realm even among advanced techniques, due to his sufferings and training over numerous years. Even if the prior 2 conditions weren't met, his Spear of Untraceable Trajectory had enough power to reverse the battle.
Yes, we indeed cannot win against you.
The beast that saw that its stronger ally being toyed around with, gave up trying to survive.
At that point, Liara was coming back with Ymir. It realized that Ymir was a dragon, and laughed.
I knew you were not ordinary, but to think you'd have a dragon.
You would be a dragon rider, then. Yoo IlHan ignored its words and turned his head to Ymir.
Mir, the experience would decrease since Dad is holding on to it, but you can finish it off.
You, I want to become stronger with my abilities. But you're still weak, so you need to become stronger faster, right?
Yeah. Ymir changed the breath of gold to be long and sharp. His mana was concentrated on that spot, and became a strong drill as it rotated. However, just as when Yoo IlHan was thinking that it would be good if he learned wine magic as well, the enemy spoke once again. It looked like it wasn't finished last time.
You must be feeling very confident right now.
You must be drunk on the fact that you can overwhelm higher existences. However, behind me are countless 5th-class allies, and even stronger 6th-class beings.
The war for the higher world has only just started.
Heaven's army and the army of brilliant light, those arrogant bastards will also not welcome an irregular like you. Can you, a mere lower existence, handle all of them?
Yoo IlHan spoke. This guy's nucleus is just under the right waist, so strike there, Mir. Got it. Ka-ok. You have earned experience. Its very ordinary last screen made Yoo IlHan feel good. It looked like his contribution was higher as over 50% of the experience came to him, but Ymir, who finished it off, also rejoiced as he leveled up several times. This place really is an experience haven, Dad. My words exactly. Yoo IlHan collected the body of the monster and dispelled falling down after checking that there were no enemies around, when Liara asked him with worried eyes. IlHan, I don't think that guy was wrong. Will you really be alright? I've seen several hundred 5th class beings clashing for a higher world. I'm pretty assured after the battle just now. We'll be fine against 5 6th class beings in the domain of falling down. It doesn't only increase my power, but weakens enemies as well. With you, me, Mir, and the flying fortress, we can take on 5 at once. Replied Yoo IlHan. 5 6th class beings. While Liara thought that that was an absurd number. Any more than that, we'd need go to guerrilla tactics. With the flying fortress? With the flying fortress. You do know that by 6th class, they can scan this entire world in at most 15 minutes, right? That's plenty. And moreover. Moreover what? No, it's a secret for now. Liara had the urge to hit Yoo IlHan, but seeing him smile, she couldn't really do that. He was probably thinking of some absurd things right now. And those absurd thoughts were the main driving force that made the current Yoo IlHan. Perhaps the greatest power Yoo IlHan possessed was neither his power, nor his effort, nor his talent, but the sudden insights he had founded on the knowledge he had piled up over numerous years, she thought. There we go. Yoo IlHan repaired his equipment that had been damaged in the battle against the higher existences just now, by slamming some magic stones against them, while embracing Ymir into his arms before asking. Mir, it will be quite an intense battle from now on. Will it be alright? Yeah, I won't be able to truly become strong if I don't experience suffering. I want to become stronger using fair methods and not sneaky ones like just now. Good, it's fine if you're thinking like that. And I too. Ymir seemed to hesitate for a little, but still eventually spoke in frustration while biting his lips. Want to avenge Firia? Yes. Ymir did spend 2 years and 9 months with Firia and the others. In fact, he spent longer time with them than he did with Yoo IlHan. It wasn't like Yoo IlHan didn't know that, but hearing it from his mouth was a different feeling altogether. Let's avenge her. Against all the trash that consider us as maggots. Yeah. Really, this is not a conversation that should happen between a father and son. Though, I don't disagree with you. Yoo IlHan returned to the flying fortress with Liara and Ymir. The dragon's army, Nayuna and Kong Hajin were waiting for them, and they were dumbstruck because they thought they were going to go against higher existences, only to turn out that they died before they could do anything. Do you really need us? I will from now on. Let's go first. Go? Where? You'll know when we get there. The magic formation activated once again. In that instant, they had teleported, and were in a quiet forest this time. So we need to split our members here. But Firia, as well as the 23 elves that accompanied her, are not back. If they're being chased, she and the other elves are with our colleagues. Seeing as how I lost contact with my colleagues just a while ago, even she might have died, not to mention our colleagues. No way, just who could Firia be killed by? Now, they were in the right place. This place was not a war zone, and there were many lower existences on the ground as well. Meaning, this place felt like an emergency shelter. There's no way she died. We need to wait for her. And moreover, we need to move together. We're currently trying to make you survive. We also hid you from the dragons in the past. Do you not remember that? But even so,
The one that was quarreling against the one that looked to be a member of the Garden of Sunset was Murpha, who was given the artifact to control the formation. The rest were only staring at her while not knowing what to do, and only the Wolfkin princess, Eurisha, was staring at the higher existence, as she agreed with Murpha. Yoo IlHan thought that he had picked a good representative, and checked the members there. There were a few less elves that should have died along with Feria, and a few less Wolfkin, Eurisha, Flemir, Myri, Juril, Pate, as well as his other subordinates, and the remaining elves were safe and sound.
Phew. Yoo IlHan stepped forward while being relieved.
Of course, in his hand was the 8-tailed dragon spear that had a violent flame raging on the tip of it.
HHP. Kahak.
Critical hit. The 8-tailed dragon spear that Yoo IlHan threw instantly shot down the guy from the Garden of Sunset that was blabbing on. Unfortunately, he did not die instantly, and the concealment on the flying fortress was dispelled, but Mystic, as if having foreseen all of this, attacked with the destruction mirrors from all sides while lowering the flying fortress to hold him off. There were a total of 11 higher existences in that place.
Why, Your Majesty? It's His Majesty. His Majesty has come.
As expected of the race with good eyes, the elves instantly recognized Yoo IlHan's face. Their faces, colored in fear and uncomfort, were instantly changed to that of joy and relief, and it seemed as if all that happened just now was but an act.
Your Majesty. Your Majesty, we were waiting for you. Your Majesty. Kaak. What is he?
The higher existence shouted as if to defeat all those shouts of joy. The elves retreated in fear, thinking, oh, there was that, when Yoo IlHan, who landed on the ground as if to separate the higher existences, and his subordinates spread aegis to protect his subordinates while speaking.
These guys are enemies. Yes, sir. Loyalty to the Emperor was absolute.
Regardless of how the Garden of Sunset acted before, and regardless of how they acted right now, that didn't matter. The elves immediately considered the Garden of Sunset as enemies and retreated backwards.
You, just what?
You guys just protect yourselves. Looks like falling down will increase rapidly in level while I stay in Darrow, thought Yoo IlHan as he covered the entire region in flames.
It will be over soon.
The battle ended within 15 minutes.
Yoo IlHan's level had increased by 3. Author's notes. The war has just begun.
Fortunately, the others are safe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 231, I Go With You, 7.
J. Just why is a mere lower existence going against us, the Garden of Sunset?
Do you realize what kind of doom you're bringing upon yourself?
I'm not sure, but I sure do know what kind of doom awaits you.
Kook.
Just why were their death threat repertoires all the same?
Perhaps because these guys were all just minor mobs in their respective factions?
Yoo IlHan thought that it was very unfortunate, as he pierced the neck of the last remaining member of the garden.
You have earned experience. You have become level 278.
1 strength, 1 agility, 2 health, 1 magic increases. You have earned the record of LV321 Elphasadian.
Whoa, the one that easily killed dragons was easily killed by His Majesty. Just how strong has His Majesty become?
He was even worried that they would get bored of whispering all the time like that. With a bitter smile, he was about to pick up the corpse of the leader, like being amongst this group of Garden of Sunset beings here, when he felt something and exclaimed. There was an abnormally large jewel between his neck and heart, and was emitting a mysterious light.
So this guy has a magic stone?
I finally get to see some more magic stones.
Liara was dumbstruck at his comment.
So you're speaking as if using 5th class stones are the natural.
I killed so much, so I should at least get this much, no?
Until now, he somehow had horrible luck with magic stones against higher existences, and including this fight, he had acquired a total of 3 5th class magic stones. 1 for upgrading Ymir's armor, and one for making a new part of Yoo IlHan's armor with Chaos Will's remaining half of the body, would still leave him with another one.
Then with these, I should. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. However, Yoo IlHan could not continue to ponder where to use the new magic stone.
When all the enemies died, the elves in that place rushed towards him.
Your Majesty. Your Majesty, Sob, you were too late. It really is His Majesty. He became a lot stronger. Your Majesty.
Seeing the passionate elves as if they were fans meeting their idol in person, not to mention Yoo IlHan, his allies were all dumbstruck as well.
In what world would Yoo IlHan be loved and attended to so much? Your Majesty, you became cooler. He was already cool. I know, but he became a lot cooler. Your Majesty, how did you become stronger than that? It has only been 5 years.
Guys, first quiet down. The elves that rushed as if they would pour kisses on him all became muted at Yoo IlHan's words. The company were speechless yet again. They were shocked when the elves accepted when Yoo IlHan deemed the Garden of Sunset as enemies, but looking at things now, that was nothing. I'm also really glad to see you, but it doesn't look like the situation will allow us to do much.
Isn't that so, Murpha? Yes, Your Majesty.
Murpha, who was silently grabbing onto the end of his sleeves among the elves, stepped forward while lowering her head as though she was thankful that she was remembered. Yoo IlHan was worried that something might have happened to her since she had the artifact to control the formation, but fortunately, it seemed like both her and the artifact were safe. Murpha, who predicted what he was thinking from his gaze, spoke with a small smile.
I did not bring it out. They were also aware of the existence of the magic formation, and they seemed to be looking for a way to use it. Since I obliterated the guys here, even idiots would notice something. It won't be strange even if they try to tinker with the magic formation now.
However, to destroy the magic formation that became one with the continent itself, even higher existences would have to put in a sizable amount of effort. Probably, it just needs to endure for a little while as I modify it.
Modify? What do you mean? The magic formation.
Although he was unsure about implementing a whole magic formation on the continent from scratch, maintaining and upgrading the already existing formation wasn't that hard for him. Especially with his top-of-the-line mana crafting techniques and magic engineering knowledge.
Murpha realized that Yoo IlHan hadn't just become stronger physically during the past 5 years. So Your Majesty is always above our imaginations. Master, I'm glad to see that you're safe. If Murpha represented the elves, Irisha did so for the Wolfkin.
She had already reached 4th class, and perhaps due to that, her beauty had become more shiny than before. No, she was literally glowing from her hair and body right now. Before, she was a wolf with black hair, but perhaps this is due to the fact that she received the essence of the moon while acquiring 4th class? Her hair and eyebrows had changed into a lightly glowing silver. This was proof that she had become incomparably stronger than before. So you protected the elves until now, huh? Thanks. Receiving you as one of my subordinates is one of the best choices I made in life. Foo. When Yoo IlHan praised her while stroking her hair, Irisha relaxed her icy expression and made a small smile. From the fact that her silver wolf ears above her hair were twitching seemed to imply that she was feeling rather happy. Flemir, you worked hard too. Not at all. I only protected Lady Irisha. Behind her was Flemir standing with a stiff expression as ever. It seemed that he had become stronger than before as he had expected. Well, they did experience the 4th and 5th Great Cataclysms, so it would be strange if they didn't. It's fortunate that you guys are safe, Irisha. Master, does that mean? As expected of a beast, she read the minute emotions in his words and voiced in worry. Yoo IlHan made a small nod and raised his head. All the wolves and elves were looking at him right now. I wish you'd all listen to me. Your Majesty. Do you mean the fight against the Garden of Sunset? Did you fight them in other places already?
Yoo IlHan ignored the baptism of questions and spoke as shortly as possible.
Feria, as well as the elves and wolfkin that were with her, had all died.
Just wah. How can this be? Everyone became depressed other than the extreme minority that predicted this would happen. The reactions of the 3 of the 4 elves under Yoo IlHan were the most intense. How can that be? She was the fastest and most secretive of the 4 of us. Shit. Your Majesty, I may be very rude, but did you confirm her death?
Right now, Pate was the most calm of them all. Yoo IlHan nodded with a bitter smile, before taking out the corpse of the member of the Garden of Sunset he had killed before. 2 daggers and a whip fell out from the shock. Not only that, even the armor that was worn by layering several times around the body was Feria's. It did not take long for the elves with the long lifespan to realize the meaning.
Feria.
From the moment she acted separately from you guys, she became their primary target.
It was because her equipment was too strong. It seemed that they thought that no one would know because they wiped out all of Feria's company, but as long as Yoo IlHan had the record skill, no one could hide the truth from him. Of course, this was only meaningful if others believed his words, but the ones here were those that definitely believed in his words. It was quite sorry for the loner Yoo IlHan, but right now, Yoo IlHan could only think about answering their trust. Pate asked. Your Majesty, then her body. If you wish for it, I can take you to the scene. However, I could not find her remains with my power. Should I take you there? No. Pate shook his head. When his eyes affixed on the ground looked at Yoo IlHan again, his eyes were burning. We should have other things to do right now. It's good that you catch on fast, Pate. Yoo IlHan's lips curved into a smile.
Pate's rage spread among his allies faster than Yoo IlHan's flames could, and the mood that welcomed Yoo IlHan disappeared among the elves, and in place was a violent rage and wish for vengeance. It seemed that levels weren't the only thing that they had developed during the past 5 years.
Yoo IlHan continued to speak in order to not dissipate their rage, and to sharpen their fangs.
I think you vaguely know already, but Darrow has entered the realm of higher worlds. As you did not expect it, I did not expect this either, and I only came here a step too late, but. His gaze stayed on the corpse of the higher existence for a moment, and especially on the pair of daggers that were on the ground next to it. The moment he saw that, Feria's figure flashed by in his head, and his next words were stuck in his throat.
IlHan? I'm fine.
Shit, he really wasn't used to losing this like this. Since he had never got something in life, he was hundreds of times more sensitive to losing his things that he had acquired after much effort.
Things wouldn't be this way in the future. Never, not even one.
He swallowed the something that was about to shoot out from his throat and continued speaking. Right now, the Garden of Sunset and the Destruction Demon Army has entered this world, and perhaps the Army of Brilliant Light and the Heaven's Army may try to step in later. However, the important thing is this. Declared he while stabbing his spear into the already dead higher existence.
Consider all 4 of them enemies. Everything other than you on this land is your enemy.
Yes, Your Highness.
Okay, it wasn't quite originally like that, but Code Geass, anyone? Yoo IlHan's voice was very firm, and his subordinates gave a short but clear answer.
They had neither doubts nor fear. For now, bury your condolences to your dead colleagues in your heart. We will only acquire qualifications to send them off after everything is over. Mir, let's have your mother's funeral at that time as well.
Okay. And so, this is war. No, to be exact.
Yoo IlHan looked at the state of equipment that the elves had, which were tattered as they were not maintained for over 5 years, the magic formation which the higher existences may tinker with at any moment, the flying fortress that still had an incomplete holy region, as well as the tired elves and wolfkin before raising his hand. On his hand was the hourglass of eternity. This grew with him, and now that he became level 278, he could use this miraculous artifact to cover a region that he couldn't even imagine before, when he first acquired it. It's war preparation time. When Yoo IlHan gripped his hand, the light that fell from the hourglass of eternity covered Yoo IlHan and his group, the elves and wolfkin, as well as the boundless forest and the flying fortress. The elves and wolfkin were only blinking in confusion, and when Yoo IlHan saw that, he spoke with a smile.
You guys have some sleep first. But, if we sleep in this situation. Well, if you do sleep in this situation. Embracing the 2 months of freedom that were only allowed to them, Yoo IlHan spoke in a playful voice. Surprisingly, nothing would have changed. Author's notes. Once the owner of an inventory dies, the contents are returned to the faction that he or she or it belonged to, and this was actually mentioned by Urta before. And finally, not all higher existences are in possession of subspaces. It's mostly a specialty for angels and the fallen angels. IlHan's mother is amazing. The hourglass of eternity is activating. A prepared loner is going to be frightening. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 232, I Go With You, 8.
The elves wondered if it was alright for them to be at such a leisure when Firia and the others had died, and while many higher existences were invading Daru, but as the order from their emperor was absolute, they decided to go inside the flying fortress and have a rest.
You guys rest too.
Although that castle master has built is very large, I wonder if it's possible to house all of the wolfkin that numbers in the tens of thousands.
Yoo IlHan nodded at Irisha's words. That's true, I guess. Then I guess I should be making a satellite too.
I think I can solve that within 2 months.
A satellite. Yoo IlHan ignored Liara's shock.
He saw it coming anyway. He first left the wolfkin to have a rest in a place within the barrier created by the hourglass of eternity, and only let Irisha and a few others who were used to human form into the flying fortress. The nervousness was not that much different for Irisha, and she hesitated as to whether she should rest or not.
Will it really be alright if I rest? Think about it after you have a good rest. Hey, Pate, Myri, Gerald, you guys are the same. I know you have a lot to talk about, but calm down and rest first. You can come to me later. Why, yes. Understood.
Perhaps they didn't want to leave Yoo IlHan after meeting him in such a long time, or they wanted to hear more about Firia. The 3 elves were hiding nearby, and when they were found out by Yoo IlHan, they all went into the flying fortress. He looked at that scene with a faint smile, before lifting his head.
Kang Hajin and Na Yuna were staring at him.
He tilted his head.
Didn't I mention about the hourglass of eternity before? You didn't. You never told us you had such an OP item. It's an artifact Heaven's army gave me to make good relations with me. An entire faction of higher existences gave you that, just to make good relations,
Well, it was quite sad that he was thinking that they may have had some hidden intentions behind this. Ever since Yoo IlHan found out that the Heaven's army had abandoned them, Yoo IlHan checked on all things that they gave him, like the hourglass of eternity, or his inventory, but there were no big problems.
Just one.
There was a trace of Urta on the hourglass of eternity, but since it was nothing that could harm him, he just skipped past it.
Urta, Is it really alright to trust her at this point in time?
He pondered on that for a long time, but in the end, he decided to judge for himself after he met her. Just because a faction was wrong in their actions didn't mean that the individuals in it were wrong as well. No, in fact, this was just an excuse.
Yoo IlHan simply didn't want to hate Urta.
Only after such thing happened, did he realize that he gave so much affection to her even though she had only been sent from heaven to enable him to use mana. This was why loners were no good. Their emotions grew in size unbeknownst to anyone, even to themselves.
While Yoo IlHan fell into his delusion, Kang Hajin spoke in absurdity. There's a new thing about you no matter how much I dig into you.
Sheesh, go sleep or just stay still. I'll go imbue holy power into the holy region.
Appa, let's go. My holy powers is only a firefly compared to a sun like you. Hey, okay. I get it. I'm going, alright.
Na Yuna, who saw something, quickly returned to the flying fortress, taking Kong Ha-jin with her. Yoo IlHan felt that she was strangely in a hurry, and turned his head when he found Liara facing him.
Now, only the two of them were left. IlHan.
Her voice was trembling a little.
Are you planning to go against the Heaven's army?
Oh, so you were worried about that. Perhaps I didn't give you much help while I was an angel belonging to the Heaven's army, but Heaven's army fundamentally moves in order to protect the mankind that makes up a world.
It's our rules. But why are you going against them? Asked Liara in worry. Yoo IlHan replied with a bitter smile. Liara.
What I'm afraid of is not someone that's an enemy from the beginning, but of an ally that may turn into an enemy at any time.
Turn into an enemy,
Liara thought about the words he said and bit her lips after realizing something. It seemed that she had her own thoughts. He patted her head to calm her down.
Don't worry too much. I'm not planning to attack angels as soon as I see them.
I'm only saying that I'm preparing against everything that can occur in this world, as well as on Earth. It will be good if you can, but I'm worried that you are dreaming of something too big.
Not at all. I'm only doing what I feel is achievable. IlHan. Liara looked at him with worried eyes. However, Yoo IlHan was already raising his hammer. Well, then. Let's finish off the holy region first. You idiot.
This part was where they should go into a deep skinship in order to console the worried lover, but this guy just burned in passion to work. It wasn't like Liara didn't have the urge to suppress him in an angel hold after smacking him on the forehead, but it was impossible after all, as there were some heads that were peeking out of the flying fortress.
Liara, you go rest.
Or go train your skills.
Training at this point wouldn't let me go any higher. No, well. Looking at you, that doesn't exactly seem to be the case, though.
Until a moment ago, she was tense in worry, but seeing Yoo IlHan reply to her like it was nothing, strength left her body. She loosened her shoulders and turned around.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine now. Oh, Liara.
Liara thought that she should swing her spear and punch with her fists to shake away all trivial thoughts and headed to the forest with her spear.
Yoo IlHan shouted to her.
If you're doing it anyway, please pull out the roots of the trees around.
I'm going to make a satellite out of this region. Don't push work on me at times like these, idiot.
However, she still obediently swung her spear and fist to clean up the trees around.
Yoo IlHan watched her do that in satisfaction and flew into the flying fortress.
While the elves and a single moon wolf was rushing into the fortress, Na Yuna, who shamelessly stood there without running, spoke with a bright smile.
Well, let's start work. Pretending to be calm. Ouch, ihihe.
Making the flying fortress into a holy region was tremendously difficult.
Perhaps anyone other than Yoo IlHan wouldn't be able to do it.
That was because, in the first place, holy regions referred to places where traces of the goddess Laitna remained in one area strongly, with the aura being compressed over hundreds of years to generate holy power on its own. To make that artificially, what was first needed was the holy stones that contained the goddess's holy power, and since he had acquired several of the highest tier holy stones, it would do to just mix them with all sorts of magic stones and other high-class materials to make them into artifacts before placing them over the holy region.
I think most people wouldn't even think of that. It's almost done.
I just need to make the central system at the center of the mansion and give the control permission to Mystic.
However, that wasn't it. A holy region did not refer to a place with overflowing holy power. Only after a goddess fitting of the holy region would make the holy power grow in quality. Of course, the one that replaced the goddess was none other than Na Yuna. It's quite embarrassing. You don't look embarrassed at all though. Anyway, you just sit still for now. Okay. Of course, the flying fortress was Yoo IlHan's possession, but the master of the holy region inside should be Na Yuna. She had to be able to communicate with the holy powers within the region, and also be able to freely wield them to recreate the miracle that she showed in Brea. The crown of the Pope that was required to do that was already in her hands. That was more brilliant than any other holy stones, and made people wonder if a part of God would materialize into something like that. Yoo IlHan primarily linked the holy region and the crown, and was making a system for Na Yuna to control the holy region by linking her thoughts to the crown. The reason Na Yuna was emitting her holy powers to imbue them into the ground and the artifacts was also required to create that link. Please be consistent. Oh, Mr. Kong Hajin doesn't have to come any closer. This feels strange for some reason. Although you might have a hard time moving right now, you'll be more comfortable when you get used to it. It's also to widen Miss Yuna's senses and recognition, so it's a good thing if anything. Yoo IlHan perfectly implemented the holy region control system in the study of the mansion and linked it with Mystic. The artifacts that settled in their places started activating to fill the insides of the flying fortress with Leitna's holy power, then the control over that holy power was given to the crown of the Pope, and it was again linked to Na Yuna. You. Endure it. In the process of acquiring the control of the holy power of the artificial holy region, by synchronizing with the crown, she experienced a very sudden change in recognition, as if a human with 2 eyes had suddenly become the monster Argos with 100 eyes. At that moment, the holy power in the area became turbulent to make a small storm. Khan Hajin, who was waiting, immediately stepped up to absorb the holy power and shouted, Na Yuna, control it. I'm going to die. I can't. It doesn't do as I will it. Ugh. The current her could create a massive explosion by compressing the holy power within the holy region, with a flick of a finger, and could flip a portion of the land if she slipped her foot. Na Yuna fell into panic. I couldn't do this in the real holy region. That's the difference between nature and civilization. Meaning, this place would become stronger later. It's too hard. I need something else to concentrate on. Like you, Mr. IlHan. Whatever it is, do something. Yoo IlHan hesitated for a moment, but seeing that Kong Hajin may be thrown out of the flying fortress at any time, he came to the conclusion that he couldn't help it and extended an arm to Na Yuna. She grabbed his palm with her both hands and rubbed her face on his arm. Hafuu. That's a strange sound. It's just your imagination. However, there was indeed signs of the berserk flow of holy power calming down. He just gave her an arm, and this happened. He made a bitter smile. And so? How long do I need to do this for? The moment you go away from me, Hajin Appa will fall from the fortress. A threat. Hey, you coward. No. Mr. Yoo IlHan, don't move from the spot. I said don't move. Na Yuna let Yoo IlHan's arms go after around 3 hours had passed. Yoo IlHan was prepared for 30 hours, no, 3 days, no, even 3 weeks, but Na Yuna succeeded in controlling the holy region in just that short time. Wayo, I can even make holy stones on the spot. Tada. Yuna, is it fine for you to make them like that? The holy region and I don't have a problem, but there's a small problem that it consumes the mana of this world. Tada. That's a huge problem. Seeing her freely wielding the holy power within the holy region like she was born with it, he even questioned if she needed 3 hours in the first place. However, Yoo IlHan decided not to ask. Even if she answered truthfully, it would be his loss, not hers. Won't a good man for her appear already? However, if a good man really did appear and take her, he would probably feel really bad. Perhaps this was why all men were called thieves? They should just let go of the women they couldn't take care of.
Yoo IlHan really didn't like that fact that such unreasonable emotions were sprouting inside him, and decided to leave this matter here.
Let's just work. Let's just make the satellite, and equipment for the elves and wolfkin. Looks like you relieve stress by productive activities, Mr. IlHan. An entire civilization might advance into a new age if that guy has depression.
The surviving elves numbered around 1,500, while the wolfkin numbered around 20,000.
To make legend-ranked equipment for them, and perhaps even epic-ranked equipment for all of them, the time taken should be around a month and a half if I take my time, I guess?
If it's like that, I should create the core materials and the blueprint of the satellite and make those guys do some foundational construction. Yoo IlHan, who had instantly planned an entire schedule for the 2 months, took out a pen and sheets of sturdy paper to make a blueprint.
Na Yuna was surprised at his sudden change in attitude and only looked at his back. The hourglass of eternity had just been flipped.
While no higher existences noticed the gap of 2 months, the revolution that would change war from its roots was beginning in this place.
Author's notes. Today, 2nd of December, is my birthday.
This time last year, I couldn't really be happy, but this year, thanks to the readers that enjoy my writing and cheer me on, it has become a very happy birthday. Please read my writing in the future as well.
I love you all. Translator's notes. Was that 4 chapters today?
1 regular plus 3 sponsors.
The debt is back down to $70 now. And note, I did not ask for donations.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 233, I Hear Your Voice, 1.
When the elves and the wolfkin woke up from their sweet rest, the world hadn't changed a single bit. No intense battles, no suspicious higher existences, nothing was able to invade their area. It was as if they were isolated from the world.
The flow of the air is.
It's the same with the surrounding scenery.
Oh, but a lot of the trees are gone. Just what happened? If you woke up, then please come this way. Ah, Your Majesty.
Next to Yoo IlHan was a mountain of paper, and in front of that, new sheets of paper was coming out from a black metallic machine continuously. Of course, what made up those pile of sheets were blueprints that were required to build the satellite. After realizing that he had to hand out one to each and every one of the elves and wolfkin, he ended up developing a pseudo-photocopier.
I'm going to make a foothold to win this war. Cooperate. Foothold. Just, what is? You just need to put those into action. Well, then. Let's start.
Their doubts did not last long. What was necessary was already explained on the blueprint, and the materials necessary for construction were already within Yoo IlHan's inventory. Of course, delicate control and mana crafting required Yoo IlHan himself, so what they were doing was to build the basic foundation and confirm the area of the satellite, but that was enough from them.
Like this, the construction happens once again. Move if you have the time to speak. We are on a tight schedule if we consider your training as well. As expected of His Majesty. Unfaltering in his work. I said move.
The elves and wolfkin had fast adaptation speeds and they quickly got used to the large-scale construction process of building an aerial fortress after flipping over the entire area. The enormous region was separated according to areas, and they split up suitably to construct in their own areas.
Area 1A13, construction complete. Area 2C27, support. We require support. We are lacking materials, what do we do? Mana cement incoming.
The forest that was the habitat for the elves for several hundred years.
Right now, it was being tainted by the greed of humans.
They wiped out any traces of nature in pursuit of civilization, and were inserting metal pipes and cements and whatnot into the ground to terraform the area.
So Mr. IlHan can make anyone a construction worker. muttered Yuna while playing around with compressed holy power at the entrance of the mansion, watching the elves and wolfkin busy working. Irissa, who was carrying an enormous metal pillar, found her and spoke with narrowed eyes. "Don't be so leisurely in work. I need to adapt to the holy region." "Oh, you also have some work to do, Miss Yuna." "Kek. Fufu, good for you." The merciless Yoo IlHan did not allow anyone to rest. His eyes were akin to that of the quartermaster trying to give any kind of work to the soldiers. Not that Yoo IlHan had ever been to the military or anything. "Miss Yuna, please make some holy stones from now. I'll give you all the magic stones you need." "What are you going to do with them?" "Well, of course, I'll make the satellite into a holy region. Although it would not be as good as the flying fortress, I'm planning to give some buffs to the ones residing in it." Uhayak. As Yuna's exceptional ability allowed her to adapt to the artificial holy region very fast, if this area was extended, she really wasn't confident in controlling all of it. However, just as she was about to say that she was not confident, Yoo IlHan grabbed her hands with glistening eyes and spoke in a voice that tickled her heart. "Please, Miss Yuna. I guess I can't help it if you want me to do it that much. IlHan, you are seriously evil." "Nah, Miss Yuna told me to do it like this when I had something to ask of her." "Ah, why did you say that?" "Oh ho. Yuna had to be first beaten up by Liara before going to work." Yoo IlHan thought that the two really got along well, before going back to his work. His work being making equipments for all elves and wolfkin. Other than a few elves and wolfkin under Yoo IlHan's rule, the rest were equipped with rare or inferior equipment. Even though it had been several years since Yoo IlHan stopped making anything under unique rank. This was no good. They had to survive amidst higher existences, and if their equipment was not perfect, even the ones with potential will not blossom properly. I really wish I could make them all with 5th class materials. No matter how much 5th class beings he had killed, it still amounted to less than 100, and he could not cover for them all. He might screw up while trying to be fair and give them all equal ones, so it would be better for him to focus on equipping the high-leveled core members, as well as the flying fortress and the satellite. However, with that, he'd get leftover materials. Then, with that, good, I can only use alloying plus plating combo. Other than a few things that he left aside for a specific purpose, he ground 5 corpses belonging to higher existences, and produced a massive amount of alloy by combining it with the metals he had in his storage. Of course, that was still lacking in order to make 40,000 equipments. This was purely for plating. The main materials were, of course, the corpses of perverted demons, which were both good in quality and plenty in quantity. Then, the preparations were done. Yoo IlHan awoke the eternal flame sleeping inside the infernal dragon body before moving it to the furnace, and heaved a deep sigh after feeling the hot air inside the workshop. "Let's start." He started working on the mass production of over 40,000 equipment, including both weapons and armor. Be careful not to let it go over. Pour it here. Sorry? Mix it with holy stones? Area 1D13, construction complete. Area 3C2, construction complete. It's not complete. We still have additional work. Construction was a very good prescription to the elves and wolfkin who were panicking due to the sudden change in their environments. They just needed to run forward without thinking about anything else. The most positive aspect about this was that this would help protecting them. How long has it been? A month and a few days. Wow, a lot changed during that time, but because the flying fortress was just his mansion and the mansion ground floating in the air, the flying fortress didn't look like it was a fortress from the outside, aside from the fact that it was floating in the air. Different to that, the new satellite fortress that was designed with intense battle and defense in mind, felt a little crueler with all the plants gone and concrete that replaced it. It was the same with the tall sturdy walls of the fortress containing sharp spike traps,
but there were all sorts of installation-type weapons as well as battle camps where they could prepare for battle while switching around, which made the onlookers very nervous for some reason. As this was a fortress constructed for elves and wolfkin, the environment was optimized for their battle as well, and the one thing that Yoo IlHan poured his mind into the most was the jumping pads installed in the fortress. The jumping pads helped one to instantly exit the satellite fortress and ambush against the enemy as long as they jumped with the right power and at the right angle, but it was of course made as an artifact, so it had the option to raise attack power and jumping power the moment one used it. If the tens of thousands of wolfkin all jumped into the jumping pads at once, not even bones would be left of the enemy. Other than that, there was a line of small ballistas for castle defense for the elves that had great sniping abilities, a poisonous swamp that the wolfkin could douse their claws in before attacking, does not work against allies, as well as secondary and even tertiary walls that can be collapsed and rebuilt at any time. The problem was that the various elements of the satellite fortress and the satellite fortress itself was not made into artifacts yet, and could not be used in real battle just yet. The elves still could not believe that this fortress would be able to fly high like the flying castle. They only thought that Yoo IlHan had poured a lot of his mind into constructing a line of defense. And when 43 days passed after the barrier was put up, the moment finally arrived. Area 1A3, construction complete. Ha! Then where do we have left? None. It's over. Did we really do it? Why, yay! I still don't get what's happening though. Woof! Woof! Oh woo woo! The elves and the wolfkin became of one mind. The joy of liberation from labor, and the sense of achievement that they finished this massive construction work. Above all, the fact that they could properly carry out Yoo IlHan's orders made them happy. At that time, Yoo IlHan also left his mansion. As he roughly knew what happened after hearing their cheers, Yoo IlHan immediately jumped down from the flying fortress and landed in the middle of the satellite fortress. Ah, Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Stop there. Were they cast with some magic that made them long for him if they didn't see him for one day? Yoo IlHan actually didn't like showing up in front of them that much since they all called him Your Majesty and tried to rush into him. Would there be a day where they get used to his presence? He only wished that the day would come soon. It's perfect. You've worked hard, everyone. It's above my expectations. It's all thanks to Your Majesty. Really, he wanted to let them rest now, but it seemed that it would be better to finish it off here and now. He gathered all the elves and wolfkin into a clearing and called his subordinates out. First, Irisha, Flemir, Pate, Jurl, Myri. We're ready. Yes. Yes, Your Majesty. Take these. Sorry. Whoa. He handed out weapons, armors, and accessories to each of them. Only Pate with the epic ranked bow did not receive a new weapon. The weapon and armor he gave out were all at epic rank. Each of them were given 5 accessories as well, and each of them were at least legend rank. ****. Just what? I promised you. That I'll give you all epic ranked equipment and not only paid if you do well. I'm only carrying out that promise. But how can we receive such? They hesitated in front of the enormous treasure in front of them. Yoo IlHan made a bitter smile while looking at them. Receive them when I give it to you. I'm not going to see any of my subordinates die again. Yes, sir. Understood. His subordinates were secretly jealous of Pate all this time. The power behind his bow helped him survive any battle, and the power that could call the dead enemies into undead helped them win a battle they should originally not be able to win against. Moreover, as it was bestowed by Yoo IlHan, they felt that Pate was receiving special treatment from Yoo IlHan, and they were envious. But now, everyone could be equipped with epic ranked equipment. There aren't many that has special abilities like Pate's. But the power should be sufficient. It's more than enough. You. My mana. Epic ranked meant that their equipment didn't lose out much to what Yoo IlHan was using. Yoo IlHan had used the remains of higher existences to bring their battle capabilities to the maximum. His objective was to make them hold off against one higher existence by cooperating with each other, while being backed up by Yoo in the Holy Region, and seeing them hurrying to adapt to their gear right now, it seemed possible after all.
It's not the end. Next is your turn, declared Yoo IlHan while looking at the elves and wolfkin that were exclaiming. The elves didn't understand who he was referring to, and Murpha asked as their representative. Do you mean you have made equipment for all of us? Yup. Yoo IlHan called out equipments enough to arm the 1,500 elves and the 20,000 wolfkin. They were made with over half of the materials from the perverted demons he had stacked up until now, and were all at least of legend rank, boasting their glows that filled the area. Woo-woo. This idiot. He surpassed the armory of the Heaven's army within mere 2 months. Oh my god, all these weapons are all. Yoo IlHan bestowed all of those equipment to the elves and wolfkin without so much as flinching an eyebrow, even though any of those equipment would call about a massive ripple to any world out there. Of course, he didn't give it to them for free. Take them. And now that you're armed with those, your objective is to the lower existence that surpassed all history of artifacts of all worlds, declared his ambition. Obliterate a higher existence with 1,000 of you. With the equipment set that Yoo IlHan had poured his blood and sweat into, it may actually be possible for lower existences to beat higher existences. The proof of such a thing was steadily approaching. Author's notes. I had a sudden urge to buy a MacGyver knife, and ended up buying one. Even though I had no use for it since I'm not IlHan. Oh, I'm using the bottle opener though. With Yoo IlHan, even you can be a proficient construction worker. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 234, I Hear Your Voice, 2. The battle powers of the newly armed elves and wolfkin were doubled, or even tripled compared to before. Even if their levels or skills lacked in some parts, excellent weapons would fill that gap. Moreover, these fellows had all broke through level 150 at least thanks to their rapid growth amongst the rapidly changing environment of Daru. It would be a spectacle if they all broke through to 4th class. If they could acquire the experience from killing higher existences, that actually may just be possible. Here was a guy that was thinking of shameless stuff in a war for a higher world. The problem being, that it was actually quite realistic. Combining with the dragon's army, it will be a frightening force. They are under Mir, but yeah, I guess, A force under the loner Yoo IlHan? If the him of 5 years ago had heard this, he would have burst into laughter. However, right now, it was quite real. Yoo IlHan laughed seeing that they were struggling to adapt to their increased powers. Then, he thought of something. The rule skill is also just before mastery. Should I subordinate some of them? I've prepared a list. As expected of Irisha, who was ready, she carefully handed him a paper despite the fact that he only casually said that. From the fact that the names of elves and wolfkin were listed in the order of importance, it didn't look like she prepared this in just 1 or 2 days. Amazing. Thank you. When he praised Irisha, some people whispered behind his back. That wolf is suspicious too. She's still fine since she's bound to hierarchy, Uni. Unless Mr. IlHan is moved or something. Quit your yapping over there. Yoo IlHan's rule skill was currently at level 98. Although it was normally impossible to level up the rule skill so fast, Yoo IlHan's subordinates didn't lack in rarity or growth speed, so he had reached this level in such a short amount of time. Of course, the remaining 2 levels didn't increase like hell, but if he took in some more elves and wolves and raised them, mastery would perhaps not be far away. This was another reason why Yoo IlHan wanted to take in additional subordinates. It is my honor for you to make me into your subordinate, Your Majesty. I'll do my best in the future, for you. By your side.
No, you don't have to go that far,
I'll do my best.
Yoo IlHan prioritized in accepting the elves who had high levels and had potential to grow further while possessing special abilities, as well as wolfkin who could change into human form thanks to the blessing of the moon. Then he accepted new subordinates until his rule skill did not allow any more. If one became his subordinate, then that one would be strengthened under the effect of the rule skill, and not only that, they could become closer to Yoo IlHan. So the elves that saw that Yoo IlHan took in additional subordinates glistened their eyes in order to become the next one.
Their loyalty was frightening in some places. Fu. I want to move my body.
I want to prove myself to His Majesty. The distribution of the new equipment and the receipt of the new subordinate finished in a flash. Originally, Yoo IlHan was going to give them some time to rest, but it seemed that the elves and the wolfkin thought differently. They desired to repay Yoo IlHan, and at the same time, receive his approval.
Let's go into training immediately. There's only around 2 weeks left too. To think they like moving more than resting, they're all perverts alright.
Hearing Yoo IlHan's words, Liara thought that they were all becoming similar to their master Yoo IlHan, but didn't voice that out loud.
Good, then this will be the beginning of the battle training. I'm not asking each of you to hold off against a higher existence alone.
Whether it's 100 or 1,000 of you, you need to be able to go against a higher existence without any sacrifices.
Liara will take the role of the trainer.
Good, I'll train you all good. She was once a 6th class, and had a seriously good ability even now when she had fallen to 4th class. If it was her, she would be able to teach them the power of higher existences without killing the elves or the wolfkin.
Yoo IlHan left them all under Liara's charge.
Meanwhile, the dragon's army under Ymir were doing battle training even while the elves and wolfkin were doing construction work, and they were also fighting against Ymir and would be completely beaten up by him in order to go against higher existences in the future. In fact, Ymir was slightly lacking compared to a real higher existence, but if he received the support from Na Yuna in the Holy Region, that wasn't exactly the case. When the battle training commenced for real, cheers and shouts of pain started bursting out here and there.
Just from the sound, it was no different from hell. And you, Master? I'm going to complete the satellite. Do you really have to call it that? Well, the name will change once it's complete. Yoo IlHan looked around the new fortress and didn't hold back on his 4th-class magic stones to create artifacts. He focused especially on the jumping pads, and gave some variations to each of the poisonous swamps, and checked on the wind traps that were only made thanks to Ymir's techniques. Other than that, he checked a lot of other things that needed his hand, and that took 3 days. Good, now this fortress is prepared.
Oh, a 5th-class magic stone.
So you were going to use it here? It's good that there's still one left. Yoo IlHan had a total of 3 5th-class magic stones.
One of them was used in the upgrade of Ymir's armor, the Breath of Gold.
The Breath of Gold rose from Chaos rank to Demigod rank.
The power inside the magic stone dissolved into it more naturally, and if it acquired enough records through embattling, then the Breath of Gold will also grow in power and reach God rank. Another one was used in the new parts for Yoo IlHan's armor, the Infernal Dragon Body. Using the remaining half of the body of the naturally occurring 6th class that resented Yoo IlHan, Chaos Will, as well as the 5th class magic stone, he made a pair of gauntlets. The infernal dragon body was originally made with new parts in mind, into a form that covered his entire body, right above his skin, so it was possible to make any additional parts, and the amazing thing about the infernal dragon body was that the equipped armor can be stored as a part of its own and share its abilities. At the same time it took the role of the central control system for the new parts to prevent the mana going berserk. His objective was to strengthen it by adding boots, a helmet, a torso armor and a lower body armor. In any case, using 2 magic stones there, 2 were left, and the remaining one was taken out this time. To make the satellite a mobile aerial fortress like the flying fortress. But somehow, Yoo IlHan hesitated for a moment when the only thing he had to do was to activate mana crafting.
Fu. That's unlike you, Master. Nah, I only thought for a little.
That was, the thought that there may have been less sacrifices if he did not let the elves and wolfkin equip with new arms, if they did not construct the fortress for them, and just make some equipment for a small, elite force to go against the higher existences.
You're too late in regretting that.
Yeah.
I was only scared for a moment. The rage from when I lost Furia has cooled, and now I'm afraid I'll lose those that remain as well.
He really was cowardly even when he thought about it himself, hesitating after all that he did until now. If it was his past self, he would not have hesitated in acting in consideration for others.
Was this progress, or regress as a human being? In any case, it was quite funny. It's a path that they want to walk themselves. Hesitating any more will be rude to their courage and resolve. Orochi scolded Yoo IlHan with cool words despite being a snake.
A strong smash that shattered his last shred of hesitation.
Yoo IlHan snorted and raised his magic stone. I know. This is my type as well.
Though, I did hesitate because I feel like I'm forcing my ways of actions onto them, but... He raised his head to look at the location where the training was carried out. Irisha, Myri, and his other subordinates were being beaten up mercilessly by Liara, but they still gritted their teeth and went against her. It was very like his past self.
Not only that, Ymir and the dragon's army, the elves and the wolfkin, and all living things within the barrier was becoming similar to him.
Although he didn't know if this was a good thing or not, it did make him smile when he saw them.
Gosh, I don't know anymore. We'll all live reckless lives and die due to it. Nice words even though you don't plan to let anyone go. Yoo IlHan ignored Mystic's words and activated mana crafting. The region that became a fortress thanks to the 1.5 months of construction, reacted to the magic stone by vibrating, and emitted brilliant light.
Yoo, I can feel the sharing of the senses.
Do I have to control this as well?
Do your best. I'll give you an assistant when I get an obedient 5th-class thought soul later.
And how probable is that? So you know that you're a special case.
His artifacts, traps and castle walls that he made, and the others installed, were all tied into one by resonating with the mana from the magic stone. The satellite fortress gave out massive sounds and started cracking off from the surrounding land.
However, Yoo IlHan didn't make it float on purpose.
If he did that, it would escape the barrier made by the hourglass of eternity. The vibration intensified, and all the artifacts within the fortress emitted light along with mana, and at one moment, the vibration suddenly stopped and a series of texts appeared on Yoo IlHan's retina.
Bloodlight Guardian Fortress was complete.
Bloodlight Guardian Fortress.
Rank, Demigod.
Durability, 15-223004/15-223004.
User restrictions, bound to the destroyer's flying fortress. Will go berserk once the flying fortress is destroyed. Options. 1. Recovers durability by stealing life force and mana from the attackers. 2. Grows by absorbing the records of various beings. 3. Flight enabled. Sudden acceleration, sudden rise, sudden descent, enabled.
4. 30% increase in attack power and defense of all items within the fortress.
5.
30% increase in recoverability of allies within the fortress.
6. Guards against attacks aimed at the destroyer's flying fortress. 30% increase in the fortress's defense in these cases.
One of the miracles made by the one that walks on an unexisting path. As it was made with a simple objective in mind, the power surpasses imagination.
When a miracle meets a miracle, a myth is born. Good, it came out as I expected. So I can't move this now, right? Wait 10 more days. Yoo IlHan called Liara, the elves, and the wolfkin into the fortress.
Their main battlegrounds would be this fortress, the Bloodlight Guardian Fortress in the future.
Your Majesty, does this fly as well? Really? It does, but I won't make it float for now. Calm down, Dot. Yoo IlHan once again thought his subordinates of the artifacts within the fortress that just activated, and ordered them to use them in battle this time.
Only Liara, who had to face them all, had to suffer.
IlHan, you're giving me too much work. I'll reward you later. Once we have some time. It might as well be hundreds of years before you have some time. Will it really be just a few hundred years? Yoo IlHan pondered on that seriously, but was seriously worried that his worries may become real and didn't say it out loud. Then, he commenced the final piece of work that he decided to do within the barrier, with the shouts of his subordinate as the BGM. That is, the modification of the magic formation. Just what can that man not do? I think there was a few before, but I don't think there is any right now. There was something before. Yoo IlHan's series of actions even made Mystic and Orochi close to each other. However, disregarding what everyone else said, Yoo IlHan only worked on. He put his hand on the ground and tried to feel the magic formation installed over the entire continent. Before, I only used it without understanding the principles. And you know the principles now? Not only that. Suddenly, the fourth-class magic stone in Yoo IlHan's hand seemed to glow before disappearing.
When the land glowed for a very short moment, the magic formation, embedded deep under the continent, twitched minutely.
Yoo IlHan felt that change and made a smile. I can also interfere and modify it. The only problem was that an enormous quantity of mana had to be used in the process, but Yoo IlHan still had an enormous quantity of fourth-class magic stones he had got from Earth.
Let's see who wins.
Master, don't you think that you're being too main character-like nowadays?
He's at that age, so leave him alone.
However, just as the big match between Yoo IlHan's finesse and the history of the ancient Elven Empire was going to begin. Yoo IlHan?
Ha?
Where, or how did that happen?
The voice that he thought that he would not hear for a long time entered his ears.
Author's notes. Just who is it? Eyes opening wide. We stayed in the barrier for quite a while as there were quite a lot of things to do. We'll exit it soon.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 235, I Hear Your Voice, 3.
So you were there.
That's fortunate.
Ha?
Woa?
Ugh,
I thought I'd have a little more time, but any more is.
Who?
Yoo IlHan, soon, my.
And the voice disconnected there.
Yoo IlHan stood there in confusion and tapped his cheeks. Mystic asked. What are you doing, master?
So you couldn't hear that?
I did, it was definitely the voice of that angel that was with you before.
If he heard it alone, he might have treated it as his own illusion due to his longing, but it seemed like even Orochi heard that.
There was another angel?
Well, yes.
There was. There was no doubt about it.
The calm and cold voice definitely belonged to Erda.
He couldn't forget that voice. The hearty.
Actually, not so hearty, but still good, ally had been with him from the beginning of the Great Cataclysm until just a few years ago. The problem was how her voice could be transmitted to the Yoo IlHan who was inside the barrier made by the Hourglass of Eternity.
A recorded file?
It was live. Orochi immediately retorted to Yoo IlHan's words.
However, he only pouted and replied. But unless she's inside the barrier, that is impossible. The time inside the Hourglass of Eternity cannot be recognized outside the barrier. No, actually, there is a trace that Erda left within the Hourglass of Eternity. Did she use that? Nothing would come out of asking me.
Yoo IlHan thought about that, but nothing came out of it. He did not know the reason she could transmit her voice to him, nor did he know the reason she did so, but once the barrier dispels and he went outside, he would probably find out.
Good, let's finish it off quick and find out what's happening outside. So everything ends in work?
In any case, he felt a little better after hearing Erda's voice. He shouldn't judge from the voice alone, but it seemed that she was still doing well. Moreover, since she sought Yoo IlHan out first, he would be able to meet her sooner or later. Thinking about that, he subconsciously smiled. So, what was that just now? Mystic was full of questions, but no one answered her. Yoo IlHan only took out new 4th-class magic stones. 10s of them. Good, I should add some functionalities while I'm at it. Master has it good, enjoying such a life. A certain someone died immediately after birth. To set an alarm function on the entirety of the formation. Time would flow rapidly when Yoo IlHan was absorbed in something. 100 4th-class magic stones disappeared, 1,000 more disappeared, and 10,000 more disappeared. In that time, the magic formation was being changed from the very foundation. It'll become a mess once the barrier opens. Yeah, they would immediately realize at that moment. They wouldn't be able to do anything, though. The ancient elves were quite capable. And you're even better? Of course. Replied Yoo IlHan while feeling the presence of Liara behind his back. Of course, one of his hands was still on the ground and the other was pulling out the mana out of the magic stone. And the battle training? I finished it for now and let them rest. But why are they so good? Especially the elves. They had tremendously high skills for their level. It's because they struggled to survive amidst dragons until now. But finished? Why did you finish it? Liara gave a smack on the back of Yoo IlHan's head since he never turned around even though she was here, before speaking. There's only a day left before the barrier dissipates. They can only go against higher existences if they recover their full conditions. It's already that time? You really are something. You were like that this entire time? I didn't even feel the flow of time honestly. Yoo IlHan finally realized that he was in contact with the magic formation for quite a long time. He checked on the magic formation for now, and it seemed that he would be able to finish within the allocated time. Okay, then you go rest too, Liara. I'll finish this off. Shouldn't you be saying that you want to rest with me? I'm sorry about that. Of course, as long as Yoo IlHan had work remaining, Liara had to give up on the short romantic night before the battle. It was her own fault for falling for him despite knowing that. However, she was also past the point of no return, since she thought that his such figure was still cool. I'm going to rest. You shall regret missing this opportunity. Oh wait, Liara, Urta gave me a message over the barrier, is that possible? Urta did? Yoo IlHan didn't even let Liara put up her pride as a woman and changed topics. However, as his new topic was very unexpected, Liara still obediently participated in it. Earth had already lost its connection to heaven. But now that you've activated the Hourglass of Eternity here in Daru, perhaps that was transmitted to Urta. If there is an artifact that activates the moment the Hourglass of Eternity does, then it's not actually impossible, but... Liara's voice whispered into Yoo IlHan's ears. Did Urta say something to you? Be honest with me. Not much. She only said it's fortunate or whatnot. Perhaps there's a limit to the message, but it was soon disconnected. Fortunate, she said. Yufu, it won't be so fortunate soon. Liara's face had a dark smile as if she was drawing a foreshadow. It was a smirk that did not fit her usual bright self. Fufu, it's quite exciting to imagine Urta's crying face. Don't bully her. You'll probably bully her the most though. Why would I bully her? Something like that. You'll probably be in the dark for all of eternity. I cannot understand what you're saying. To the dense Yoo IlHan, realizing the truth from that much clue was impossible. Liara did not speak anymore and went away. Perhaps she was still not used to her lower existence body, and she had to rest after the 2 weeks of unending battle. In fact, even if Yoo IlHan assaulted her first, she would have to refuse. Of course,
Not that this made Yoo IlHan not bad. IlHan. Yeah, dot. Yoo IlHan finally raised his head to see Liara. She approached him and kissed his lips like a bird pecking on food. He widened his eyes, but loosened them soon after. I feel energized now. That's good. Although it was not the passionate romance that she wanted, this was probably good in itself. As Liara became happier with Yoo IlHan's smile, she decided to let him go for today. Yoo IlHan returned to work, and Liara went into the flying fortress to let her tired body rest. And before a day went past, Yoo IlHan finally finished modifying the magic formation. 18 minutes prior to the barrier's dispelling time. That was close. If I had more time and funds. I'm frustrated. You crammed in so many new functions, what else can there be, but... The ancient elves did indeed install a magic formation difficult to find in any other world, and the time that the magic formation had experienced bestowed it history and power to heighten it further. However, the magic formation prior to Yoo IlHan's tinkering, compared to the magic formation after Yoo IlHan's modifications, differed overwhelmingly. If the former was the third-class Yoo IlHan, the latter could be called the fourth-class Yoo IlHan. First, the already fast activation time was shortened even further, and the mana ripples in the activation sequence was reduced to the minimum to increase efficiency and secretiveness, and the magic formation additionally sensed any beings that were not allies that tried to come in contact with the formation, and told Yoo IlHan the location. To top it off, he set a debuff to limit the activation of movement class skills and magic. To sum up, like how the Heaven's Army or the Destruction Demon Army were tremendously strong in their own territories and had easy time defending against invaders, Yoo IlHan had also acquired near complete control over Daru. Although it's still lacking. I'll be satisfied with this for now. So you really don't stop anywhere. AUH. Don't make weird moaning sounds and focus on control. It's not as easy as you say it is. Yuna, who now had to control 2 holy regions after the Guardian Fortress was made into a holy region, had become very sensitive. Even while receiving Liara's glare, she did not let go of Yoo IlHan's hand. Though, she would have to, since the barrier would be dispelled at any moment. Your Majesty, is everything over now? The preparation for the beginning has ended. Yoo IlHan lightly replied to Pate before looking around to the elves and wolfkin. He nodded lightly. From now is our turn. It will be our turn until the very end. Understood. We'll make it happen. Although the time was short, they had experienced a training where they were squeezed to their limits, and their pressure was as if they wiped out several higher existences already. Yoo IlHan laughed and turned around before taking a short breath. Now, he really had to kill higher existences with them. He had the confidence to. You're all right now too, are you not, Miss Yuna? I can't help it since there's no time. TCH. Yuna let go of Yoo IlHan's hand as if she couldn't help it. It seems that she wasn't lying when she said it was difficult, as she immediately creased her brows, but the flow of mana in the Flying Fortress and the Guardian Fortress was still stable. Good, then. Although it had been some time since he had acquired the Hourglass of Eternity, never was he as tense as this time. Where was this nervousness coming from? Anxiety? Excitement? Fear? If not that, then expectation? Good, I want to become a higher existence by the end of this war. He had no plans to join the Heaven's Army, or the Destruction Demon Army or the Garden of Sunset. Yoo IlHan wanted to become a higher existence independently, on his own, with his potential alone. It's probably nothing, even Chaos Wolf from Earth had done it, so there was no reason why Yoo IlHan couldn't. Yoo IlHan dispelled the barrier after setting a grand objective that would put anyone to shock. And time started flowing again. Your Majesty? The elves, who were waiting in fear, looked for him. Why is nothing changing? I thought all of them would attack us, whether it's the Destruction Demon Army or the Garden of Sunset. What nonsense are you saying? Yoo IlHan replied to them while finding an area where there were the least number of higher existences. Concealment is casted over all of us.
Not to mention higher existences, even their grandpas won't find us.
I said this is our turn, right? How long are you going to hide in fear? We're going to be the ones invading this time, and beating them up. Okay? Yoo understood. Although he was still unsatisfied with their mental education, but he couldn't help it. They would be able to come to themselves once they actually fought higher existences, so he immediately. However, Yoo IlHan stopped midway through the activation.
Although it was very far, he could feel something that was moving in a straight line towards them. As Yoo IlHan had mentioned just now, they were under concealment, so no one should be able to find their locations.
If there was one, there's Urta.
He turned around to Liara, but now that she was no longer an angel, she didn't seem to have found her yet.
Yoo IlHan thought about what to do for a moment, but decided to wait. The wait was not long.
As Dara had ascended into the realm of higher worlds, any higher existences could utilize their full powers without holding back.
Liara soon noticed and voiced out. Her face contained confusion. Sheesh, how hurried can she be? Perhaps the Heaven's army may already be here in Daru. What we saw may be just the tip of the iceberg.
Urta soon showed herself below the clouds. Not accompanied by any other angels, she alone was flying here with a pair of white wings.
Liara! Shouted Urta. Her expression was twisted like an orc that had its food taken away. I'll kill you.
Damn it, she's an enemy after all.
He didn't want to have Urta as his enemy.
Yoo IlHan bit on his lips, and when he was about to take out his spear, Liara shook her head.
Nah, she's on our side. She just said I'll kill you, no? Liara. There's something like that.
Urta raged that seemed to fill the world with anger and Liara's bitter smile.
Yoo IlHan only tilted his head in confusion. Author's notes. Her rage is justified. Translator's notes. This morning, I was like, I'm finally clearing my debt today. Then sometime later, someone just threw me an entire day's worth of money of sponsored chapters. There's also an unwritten author note too, which goes, I won't be doing 2 chapters tomorrow. I think that it's better to focus on quality rather than pumping out chapters without quality. But author has to consider the plot. So guess what? There's still $100 in queue. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 236, I Hear Your Voice, 4. The tragedy that Yoo IlHan had expected did not occur. Although Urta did glare at Liara as if she would kill her, when Liara hid behind Yoo IlHan's back, she could only give up. Liara also did not provoke Urta more than needed. It was as if Liara was being considerate for Urta. This made Yoo IlHan's curiosity rise even more, but the girls did not solve his question. Liara, did you completely abandon heaven? Yes, I did. The once an angel and still an angel looked at each other. Emotions were being exchanged between the two of them through their gazes. Liara, who decided to go back to being a lower existence to stay with Yoo IlHan, and Urta, who had to leave Yoo IlHan for a few years in pursuit of a new realm. The two at that time each did what they thought was for the best, but the results were drastically different. Are you not planning to go back? Heaven will gladly receive you again. I can live for several hundred years more even like this. And also, Liara hugged Yoo IlHan's arm and made a warm smile. Yoo IlHan had still not realized what was going on. I've decided to bet on IlHan's possibilities. If it's him, he'll be able to do it. I really want to kill you. Kayak, protect me, IlHan. Ugh. Urta's chances of winning was pretty slim in the first place.
In the first place, the one who widened the gap was herself, so no good would come out of any resentment. But even if she did admit her loss, she wouldn't feel better about it. Moreover, was a higher existence. As it was not easy to move her heart in the first place, once he did, it was also near impossible to turn it back. Yoo IlHan, who hadn't the slightest clue of how was feeling right now, just concluded that he wouldn't have to point his spear against her, and breathed in relief. Anyway, it's good that is not an enemy. Oh yeah, you. You really did try to go against me without the slightest hesitation, didn't you? Well, you said you were going to kill Liara, so? Eek. Stared daggers at both Yoo IlHan and Liara alternately while her hands were trembling, but eventually, she loosened her arms with a sigh. At the same time she put up a barrier that covered herself, Yoo IlHan, Liara and a few others. As Darrow had entered into the realm of higher worlds, was also not limited to use her abilities to use mana. Wayo! Yoo IlHan was very shocked at her proficiency, speed, and above all, the endurance of the barrier. He newly realized that was a higher existence after all. Is this a soundproof barrier? It's not only that. Isn't this interfering with the Akashic record? I think anything that happens in here won't even be recorded. You've made progress, haven't you? To Yoo IlHan and Liara, who were surprised at the unintended elements, once again made a low sigh before speaking. Please remember, Yoo IlHan, that I will never go against you even if heaven collapses. Oh, yeah. We were still bound by a partnership contract. Even without that. No, wait, your faith in me is that little? Yoo IlHan once again checked that anything that happened within this barrier will not be transmitted to Heaven's army and replied to Well, I do believe you. But you're in a position where you can only obey if Heaven orders you to do something, are you not? You, it is definitely like that now, yes. Once again realized that Yoo IlHan's heart left the Heaven's army completely. Perhaps he noticed the negotiation between the Heaven's army, the Destruction Demon Army and the Army of Brilliant Light. She couldn't even make up any excuses. Heaven's army priced Yoo IlHan's value as too low. He was not a talent that they should overlook for one or two higher worlds. If they somehow made him an angel, then Heaven's army would have leaped in power instantly. However, right now, nothing good would come out of Yoo IlHan becoming more distant from Heaven's army. Even to Yoo IlHan himself. Started to explain the reason why she had come to look for Yoo IlHan so quickly. Heaven's army will also enter Dara soon. Although the Destruction Demon Army and the Garden of Sunset Light had the advantage until now, a certain rising star from somewhere had destroyed that balance, and thanks to that, there was a gap for the Heaven's army and the Army of Brilliant Light to appear. Did I do something so big? Of course it's a big thing. The fact that Yoo IlHan had killed tens of higher existences belonging to the Destruction Demon Army and the Garden of Sunset may actually be quite small in comparison to the entire war. However, they were only in the initial stages of the war for Darrow right now. While both sides were scouting each other out, he just wiped them all out, so as a result, Yoo IlHan called for nervousness from both sides and made their scope of action smaller. I volunteered myself in the Heaven's Army Scouts for Darrow. Of course, the main camp isn't here yet. But I realized that you were about to use the Hourglass of Eternity and immediately contacted you first. And I also did expect this to a certain extent. And how the hell did you do that? I've used a pseudo-barrier that applied the flow of time only in the barrier put up by the Hourglass of Eternity, on me as well. Of course, as you know, I couldn't maintain it for long. Moreover, it did use up quite a lot of my mana and magic stones, but thanks to that, I could find you faster than anyone else. He couldn't understand a single thing. However, he did understand that Erda's magic potential was exceptional to the point of being able to interfere with a god-ranked artifact. Liara said one before, but Erda did seem to be quite a talent even in the Heaven's army. To Yoo IlHan, who completely accepted this situation, Erta continued to speak.
The Heaven's army will request an alliance from you. And Yoo IlHan, the alliance at this point in time, regardless of their views and objectives, will be of help even to you.
No matter how prepared you are, going against 4 higher existence factions is worse than allying with one of them, even for your allies as well.
Erta was speaking with the consideration of the alliance breaking up later. She understood Yoo IlHan's vantages roughly.
Perhaps the reason she put up the barrier was also because of this.
However, despite that, Yoo IlHan had a hard time believing her words. Will there really be no problem even if the alliance breaks midway? There's no way their work is so sloppy. Yoo IlHan.
It was you that said that we're still bound by a partnership contract.
To them, you are being recognized as an ally even without having to request them for alliance. Aha! He understood immediately. However, wasn't that a bigger problem?
As long as Yoo IlHan had the Angel's partner subclass, he could not betray the heavens.
Yoo IlHan.
At that time, Erta slightly closed her left eye and opened it again.
Yes, she winked. I have a way. I've prepared for this until now. Okay.
Yoo IlHan, who never imagined that the cold her would do something so cute, blinked his eyes several times in confusion, but he roughly understood why she did that. Although he didn't know what she prepared, from her enormous confidence, it would be fine to believe in her.
Okay, your eyes are pretty. So what?
Why, you've advanced a lot, flattering women in such a natural fashion. Even though her words sounded pouty, Erta's face was colored in red. Although unintentional, her disappointment about Yoo IlHan seemed to have been washed away a little with this flattery.
Liara laughed at her with a small voice. Simple woman. Liara. Let's talk more detail. What exactly are you going to do? For that, I'd have to explain a little more about myself, but... Fine. I'll reveal everything.
Erta made a slightly boastful expression. Her calm green eyes contained some playful light.
In the past, I was a talent that all of the higher existence factions wanted. Ah, so despicable.
However, that's the truth. Unlike Liara, who was number 1 on the list for Destruction Demon Army thanks to her violent and barbaric tendencies. Yoo IlHan subdued Liara with both his arms since she was taking out her spear to attack Erta, and urged her on.
Continue.
Amongst them, the Garden of Sunset still wants me. Like how you're screwing up the war on your own right now, it is very possible for one exceptional person to decide the outcome of the war.
And not too long ago, I've accepted their proposal. You'll betray the Heaven's army and join the Garden of Sunset.
Liara, who was struggling within Yoo IlHan's arms, abruptly widened her eyes. Erta's expression while replying was also quite strange.
Do you really not want me that much? I'm only using them to return to being a lower existence safely. Such a thing is possible. The magic I've prepared until now is precisely for that purpose. Ha! Yoo IlHan looked at Liara to see if he was the only one that didn't understand, but Liara's expression was also in confusion. He was relieved. No, it's not that difficult.
Yoo IlHan, I'll use the simple terms you like so much.
First, think up of the process of a magical girl transformation.
First, they activate the magic while clothed, and the moment the clothes are stripped, an annoying light appears to conceal the naked body, and some ribbon-wise stuff comes out and equips the girl with the magical girl outfit.
That light.
That resentful light that turns that beautiful scene into a thing for 7-year-olds.
T/N/XD, just as Yoo IlHan was burning in rage, Erta asked. And if a bad guy attacks midway through the transformation? They would be kicked off naked. That's one kind bad guy right there. The magic I've prepared is precisely that bad guy. Are you an exhibitionist? There's no way that's true. Of course, there's no way that Yoo IlHan didn't understand after all that. The explanation was definitely simple.
Right now, she was saying that she would activate a magic to return to being a lower existence, in the process of transforming from an angel to a member of the Garden of Sunset.
You? Will you be alright? I won't. That's why I need you to help me.
To be exact, I need you to protect me from the assault from both Heaven's army and the Garden of Sunset. Well, I was planning to make them enemies in the first place, so, yeah.
Leave that to me.
Despite the fact that this was about turning two higher existence factions into enemies, Yoo IlHan's answer had no hesitation.
Erda slightly fell for his reassuring reply. Oh. On one side, Yoo IlHan realized one thing midway. So that's it.
If you return to a lower existence, the partnership between you and me will naturally crumble.
And like that, you'll dissolve the alliance between the Heaven's army and me. You're saying that, right? Correct. If that's so, there's another obstacle in our way.
Since the story reached here, Liara could also realize as well.
IlHan is still bound to another angel through a contract.
Yes. That is why, there's one more thing you need to do before you cancel your alliance with the Heaven's army. Something that you need to resolve in a place like this barrier, where no contract will affect you.
Erda's eyes glistened. Her eyes contained a hint of hesitation, resolve and decisiveness. You need to settle it with Spira. Author's notes. Erda really is an exceptional angel.
Though, she didn't have the chance to show herself off until now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 237, I Hear Your Voice, 5. Yoo IlHan sighed. Spira, huh?
Spira is completely loyal to Heaven, whether if it's in a good way, or in a bad way.
Erda, you. Something happened between you and Spira, didn't it?
That's a secret.
While Erda and Liara had a staring contest, Yoo IlHan thought about his chances of winning against Spira 1 versus 1.
However, no matter how he calculated it, his hopes weren't that bright. The majority of the higher existences I fought until now mostly used magic as their main attacks, but not only is Spira a 6th class, she has tremendous martial arts skill as well. I'm horrified just thinking about having to receive her great cosmos-severing spear head-on.
But I think your spear techniques are more powerful.
I also do not think that the spear of untraceable trajectory loses out, but it was still dangerous. Yoo IlHan was sure that Spira was at least twice as strong as Chaos Will in an environment where she was not restricted of her power. Even though Chaos Will had reached higher existences on its own, it was still much inferior to Spira's long years of experience, magic, and above all, her overwhelming martial arts finesse.
Okay, then. Yoo IlHan decided. Let's think about how we can win using dirty tactics. You really come up with the worst lines. This would be in the top 3 if there was a ranking of the _lines that MC must _not say. However, Yoo IlHan washed away any hesitation now that he decided on it.
But there's no way Spira will obediently dissolve the contract.
You don't feel any rejection about killing Spira even though she was once a contracted angel, with you? That's that and this is this. And also, Yoo IlHan's eyes glistened. His expression was that of when he did unimaginable things. AKA, his usual expression. There is a method to dissolve the contract without killing her. It will also be safer for me as well.
Somehow, I'm feeling more worried the more you say it's safe. He ignored Liara's words. If battle was the only option, he would not hesitate to do so, but if there was any other way, there was no need to undertake the risks.
You won't tell us beforehand, will you? I don't have it organized enough yet to talk about it.
Of course, his plan was still very rough and flawed. However, if Yoo IlHan's ability was added to the various powers that Erda showed today, then perhaps it may actually be possible to screw Spyra over. Now, he had to work on filling those flaws, while battling against higher existences, that is. If it's you, you'll end up doing it like nothing happened, so I won't be worried, but there shouldn't be a lot of time to prepare.
Spyra is also one of the members of the expedition for Daru. Okay. Thanks for telling me. And this is why I'm asking you this, but, Yoo IlHan touched the coremost topic. Why are you trying to betray the Heaven's army? I've heard about what you'll do. However, I cannot understand why you are willing to go so far to leave the Heaven's army back to a lower existence. Although you are still in a partnership contract with me right now. You're completely moving on my behalf. Is this what you really want? She thought she would be able to skip over this, but that didn't seem to be the case. Well, considering Yoo IlHan's personality, it was an obvious question. That's... Yoo hesitated on how to express her own feelings, and eventually decided to speak a part of the truth. You do not believe in the Heaven's army anymore, do you? It's just that I also felt disgust from them. I think you've noticed a little already, but I also found out they had negotiated with the other factions, and the reason I didn't advance to 6th class was also because of that. Is it really just that? It is also because there's you, a trustworthy ally that can support me in my actions. I'm not someone that does things recklessly. Yoo IlHan was surprised on one side, and a little touched on the other, while hearing her words. And that was why he felt a little sorry for her as well. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't treat Yoo as a trustworthy ally. However, he did think that their view may differ later, and tried not to reveal everything about him to her. Not completely believing in someone was the best method for the loner Yoo IlHan to protect his heart, and the only exception to that rule until now was Liara. This was also why he could take his spear out against Yoo just a few moments ago. But now, he had heard that Yoo had planned all this while trusting him, which made him feel very strange. So that's it. I'm thankful that you trust in me so much. Fu. For Yoo, who wanted Yoo IlHan to notice her true feelings while she persuaded him, she was feeling very complex right now. However, Liara, who saw that she was at the very borderline of patience and going berserk, immediately changed topics. But IlHan, can't you make Yoo into a lower existence like how you did with me? Wouldn't it be solved without us bothering with the Garden of Sunset? I was also curious about that as well. Just how can Liara be here so intact without any aftereffects? Yoo IlHan, what kind of things did you do? It's not impossible, but it's too dangerous. There will be a lot of pressure and pain. Since we're going against the Garden of Sunset anyway, it'll be better to do as Yoo says. There was no reason for Yoo IlHan to hesitate, whatever more things he added on top of the current situation. In fact, it would be fine even if Yoo became a fallen angel first and contacted the Garden of Sunset. Is that so? I understand. Let's go with my way. Yoo nodded without hesitation, but to Yoo IlHan's eyes, she seemed somewhat disappointed. Just what was there to be disappointed about? He was confused, but Yoo didn't give him an answer and unfolded her wings. Then I'll go back first. A little later, the Heaven's army will send an envoy for the Alliance. Okay, then. I'll be their ally temporarily. Liara. Yoo spoke to Liara. When Liara turned around to her, Yoo looked so evil, and she spoke with a bright grin on her face. Although you seem like you have no thoughts at all, I'm different. Sometime, I'll definitely make Yoo IlHan a new god. You'd immediately fall into being a fallen angel if you spoke that outside the barrier. And so, you'd better be prepared. Ha! Dot. Liara, who finally realized what Yoo meant, took out her spear and gripped on it, but Yoo had already flown up to the skies after she broke the barrier. His subordinates and army finally approached Yoo IlHan then. Everyone was wary against Yoo,
but only Na Yuna waved her hand. Erda also waved her hand at Na Yuna with a thick smile on her face.
Let's do our best together in the future, Na Yuna.
Yup, let's do our best.
Eat? Make him into a god? What did that mean and why did she say that to Liara? Yoo IlHan was curious.
However, when he raised his head to ask her that, Erda was already flying away.
Yoo IlHan muttered. Liara, what does it mean to become God? I don't know, I never became one. But I think you can do it. Your faith in me shot through the skies.
The words Erda left behind really tugged on his mind, but he couldn't look into what she meant forever. His plan was already completed, and he was prepared as well.
What was left was to just put it into action. Soon, the Heaven's army will send an envoy for the Alliance.
We'll be allying with them potentially, but bear in mind that it won't be forever.
Yes, understood. Good, then let's depart right away. What is most important to an alliance?
The position of each sides at the point of the alliance.
Heaven's army was an enormous organization. To not lose out to them, what was important was achievements.
Achievements, in other words, stuff like the heads of the Destruction Demon Army in the Garden of Sunset.
I'm going to activate the formation. The number of enemies are.
Yoo IlHan put his hand on top of the magic formation, and sensed the number of higher existences as well as their strengths, scattered over the continent. Although Yoo IlHan's ambush on the higher existences were 2 months ago, for the enemies, it was a bolt from the blue that had happened mere moments ago. They had just found out about the deaths of their colleagues, and they were gathering up in one corner of the world after giving up their scouting and were on their guard.
Let's first smash a group with 1 6th class and around 300 5th class. That's an entire legion.
Precisely.
They wouldn't be worried about attacks there and would let their guard down, no, but. That's definitely true, but what the hell are you going to do there? So Liara's retort abilities are rising while Erda isn't here. Yoo IlHan nodded in satisfaction and immediately activated the formation. It's fine.
If we can't do this much, we'd have no chance of winning this war anyway, so we must do it.
A stiff mind like that always The magic formation activated.
Yoo IlHan, Liara, the Flying Fortress, and finally the Guardian Fortress instantly shot through space and arrived at the frontier camps of the Destruction Demon Army. So they weren't killed by the Garden of Sunset. I cannot feel the presences of any other higher existences.
Was there someone in the Heaven's army or the army of brilliant light that could move so secretively? We need to be on our guard.
Although we couldn't help it when we didn't know, now that Daru became more important than Earth, we cannot give this world to anyone else. He could hear the voice of those belonging to the Destruction Demon Army. One of them sounded very familiar.
If it's not a higher existence, then is it a lower existence? Wouldn't he make me stronger a little? Yoo IlHan shifted his eyes beyond the Flying Fortress.
The enormous number of high-level dragons on the ground was amazing as well, but what was more amazing was the single 6th class that was leading all of them.
Do not be arrogant, Taraka.
The realm you've achieved is indeed high, but that is not the highest by any means. It's precisely because I know that this is not the highest that I'm thirsty for more. The last war of the Wall of Chaos was too short.
Yoo IlHan was confident that he was developing faster than anyone else until now.
But seeing that guy, he judged that he was wrong. Not the dragon's army led by Ymir, but an entire battalion made of dragons alone, with that guy as the leader. In the past, this guy had also offered Yoo IlHan to come to the Destruction Demon Army, Taraka. The one that was 5th class before had become 6th class and was leading an army.
Author's notes.
A lot of elements is planned for Daru, one of them being dragons that were just mentioned.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 238, You Are Already Dead, 1.
Inside a tent where only the higher existences belonging to the destruction demon army were in, beings in all sorts of forms were voicing out.
We need to watch the situation a little longer. We do not know what kind of variable has interfered.
If the gap in dimension widens further, more allies can join, but the war for this world has only just begun.
If we weren't pushed so far back in the last battle of the Wall of Chaos, we would have taken over Dara by now.
Amidst the destruction demon army that were both talking nonsense and reasonable stuff, one 6th class voiced out.
Watch. Variable? Away with them all.
If the enemies pressure us with power, then we of the destruction demon army shall only strike back with even more power.
What do you know about the destruction demon army? Eek, is that what's important right now?
Although he did think that it may happen, he didn't know it would happen for real.
Taraka.
When Yoo IlHan muttered that guy's name in a low voice, Liara, who hadn't seen him before, as she wasn't with him in Dara before, tilted her head and asked.
Who is it? Well, that guy does look strong.
A dragon higher existence.
Ah, so that's it. I wondered what that guy was acting so arrogant.
At the time he was preparing for battle while watching the conversation inside the tent, Ymir approached Yoo IlHan and spoke to him. The kids are still scared.
Oh, still?
Yoo IlHan and Liara were relatively at ease, but Ymir's Dragon Hell army and the elves and wolfkin awaiting in the Guardian Fortress were frozen stiff in front of the numerous higher existences.
So scary. There are too many strong enemies. Cook, my body froze stiff even though we're so far away.
In fact, the reason why Yoo IlHan didn't attack immediately was also because he was waiting for the others to get used to the pressure that the higher existences gave off. Looking at their states now, though, he should need more time.
Taraka, you're too young to realize the ideals of the destruction demon army. Maggot, you are all maggots. I have nothing to talk with you now. Taraka kicked himself up.
Now, a sturdy black horn had appeared on his head, and from that time onwards, its pressure was becoming more and more violent.
Taraka, don't tell me. You can wait all you want for the reinforcements that may arrive who knows when.
I'll lead my army and step out. The dragons are not yours but the destruction demon armies.
Shut up. Due to the ripples of mana from the 6th class being, a storm enraged not only inside the tent but all the way here in the flying fortress as well. The destruction demon army members inside the tent all shut their mouths. Kayak, so strong. Master, are you really going to kill something like that? Although I do need to, that's definitely. Yoo IlHan activated the barrier on the flying fortress to block that, and was reassured. Not only was that guy 6th class, he was also probably mid-tier 6th class. Until a few years ago, that guy just had entered 5th class. Without any potential, they might die as 5th class beings even after 10,000 years, but with the potential and ability, and a little bit of luck, it's actually not that difficult to become 6th class within just 1 year. And they are the most dangerous as well. Let's fight that together. Okay.
The higher existences belonging to the destruction demon army and the dragons born in Daru were residing in separate regions, and Taraka, who had just left, spat towards the tent and approached the dragons. Seeing violent mana twitching as if it would go berserk at any moment, it seemed that the news of Yoo IlHan had agitated him.
Ah, Lord Taraka. It's Lord Taraka. The attitudes of the dragons towards Taraka was akin to government officials meeting the president.
It was no wonder since Taraka was not only the strongest of the destruction demon army there, but also because he acted as the bridge that connected the dragons to the destruction demon army. The dragons that were lower existences in the end, despite being strong, had to rely on Taraka, who was from the same origins as them, in order to survive in Daru, where there was a war between higher existences.
Gather. Taraka gathered the dragons.
No dragons there refused Taraka's words, and in just a moment, over 5,000 dragons gathered in that area and prostrated in front of him.
Yoo IlHan immediately sighed.
It was just a few years ago that he obliterated all of them, but there were still so many number of them. If he did not clean up the dragons once before, it would have been an even more frightening scene right now that he was seeing, and that fact consoled him a little. In fact, he was a little happy that there were so many dragons that would become his highest-class metalworking materials.
You are all dragons over level 200. All the dragons reacted to Taraka's voice.
Yes. We are chosen life forms born with the great blood.
However,
it has only been a few years since you were born. You were just born with the body and magic of any other dragon, and are tainting the name of the great race.
Yes. Please bestow us your teaching, Lord Taraka.
Taraka spoke condescending words like a training instructor in the army, and dragons were complying 100%.
Yoo IlHan clapped at that scene. That guy, I can see the potential of an instructor. Is it a time to be exclaiming? Wait a moment. I need to judge things after I see what happens here, but
there is only one method to overcome time.
Battling with your lives on the line. The fact that I have become stronger was also because of battle. But right now, this world is full of higher fools. Taraka's overwhelming pressure shook the group of dragons.
How long do you think it takes to become higher existences just by killing lower existences?
Only after you win against the strong can you become strong. Strong. I also want to become stronger. Phew.
Why were dragons so obsessed with strength? With a bitter smile, he looked at Ymir. His eyes were also glistening while looking at Taraka.
Dad, I also want to become strong like that dragon. Mir is already doing well, so it's fine.
Yeah.
There is a group that's rampaging around this continent. From now, we're going to exterminate them. We'll become stronger that way. We shall follow.
Taraka's speech was very effective. The dragons that were unsure of their strength, and was also obsessed with it, all extended their wings and flew up. Taraka took the form of the biggest dragon among them in their center and roared loudly.
We shall become even stronger. All the dragons that survive this battle shall harbor the honorable name of the Destruction Demon Army on their backs.
Yoo.
Kaya Hawk. 5,000 dragon roars filled that region.
The other members of the Destruction Demon Army who were in the tent glared at Taraka, but as Taraka was in the center, they could not do anything.
Fools. We will not comply with him. Let's leave him to head to destruction. Does he think that Destruction Demon Army is for anyone? How foolish.
Although Yoo IlHan did expect something like this to happen since their personalities were all shitty, but there was already an internal conflict. Taraka who were going on an expedition with the dragons, and the Destruction Demon Army that looked down on them. They were the stereotypes that regretted later after being wiped out by the enemy.
Yoo IlHan watched the scene in satisfaction and concluded.
Good, then let's wait for them to leave and strike at the rest.
I knew you'd say that.
It's much safer to fight against hundreds of 5th class rather than a single 6th class. He couldn't help it since moving according to the enemy's expectations really made him cringe.
Yoo IlHan looked at the army behind him that could finally move, and called a few representatives and ordered them.
First, I'll go out. The rest of the members, do not act alone, and work with the other subordinates, Mir with the dragon's army, Liara with the wolfkin and elves, focus on leading and protecting them. The enemies are higher existences. It is unknown how they will attack.
Understood, Your Majesty.
Got it.
Fight with higher existences. Finally. Nayuna also started controlling the holy region for real and gave blessing to the residents.
First, her full power blessing was given to Yoo IlHan, then Ymir and Liara, then the others. The already powerful army was enhanced in strength by more than 50%.
We'll depart. Break and trample everything that stands in our way. Understood. Humph. You can expect no help from us if you depart now, until the end of this war. I don't need any help from you cowards that are not fit to bear the name of the Destruction Demon Army. Let's go. When the dragons left with their enemies right in front of their nose, the Destruction Demon Army that just let a huge fighting force go, scattered in various parts of the camp. And at that moment, then shall we go? Be careful, IlHan. Yoo IlHan and the army also started acting. Master, when do I attack? The moment I'm discovered. Will such a moment even arrive? Just what do you think I am? Yoo IlHan first checked the wariness of the enemy, but surprisingly, they were all being lazy, while having faith in the protection magic that covered the camp. If they knew the existence of Yoo IlHan who simply ignored all types of sensory magic, they wouldn't be able to do that. But not only did they not know that Yoo IlHan was in Daru, even if they did, they would never imagine that the protection magic that was put up with the full powers of a higher existence would simply get ignored by a lower existence. However, if they receive damage this time, even the Destruction Demon Army will be prepared the next time even if they're fools. So this will be the only time I can screw them over. I really did well to come to a place where there's a lot of them. Just go attack already. Yoo IlHan took out the 8-tailed dragon spear and created purple flames and blaze and fused it before adding eternal flame to it. The blade of fire on top of the spear was sharpened to the limits. I'm going to activate falling down the moment I'm found out. Mystic, that's the signal. The signal to activate the meteor strike, you mean? Got it. Meteor strikes referred to an insane technique that smashed the two fortresses that became holy regions thanks to Na Yuna's holy magic, down on the enemies using the options that allowed for rapid descent, made by Mystic. Perfect. Na Yuna's blessing, activation of blaze, and finally the magic stuffed cookies. With his power brought up to the maximum, Yoo IlHan immediately jumped from the flying fortress while extending his ruin calling to shoot out shockwaves behind him to fall down to the ground at amazing speeds. He even acquired insane amounts of acceleration using leaps and re-leaps. HHP. The moment he entered the camps after piercing through their protection magic and their barrier, Yoo IlHan tensed just in case he was found out, and breathed in deeply, but he was not found out. How foolish. They're bringing death unto themselves. I'll go rest, in preparation for the upcoming war. Moreover, the over 300 members of the Destruction Demon Army had the faith that there was no way a frontal battle will happen yet and were arduously training the rest skill. Yoo IlHan's lips curved into a smile while watching them doing foolish things. Well then. He raised his spear that was burning a flame that was near translucent, to pierce the heart of a Destruction Demon Army member that was in the laziest position. Thanks for the meal. Author's notes. Right now in the flying fortress, betting on how many kills Yoo IlHan make before he's found out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 239, You Are Already Dead, 2 meters and 30 centimeters, quite small when comparing against the other members of the Destruction Demon Army. One flash of the 8-tailed dragon spear pierced through and severed the center of its head, its heart, its crotch, its abdomen, its tail, its 2 legs, and 2 arms. Critical hit. You have earned experience. You have earned the record of LV302 IlHan. The skill, record, has become level 9. You are now able to separate records related to Destruction Demon Army and manage them separately. His first strike ended up as a critical hit. Well, he did heighten his senses to the limits to pick the parts where the most mana gathered inside the body and struck it with the spear of untraceable trajectory, so the chances of a critical hit were pretty high as well. The skill, Death God, activates and all abilities increase by 8%. The skill deactivates if you do not kill any other enemies within 3 hours. The Death God skill activated and Yoo IlHan's already strong abilities increased by 8% on the spot.
When Death God was level 1, one kill gave him only a 0.1% boost in power, but now that he had mastered it, it had become a completely different skill from before, whether it was the increase in stat percentage or the time limit.
Good, then. His concealment wasn't undone, and hence the alarm magic would not activate either.
Since he had picked out one that was far apart from the rest, no one had realized its death either.
Yoo IlHan collected its body and turned around. That's one down. 2, 3, and 4, the counter went up smoothly. He had to kill as many as possible for his subordinates to get less injuries. Yoo IlHan struck out each strike with all his power. You have become level 279.
1 strength, 1 agility, 1 health, 2 magic increases.
5, 7, and 11.
At this point, the Death God skill had reached its limits in terms of boost percentage, at 200%.
You have become level 280.
2 strength, 1 agility, 1 health, 1 magic increases.
However, that was not the end. Yoo IlHan focused on the ones that were far apart from the rest and so wouldn't easily be found out, and even succeeded in assassinating 24.
What do I do? It's becoming quite fun for some reason. Since he was using Blaze, Dragonic Blood, and Spear of Untraceable Trajectory all at the same time, so no matter how much mana Yoo IlHan had, and how fast his recovery rate was thanks to his accessories, he should have entered frontal battle long ago after reaching his limits. But every time he neared his limits of his mana, his level rose and the mana recovered, so he couldn't stop assassinating them. Right now, his level was nearing the end of the 200s, but he was experiencing level ups as if he was before second class. You have become level 281. 1 strength, 2 agility, 1 health, 1 magic increases. Since assassination became fun, Yoo IlHan continued to rampage around within the camp and killed higher existences scattered around over and over again. His strike, boosted by the Death God skill as well as Na Yuna's blessing, had enough power to destroy cities, and the members of Destruction Demon Army that were at the epitome of laziness could not survive after his attacks. Like that, the number of enemies he killed broke through 40, 72, and 165, and he was still not discovered by anyone. You have become level 288. 1 strength, 1 agility, 2 health, 1 magic increases. The skill, record, has become level 24. You have compiled enough records related to Destruction Demon Army, and all abilities will increase by 10% when facing against the ones belonging to this group. These fuckers. Yoo IlHan found this absurd. No matter how unguarded they were, over half of the members in the frontier camp had died, but the survivors didn't even notice that anything was out of the ordinary. Well, yes, it wasn't like these guys were switching guards all the time like in a military, and had no reason to act in twos either, so they were in distinct spaces, but this was a battlefield after all, but they were still so relaxed without any regular checkups on each members. They were uninterested in whatever the other members were doing, or if they died or not. You have earned experience. You have earned the record of LV313 Perhaps all 300 of these guys are disposable cards for the Destruction Demon Army, but from the moment he succeeded in assassinating the 200th member, Yoo IlHan seriously started to ponder. Although higher existences were indeed very rare from a lower existence's point of view, but considering that there were countless worlds, and averaging one member of the Destruction Demon Army from one of those worlds, 300 is definitely quite a small number. If that was the case, it wasn't so strange to consider all 300 here as just sacrifices, was it? Yes, there was definitely that possibility. Taraka also acted on his own, not after he fought with these guys for nothing, but because he knew that they were just sacrificial lambs, and just acted according to plan. That was it. Dawned with a new realization, Yoo IlHan shivered at the enormous scale of a higher existence faction. Of course, this was entirely his misunderstanding. No matter how long the years have been, higher existences were respectable just with their names, and so, no factions treated them like disposables. This was all happening because it was Yoo IlHan, with the power to ignore all barrier, protection, observation, and alarm magics. If today's matters were known to the various factions, then no one would put their faith in their magic anymore. Like the armies of human empires, they would pick guards, exchange signals periodically, and have night watches when they go to sleep.
That would be a funny scene in itself.
However, there was one important thing. That the Destruction Demon Army still did not notice the severity of this situation. In that sense, it wasn't exactly wrong that they were disposable cards. Disposable card to alarm all 4 higher existence factions.
You have earned experience. You have earned experience. You have become level 292.
1 strength, 1 agility, 1 health, 2 magic increases. The skill, Record, has become level 30. Records related to Destruction Demon Army is etched deep into the soul, and all abilities increase by 20% when facing against the members of the Destruction Demon Army.
That's strange. Well, I did take a lot of time to reach 4th class, but I've already become level 292 not long after I became 199, just what was so difficult for others to not become higher existences? Moreover, I think I can feel the concept of higher existences a little now,
Even though he was earning experience that others would take several thousand years to acquire, he was thinking stuff like that which would make any higher existence vomit blood.
Moreover, right now, his most OP record skill was shining like mad, and was recording the fundamentals of what the Destruction Demon Army, and not only that, but the very concept of being a higher existence itself, onto his soul, making him advance a stage further. In this regard, Yoo IlHan could be said to be having it easy compared to the leaders of other factions who had to pioneer their way through. They walked the path of higher existences without being able to relying on anything, and had to do everything by trial and error, while Yoo IlHan absorbed all they did into his records, gaining potential more easily. Of course, absorbing was nicely put, but in fact, he was no different from being a thug. It feels strange for some reason. But no matter how talented Yoo IlHan was in the art of concealment and assassination, it was not possible to assassinate all of them. After all, with over 200 of them dying, the concentration of mana over the camp had been lowered too much that even the dense higher existences were stimulated because of it. I can't feel the presence of Galayton since a while ago. Did he go back beyond the wall of chaos on his own? Do you know anything? No, it's not that. It's an attack. An attack. No way, there's no problems with the alarm magic casted over the camp. No way, traces of blood. The higher existences finally moved their heavy asses. Despite that, it was quite laughable that they still couldn't catch a glimpse of Yoo IlHan, but since they were gathering, if Yoo IlHan killed any one of them, his location would be found out. But with this much, we'll be able to wipe them out without any problems. Taraka who left this place. Good, he still has no interest in this place. Since Yoo IlHan had killed them starting from the lower-leveled ones first, the remaining Destruction Demon Army members were all strong ones over level 320. The highest one was at level 367, one that Yoo IlHan wouldn't have been able to kill when he first came here. The giant 23m in height that was resting easy in a separate tent, moved its large body to look down at the others. "It's him," spoke the giant in a voice that resounded across the camp, eyes glistening with killing intent. The lower existence that has both concealment and power, Yoo IlHan. But how did he escape Earth? How he did it is not important. What's important that no other human can put us in this state, and that at this rate, we'll be defeated one by one. We need to come up with another dash. And Yoo IlHan attacked it then. Not only was the giant strong, but was smart enough to figure out that it was Yoo IlHan. It would be safe to kill it before it did anything else. Kook. HHP. Yoo IlHan enhanced his arm muscles beyond its limits using God Force, and sharpened all the power of flames he could use at the tip of his spear. The title, Untouchable, raised all his abilities by 20% when facing opponents above his league. Nayuna's Blessing, the maxed out Death God concealment boost,
was all focused on one point to literally bisect the enemy with a single strike. Critical hit. Critical hit. Critical. 10 rows of critical hit notifications appeared on his retina. All of his strikes from the spear of untraceable trajectory ended up as critical hits. The giant's body was severed into several pieces according to his strike. Disregarding defense or resistance, since it was dissected to over 10 pieces, it was impossible that it survived. Yoo IlHan's strike had that much power. However, Yoo IlHan could not safely land on the ground. The enemy that he was sure that died after being cut to pieces, suddenly reached out its arm and grabbed his body in mid-air. "Cook, I knew you were going to attack me." "What?" "Cock." The giant's mouth that should have been smashed to pieces found its way back to its original position as if time was being reversed, before it curved into a smile as if laughing at Yoo IlHan. Even Yoo IlHan could not help but be shocked at that scene. While Yoo IlHan was shocked, the giant completely recovered, and as if proving that it was no illusion or magic, it was grabbing Yoo IlHan with its thick 2 arms. "Just because I cannot notice you does not mean that everyone has to give you their lives life in a surprise attack. That's a technique? Even you must not be aware of the arcane skill that is inherited in the bloodline of giants that is passed down only in one world out of the countless worlds out there. Once a month, I can recover completely from all physical attacks, soul of the hero. What the hell is that OP skill?" Yoo IlHan wanted to retort. However, since he had more OP skills in his arsenal, he couldn't really say anything. Sheesh, it really bad to let his guard down against higher existences, alright. Of course, it doesn't work so well against attacks that surpasses my defense by leagues, but unfortunately, you seem to be of a lower league than me. How is it? Feeling the wall between us after you massacred higher existences like that? Yes, we evaluate guys like you like this, arrogant. That was definitely the case. Although Yoo IlHan was now able to know everything about the enemy he had once faced due to the record skill, he could not instantly understand the races that were born with unique skills, and not from the destruction demon army itself. However, even if that were the case, wasn't it a little too OP to be completely fine after receiving an attack that should have taken its life? Everyone beware of this guy. I heard he tries to conceal himself in front of everyone's eyes. I do not plan to miss him even if you don't say so. Such a small human killed over half of our legion? He's really fit to be a destruction demon army member, but he killed our allies. What's left for him is only frightening and horrible death. The surviving destruction demon army members were all watching Yoo IlHan. He was thrown defenseless in the middle of enemy territory. After hearing the giant's words, he felt the gaze of all members there focus on him. And laughed. Oh, it was a unique skill? I wanted to acquire it if it was an artifact. The moment he said that, Yoo IlHan's figure, that was definitely materialized, melted into thin air. What was left was only a black shadow without any traces of him. Even that disappeared soon after. Cock! At the same time, another 10 lines appeared on the body of the giant, and dissected for good this time. Although Yoo IlHan's Death God skill had already been broken since he could not instantly kill an enemy, but his concealment was still maintained and the surprise attack succeeded, and moreover, since the enemy could not recover the injuries thanks to Yoo IlHan's attack that was of too high league, it was done in just like that. Right after that, the text that Yoo IlHan liked the most appeared on his retina. You have earned experience. You have become level 293. 2 strength, 1 agility, 1 health, 1 magic increases. There is one thing that Liara had faith in, and words that Yoo IlHan lived by. It's not over until the experience comes in. Yoo IlHan never forgot that line once. Of course, this time was no exception. Yoo IlHan's concealment still hadn't worn off yet. The enemies only watched as the body of the giant disappear into Yoo IlHan's inventory, but still could not find his whereabouts. Yoo IlHan's lips curved into a smile.
Now, then.
The festival was still not over.
Everyone shall dance according to Yoo IlHan's lead. Author's notes. Letting his guard down cannot exist for Yoo IlHan, too. Translator's notes. Corpse Venturi returns.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 240, You Are Already Dead, 3. He's definitely within this area.
If we suppress the space with our mana, he'll have no choice but to show himself.
Cock. Search, someone use search magic. Kook.
The Destruction Demon Army camp was in a state of chaos. After the charismatic giant died in vain, the other higher existences with puny abilities all said their own thing to make the place noisy while Yoo IlHan decreased their numbers one by one.
You have earned experience. You have earned experience. You have become level 294.
2 strength, 1 agility, 1 health, 1 magic increases.
The skill, record, has become level 33.
You have acquired enough records related to the Destruction Demon Army, and may ascend into the Destruction Demon Army when you become of enough level to become 5th class. Of course, you need the permission from their leader.
Of course, not that Yoo IlHan wished to become one of them.
He was just satisfied with earning enough records to become a higher existences, and continued to move to decrease the enemy numbers.
Master, should I start?
Mystic contacted him after sensing that the camps were getting noisy. Yoo IlHan sensed that some higher existences were trying to run away in fear, and also thought that it wouldn't be good for him to take everything and nodded his head.
Okay, meteor strike.
I leveled up suitably, so I need to give them to the others now. I thought this for quite a while now, but if everyone did suitably in your standards, every world should have been destroyed long ago. Even after the giant had died, Yoo IlHan had killed around 10 more, and now there were around only 90 higher existences within the Destruction Demon Army camp.
Of course, this number was enough for his subordinates' growth. I first need to retreat from this. Kook. Critical hit.
From now was defense, preventing them from leaving this place.
Yoo IlHan killed the ones that tried to run away first, and started restraining their actions.
His intentions were not misunderstood, and they soon understood the situation as well. He's aiming for those that are escaping.
Since things came to this, we need to escape all at once to scatter his target, do we not?
But if his target becomes me?
There's a limit to tainting the name of the Destruction Demon Army. You cannot act since you are afraid of a mere lower exist, Kag. Yoo IlHan swung his spear to bisect yet another Destruction Demon Army member and lifted his head.
The Flying Fortress and the Guardian Fortress in the air were being swept under Na Yuna's enormous holy power.
Of course, since Yoo IlHan's concealment was still in effect, the 2 fortresses were still not sensed by them. Good, it will be time soon. I think it will be better for Master to prepare for that skill.
If he got any greedier, he might end up missing a higher existence or 2.
As Orochi had said, Yoo IlHan prepared to go to the next phase. Now, Master. Gosh, I don't know anymore.
Looking at the 2 fortresses that flew down with a white tail like a comet, Yoo IlHan judged that it was time to focus on tying down the enemies rather than pursuing concealment, and took out his hammer before enlarging it, simultaneously activating the class skill of Hellbringer.
Falling down. White flames spread to the surroundings and burnt the entire camp.
At the same time, Yoo IlHan's concealment wore off and his figure, holding a hammer that was more than 100 m big, could be seen to everyone.
It's him. Isn't that fake as well? No, that's definitely the real him, because they could now see the 2 fortresses. Its words were buried in the noise that Yoo IlHan made by striking down his hammer. Critical hit. Kook. This is not that strong at all. The lands flipped and the flames that spread to all directions attacked the enemies at once. Of course, the damage itself wasn't that big,
but soulflame chains along with the flame shackled the enemies all at once.
My power. My body feels unfamiliar. How? He is really a lower existence?
This is just the start. Hundreds, thousands of chains were all connected to Yoo IlHan's hammer on the other end. He shrunk the size of the hammer before he went into a rampage and puffed up his muscles. In the domain of falling down, his regenerative capabilities increased by 5 times so his Godforce skill can evoke beyond its limits.
Yoo Cog. Ka-ha-ah-ah-ah-cock.
When he swung his hammer, the higher existences restrained by the chains could not withstand the strength and was blown up into the air, dancing around in the air. Following the trajectory of the hammer, the translucent flames that Yoo IlHan had made chained them up according to the beats of their dance. It was quite comedic to see higher existences being flown like that because they couldn't win against the sheer strength of Yoo IlHan's swings.
Master, I'll just smash like this, okay? Yes, come on. Attack him.
He's shown himself.
I'm trying, with my soul and magic.
The higher existences that could finally see Yoo IlHan attacked him with all their powers. The ones that could not approach Yoo IlHan thanks to the chains poured out their magic power, and the countless magic that hit Yoo IlHan's body was a frightening scene to look at, but in fact, Yoo IlHan's expression receiving all of them with his body was quite calm.
How? I can see the quality of my magic power decreasing. It's his doing. These flames and chains are making us weird. Cook, we can't break through his armor with this. Falling down simultaneously enhanced allies and weaken enemies.
By lowering the league of the enemies, it shaves off the efficiency of enemy magic attacks, and the moment he received the shaved attack damage, he would immediately recover so there was no way damage could stockpile on him.
Unlike debt.
If Taraka was in this region, or there were around 2 more of those giants before, Yoo IlHan wouldn't have been so daring, but receiving the attacks of the ones here for a short time wasn't that difficult at all.
Of course, he couldn't do it forever, nor did he plan to.
From the moment he showed himself, he was not fighting alone anymore.
Mystic. Now.
The higher existences knew that the flying fortress was crashing down on the ground, but also knew that they could not escape the chains unless they killed Yoo IlHan, so they were focusing on attacking him rather than evading the fortress. Of course, their attempts ended in failure, and the flying fortress could successfully demonstrate the meteor strike against the destruction demon army, twice, including the guardian fortress.
Critical hit. Kook. This power is
holy power. It's the holy power of a strong god. To the destruction demon army who never imagined that someone other than Yoo IlHan could inflict damage on them, this was no different from a new disaster. The combined attack of Nahyuna and Mystic instantly killed 2 higher existences that were near death thanks to Yoo IlHan's hammer and flame attacks, and inflicted serious damage to the others as well. Nahyuna experienced 5 level ups at once thanks to the successful meteor strike.
Oh, great as expected. Ehem.
Yoo IlHan was aware of the state of the 2 fortresses real-time, so it was very easy to protect himself from the attack. Of course, as he had to evade, the chains that connected the hammer to the enemies did snap, but now, he had no need to tie them down anymore. His army was now participating in this battle.
Good. Guys, let's go. Liara. Quo. Ymir.
Liara raised her spear, and Ymir turned into a dragon to make them aware of the commence of the battle with his grand voice, grander than any other dragon's. An endless stream of army came out from the flying fortress and the guardian fortress. Each of them, equipped with shiny equipment, may be weak by themselves, but were a fragment of a sharp blade that, together, could slash at higher existences without a problem.
This way for us. Liara. We'll go the other way. Let's go. Ymir. Uaewa. Liara and Ymir, who were leading their respective armies, split up into 2 and attacked the enemies. Eek, they're all lower existences. Ludicrous.
The higher existences that were out of it thanks to the meteor strike got enraged after seeing the levels of the ones that came out of the two fortresses. It was already so frustrating that Yoo IlHan alone toyed with them all, but now, lower existences that weren't even of the fourth class were taking them for fools because of that. Goo! All of you, I shall make you all serve as a foundation for the destruction demon army. The higher existences that escaped Yoo IlHan's chains each roared loudly and attacked back. And so, higher existences and lower existences clashed in battle. Of course, they were still in the domain of falling down, so the league of magic they could use was still lowered by a stage. If it's this much, the others can do it too. It's not like 5th class fall down to 4th classes just because their league was lowered. Huh? Isn't it around the same thing? They look similar to me, replied Yoo IlHan to Mystic and swung his hammer. Until now, he was moving to annihilate all enemies by himself, but it was different now. He was the commander of the battlefield, protecting all allies in his eyes and restraining the enemy attacks and movements were his job. Fight. Let's fight. It's scary, but if it's for the hero. Awah. Survive and protect the princess. Kaya haak. The battlefield became noisy, but in a different sense than last time. Lower existences who gathered up into a group attacked against one higher existence, while Yoo IlHan, Liara, and Ymir used their powers to protect them. How dare you! Kook! You. Since they were interfered with every time they tried to use a large-scale magic or one that had strong offensive power, the higher existences couldn't fight back properly, and were only beaten up by the attacks from the army. Moreover, the two fortresses that landed on the ground were controlled by Mystic to use all their artifacts, including 100 Eyes, to drive back the higher existences. Critical hit. Kahak. And eventually, it finally happened. The swords that the kids in Ymir's dragon's army destroyed the weak point of a higher existence. I cannot die to maggots like Kayak. Eek. It did not die even with that and wounded some of the children near fatally, but eventually met a miserable death at the blades of the children who rushed forward without knowing fear. At that moment, the levels of all the children participating in that battle increased like mad. Whoa, I became really strong. My injuries are all gone. I got a lot of skill levels. I can fight more. I can fight even more. The ripples from the first victory brought by the dragon's army was considerably large. The morale of the dragon's army bloated as if to explode, and the elves and wolfkin army who were likewise in a fierce battle, put more power into their strikes. Critical hit. Good. For His Majesty I dash. Shut up, Pate. But well done anyway. The first kill from the elves side was from the strongest long-range damage dealer Pate. Tens of elves, hundreds of wolfkin combined their powers and he succeeded in striking an arrow of death on the body of the higher existence. It was natural that everyone in the battle had their levels rise by 2, but the more serious problem was that Goo. It rose. A higher existence revived as undead. One of Yoo IlHan's very first epic ranked artifact, the Death God's Trajectory. Perhaps due to that, it had an especially strong option compared to others of the same rank, and it was that it could revive the target killed by its arrow back as undead. Pate only killed a higher existence without thinking much, but the option attached to the bow was still in effect and revived it back as an undead, and that didn't stop from just adding an extra higher existence undead to the ally camp, but called about a bigger change than just that. Whoa, Pate is being enveloped by light. Transformation? Is Pate finally becoming a magical girl dash? 4th class, he's acquiring his 4th class. Pate had hit the limit as a 3rd class some time ago, and was waiting to walk into a new realm. Although he did not accomplish the quest that the Akashic record gave him, since the achievements he had done were incomparably better to the one given to him by the Akashic record, he succeeded in acquiring a class that was originally not allowed to him. You have become Destiny Archer.
Resistance to death and ruling power increases by 50%, and you can wield dead souls and undead to inflict bigger damage on enemies. You have acquired a skill related to the class. The God of Curses wishes to bestow a blessing on you. You can acquire the blessing if you fulfill 2 more accomplishments. The Death God's trajectory evolves into Chaos rank, from the effect of the records of the user. It may evolve once again once blessed by the God of Curse. Blackish-purple mana gathered towards Pate, who was in the middle of the battlefield. Although Yoo IlHan was the same, the scene was quite loud, unbelievable for just a 4th-class advancement. Phew. Pate eventually opened his 2 eyes. In front of him was the gorilla-like higher existence, prostrating in front of him. This was the undead he had just revived. Pate looked at that and thought for a moment before extending his hand out. From his palm mana harboring a frightening aura of death gathered. Is it like this? Everyone protect me for a moment. I'm doing that even if you didn't tell me to. Are you really Pate? I'm one way His Majesty. So you are indeed Pate. The blackish-purple mana harboring a deathly aura enveloped the higher existence undead and started changing its form into a more battle-oriented way. A lower existence was changing a higher existence. Eek. This cannot happen. This is... The ability Pate had acquired indeed very large, but it was not enough to shake the battlefield. However, the reason the enemies cowered was not because of that. A lower existence other than Yoo IlHan had thrown the League of a higher existence into disarray and lowered it into a lower being than even lower existences. Such fear enveloped them. We cannot win. We should have realized this faster. 6th class. We need the power of a higher rank. Headquarters, we need to contact headquarters. Taraka. We need to contact Taraka. We need his power. Yoo IlHan, who had never watched that happen, prevented them from contacting the outside with his chains, but his actions were meaningless. Because the enemies succeeded? No, it wasn't like that. I cannot contact the higher-ups. Taraka is not answering our call. Yoo IlHan sensed the despair hidden within their speeches and checked that it was not a lie. Then, he thought. Taraka, good job. Author's notes. The rise of the curtain of the legend of the elven hero Pate. This is a lie. Translator's notes. Corpse Venturi returns. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 241, You Are Already Dead, 4. As time went by, the Destruction Demon Army camp, which had been abandoned by the higher-ups in Taraka, was defeated by Yoo IlHan and his army. Yoo IlHan left the opportunity for gaining experience to all of his allies without taking a single kill after he had reached level 294. As a result, when the numbers of the remaining Destruction Demon Army went down by half, each group had killed a higher existence at least once. Not only did that lead to their leveling up, it also gave them the confidence to defeat higher existences. We really became stronger. Captain made us stronger. Koha-an. Follow our one and only Lord. He shall lead us to becoming strong. No one on the battlefield right now was not going wild. The dragon's army, the wolfkin, and the elves as well. Pate especially, after becoming able to wield the undead of higher existences, received meticulous protection from his allies and killed one higher existence after another to increase the size of his undead army. Cock! To think I'd be in such a miserable state against mere lower existences. These flames. I resent these flames that bind me. I curse you. Yoo IlHan. You shall definitely meet your end at the hands of the Destruction Demon Army. The only reason why the army could fight against the Destruction Demon Army was because of Yoo IlHan's falling down skill. At first,
the destruction demon army that gave up killing Yoo IlHan and fought against the lower existences thinking that they might really be put in a serious state at this rate, decided to kill Yoo IlHan by combining their powers, but unfortunately, Yoo IlHan was the strongest one here.
Yoo. The chain of souls around Yoo IlHan's body danced around everywhere. Hundreds of chains were being swung around at supersonic speeds thanks to the effect of God Force. They bound, freed, slashed and pulled the bones out of higher existences while sweeping around the battlefield. Did Yoo IlHan become weaker due to giving up his death god skill? No way.
Falling down was the evolved version of Death God.
In his domain, every time his enemies lost their lives, the power behind his flames and souls would amplify. Even if it was someone else that killed the enemy and not Yoo IlHan himself.
Hey up! Souls and flames spread around everywhere while enveloping him.
Yoo IlHan moved around busily within it.
He bound the enemies that tried to flee the battlefield, blocked their attacks, and gave crucial opportunities to allies. The area of falling down, which he could only fight against 10 enemies at once at the beginning, expanded and gained more power, and now he could fight against 20, 30, and even 50.
Mere, one there. Got it. Crow here. BEAM here. Beam there.
The ones he could not stop were stopped by Liara and Ymir, and the ones even they could not stop were stopped by the Flying Fortress and the Guardian Fortress's bombardments. The rays that 100 Eyes shot out were fatal to the weakened Destruction Demon army members.
At this rate.
From one moment, the atmosphere of the battlefield changed once more. It was beyond any rage or resentment, and was at the realm of despair. Perhaps if there was hell where they had to cry out loud even while knowing that they could not escape, it was this place. If there was any salvation for them, it was that unlike hell, death was allowed them. We cannot reach him with our power.
We need to tell them this fact. Perhaps in this place, the fifth God may rise. No, you don't.
How dare these guys to try and procure a survival route by saying something that sounds cool?
Yoo IlHan's chains were crueler to the ones like that. If they did not explain from the beginning, there was no need for a foreshadow. What Yoo IlHan and his army needed right now was the power to endure, in other words, experience and their remains for materials. Krohar. The blood of the living, the one I lost.
At this point in time, the one with the most achievements other than Yoo IlHan and Liara was of course, Pate. The higher existence undead Sea ruled had increased to 5 now, and after his blackish-purple mana enveloped the revived higher existences, the properties of their mana changed to harbor a deadly curse. A curse created from a higher existence's mana, naturally, was very effective against higher existences as well.
Go, eat their flesh and become stronger.
No, their flesh must become weapon materials.
Yes, I'm sorry. Krawayak.
Inside the domain of falling down, all of Yoo IlHan's enemies will weaken by a league, and they were instead being pushed back by Pate's undead in all ways. His arrows decided on an enemy, and his undead rushed in to bite and slash them.
A new nightmare descended upon the battlefield. We can't lose to Pate. We won't lose to him in our love for his majesty. You should say loyalty and not love, Show them the power of us wolfkin. Master has grabbed the necks of our enemies himself. If we do not bite them, then it is the embarrassment of us wolves. Will you give the elves all the merits?
Even though this was a battlefield where their lives were on the line, the elves and the wolfkin did not back down and charged at the enemies.
Who was more suitable for Yoo IlHan's special treatment? This was a good opportunity to settle on that.
Although this was a very violent and militaristic thought process, it was also a very good one in this battlefield right now.
I won't die. I'll kill them. Hero is fighting in front of us. The hero is. My God, Yuna's head is breaking. Lady Latenea. Everyone fought desperately.
Each time a higher existence died, people throughout the battlefield became stronger, and one after another acquired fourth classes like Pate. Just fighting against higher existences was an enormous achievement in and of itself after all.
But why didn't that work for me? Because IlHan is special. Away with you. Kaak.
Although Yoo IlHan did not directly kill any enemies, just with enveloping the region with falling down and swinging his soul flame chains raised his contribution more than anyone. Perhaps due to that, just as he saw that he was running out of mana to sustain falling down.
You have become level 295.
His level rose once again just with the experience he had acquired while protecting everyone and restraining the enemies. There were only 5 steps left until level 300, the realm of higher existences. Of course, it would become even harder from now on, but he felt quite surprised that the realm of higher existences, that felt so distant, was now at where he could almost see it.
Good, I'll think about it after I clean this place up.
He put away the hammer and took out his 8-tailed dragon spear again and synchronized with Orochi to enlarge the length of the spear blade, before wrapping it in soul flame chains, making the flames hotter and more translucent. A gigantic spear over 30 meters glowed in a sacred light with the power of the goddess of fire.
Orochi, please. We're finally rampaging at the last moment. Yoo IlHan smashed the higher existences that numbered less than 20 now, and prevented them from making a final counterattack.
Since he had recovered his mana through a level up, he didn't even need to save up.
Him.
The higher existences that were wounded and weakened inside the falling down domain could not defend against Yoo IlHan's spear and had to roll on the ground. Then they were put into a miserable state by the elves and wolfkin who had been aiming for an opportunity all this time.
Frustrating and resentful. Even though I've reached until here. Quo. Ymir's roars filled the air.
After 100 rays of light from the flying fortress swept the battlefield once, Ymir flowed his wind into the trajectory where the beams went past and dealt additional damage.
Is that dragon really a lower existence? Gh. Will we really be? Kaak.
Although Yoo IlHan's victory was already set in stone, thanks to the actions of a few members including Pate, the situation cleared up more quickly and surely.
Eventually, no enemies were standing in this battlefield. It's over. The remaining enemies. None. Won. We won. Quo. We have taken victory. We've won against higher existences.
While Yoo IlHan's subordinates cheered, he made the 2 fortresses float in the air again, and took in the remains of higher existences and allies to clean up the battlefield. He subconsciously sighed.
Phew. IlHan, are you not hurt anywhere? That's what I need to ask. Come here. Okay.
Liara asked while approaching Yoo IlHan in a completely intact state without a drop of blood on her body, even though she had fought at the frontmost lines.
He kissed Liara's forehead and took a step back before making a bitter smile.
There's no way I'm getting hurt against 5th classes. Although it was slightly dangerous midway. As he had activated the option on the gauntlet immediately after seeing that experience points didn't come in, he could safely bypass the danger. The option on the gauntlet made of the remaining half of Chaos Will, that is. I thought it was a technique that only ninjas would use, but it's good that it was of help.
Yes, the problem is not me but the others.
In this battle, Dragon's army, elves, wolfkin combined had a total of a little over 200 loss of lives. Considering that the majority of them were below 4th class, it was a miracle. Moreover, the surviving ones had leveled up by at least 5 stages or even more, so it could be called their complete victory.
However, even though it was a complete victory, the dead allies will not come back to their side. They cannot be returned. Everyone listen. Yoo IlHan lined up the army that was drunk in the sweet sensation of victory and declared with a firm voice. 73 from Mir's Dragon's army, 59 elves, 75 wolfkin. That's the number of people that died in this fight. As I said before, we will postpone the morning until later. However, this cannot happen again in the upcoming fights. Remember that your allies will be grieved of your deaths after the battle. Do not die. Understand? Understood. Everyone fought hard, so rest a little. Pate. You manage your undead from now. Yes. The elves and wolfkin returned to the Guardian Fortress, while the dragon's army returned to the Flying Fortress, resolving themselves for the fights to come in their own ways. Mystic, having received orders from Yoo IlHan, drove the two fortresses. The group, having completely wiped out the frontier camp of the Destruction Demon Army, left the place as if nothing had happened at all in that place. And no one returned there again, until the very end of this war. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 242, You Are Already Dead, 5. Taraka's mind was in a mess. Even though he had swept over the entire continent of Darrow leading 5,000 dragons with him, what he gained was only a battle with the Garden of Sunset while they were going around in search for the attacker like him, as well as the revelation that the Heaven's Army and the Army of Brilliant Light had entered Darrow. He didn't even find out who the lower existence was that caused a mess in this world, but all four of the higher existence factions had already gathered. In Taraka's view, he could only sigh. Is it really possible for a lower existence to hide his presence so well? Or perhaps this guy just ended with a mutual destruction with the Garden of Sunset. Lord Taraka, why don't we enlarge our perimeter of search? No, you must not scatter. One angel, one fallen angel, or one gatekeeper of the garden can annihilate all of you. Remember this. You understood. Midway, he got a call from the camp of the Destruction Demon Army, but of course, he ignored it. They were probably going to flatter him after regretting that they were now at odds with him, but useless allies were more dangerous than enemies. He would not cooperate with them anymore. However, the higher-ups would get angry if they found out about this. And so, he put up a measure to prevent any contact to the main headquarters behind the Wall of Chaos. Right now, they were probably quite agonized. He felt a little better now. Oomph, it's a light price for those fools. Of course, those fools right now were being completely obliterated, not to mention agonized, but Taraka would never imagine that the lower existence he was looking for was daring enough to invade the camp comprised of higher existences. I do not know what kind of method this guy used to hide, but that's one near perfect concealment. I don't like this, but do I need to watch over this situation? No. Taraka thought for a little before raising his head. From now, we'll attack the Heaven's Army directly. The dragons, who were a little tired due to the search that continued on from the battle, were confused at Taraka's aggressive declaration and blinked their eyes. Did you not just say that you need to watch over this situation? If you were the only one in this world, then it might be fine to take it slow. However, reality isn't like that. Stopping means getting left behind. Even if you know that it is not a wise choice, you only make progress once you take your foot off the ground. At least, Taraka himself lived like that until now. In this world where development had halted, he struggled to become a higher existence, and after ascending to the realm of higher existences he dreamed of so much, he threw himself into battle after battle, almost as if he had suicidal tendencies, in order to rise into a higher realm. The reason he could become 6th class in just a few years is definitely not just because of luck. Of course, moving about recklessly was no good either. Taraka explained his reason why he decided to attack the angels. We are currently, on the surface, in an alliance with the Army of Brilliant Light, so nothing good would come from making them enemies. It will also be a pain to get in the bad eyes of the higher-ups too. Moreover, the Garden of Sunset must be really tense right now thanks to the attack. It is also a loss to provoke them. On the other hand, the Heaven's Army had just arrived in this world, and must not have adapted to this environment of Darrow yet. The best choice is, of course, to attack them. Of course, I'm not getting into a life or death fight with them. We'll retreat after making plenty of gains using an ambush. The angels. Understood. We'll prepare. If it's a magic that gathers all our magic power, even higher existences would. The dragons, who became tense after hearing that they would ambush a camp of higher existences, each resolved themselves while Taraka activated his magic to find the mana of the angels that he had sensed last time. Of course, the interference magic that the Heaven's army had cast all over the world tried to hinder him, but Taraka was a being that had reached 6th class as the last of the bloodline of the dragons that succeeded the realm of magic piled up over countless years to leap beyond the limits. Just considering the field of magic, he had the confidence to easily toy with the most exceptional of angels. Good, found them. A thick smile hung over Taraka's lips. He could feel the current state of the angels gathered together. Gather everyone's magic and cast anti-recognition magic on me. I'll ambush them and cause chaos and you shall follow. No matter how weak you may be, with all of you together, you should be able to kill 10 at least. Just with that you can grow. Fight with your life on the line. Understood. We shall throw our lives. T/N, yes that says throw, not bet. Even if any of them had complaints on Taraka's way of action, the dragons wouldn't be able to say it out loud, so they could only follow obediently. Taraka also knew that they weren't following him out of pure loyalty, but that did not matter. The ones that do shall reach the realm of higher existences, and the ones that don't will die without being able to endure. We're going to erase everything. The dragon army departed, raising his position in the destruction demon army even if he had to kill a single angel more. Taraka didn't even know what happened to his allies and was dreaming nicely. Meanwhile, Yoo IlHan, who made Taraka's dreams into ashes, let all the others rest inside the 2 fortresses while he was contacted by Erta, and allowed the angels to detect him. It has been a while, Yoo IlHan. What was this, fate's prank? The one that came to him was the remaining one angel that was contracted to him, Spira. You've become really stronger. Well, it's natural considering that you've endured on that earth that changed so rapidly. It's been a while, Spira. Yoo IlHan wasn't confident that his expressions were hidden, but looking at Spira's smile, it did seem to be successful. The ones that know where you are only Erta and I. The one that wished to come here was me. Erta let me have the opportunity. Yes, I also wanted to see you. Yes, really. He pondered day and night about how to screw her up. However, Spira hadn't seen through his mind, and only nodded with an awkward expression. Even though I could not help you, you've learned to escape Earth by yourself like this. Truly amazing. Was it the power of the newly earned subclass? Yes. So Erta was right. You always surpass my expectations. I'm truly joyful to meet you again like this. Yes, me too. Yoo IlHan thought that a person's mind was very mysterious. That was because he did not think that Spira was lying. Right now, she was feeling heartfelt delight from meeting him again, and was rejoicing about his safety. Yoo IlHan did not know what kind of role she had in the negotiation between the Heaven's army and the other factions. Just that, he could predict that she didn't take a positive attitude about that, as she hated traitors so much. Despite that, it was still the truth that Heaven's army had abandoned Earth, and Yoo IlHan for its future, and was also the truth that they had skipped over the sacrifices of innocent newborns without shedding a single drop of tears at all. Despite not being evil at heart, she accepted everything that happened that benefited her organization. Wasn't this like a fanatic believer of a cult? Does one's own opinions become meaningless in such a community? Yoo IlHan became afraid of Heaven's army. He also became afraid that his own army may become like that, but thinking about it, they were already quite like that. Just as when Yoo IlHan was pondering about the direction in which he had to lead his army, Spira's eyes became sharper. So, did you learn the Great Cosmos-Severing Spira? No, I couldn't. You've grown so much in other fields, but why could you not learn the Great Cosmos-Severing Spear? Do you even know what kind of resolve I had to achieve in order to teach you the technique?
No, perhaps her mind weighed more towards the one that learned her technique than Yoo IlHan himself.
Yoo IlHan burst out laughing. He thought that she was almost as simple as Liara is.
Although I can't do it since we're at war right now, but once we end up bringing this war to a close with our victory, then I'll start teaching you for real.
And? Yes, to Earth, too. I can become a part of your power. Yes, let's go to Earth together.
Yoo IlHan nodded his head and acknowledged her words and extended his right hand forward to grab hers.
Please take care of us, Spira. Same goes for me, Yoo IlHan.
I like how you became much more handsome during that time.
I'm waiting for the day you enter the Heaven's army. Two people with different intentions shook hands. The potential alliance had surfaced to become real. Will you converge with us right away?
No, as you know, the biggest power I have is my concealment.
I will cooperate, but I'm going to put some distance between us and the main camp of the Heaven's army. You are saying you'll hide those two gigantic fortresses against higher existences? I already had some achievements from it. Yoo IlHan slightly opened his inventory.
Looking at the mountain of corpses in there, Spira became speechless.
How can this?
So, the destruction demon army should have been weakened right now.
The 6th class dragon is quite dangerous, but anyway, it's better to attack the Garden of Sunset or the Army of Brilliant Light. I also do not hate battle, but I really cannot catch up to your offensiveness. I see your point. Do as you wish. No, since it became like this, it'll be better for me to hide myself in your shadow. Sure.
Spira shook her head and landed on the flying fortress after folding her two wings. Her head suddenly tilted.
Is Liara here? She's sleeping. She lent a hand in making the result I just showed you and is quite tired. Has she become a lower existence? Yeah. And she gained you? Yeah.
The smile on her lips was definitely of the bitter kind. However, the next moment, she nodded with a bright smile that Yoo IlHan had never seen before.
It's a good thing. It's a joyful occasion. Cherish her, Yoo IlHan. If it's you of the future, you can protect Liara. You won't ask Liara to come back to the Heaven's army? I can understand what she is thinking right now. She is probably placing expectations that are impossibly high on herself. Though, you are amazing since her expectations had always been fulfilled at 120%, but, fufu. Yoo IlHan was sure that the expression on her face at that time was closer to self-loathing. If you enter the Heaven's army, then she'll come back without having me persuade her. I'm sure that she'll say something like a wedding in heaven is romantic, so I shall not talk to her about such matters. Having finished speaking, Spira took out her spear and stood next to Yoo IlHan. Let's depart, Yoo IlHan. I thought fighting alongside you was something that was only possible when you became a higher existence, never did I know it would come true in such a way. You're right. I also didn't know such a day would come. Life was funny. Would Yoo IlHan, when he dropped out, possibly imagine that he would become an expert of such power and participate in such a large-scale war, just for survival? Would he have ever thought that he would harbor different intentions towards Spira? It's funny indeed. That's true. The two exchanged short smiles and looked up front. Yoo IlHan put the two fortresses inside his area of concealment and activated the magic formation without hesitation. In the place they went to, dragons and angels were having a massive battle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 243, You Are Already Dead, 6. Did we come to the right place? We should have. We should have, but what is happening here? The scene where dragons and angels fought bloody battles.
The one that led the charge against the other side was the dragon Taraka that Yoo IlHan knew all too well.
Wait, he came here?
He succeeded in making Yoo IlHan, who was proficient in reading the flow of incidents, panic. Of course, this would be his first and last success. After all, this turned out to be the worst result for him possible.
No, we shouldn't stay still like this. We must go save them now.
Spyra also didn't seem to have imagined that there would be a battle so early on, and took out her spear. Yoo IlHan found the figure of Taraka that was driving the angels into a corner, and made a bitter smile.
Is this fate? Yon asterisk, what is it? Wasn't I allowed to sleep for a little more? Why can I feel a prickle? You could.
But the situation is heading towards a strange direction.
Liara walked sheepishly out of the mansion with her pajamas on and defenselessly forced her way into Yoo IlHan's arms.
It wasn't that she didn't notice Spyra, but she didn't seem concerned about her at all.
Spyra burst out laughing while looking at Liara's peaceful expression and flew up with her 2 wings. I can't bear to watch. Yoo IlHan, I'll go first. I'll need to beat up that arrogant lizard. Don't forget that your concealment only lasts until the first attack. First attack? I think you're mistaken. Spyra's 2 eyes glistened. As she was receiving the effects of Yoo IlHan's concealment, she was unseen by anyone other than Liara and Yoo IlHan, and had a confident smile.
Bringing up all her power as a 6th class, she declared,
If it's the current me, the first attack shall be the last.
Yoo IlHan, my single greatest strike, etch it into your 2 eyes. Be thankful to your luck in having acquired an opportunity to bear witness to the great cosmos-severing spear up close.
Never in her life did Spyra rely on concealment.
It was an embarrassment for her, who had always fought from the front. However, that thought changed gradually while she watched Yoo IlHan.
The one who survives is the victor, and until now Yoo IlHan had gained successive victories with his concealment.
Watching what he possessed at the end of all that, cowardice or embarrassment became laughable things.
Moreover, this was a war for a higher world. Anything that could be used advantageously must be used. Then, I shall go. It's thanks to me that you can conceal yourself, so give me half the spoils, okay? So greedy. This is a bribe for the Alliance. I'll give you all of it.
So you open your eyes wide, and watch me from this place. Spyra's spear glowed with a mysterious power. This was the spear that Yoo IlHan had never seen before, the spear that harbored all of Spyra's power as a 6th class.
With 0 presence thanks to Yoo IlHan's concealment skill, Spyra flew straight towards Taraka.
Her body glowed in light blue and drew a trail like a comet, but the only one that could see that was of course, Yoo IlHan and Liara.
HHHHHHP. The moment before Spyra and Taraka clashed, Yoo IlHan thought, don't protagonists usually beat such guys? Like so. Proceed. Go against an angel by teaming up. Threat to your lives?
You just need to charge.
This. Not that it was meaningful though.
Spyra had no thoughts in leaving the one that stirred up trouble in the Heaven's army camp to someone else. Is what it means to sever the cosmos.
Spyra's spear severed the very fabric of space.
Taraka, who was facing tens of angels at once with his magic, didn't even notice Spyra's approaching and received her attack in full, and without even any time to activate defense magic, he was cleanly cut in the neck.
Like that. Just like that.
Without any time for any screams or final words, and above all, without any room to leave behind foreshadows.
While watching that, Yoo IlHan muttered absent-mindedly. That's the great cosmos-severing spear? It really is strong. Well, yeah, it is indeed strong, but...
muttered Yoo IlHan while redrawing the trajectory that Spyra had drawn in the air, that was only seen by Liara and Yoo IlHan himself. Her technique was indeed very strong, enough to ignore the defenses of a 6th class, but, well...
In Yoo IlHan's eyes, it did not look that strong. If it's that amount of destructive power, he could probably block it with the spear of untraceable trajectory. Not that he'll honestly tell that to Spyra. Phew. Spyra fully extended her 2 pairs of wings and grabbed Taraka's severed head and body. Although her technique looked to be lacking somewhat, her figure holding up Taraka's head couldn't look any cooler. It didn't seem to be his thoughts alone, and the other angels also rejoiced and shouted. Spyra has returned. She has killed the leader of the enemy at the same time. Spyra, how can she move so discreetly? The remaining ones are mere lower existences, kill them all. Yoo IlHan saw that Taraka had died too easily and thought, that must not be the end of him, is it? But he did die with that one strike. The evidence of it appeared on Yoo IlHan's retina after all. You have earned experience. You have earned the record of LV411 Taraka. It seemed that Yoo IlHan's influence was quite big as he gained experience and record as well. However, Yoo IlHan couldn't really be happy. I feel like my stage was just stolen by Spyra. I even have the 8-tailed dragon spear which is effective against dragons. I feel like I've made a loss. Do you really have to be dejected because you couldn't fight a 6th class? Rather, if IlHan's concealment is added on top of a monster like Spyra, such an absurd thing happens. Liara was still half asleep and was talking nonsense even while dragons were rampaging around. However, Yoo IlHan did not bother replying to her. Spyra threw the body of Taraka behind her, and at that moment, the possession of Taraka's body was transferred to him. He received Taraka's body into his inventory while being careful of his concealment. The dragons despaired while watching Taraka disappear into thin air. Lord Taraka. That damn angel killed Lord Taraka. We need to flee. We cannot win against them with our power alone. No, if we make it through this fight, we'll become stronger. On the enemy side, no one other than Taraka were big shots. Yoo IlHan also immediately helped out the angels. Though, in fact, he just wanted to take all the dragon remains for himself. Mir, can you fight them? Hing, I don't like those cowards. Dad, will I become a coward like them if I eat them? If you're worried about that, it's fine. If I cook it well, all those weird things will disappear. Then I'll fight. Ymir also got off the Guardian Fortress and charged towards the battlefield. Yoo IlHan was relieved at Ymir's figure and he also went into the fight. Against higher existences, he had to conceal himself and had to put all his power to his surprise attacks, but right now, there was no need to do that. Mystic, maximum output. I don't care how many 4th-class magic stones you use, so shoot to your heart's content. While not damaging the bodies, right? Roger that. 100 eyes floated in the air. As more mana gathered, the resting personnel also gathered their attention on that, and when everyone woke up, Mystic's strike pierced through the battlefield and instantly annihilated over 100 dragons. It was a refreshing strike indeed. What is that? Lower existence. It's the one that Lord Taraka talked about. But right now. Right now, you guys are all being lynched, so it's no time for you to be hunting us. With an evil smirk that any villainess would have fallen for, Yoo IlHan drove both the Flying Fortress and the Guardian Fortress. Hunt as much as possible. They are weak, so there's no worry about dying. Miss Yuna, output as much blessings as possible. Hying, I thought we could finally rest, but it's work again. I hate you, Mr. IlHan. However, even while she was grumbling, blessings were being poured onto the army filling the 2 fortresses. Yoo IlHan also felt his vitality rise after being blessed by her and took into the air. His concealment was revealed anyway. Right now, the one that rampaged the most was the winner. Orochi, let's work a little more. There are a lot of easy food. I also welcome this hunt. The 8-tailed dragon spear burned with a translucent flame. Yoo IlHan thought that there was no need for falling down with the angels here. In fact, the dragons couldn't even escape properly, so he didn't see the need to either. We cannot endure anymore. We need to flee, but how? Lord Taraka is not with us anymore. What we can trust is nothing, damn it. Kook. Even dragons over level 250 were mere mobs that were lower level than Yoo IlHan himself. Yoo IlHan moved faster than the angels, who were now freed from the threat of Taraka, and tried his best to kill as many dragons as possible. As long as he had his 8-tailed dragon spear, Yoo IlHan received 120% increase in his damage, so any random swing of his spear would annihilate the dragons here. Hey op. Dragons, it's dragons. Master, swing bigger. Output your flames stronger. IlHan is so cool. Just what is that lower existence? I half doubted it when they said we'll ally with them, but if it's him. A single strike from him killed 12 dragons. Just what is he? Yoo IlHan of Earth. Thought not as much as Yoo IlHan with the 8-tailed dragon spear. It was the same for the 2 fortresses and the armies inside that had an easy time facing the dragons. They finally met an enemy that won't kill them even with their strongest attacks. Free experience was referring to this, alright. Under Lyre and Ymir's command, each of the armies rampaged around in joy. We cannot win. Not even against those small beings. Lord Taraka. Yoo IlHan made armors and weapons, increased the league of the members by a tier, and dragons that weren't higher existences could not possibly go against them. Like the first time Yoo IlHan had hunted dragons, they were being given Dragon Slayer, Dragon Hunter, and other titles of the like. We need to flee. T/N, we get it already, don't say it over and over again, sheesh. We grabbed onto the wrong rope. Destruction Demon Army, we need to return to. Where? The weapons held by angels glowed. Magic cast by hundreds of angels struck against the dragons continuously, and Yoo IlHan's spear severed the lives of countless dragons. Although their experience was way smaller compared to higher existences, their remains were one of the most needed materials for Yoo IlHan right now. Yoo IlHan did not stop and rampaged around. Right now, he was etching his existence deeply into the mind of the angels. What the hell, we abandoned Earth and gave up on that human? Shut up. What are you going to do if he hears it? We need to bring him to the Heaven's army. Although I had seen him once, his growth is frightening. Yoo IlHan had killed dragons during his second-class days. Now that his level and his equipment have risen by several tiers, he could hunt dragons at a speed where even Spyra could not catch up. His throw of the spear would kill several dragons, and his swing of the spear, containing 10 strikes, would simultaneously behead 10 dragons. It was only a matter of time until the dragons, numbering 5,000, all died. Resentful. I did not want to die like this. I only wanted to live on in this continent. Lord Taraka. Listening to the final words of the enemies would provoke sympathy. As so, Yoo IlHan killed the ones that talked a lot with priority. In fact, he had succeeded in concealing himself in mid-battle, so no one could find him. KHHHHHHMMMM. At the time when Yoo IlHan was butchering the enemies, and gathering them, like mad, the sky above the battlefield opened. The sky, the atmosphere, and the clouds were literally splitting in half, so it could only be described as opened. You maggots! A horrible aura that Yoo IlHan had never felt before was being emitted from beyond that. I finally thought I found a suitable successor, but they all died. The voice from the gap made Yoo IlHan shiver. Just what kind of being was it to possess such an aura? Although he had expected this to a certain extent, never did he imagine he would meet such a frightening monster so early on. That's why us dragons are no good. We always let our guard down too easily. Since the powers we possess are too strong. Yoo IlHan quickly returned to the flying fortress and pulled his concealment over the two fortresses. Fortunately, the enemy hadn't shown himself, so his attempt succeeded. Liara and Ymir, who were watching him all the time, also followed him back. The same with the Wolfkin, the elves, and the dragon's army. The destruction demon army headed to Daru has been annihilated, so I can finally show myself in this place. The enemy's voice rang out in the air. Unlike the angels that were confused at the annihilated part, Yoo IlHan had guessed what was going on and was sweating cold sweat. The enemy did not put him into consideration and continued speaking. I shall go to that place. The memorial of my kin, I shall have it paid using your blood. The power of Ekjar, the 13th Battalion Commander. Receive it with your power. Ekjar. The angels shivered. Liara was also shocked and grabbed Yoo IlHan's arm. IlHan, Ekjar is. Oh, I know. You don't have to explain. How do you know? Well, that's because I couldn't finish off Taraka myself, meaning, the eight-tailed dragon spear hasn't had its chance to act yet. And that means only one thing. Yoo IlHan's voice lowered. He continued after looking at the gigantic monster that showed itself slowly through the gap in the split sky. A dragon that's stronger than Taraka, in other words. The enemy he thought that he may have to face one day, one that he thought that it would only be after he became a higher existence that he would have to face it. A 7th class dragon. Cool. The dragon that could only come to Daru after all of his kin were slaughtered, roared loudly throughout the world. While the angels and the army under Yoo IlHan, immersed in the joy of victory, fell into despair, only one, Yoo IlHan, had glistening eyes. What would pop out if I make equipment out of that guy? Get yourself together, you idiot! Shouted Liara with all her soul. Immediately after that, the dragon of despair descended upon Daru. The curtains to the biggest battle yet had risen. Author's notes. 6th classes aren't enough anymore to call nervousness from our MC. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 244, You Are Already Dead, 7. How can this be? 7th class. The Dragon of Despair. How can that being already be here? The destruction demon army was annihilated. Whatever happened that caused it to be able to come here? Just who, and how? Kook. Spyra momentarily tried to look at the flying fortress where Yoo IlHan and his army was residing in, but endured from doing so with her superhuman will. Yoo IlHan also noticed what she was doing. At least, he could realize that she had done that for him. That was why he was more confused. Humans really are unpredictable. They aren't just evil, nor just insane, nor just single-minded. Spyra is not a human but an angel, but I still can't understand her. Spyra won't fall for IlHan, right? Yoo IlHan had no confidence that his concealment would work against a 7th class being, but looking at things now, it seemed that his enemy did not see him. His gaze was fixed on Spyra. Only you here are capable of making this scene. Yes, how was it to behead a dragon? Very satisfying. I think beheading you will be even more sensational. Spyra raised her spear. The 7th class dragon Ekjar burst out in laughter at Spyra's words. Interesting, very interesting. It was worth it for me to come here. It is only now that you're at your leisure. Do you not see the dragon blood flowing on this spear? Spyra was provoking an enemy on a higher league than hers without fear. The angels were shocked at her attitude, while contacting heaven or casting defense magic on her. Of course, the enemy seemed to have confidence as he slowly walked out the gap in the skies. I wanted to leave at least one. No, now that this world became a higher world, if I acquire this world, dragons will naturally keep appearing in the future. You'll acquire this world? I alone am enough to fight you bitches, but
the army of brilliant light will also come here soon.
We decided to hand them a treasure of the destruction demon army. Well, if you're frustrated, why don't you ally with the Garden of Sunset? Even while knowing that the alliance will not happen, the dragon provoked the angels.
An overwhelming mass of mana that covered its enormous body, enough to eclipse the size of all dragons Yoo IlHan had hunted now put together, each materialized into large and sharp weapons.
Were you so proud to kill a dragon? Well then, how about you show your skills to me as well? You oversized lizard. I'm joyful that I can break a corner of the destruction demon army today. The materialized mana charged towards Spira and the nearby angels.
The angels all cast defensive magic, but the weapons penetrated it easily, and as their movements were read already, they instantly pierced through the angels and their defenses.
Cock! My lord! Eek! Over 10 angels died on the spot. Liara's hand grabbing Yoo IlHan's shoulder tensed.
Although she had left the Heaven's army, she could not leave behind her feelings towards the individuals as well.
It's not that the angels are moving slowly. That guy's mana is hindering the angels' movements. I'm also analyzing it right now.
Yoo IlHan's voice that replied to Liara's words that she said while clenching her teeth, was also full of nervousness. Currently, he was focusing his all on recording everything within his range of senses with the record skill, but as the enemy was of 7th class, he was feeling a pressure.
Falling down would probably not work either. The reason was simple. The enemy's reserve of mana was way too large. An overwhelming amount of mana that Yoo IlHan could not bear was hindering him from recognizing, recording, and restricting the enemy.
And this was relatively fast as well since he had concealed himself.
Hey op!
While all other angels had given up on resistance, only Spira shouted and swung her spear towards him, with the great cosmo-severing spear that killed the 6th class Taraka instantly, despite being helped by concealment.
Foo!
However, the shield that the enemy made in less than an instant with just a snort simply blocked that strike. Spira's full-out attack continued for several more times, but the shield blocked everything.
Muttered he in exclamation. You are especially strong for a 6th class. However, that's it. You cannot reach me. No, oh, is that it? Was this to buy time for your allies to retreat?
The moment the dragon's wings unfolded widely, the moment flames filled the air. The wings of the angels that tried to flee while leaving Spira could not endure and melted like the wings of Icarus.
And then a large-scale ice magic came afterwards.
Spira desperately swung her spear to cut apart his mana, but just the traces of the magic was enough to freeze a part of an angel.
Oh, Lord God! Please give us salvation.
If you cannot save me, please bestow salvation upon my colleagues.
That damned God, that disgusting God. Call him out here, I said call him out.
The more the dragon's wings flapped, the more it snorted, the more angels groaned in pain. Only the sole 6th class, Spira, was holding out relatively well. Yoo IlHan was worried that Urta might be within their ranks, but fortunately, she could not be seen among them. It seemed that she had fled early on. Mystic was retreating from the moment the dragon appeared, but judged that that was not enough and reported to Yoo IlHan.
Master, I think we'll be affected soon.
I can nullify it, but the concealment would probably wear off in the process.
Yes, flee. We need to flee. Even with Yoo IlHan's reckless attitude, he could not enforce it on the army he had. There were still loads of 3rd class beings here. There's no way he could let them go against a 7th class. Even Ymir, a 4th class, and of the same kin, had a nosebleed while standing on the outer wall of the flying fortress. Although he seemed to have been inspired a lot from the extreme limits that his race could reach, any more than this would be dangerous even for him. Mystic, I will now send the flying fortress and the guardian fortress to a safe region.
The concealment would wear off immediately, but there should be no problems in defending yourself on the spot, so don't worry about that.
Concealment will wear off. Master, You? Of course, gotta kill that guy.
Even the ever-confident Yoo IlHan could not keep his confidence in this situation. He felt his own voice trembling and let out a laughter. However, he did not plan to retreat here. As long as the battle is within this continent, no one will catch me, so I have the confidence to survive.
Moreover,
I said this last time, but a person's heart is mysterious indeed. He muttered that inside his heart and looked at Spyra, who was facing off against a 7th-class dragon. Although he never changed his mind to screw her up, and was also building his plans towards that. I can't send her off so easily like this. If I did that, I'll die due to the tugging on my mind. You really are an idiot. Though, that side about you is cool as well. Liara did not stop him. Instead, she stood by his side quietly. This was her expression of never leaving his side even if she had to die. That magic formation can cover for the two of us, right? I can't help it, I guess. Yoo IlHan accepted her with a bitter smile. Ymir, na Yuna, and Yoo IlHan's other subordinates that saw the two wished to go with them, but he firmly shook his head.
You guys are too lacking. Moreover, I'm going to come back alive, so don't look at me as if I'm going to die there. But your majesty, we met after such a long time.
I said I won't die.
But the most worried was Na Yuna. Mr. IlHan.
Let's just all escape to Earth, please?
Miss Yuna, if we don't proceed, what remains is only regress. Fleeing will become a habit.
We'll have to face that guy anyway once the Earth becomes a higher world. Although Yoo IlHan didn't know this, his words were similar to what Taraka said. And Taraka had met a vain death after saying those words. Of course, Taraka and Yoo IlHan had differences, but whether that will work against a 7th-class being, he did not know. Looking at the rampaging dragon, he thought that he had acquired enough records, but even the most amazing of records would lose meaning without the ability to realize the potential.
Despite that, Yoo IlHan's voice was full of confidence. Go first. I'll finish it off real quick and come back. You, that's really dangerous though. Mr. IlHan, you idiot, the idiot.
Having felt that she could not stop him, Na Yuna muttered in dejection and hopped towards him. Even Liara, who would have normally blocked her, let her be for now, and Na Yuna could be embraced by Yoo IlHan. She dug her face into his chest and spoke. I'm going to curse you if you die. I'm going to reveal the contents of the new folder on your PC or the entire D drive. I'm fine with everything else, but please delete the English lectures folder. The idiot. Kahak. While Yoo IlHan was persuading his subordinates, the battlefield was progressing rapidly as well. Over half of the angels that came to Darrow had died, and half of that number safely escaped the battlefield, and Spyra, who was swinging her spear without holding back in order to buy time for the others to flee, was already half dying.
You're not enough.
However, at this point, Ekjar felt a sense of awkwardness. You should not have been able to kill Taraka so easily with that much power.
Why don't you test me? You have not brought out my all. Ha!
At the same time the dragon swung with his wings, the wind that generated assaulted Spyra. She severed the attack with several attacks of the great cosmo-severing spear, but the aura that she could not cut apart inflicted a light wound on her body. Right now, even that light wound was very serious for her. Your attack power is strong indeed, but something is definitely lacking.
Just what could it be? So that's it. You lack speed and concealment. Ekjar reached the conclusion quickly. There is someone else. There is someone else that I don't know about, in this place.
At the same time he shouted that, a violent surge of mana exploded outwards with him as the center. Yoo IlHan immediately activated the magic formation to send everyone other than himself and Liara, but he couldn't safely bypass the shock of the mana explosion even with 5 Aegis shields stacked together.
Kook. Kayak.
The shock that even infernal dragon body could not absolve inflicted shock on Yoo IlHan.
However, it was fortunate that Liara wasn't seriously injured as he had embraced her. I definitely felt something. But I still cannot know where that is. Dragon, did you get Alzheimer's after living so long?
I said there was no such thing. Spira laughed at him and took up her spear. Although her blood-covered arms were trembling minutely, the aura at her spear tip was still as bright as ever. You must not be thinking that only the Destruction Demon Army possess 7th-class beings. You were too reckless. You've blown this war very far out of proportion. Do you think I fear anyone? I am the King of Dragons. The 13th Battalion Commander of the Destruction Demon Army, Ekjar. Ekjar's attention that was headed to a certain someone hiding within the area fixed on Spira yet again. Liara thought that this was the perfect time to do a surprise attack, but Yoo IlHan shook his head. What he showed from the beginning until now is all a feint. From the moment he appeared, he knew of my existence, and he has not let go of his wariness towards me. You remember how the 5th-class giant was prepared against my surprise attack, right? This guy definitely has something as well. However, the option on Yoo IlHan's gauntlet, calling out a shadow to distract the others, was not ready to reuse yet. He wondered if it would work even if he could use it. Then what are you going to do? We can only run away. Actually, it's not quite like that either. Yoo IlHan watched as Spira attacked with all her power, and as the dragon only snorted and prepared a large-scale magic, while he prepared his own skill as well. What would be consumed as 1,300 4th-class magic stones and 15 5th-class magic stones? This was a tremendous requirement to prepare for a single skill, but he could only use them all as the target of accompaniment of the skill was quite a high-tiered being after all. If it is found out that I used this method, I wouldn't be able to use it again, and though I thought about using this against Spira, though this is a method I did not plan to use without Erda's help.
IlHan.
However, against an opponent that's firing large-scale magics like nothing, it should be possible. It's probably trying to discover where I am, but that would instead be his downfall. Yoo IlHan noticed that the skill was ready and waited for the right timing nervously. Die, beast. Croa Aar. Not yet, Spira had just commenced attack on him. You'll do what with this puny attack? It's so funny that I don't know what to do, you angel. His mana puffed up. The mana forms a meticulous structure and into magic. The magic activates. The shiveringly cold icy aura that spread from him instantly spread towards the surroundings and put not only Spira into his attack range, but Yoo IlHan and Liara as well. And at that moment. Now. Yoo IlHan activated the skill. The name of the skill was Warp, and the destination was none other than Earth. The rarest of skills, Warp, that allowed him to leap worlds with others if he consumed additional magic stones. The target that the user wants to on the skill explanation did not necessarily mean allies, and it could be anyone that he wanted to accompany him. In other words, if he wished to, and had enough magic stones to consume, even Ekjar could be drawn into the warp skill, and that meant Kuu. Ugh. What? The 4 beings that were safely warped to Earth voiced out with different expressions. Yoo IlHan and Liara in pain, Spira in confusion and panic, and due to the fact that he attacked a lower existence first in a lower world, Ekjar screamed as the pain of his qualifications of a higher existence being stripped from him began. Author's notes. Like what he said, the warp attack was a method that Yoo IlHan was going to use on Spira. Some of you may have realized from the previous chapter. Translator's notes. Note, do not ask me for answers. I don't know how that works, I'm the translator not the author. I thought he told the kids don't resist when he took them to Brea. I have a lot of doubts as well. Just don't think about the theory. Just sit back and enjoy the read, and marvel at Yoo IlHan's smarts. If you ask me why there were only 2 chapters for the past few days, it's because I'm having a neural meltdown from the translation in heat. I also set up a new PC, a cheap one, and I'm not used to the keyboard yet, and that took time to set up as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 245, You Are Already Dead, 8. Damned insect. You dirty and cowardly lower existi onions. Ekjar instantly realized what had happened to him. He noticed that an unfamiliar mana had wrapped around him the moment warp activated. However, at that moment, he was controlling his magic and could not push back or evade that mana. Like that, he was swept in the dimensional transportation. Without any time to cancel his magic, the magic attacked Yoo IlHan and Liara, and naturally, the qualifications of being a member of the Destruction Demon Army was stripped from him.
Quawak.
Just, what?
Good, perfect.
So this is the cowardly method you mentioned? How can it be so cowardly?
Didn't I say exactly that it would be very cowardly, In fact, this was also the highest achievement his record skill had gotten so far. The moment he was careless, the moment he could only be swept away by the skill even while knowing that it was happening, and the moment direct harm was inflicted on Yoo IlHan and Liara. All the records he had gathered using the record skill was used to spot that one moment. And the result was a big success.
That guy was spewing blood and leaking mana everywhere.
I'll kill you.
I will kill you.
Of course, as the realm he had reached was very high, it wasn't like he fell to a lower existence right away, but despite that, the continuously dropping leak, the continuously leaking mana, was inflicting horrible wounds and excruciating pain. However, despite that, if there was something that frustrating him, it was that Yoo IlHan and Liara was only inflicted damage by his magic, and did not act directly, so the concealment hadn't worn off.
Come out. I said come out. Would you have come out if you heard that?
Truly laughable, no, truly frightening. While he emitted mana in all directions while roaring in pain, Spyra, who had slightly recovered, re-gripped the pure white spear and laughed. Spyra had also been attacked by the dragon after coming to Earth, so her qualifications will not get stripped even if she attacked.
Truly an interesting man. Thinking up of such thing and putting it into action as well, who could have imagined that? She was not afraid of the enemy anymore.
Although she was same in the regard that her body was exhausted, the one here was not her alone.
Well then. The one in front of you is me, dragon. I don't think you can escape death at this rate. But wouldn't you love to rampage to your heart's content before that? You dare laugh at me?
Ekjar roared.
A 7th class was a 7th class after all.
The magic that flowed out from his control reversed into his mouth momentarily, and the next moment, it changed into black flames and shot out like a ray of light.
Kook. Kayak. Insane.
The large-scale beam of destruction, that made not only Spyra, who was a little relieved right now, but Yoo IlHan and Liara, who were still concealed, shiver in fear, destroyed everything in its path and made a gigantic hole on the ground. That was not the end, and the mana harboring a frightening curse instantly polluted the surrounding region and was encroaching to the other areas. If Earth had a will, it would have expelled him long ago.
Cruel.
A roar containing a very, very dense amount of mana, unbelievable for one that was losing his league, filled the air.
I am not strong because I reached the 7th class. I could reach 7th class because I was strong.
Oof. Spyra was also the same in the regard that she was proud to have reached the realm where she was. She extended her 2 pairs of wings, and evaded the attacks of the dragon by using all the mana in her surroundings. The mana crystals on the surface of her spear peeled off one by one and started to rotate around her.
Trying to harm me using mana?
Foolish.
We won't know if we don't try.
No, seeing as you can't even control your own mana, I think the outcome is obvious. A 7th class losing his league clashed against a gravely wounded 6th class. However, Ekjar was still a lot stronger than Spyra. Like the time he shot out a beam of destruction, he did not just let go of the mana leaking from his body, and used it to attack Spyra instead. Ka-ah-ah-ah-ioa. Kufufu, cough, you look horrible for someone who shouted so arrogantly, Angel. Ha, you too. The white blood bursting out from Spyra's body made a rainbow in the atmosphere. Of course, the dragon was not in a good state either. Not because he had received injuries from Spyra, but because the more it tried to move its body and control the mana, the destruction of his body accelerated. Wah, just looking at someone falling to a lower existence is horrible.
I remember back then.
I'm fine with you sticking to me, but please, save it for later.
Meanwhile, what Yoo IlHan was doing was estimating the time he would attack that guy. Although he did not expect the enemy to be weakened so instantly, never did he imagine that guy would last so long either. However, thanks to that, another one of his hopes became achievable. Although I had given up by coming to Earth, perhaps I might be able to get intact 7th class remains. My IlHan, this Nuna likes your unchanging attitude to things.
And so, Yoo IlHan was aiming for only one thing. The moment he was weakened enough to the point where he would not longer be able to block Yoo IlHan's attack, while the body still retained its value as a 7th class.
That's mine.
I can't give that to Spyra, or the Heaven's Army. In fact, Spyra didn't wound that guy much either, so if Yoo IlHan's attack succeeded, he would be able to take the remains fair and square. There was only one thing that tugged his mind, the possibility that the dragon was preparing something against Yoo IlHan's surprise attack. But even so, I need to get in there before it's too late. The spear that flew out with a push of his hand killed around 3 monsters on the ground, and the Death God skill activate to enhance Yoo IlHan's abilities. After that, he threw the spear around 2 more times to achieve 100% increase of all his abilities, and checked that Yuna's blessing was still in effect and imbued mana into his spear.
Meanwhile, Liara took out her spear as well and breathed deeply to calm herself down. I'll take it after you. He might have put up self-defense measures. Though, I'm not sure if it will be effective now that he fell to a lower existence. But rather than trying to inflict damage, please deflect any possible counterattacks. Got it. Even right now, Spyra was having a hard time against the enemy. He wouldn't have brought her here if he wanted her to die. Yoo IlHan did not hesitate anymore and charged forward. Blaze, Purple Flame, Eternal Flame, and Dragonic Blood. The strongest flame that Yoo IlHan could make while not using falling down, burned in a translucent ball at the tip of his spear. Foo! The moment he struck out, what replayed in his mind was the great cosmos-severing spear that Spyra had shown him. Of course, there's no way I could do that if it was possible just by seeing her demonstration once. Although it was quite frustrating to acknowledge, by this time, he wondered if the problem was with his talent. Skills weren't so easily learned just because someone taught you, or you were qualified to learn it. However, if he tried more, he would be able to reach that realm someday. The path Yoo IlHan had walked until now was like that after all. Yoo IlHan hid his short thoughts and picked up his spear. Now, Ekjar's gigantic body was right in front of his eyes. The sharpness of the sword, the speed of the whip, the strength of a blunt weapon. And physical combat that tie all of them into the spear. And using all of that, while striking several times with the spear of untraceable. HHHHHHHHHP. Got you. Kook. However, the moment Yoo IlHan's spear inflicted a deep wound on the gigantic body, the dragon caught onto Yoo IlHan's position with frightening reflexes and immediately focused his mana on the wounded part. Yoo IlHan. HBBB. A jet stream of blood burst out from the wound without any delay. From the frightening and deadly aura inside that blood, the identity was a vicious curse that Yoo IlHan had experienced before. As it used blood as the medium, it required sacrifice from the user, and was just as vicious and unrelenting curse. Though he didn't know it was an ability that reacted to the moment of an attack,
but he did indeed expect a counterattack. Yoo IlHan immediately tried to escape the place and pass the baton to Liara and Spira, but... Ugh! Up! Eek, this is... It didn't go as he wished to, he could not move, and Liara's spear could not cut apart the blood.
Frightening resistance, all right. If any more time had passed, I might have failed, muttered the gigantic dragon while pouring out black blood from all of its body. All of the leaking blood flowed according to the flow of curse that the dragon had used as a final attack and was assaulting and restricting Yoo IlHan. Even though I'm in the midst of my falling, to think you can resist the curse I've used my blood and mana to inflict. Are you really a lower existence? Wah, wah, muttered Yoo IlHan in shock, but the blood already covered his entire body and he couldn't even speak properly. As if to drown Yoo IlHan to death in his blood, the dragon was pouring out endless streams of blood. The blood does not cut so well. IlHan. Liara. Stop. That curse is spiritually connecting Yoo IlHan and Ekjar directly. If you attack Ekjar right now, you may inflict damage on Yoo IlHan as well. Liara tried to cancel the curse with her spear, but like what Spira said, the curse of the dragon had a complex spiritual structure, and if something went wrong, even Yoo IlHan would be put into dire straits. Although he was prepared for any counterattack of power, never did Yoo IlHan imagine that what the dragon had prepared was a curse that even his higher curse resistance could not block against. He was gritting his teeth in the pitch-black world of blood. Ekjar laughed heartily even while his spirit and body was being weak in real time, seeing Yoo IlHan's situation. My main source of intake is despair and fear. I become stronger as you despair. Even though you're being weakened. However, thinking back, Liara also possessed her powers as an angel for quite a long time while she fought against Chaos Will. It was not surprising that Ekjar, a 7th class, was holding out longer. Thinking of the power of the curse that seeped into Yoo IlHan's body and boil his blood and burn his flesh, Yoo IlHan's death would come faster than the dragon's fall. Fu. The infernal dragon body had no option against curses, so it couldn't do anything to the curse either. He had added another option instead of something related to curses since he believed in his own curse resistance. He thought that was a fool for being completely relieved against curses since there was no higher stage of curse resistance. So by 7th class, one can ignore even a mastered skill, even if it was won during a fall to a lower realm. Yoo IlHan acquired a new realization, though it was slightly late. IlHan. Damn it, I did hear that you were one of the most vicious and evil of the dragons, but... Blabber all you want. Yes, if I kill this human and absorb his records, then I might be able to return to Daru. Then, only you will remain in this closed world. Ha! Having felt that he could not resist with just curse resistance alone, Yoo IlHan agitated all his powers he had in his body to resist. First was falling down, something that could be seen as a higher version of curse resistance. In his domain of falling down, his recovery rate will increase by 5 times as well. If he brought up his transcendent regeneration to the limits to resist, then perhaps. You really are no ordinary human. I will have to kill you off here. The pressure from the curse became stronger. The blood that seeped into every single hole in his body was frightening. Yoo IlHan tried to focus all of his flames within the falling down domain to burn the blood, but the curse did not disappear even after the blood became vapor, and instead, it stuck to him even more to make him more agonized. Flames were no good. Then. Right now, the dragon definitely said that the curse will not dissolve unless one of the two, Yoo IlHan or himself, dies. That meant that if Yoo IlHan somehow survived this curse, the one to die will become the dragon instead, but... Even though you're falling to a lower existence without being able to do anything, you want to kill me. Let's do it then. Yoo IlHan gritted his teeth and activated dragonic blood. Of course, the target of enhancement was transcendent regeneration.
In the domain of falling down, if he could not win against the curse even with the transcendent regeneration enhanced by dragonic blood, he shall welcome death. However, at the moment he activated dragonic blood, something completely unexpected reacted inside of him. It was the aura of a dragon that seeped into him from the moment he got into a contract with Ymir. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 246, You Are Already Dead, 9. Wait. Yoo IlHan forgot about the pain from Ekjar's curse and focused on what was happening inside him. Ekjar's enormous mana, the curse he was controlling, as well as the mana of falling down, numerous different types of mana were clashing against each other. Somewhere within the frenzy, there was an aura that burned in bright white even amidst all of that. A dragon's aura. He had felt this early on when he bathed in the giant bucket. The special kind of flow that changed his mana from the foundation, little by little, could not be forgotten even if he wanted to. However, right now, it was reacting again at the moment he tried to enhance transcendent regeneration with the help of dragonic blood. Yoo IlHan predicted that it was due to Ekjar's mana that was being poured into him. Dragon? You harbor the aura of dragons. Ekjar also realized that fact. Of course, Yoo IlHan couldn't even respond right now. He was busy just thinking about what kind of method he had to use with that aura to help him survive or going further, to control Ekjar's mana. However, the conclusion was simple. If Dragon's mana was reacting, then he just needed to make the same environment when it reacted before. So, what Yoo IlHan did, was to summon the giant bucket in midair without any hesitation. Just what is, an artifact that harbors the essence of dragons. What? There we go. Then, he moved his body very slowly through the blood and sat himself down in the bucket. He even called out Aegis to hold the bucket in midair. IlHan, you. Ekjar's blood naturally enveloped the giant bucket as well, and although it was hard to recognize, it wasn't like it was hard to realize that Yoo IlHan was bathing in Ekjar's blood. To think he'd start bathing when he could barely move thanks to the curse, seeing a completely unpredictable scene in front of them, both allies and enemies fell into silence. However, like a loner, Yoo IlHan didn't mind the gaze of others and focused on himself and the bucket. I can do it. I can do it. He activated dragonic blood to forcefully change his own blood to closer to that of a dragon's, and used that for transcendent regeneration. While the blood within his body caused a rejection to Ekjar's blood, the giant bucket finally started resonating with him. Just what? Ekjar, who had initially been full of rage at the one that made him fall to a lower existence, questioned what he was doing, rather than continuing to rage. However, as long as the curse had been activated, he would have a hard time moving, and as he could not cancel the curse as he wished to, and could only watch what Yoo IlHan was doing. But this. While the giant bucket and Yoo IlHan's blood were synchronizing, the blood containing Ekjar's curse rampaged violently, trying to dissolve Yoo IlHan to nothing. It would be the best if the giant bucket could encroach on the dragon's blood as well, but the owner of the blood was still alive. As if to resist the giant bucket's aura, it started to affect the giant bucket as well. Reddish-black smoke was coming off from various parts of the giant bucket. Master, even though the giant bucket is an artifact, his blood is too strong. Right? Yoo IlHan was also aware of that threat. His giant bucket may become unusable. That was why he took out whatever 5th-class magic stones there were in his inventory. There were 4 of them. This should be enough. If that's so, I'll just upgrade the giant bucket right here and now. Master's imagination always exceeds my imagination. Kook. My curse. You. Now that things came to this, he would stop at nothing. This fight was already no longer a fight between Ekjar and Yoo IlHan, but Yoo IlHan against the very concept of dragons. He smashed down with the 5th-class magic stones in his hand and made it clash against the giant bucket and activated mana crafting that was at level 99. Golden mana colored the world.
The mana that all the magic stones had emitted were sucked into the bucket, temporarily pushing Ekjar's blood back as well.
This. What the hell is IlHan doing?
Just what kind of curse resistance allows him such free movement inside such a frightening curse?
Yoo IlHan's body resonated with the giant bucket and started glowing as well.
He had to maintain falling down, resist the dragon's curse, and even focus on the upgrade process, so his head felt like it would explode, but he endured.
Endured and focused his senses to their limits. Cuff.
If his conditions were normal, he would have poured more mana in order to drive Yoo IlHan into further straits, but as he had to hold his body from collapsing due to the rapid fall in league, he could not do that.
It was quite the deadlock. Spira, what can I do for IlHan? We cannot do anything, Liara. Just prevent Ekjar from doing anything else.
Focusing on the control of his mana for mana crafting on the giant bucket, while fighting against the curse that tried to dissolve his skin, blood vessels, nerves, muscles and even bones, was something that even higher existences would shudder in the thought of it. He had endured through an unknown amount of time while in that state.
Kook. I did it.
Now, the golden mana that glowed as if to fill the world with light, even dawned on Yoo IlHan's vision as well.
After the flash, an enormous amount of mana was absorbed into the giant bucket at once.
The magic stones in his hands had long since disappeared, all the mana contained inside them were used in the upgrade of the giant bucket. Cradle of Miracles was completed.
A single line of text etched itself onto Yoo IlHan's retina. There was no need to read the follow-up texts. Yoo IlHan had a complete understanding of this artifact.
The only important thing was that this artifact, born during the most dangerous times of Yoo IlHan, was of the god rank.
Good. Yoo IlHan acknowledged that it was his fault for trying to win against an enemy so easily.
That was why, and precisely because of that.
This is the final round.
The Cradle of Miracles and Yoo IlHan, the resonance between the two became deeper as time went on. Even the infernal dragon body, that could not show its light until now, participated in the resonance. The lump of Ekjar's blood that tried to dissolve the Cradle of Miracles, the infernal dragon body, and Yoo IlHan's body, clearly halted this time. Immediately after that, a slight tinge of gold emerged from the depths of the reddish-black blood of curses.
HR finally realized what Yoo IlHan was doing. Nonsensical. Don't tell me you, a mere lower existence, is trying to take over the control of my mana? We won't know if we don't try, no.
Yoo IlHan realized that the blood that seeped into his eyes behind the eyeball had disappeared from his eyes, and that his transcendent regeneration had recovered his eyesight as well. The battlefield that he had to rely on his other senses to feel finally entered his eyes.
IlHan. Yoo IlHan, truly amazing.
Liara and Spira shouted in joy when they saw Yoo IlHan's revival after they were at loss what to do from the moment Yoo IlHan attacked the dragon. They could also see the gigantic dragon roaring in the air connected to Yoo IlHan via a path of blood. Although the dragon was still retaining its form as his mana control was tremendous, but the more Yoo IlHan held out against the curse, the worse his state became. Really, it was a curse that would not end unless one side died.
Seeing as you can't even control your own mana, I think the outcome is obvious. You immediately used my line.
Disregarding Spira's grumbles, Yoo IlHan accelerated the resonance between himself and the Cradle of Miracles. As the intervals between the resonances became shorter, the dragon's blood also thumped in a manner similar to a heartbeat, and reacted to it. Eventually, the moment Yoo IlHan had been waiting for had arrived. The blood full of curses started being purified.
This cannot.
Ekjar voiced out in shock. No one in his long lifespan had erased his curse from resisting it head-on.
No, it wasn't just that.
From the moment the blood was cleansed of the curse, it emitted golden light and resonated with the Cradle of Miracles, and started flowing back to Yoo IlHan. It was a fundamentally different flow compared to when the curse was trying to destroy Yoo IlHan's body. The blood containing life force and mana had regenerated the wounds Yoo IlHan had and was transforming his mana.
See? Yoo IlHan felt that his internal mana was resonating with Ekjar's blood and was intermixing.
It wasn't that he didn't feel a sense of resistance or rejection, but as transcendent regeneration recovered his body, the blood was also being changed to suit him.
Ekjar voiced out his shock. This cannot be. I, the king of dragons, cannot lose to a puny human.
There's no way I'd fall to being a foothold for a mere human's growth.
I feel like I've grasped the path I should walk on in the future.
So I'll say a word of thanks. You have absorbed a portion of the blood and mana of the Dragon of Despair, Ekjar, through the Cradle of Miracles.
Magic permanently increases by 235. The body has commenced evolving, but the results are minute and does not show on the outside. Yoo IlHan eventually stood up from the Cradle of Miracles and stored it back into his inventory.
His body movements were very light, and was full of vitality.
Right now, who was it that could not move due to the curse?
Yoo IlHan's mana was steadily being amplified while he absorbed the golden blood, but Ekjar's blood was being drained without being able to move.
Of course, that would also stop the moment his mana is depleted.
I, the 13th Battalion Commander of the Destruction Demon Army, Lord Ekjar.
And that would be the moment of his death. But I won't let that happen.
It wasn't that Yoo IlHan had a change of heart and decided to join the Destruction Demon Army. It's just that he could not bear to watch the dragon's body falling in league anymore.
He didn't even know when he could meet and beat another 7th class.
It should still have a value as a 7th class remains.
It's fine. If it's now, it will be fine. Yoo IlHan.
Ekjar roared towards Yoo IlHan in rage, as he finally realized that Yoo IlHan had only seen him as equipment materials until the very end.
However, Yoo IlHan completely ignored his roar, and pushed all the mana that was enhanced by the dragon's blood into the tip of his 8-tailed dragon spear and called the flames inside the domain of falling down to one place.
Right now, there was no need to bind that gigantic thing with the soul flame chains. He had bound himself up like a present.
Is that the power that Yoo IlHan had acquired? IlHan. As long as the curse connected the two, Liara and Spira could not interfere.
Spira, who had her stage stolen midway, looked at the scene absent-mindedly, and Liara was gripping onto her spear just in case.
However, Liara's turn would not arrive.
With the 8-tailed dragon spear that raised his attack by 120% against Dragonkin, if he could not kill the half-dead dragon, his title as a dragon slayer would cry.
"Stop!" shouted Ekjar hurriedly. It was a voice that pleaded for life. "Do you know what it means to kill me? I've heard that around 1 billion times from your underlings, so don't worry."
Once again, he thought of the trajectory that Spira had drawn.
The amazing trajectory that allowed her to inflict a wound on a 7th class as a 6th class.
He still didn't have the confidence to recreate that. He thought that those clothes weren't a fit for him.
But if it's something else? Quo.
He pierced his spear forward with a step forward.
Right now, the things he could do were enough to kill the enemy.
Although the things he could imbue into his spear were the sharpness of the sword and the speed of the whip, just those two, there were 10 of the same strikes that struck out simultaneously.
Critical hit.
The text that told the fatal strike covered Yoo IlHan's retina.
Once, from those 10 strikes.
From the moment he gave up on learning the Great Kamso Severing Spear, he ironically gained a hint on the path he could walk. The skill, Spear of Untraceable Trajectory, has become level 98.
You shall definitely.
Ekjar, who was still conscious after his head was bisected, muttered with the last bit of willpower.
U.S.H. The contents that came afterwards were the same: the Destruction Demon Army shall not let you go, or the other commanders won't go down so easily, or other things like that. Yoo IlHan nodded his head as if to say that it was unnecessary to warn him.
I'll take care of everything.
Leave everything to me and go on your way. I don't think that's something you should say to someone you killed. Spira retorted, but Yoo IlHan did not react to that.
The moment Ekjar died, an absurd amount of experience came in thanks to him holding out for so long despite the fact that he should have fallen to a lower existence long ago, and according to that, he had to focus on receiving all of it.
You have earned experience. You have earned the record of LV 502-539, Ekjar.
The ability of the title, Untouchable, becomes stronger.
All abilities will increase by 15% every league the opponent is higher than you. You have become level 299.
6 strength, 4 agility, 3 health, 7 magic gained.
You cannot become level 300 without becoming 5th class.
All experience earned beforehand will be calculated after you have acquired 5th class.
Well, then. Yoo IlHan calmed down his excited heart and focused on his retina. The path he had walked on until now was already so hard, but what was necessary to become 5th class? Come at me. I'll take you all on. Was his feelings right now? Ha!
However, when nothing appeared no matter how long he had waited, Yoo IlHan suspected that the Akashic record was broken or something.
What the hell?
What is this, dot?
What is it, Yoo IlHan? Is his curse still remaining? IlHan, are you all right? The angel and the former angel flew over to him in fear. Yoo IlHan replied with an awkward voice. There's no guide to earning 5th class? Oh, that.
Liara smiled brightly while replying, as if she was worried for nothing.
Because there is no such thing in the first place. At.
If Erda was here, if Erda, who acquired the Dawan explaining things simply thanks to Yoo IlHan, was here,
she would have said this. That from 5th class onwards, it was no longer multiple choice. Author's notes. Now, I find it's nothing new to go over quantity like this. Cries. Some of you might have noticed, yes.
IlHan met a dragon 5th class as his first higher existence encounter, and encounters stronger monsters after he grows up a bit.
Unlike Ekjar, who he could beat thanks to various circumstances, other 7th classes are quite hard. Translator's notes. $4 left. 0 sponsors now. Though there's a regular chapter tomorrow, the queue does not get updated that frequently. The 196 you saw yesterday was actually 96 after the 2 were posted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 247, You Are Already Dead, 10. If he was asked what he preferred between multiple choice questions and writing type questions, Yoo IlHan would definitely answer multiple choice. Not only Yoo IlHan, this was a common occurrence in any other Korean youth that have received the cramming education. But slightly exaggerating, this was the most important moment in Yoo IlHan's life, the entry to higher existence. But now, it was a massive essay question. Yoo IlHan checked with Liara with a gloomy face. There's no hint? Not even one? If you're looking for a hint, there's one right in front of you. Liara stabbed her fingers into Spira's wings.
He was about to say something to Liara, but even Spira seemed to be on business here and only smiled.
The Heaven's Army is very good, Yoo IlHan.
They were going about on business against a guy they just betrayed, like nothing had happened.
Really, the moment it had anything to do with factions, he didn't want to talk with this woman. Yoo IlHan shook his head and stared at Liara.
She only shrugged and put her hands down.
Even if you look at me with such eyes, if there is any shortcut to becoming a higher existence, it's to join a faction. Didn't I say this before? But I didn't even know there was no advancement mission. Yoo IlHan, all you need to do is to come to the Heaven's Army. Everything will be solved that way. You shall become a higher existence to acquire eternity and infinite potential, and the army acquires a talent that could kill a 7th class despite being a 4th class. This is a splendid win-win scenario. Let me think over it carefully, but... He had no plans to join the Heaven's Army even if he died,
but it seemed that Spyra completely considered him as an ally as he moved in to save her. Well, it would become easier for him to strike her on the back of her head later the more she trusted him. However, it was also the truth that it would burden his conscience more.
Yoo IlHan looked at Spyra with an awkward expression, but Spyra continued her business pitch with glistening eyes. A new angel is always welcome, Yoo IlHan. Fine, I get it.
Even while sighing, Yoo IlHan cleaned his spear and put it back inside his armor. Thinking back, the situation wasn't so grim either. Although he did panic a lot when there was no information on how to become a 5th class after receiving guidance all the way from 1st class to 4th, it wasn't like his path of growth was completely blocked. Just in this battle alone, there were two: his path with the spear as well as the opportunity to transform himself using the dragon's blood, mana, and the Cradle of Miracles. That was definitely a power that Yoo IlHan had to acquire, and that was only possible for him to acquire.
Then let's head back. Yes, the others will be worried sick by now.
I was worried about what would happen when Ekjar appeared, but to think it will be absolved in such an absurd way. Spyra muttered out her surprise, and thought that these kind of things happened as everyday occurrence when she was with Yoo IlHan, and nodded her head naturally.
It was just that you were insanely nonsensical. You're insulting me as if it's nothing. It was not an insult. Did you receive it that way? It was a leading interrogation?
Instead of replying, Spyra smiled.
Yoo IlHan also smiled.
Then, he activated the warp skill in order to move to Darrow again. As he had the record of warping to Darrow once before, and as Ekjar had died, the number of magic stones he required this time were a few 3rd and 4th class magic stones. After a brief wait, the three immediately returned to Darrow, where the Heaven's army camp was located, and also where there was war going on between them and the Destruction Demon army.
I cannot feel the presence of Ekjar anywhere in this world. Just what happened to Spyra? What happened to Yoo IlHan and Liara? How can they so perfectly conceal themselves from the world? Did Yoo IlHan take them with the method he used to come over?
No, even if that were the case, he should not have been able to bring Ekjar into his magic.
At that time, all angels in the scene were in panic. We need to report to the higher-ups. A battalion commander had moved.
But that very same battalion commander disappeared.
But shouldn't we report anyway?
Perhaps the scale of this war will become bigger than we think. They were surprised when Taraka ambushed them with the army of dragons, and a second time when Spyra killed Taraka with a surprise attack and Yoo IlHan wiped the floor with the dragons, and a third time when Ekjar had appeared, but since Yoo IlHan took all of them and disappeared, even angels, as higher existences, were becoming confused. Until the moment Yoo IlHan's group came back, their chaos did not calm down at all, but the battle between Ekjar and Yoo IlHan with their lives on the line wasn't that long.
We've returned. W.H. Spyra? Spyra.
When Spyra herself showed up in the scene, the angels looked at her while blinking their eyes continuously as if they were poured cold water on their faces.
Why, and how? Countless question marks from their gazes struck Spyra's face.
Spyra shrugged her shoulders and opened her mouth.
Although it's difficult to explain. Ekjar has died. Did you kill it, Spyra? It was not me.
Explaining things would be long, but the result is that Yoo IlHan by my side has killed.
However, when Spyra turned her head around to the side, she noticed that Yoo IlHan and Liara were no longer there.
They immediately disappeared to where the others of their group were using the ancient elven magic formation.
Oh, they're gone. Spyra, where is Yoo IlHan? Can you tell me where you were? We require an explanation. Damn it.
The angels were still looking at her with confused eyes. Realizing that explaining was her share of work, Spyra swore, but there was no way Yoo IlHan would return just because of that. The alliance of Heaven's army and Yoo IlHan could finish the first battle with relatively small casualties. It was also a very thankful battle for Yoo IlHan as he could acquire both a 7th and a 6th class dragon corpse, and thousands of fourth-class magic stones.
Yoo IlHan and Liara dumped Spira amidst the angels and immediately teleported to the others.
The safest place that he had sent the two fortresses and the members inside was none other than the frontier camp of the Destruction Demon Army. No, to be exact, the former frontier camp.
I'm back.
He showed himself in the air for everyone inside the two fortresses to see and told them of his return as if nothing had happened.
Mr. IlHan.
Of course, that did not work. Yoo, who always wished for his safe return, jumped into the air faster than anyone and into Yoo IlHan. The speed was akin to a lion jumping onto its prey.
No, you don't.
The moment Yoo was about to hug Yoo IlHan, Liara, who was by his side, immediately rushed forward in attempt to strike her back.
However, Yoo was already prepared for that, and cast Leitna's protection magic on herself. Yap, ugh. Sorry, I have an owner already.
Whoa, dot. While Liara had struck the shield around Yoo instead of the person, Yoo herself was deflected by Aegis that Yoo IlHan had called out. Yoo IlHan's guard was meticulous as always.
Eek.
However, at that moment, shining light came out of her body.
The light was so intense that it could temporarily block Yoo IlHan and Liara's vision. Yoo's shouts could be heard in the middle. Lady Leitna. Eek. Do you really have to go that far? Just what were these women fighting for? With such a question, Yoo IlHan opened his eyes amidst the light. Yoo was already up against his chest. I wanted to see you so much. It was just a few minutes though.
Yoo IlHan looked at Yoo, who was rubbing her face against his chest like a puppy, and laughed awkwardly.
You weren't worried about me at all, right? I know that you aren't one to die so easily.
Of course, I did worry because you might get hurt.
I'm fine, so don't worry.
You'd be flabbergasted if you hear how I fought. Where do you think you're touching?
Kayak.
Yoo touched all over his body to look for any injuries, but a superficial wound like that would have long since been regenerated by transcendent regeneration. He picked her up as she was about to touch somewhere, and gave her to Liara.
A horrifying punishment immediately befell Yoo. Kaya. Mr. IlHan, you idiot. Your Majesty, I am glad to see you are safe. We were waiting for Master's return. Leaving Yoo behind him, Murpha and Irisha greeted him.
It was as if looking at puppies waiting for their owner's return. Yoo IlHan, who became a little proud, stroked their heads alternately, but as he had expected, they rejoiced, also like puppies.
Is that frightening dragon really dead?
Yeah, I killed it for sure. Although it was not a fair fight, at least you wouldn't meet that guy alive again.
The Destruction Demon Army also shouldn't have any more wits to participate in this war anymore.
Of course, he couldn't deny the possibility that some kind of monster popped up saying the 13th has died, so now I, the 12th, shall step in. Or whatnot, but Yoo IlHan also thought that the balance between the four factions wasn't so easily broken like that. Even if new members of the Destruction Demon Army came, they would just be scouts that just watches how the battle turns out. Of course, they would also die by Yoo IlHan's hands.
Rather than that, Yoo IlHan turned his mind to his nearly full inventory and spoke to Murpha. A few of the elves learned smithing, right?
Yes, there are some who have polished the knowledge your Majesty has bestowed upon us and has reached quite a high realm of ability. Very good, call them all here. Yoo IlHan gathered around 10 elven blacksmiths and took out a gigantic corpse in front of them, a fourth-class dragon's remains.
Dragon. The pressure is amazing even after it's dead.
I can't believe we hunted such things. But His Majesty has killed one that's over 100 times as big as this.
Don't tell me he will show us the art of making weapons out of a dragon. Although it was just 50 times instead of 100, Yoo IlHan did not bother correcting them.
Instead, he told them one other fact.
You guys will be the ones handling this dragon, not me. Us, sir? It's impossible. We know better than anyone that our abilities are lacking.
Dragons were the best materials for blacksmithing, but the level of the smith was just as important.
Would Yoo IlHan be the only one who had acquired remains of dragons, and even higher existences?
If good materials always resulted in good artifacts, then artifacts at the rank of epic or chaos should be overflowing in this world.
Yoo IlHan also knew that very well.
In fact, it was precisely why he took out a dragon's corpse.
I won't expect much, you can just waste them all. But if you train your blacksmithing against a dragon, the things you learn will be quite big as well. But, Your Majesty, it's fine. Yoo IlHan made a peaceful smile and spoke to them.
I still have around 3,298 dragon corpses remaining.
Author's notes. The next chapter, it's the dragon's turn. Translator's notes. R.I.P. me.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 248, You Are Already Dead, 11.
While the elven blacksmiths busied themselves with dismantling the dragons on the spot, Yoo IlHan made most of the elves and the wolfkin to go inside to rest, while leaving a few to be on guard. Then he went looking for Ymir. He was in his room in the flying fortress, and when Yoo IlHan opened the door, Mir slowly walked towards him and hugged Yoo IlHan. He looked like a 15-year-old, but his actions were natural even if you take 10 years away.
Dad. Yes. Did you kill him? Yes. That's good. Yes.
The child dragon in Yoo IlHan's arms thought about something after hearing the natural reply and asked him,
How did you kill him? I aimed for the moment he used a large-scale magic that had me in the range and moved to Earth with him. As he had broken the rules of the Destruction Demon Army, he fell to a lower existence, his mana leaked out, and from there, it wasn't that difficult to win against him. I can't do that. I won't be able to win. Ymir, who understood everything with Yoo IlHan's simple explanation, bit his lips and grumbled.
Yoo IlHan smiled by at the sight of his son struggling, and patted his back.
Well, of course now. Even I wouldn't be able to win if not for such a cheat. But in the end, Dad won and the dragon died. Then Dad is stronger. But I'm too weak.
The standard of strength for a dragon was cold-blooded and frightening.
However, the words he added made Yoo IlHan smile. Mir still has a lot of time. You can become plenty stronger in the future. Like that dragon? You'll need a lot of time, but yes. Definitely. But if I don't become stronger right now, I'll only be a burden to Dad. I don't fight against such guys all the time. And you are already of plenty help to me right now. I want to fight with Dad though. But that dragon is still impossible. It seemed that Ymir had taken quite a shock after looking at Ekjar. In addition, Yoo IlHan also thought that Ekjar's appearance had not been a good influence on Ymir. As he had grown shockingly fast until now, it would be fine if he had confidence in his strength now, but such an absurd monster had appeared and snapped his confidence in half. Moreover, it was a dragon species as well. Now, it wouldn't be strange if he thought his powers were nothing in the face of overwhelming might, and lose his will to progress. Yoo IlHan thought about what he could do to cheer him up again, and remembered the reason he looked for Ymir in the first place. Dad has brought a lot of dragon meat. You'll become stronger faster if you eat them. I'll give you Taraka and Ekjar's meat as well. I'm always receiving things from Dad. Oh, it seemed like he had completely fallen into self-denial mode. Yoo IlHan thought that there was still time to puberty since he was still young despite being big, but perhaps that wasn't it? As Yoo IlHan had no experience rearing a child, he could not judge how to console the current Ymir. However, just as the daddy Yoo IlHan was looking for a way out, Ymir cheered himself up. Perhaps due to not being with Yoo IlHan since young,
he had grown up to be a confident child.
That's why I'll find something that I can do for Dad. You're already giving me so much. Yoo IlHan voiced sorrowfully to Mir.
However, Ymir shook his head and spoke as if he had already decided.
I'll give you a daughter-in-law.
No, I don't need one. You're still too young for marriage.
But who said that to you? Mir asked back in shock when Yoo IlHan said that he didn't need a daughter-in-law. Then just what can I give you? You can just become stronger. With Dad. You have to eat meat and train as well. Yeah. Hearing stronger, he looked more cheered up than before. I'll become strong. Yes. I'm going to eat a lot and become a lot stronger. Yes. I'm going to become stronger than that dragon. You will.
Good, he had climbed over the big hill.
Yoo IlHan stroked Ymir's head as he grew relieved.
Perhaps because his mind was sorted out, Ymir stroked his own stomach and muttered.
Dad, I'm hungry.
Yes, there should be no battle for a while, so let's eat up first.
Yeah.
It wasn't just Ymir. Today, he would host a banquet to celebrate the day he acquired a 6th and a 7th class dragon corpse, to celebrate the first victory of the Alliance.
Good, let's call them all here. What about the guys dismantling dragons over there?
They'll eat their own dismantled meat. Yoo IlHan, who became busy because he now had to cook all the cooking ingredients that had piled up in his inventory, walked to the kitchen inside the mansion. Ymir also wiped away the last bit of tears on his eyes and followed his back. The news about the obliteration of the Destruction Demon Army invasion party, and the death of Ekjar, the 13th Battalion commander that came for revenge, rapidly spread to each of the factions. Everyone in Darrow had felt his descent, and he did not come back after disappearing, so only an idiot would not notice his death.
The 13th Battalion commander. That dragon died? And in Darrow, a colony of dragons?
I'm not sure about 6 classes, but it has been thousands of years since the last 7th class being died.
Will there be a large-scale war again?
To think such a battle would occur not on the Wall of Chaos, or Earth, but Darrow instead.
The death of a battalion commander was definitely not light.
There may be a shift in balance that could possibly bring about further chaos, so not only the Destruction Demon Army, and the other factions didn't really welcome this matter either. And the most important piece of news in this matter was not the dead Ekjar, but the identity of the one that killed him.
So, who did it? Which faction do they belong to? That's definitely from Heaven's army. But I don't know who it is.
The ones that survived the battle after the Destruction Demon Army were obliterated were only angels. Other than the Heaven's army, it was difficult for the other factions to find proper information. As such, they could only judge with what little clues they had. The last he was seen was him attacking the Heaven's army. Ekjar, who was enraged at the death of his successor, went to Darrow, but died just like that. I do not understand what kind of method was used. It was confirmed that he had teleported through dimensions. A sudden, forceful teleportation that pulls every bit of the surroundings.
This is impossible with just magic alone.
There was a skill involved here.
The 6th class high angel there was definitely called Spira?
She was an angel that was predicted to reach 7th class within the next 1,000 years.
However, it should have been impossible for her. I cannot understand what is happening.
They stopped their thoughts there. They only put up their guard against the Heaven's army and forceful dimensional teleportation.
As Yoo IlHan had expected, the attention and wariness towards him was targeted towards the Heaven's army instead.
However, the Destruction Demon Army was different. Although all forms of communication was severed from the moment Ekjar was dragged off to Earth, the one they clashed against the most was Yoo IlHan, and they had collected a lot of amount of information about him.
Yoo IlHan, it's definitely that human.
Everyone felt that Ekjar had lost his qualifications as a Destruction Demon Army member, right?
he made that happen.
So, it wasn't that difficult for them to find out who and how Ekjar was killed.
That human? The one that Taraka set his eyes on? Taraka was killed by Spira. That courageous and beautiful angel.
Spira, she's a woman I want to trample on one day. She's as stiff as she is lovely.
Everyone shut up, we are talking about Yoo IlHan right now.
Inside a temple so huge that hundreds of pillars exceeding 300 m tall had to support the roof, several monsters were giggling unpleasantly around a round table that had a fountain of boiling blood in the middle. Any one of these monsters could destroy several worlds.
Yoo IlHan? I haven't heard of that name before. He's a lower existence. A lower existence? I was called here because of a lower existence?
Oh, very surprising.
Not many worlds could host all of these frightening monsters. The name of this world, where everything was gigantic and overwhelming, was Elokatra.
It was a higher world located beyond the Wall of Chaos, where the war between the Heaven's Army and the Destruction Demon Army happened the most frequently, and was also the main headquarters of these predators. The mankind of this world became extinct long ago as a thick fog containing curse and heat, one that made breathing impossible for any beings lower than 4th class, had covered this world. The weather changed according to the ruler's whims, and so, even the most rigid of plants could not grow and withered easily. And so, those that were able to endure living in this world were all strong and vicious. The Destruction Demon Army was just the most vicious of the bunch. And the ones here were those that were not lacking in any way to be among the best of the best. The Conference of the Battalion Commanders of the Destruction Demon Army. This was the identity of the frightening meeting. Although not all battalion commanders had come, this number was still very splendid.
Is it important that he is a lower existence? Isn't it more important that he killed Ekjar?
From the mouth of the 8th Battalion commander of the Destruction Demon Army, Zanusva, a breath like magma flowed out. It was a giant bird that was made of pure mana fire.
A strong pillar of the Destruction Demon Army had disappeared. Are you going to just laugh over his death? Ekjar's mana was vicious, all right.
His curse was even more vicious.
But, didn't you say he fell to a lower existence? Isn't it possible for him to die then? Is it something to be so surprised about?
What is surprising is that a mere lower existence has the power to lower a 7th class battalion commander to the same level.
That's definitely something we can't overlook. The 10th Battalion commander, IlHan, nodded her head.
It was one of the rare female commanders, and excluding her frozen white skin and a 20 m tall stature, she was a very beautiful lady even by human standards.
She continued speaking in agreement to Zanusva.
Then we can just make him join the Destruction Demon Army.
Oh, that's good. What? Zanusva shouted in surprise.
However, the majority of the battalion commanders in this conference liked her suggestion very much. The one that killed a battalion commander. That's precisely why we need to bring him in.
Whether it's petty tricks or whatnot, it's the undeniable truth that he killed Ekjar, no?
I can't wait to see how he grows up in the future.
Oh, and I'm also curious about how he looks. Very, very much. Yes, I'm also curious about what his face looks like. But IlHan, no ordinary size should satisfy you.
Fufu, shut up. The one that massacred the Destruction Demon Army so much, as a member.
No.
Zanusva, who was listening to the opinions of other battalion commanders, sighed a little, but still shook its bird head and muttered.
Is that so? Yes, this was our way of doing things.
It seems that my brain has rotten from the long years of peace. I did hear that the Heaven's Army has their eyes on him.
We can just tell him what happened with Earth.
Then, he will never be able to choose the Heaven's Army.
Well, then. Let's hurry while he's still in Daru.
We still can't go to Earth yet after all.
Earth? Heaven's Army? Someone explain.
A charming woman with 3 pairs of bat wings behind her back, the 3rd Battalion commander, IlHan, asked, and Zanusva palmed its face with a sigh, when the battalion commanders that did not know the specifics all closed their eyes. Just with that, the thoughts in Zanusva's head was transferred to them.
Oh my, quite the interesting man indeed. Hearing everything, even IlHan started to take interest in Yoo IlHan.
Melohin, who half expected things to come to this, roared at her.
He's mine. Well, wouldn't he like me more? It doesn't matter who takes him.
What's important is the matter about how to bring him to the army.
Yes. That's my field of specialty indeed.
IlHan stuck out her red tongue and licked her upper lips and glistened her eyes charmingly.
No man can reject me.
He might have killed a dragon, but he shouldn't be able to win against the power of the succubus queen. Yoo IlHan was a guy that could reject the full-on advances of a 6th-class angel blessed by the god of love, and the woman who was blessed by the goddess of beauty, but IlHan was overconfident in her ability and ignored that vital piece of information.
That day, another battalion commander headed to Darrow once again.
The war for Darrow had just increased in scale by an entire order of magnitude.
Author's notes.
If every kid was like Mir, then Earth in 10 years would have become a planet of war. The Destruction Demon Army has a mysterious way of thinking.
Would IlHan be able to put up her pride as a woman?
I'll say this because I predict a comment like this will appear, but there are no more additional heroines.
T/N, does that mean IlHan counts?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 249, You Are Already Dead, 12.
In the plains where the frontier camp of the Destruction Demon Army was once situated, Yoo IlHan, together with his subordinates and the dragon's army, were having a banquet, when Liara, who was eating wolfkin meat by Yoo IlHan's side, suddenly shivered.
What is it, Liara?
Do you? I'm going to slap you if you ask me if I want to go to the toilet.
Feel cold? Yoo IlHan switched topics while thinking that she definitely had some sort of mind-reading skill.
Liara grabbed onto one of his hands tightly, perhaps to just skip over his lie, or rather, because something much more grave was about to happen.
A new woman appeared that's aiming for you. I'm sure about this. Oh, okay. Yoo IlHan wanted to shake Liara's hands off, but she didn't allow that to happen. The power of the god of love is speaking to me. I'm absolutely convinced. Yes, I believe you. So let go of my hand and eat some more meat. Of course, he lied.
Although he had barely realized that he did have some kind of charm to receive love from 2 women, he was almost fed up with Liara being overly wary against other women. However, his thoughts vaporized when Liara opened her mouth again.
IlHan. 7th class. Succubus. Level 519. 33,985 years old. 3rd Battalion Commander of the Destruction Demon Army. Her main skills are: what?
Charm, magic, and she possesses these titles.
Liara muttered for ages like that, and when she finally finished she glared at Yoo IlHan while panting. Did you remember everything? Well, yeah, I did, but how do you know so many details about that frightening woman?
With the power of the god of love.
I found out that such a woman is aiming for you. By this point, Yoo IlHan couldn't ignore Liara's words so easily.
To think she had the ability to find out all the information on the beings of opposite gender that were aiming for him.
The power of the god of love was amazing. But why didn't it activate against those of the same gender? Liara immediately resolved Yoo IlHan's question.
The mechanisms behind this makes it such that I can't find out about those that aim for you physically. So it's an ability that seems helpful while it's really not that helpful at all, but the problem lay in the fact that despite the considerable amount of time that had passed since she received the blessing, it was only now that Yoo IlHan came to know of that ability. Of course, it did help substantially since the one trying to seduce him was a strong enemy of 7th class.
Anyway, we've got to retreat. Another 7th class? And a succubus specializing in seduction at that. This is no time for a banquet. Let's go back to Earth. No. Yoo IlHan slowly shook his head.
We can't just leave while dumping Erta here. Also, the magic formation will set off an alarm when that woman appears, so we don't have to be in such a hurry. This woman aiming for me and that woman actually finding me are different matters altogether.
And perhaps. Yoo IlHan stood up from his seat and took a few steps backwards before touching the ground.
The part where his hand was in contact with glowed blue.
Naturally, this area was within the magic formation. Let's see, you said it was IlHan, right? What are you trying to do?
Although it will be difficult to prepare against a completely unknown enemy, if we have that amount of information, we can do something with the magic formation even if it is a 7th class being.
Of course, killing one was a different matter altogether.
Such a thought flashed through his mind.
Perhaps true chaos would ensue if he managed to manipulate the current Heaven's army, and the Garden of Sunset that had relations with Erta? Very good. Liara. It's wonderful that we got to know of that woman beforehand. You're the best. Wow, you're making a really evil smirk. So cool. Besides Liara, who thought that Yoo IlHan was cool no matter what he did, Na Yuna showed up. On one hand, she had a massive piece of bone with meat attached to it, and on the other, she had a glass of the fruit wine that Yoo IlHan had brewed himself, with crusts of cookies around her lips. So there's a woman who dares to seduce our Mr. IlHan? I meant you. Uni, I'm only trying to support him from the side. If possible, forever, and if also possible, right by his side? You're the most dangerous, you are. Ignoring the two women that started to quarrel, Yoo IlHan entered the information into the magic formation. Right now, he was saying this easily in order to make the others rest easy, but whatever he did, a 7th class was a frightening enemy. Any amount of preparation was likely to be insufficient. Although he had won against Ekjar due to circumstances and luck, this was vastly different. She was an enemy that differed from the others he had faced before, whether it was her abilities or her race. Moreover, if she was in the Destruction Demon Army, she should have information about Yoo IlHan's dimensional teleportation ability. It would be near impossible to use the trick he used against Ekjar once again. The worst part about the Demon Destruction Army was that reasoning did not work against them. They just did whatever they wanted. But if there's something fortunate, it's that this is a relatively easy enemy. Through acquiring Ekjar's records, he could know the specific stats that he had.
And he was about fall into despair thinking all 7th class beings had such high stats, but from what Liara told him about her, the 7th class succubus called IlHan was very much lacking in stats compared to Ekjar. In fact, she was similar to what Liara had been was when she was 6th class. Perhaps the race of dragons is special, or the race of succubi is lacking, he didn't know, but according to Liara's information, it seemed doable. Of course, it does pain me that she is overwhelming in regards to psychological magic. I can't block charms completely with just higher curse resistance. I was done in by Ekjar due to the gap in leagues even though I had mastered higher curse resistance and acquired immunity to curses as the characteristics of the Hellbringer class, and 7th class charm should be no different from that, if not worse. She had mastered an unspeakably high realm of charm. Who knows how many times she evolved that skill. In any case, a 7th class was a 7th class. Even if she was lacking regards to personal might, she would be able to compensate for it with magic. Once was enough for him to get beaten up while having faith in his skills. Yoo IlHan gritted his teeth and stood up. I've done entering the information. Fortunately, she hasn't come to Darrow yet. But there's still something to do. Of course, there's something I have to finish as soon as possible. It was very fortunate that he got to find out about the enemy beforehand.
Thanks to that, he could prepare for it like this. Yoo IlHan sighed lightly and dusted of his knees and retreated far back enough in order to not bother the ones enjoying the banquet. Na Yuna and Liara also followed him. I wanted to save it up and give it to myself as a birthday present, but since things came to this, I can't help it. A present for yourself. Your thought process is really like a loner. I'll give you a splendid present for your birthday this year. But what can't you help? Oh, I think I get it. Na Yuna tilted her head and Liara sweated cold sweat. Amidst of that, Yoo IlHan checked the surroundings to see if there was enough space and opened his inventory in midair. The body of a gigantic black dragon showed itself from the inside. Wayo! It's still absurd even when I see it now. Just how did we kill this guy? While Na Yuna and Liara retreated while sweating cold sweat, Yoo IlHan rubbed his cheeks on the head of the dragon's corpse that barely retained its 7th class power. Thanks for retaining your power. That's the worst appreciation speech I've seen in my life. Since a gigantic dragon corpse appeared, there was no way his subordinates would not notice that. However, Yoo IlHan just shook his hand, saying it was no big deal, and called out the Cradle of Miracles prior to dismantling it. Why did you take that out? Are you going to bathe here or something? I can't just throw away the blood of a 7th class dragon. This thing will collect all the blood and make it more concentrated. From when was such a hypertech attached to it? Here. Yoo IlHan let Liara check the information on the Cradle of Miracles. She hesitated before extending her hand slowly and touching the Cradle of Miracles. A series of magnificent text appeared on her eyes. Cradle of Miracles. Rank, God. Durability, indestructible. Options. 1. Purifies and concentrates all materials containing mana. 2. Amplifies the power of the first option by 2 times against dragonkin materials. 3. Stimulates a positive mutation of all materials, but the direction cannot be willed. 4. Amplifies the power of the third option by 2 times against dragonkin materials. 5. Stimulates the evolution of all lifeforms that enter the cradle. 6. Amplifies the power of the fifth option by 3 times against all dragonkin. 7. Can enhance the abilities by consuming dragonkin materials. What is this? Liara muttered dumbfoundedly, and Yoo IlHan answered in a bright voice. It's our shared bath. That's one luxurious bath you have right there. At the same time, it was also a key that showed the path he, Ymir and the others would have to walk on in the future. However, it was quite strange that the key was not that related to his innate talents or the 1,000 years he had lived, but from an unintended crafting process. Thinking back, this was the biggest miracle Yoo IlHan may have encountered. In that sense, the name of this artifact was very suitable. And in the birth of this miracle, Erda's influence was absolute. Although she shouldn't have intended for this. He was only thankful to her for that, that was what he thought. Shared? Kaya, so embarrassing, but if it's with you, I'm always will. I never said we'll go in together. Yoo IlHan severed Na Yuna's delusions and ignored Liara, who was dumbfoundedly looking at the Cradle of Miracles, and proceeded to start work. By 7th class, even the best of his dismantling knives wouldn't work, so he had to use the 8-tailed dragon spear to dismantle it. Master, I think it's a little late to say this now, but... Orochi suddenly spoke to IlHan just as he enchanted Orochi to the 8-tailed dragon spear, as even superhuman strength was not enough. What is it? Can't you just erase that thought soul? Cool-whoa. You dare do that to my body eie. Of course, Yoo IlHan had successfully activated the Death Collector skill and acquired the thought soul of Ekjar. Although he had thrown it somewhere deep since he didn't dare to touch him yet, it seemed that the effect he had on Orochi as the same thought soul was quite big. Yoo IlHan replied with a bitter smile. But that's such a waste, though. I'll say this now, but I have no confidence in winning against that guy. It's fine. I'll do something about it soon. You think it will be over with just this? I'll eat you ALLLLLLLLLL. If it was the immature Yoo IlHan of before, he might have become scared because of that, but it wasn't like that now. Being interfered by a mere thought soul was enough with Reticariha alone. Yoo IlHan had already mastered various skills related to souls, and had learned the advanced version, falling down. A mere fragment of Ekjar's soul could not harm Yoo IlHan. No matter how much he shouted, the body was dead after all. Just you wait. In the future you'll definitely be useful. Yoo IlHan. He ignored Ekjar's shouts and boldly picked up his 8-tailed dragon spear and struck it right in the center of the head. This was the beginning of a dismantling that would never happen in this world again, or in all the other worlds, for that matter. Author's notes. Book 10 is over with this. There's still a lot to go, but please stay with IlHan in the future too. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 250, You're Welcome to 1. The finishing event of the banquet was the dismantling show of a 7th-class dragon. While everyone was overwhelmed by the sight of Ekjar's remains, Yoo IlHan agilely hopped from the head to the tail while stripping the skin perfectly and separated the bones. Although Ekjar had lost a lot of blood while falling down to a lower existence and cursing Yoo IlHan, there was still a considerable amount of blood left, and not a single drop was wasted as everything was sucked into the Cradle of Miracles. The cradle received all the blood and alternated between rising and falling. Liara realized this was the concentration process that Yoo IlHan had mentioned before. IlHan, that looks really abnormal. Doesn't it become more dangerous by becoming distilled? It's fine, I'm not giving them to the others. So it's dangerous after all. Yoo IlHan didn't deny that, it didn't have the word miracle in its name for nothing. The moment the Cradle of Miracles received Ekjar's blood, it was returning the blood to the original state at a frightening speed. Meaning, the form it had prior to Ekjar's falling. There was literally no way it was not dangerous. So it really is the Cradle of Miracles. Perhaps it will go further than that. Though, there should be a limit. Yoo IlHan thought, if he just left it there, perhaps he may be able to make a splendid breath. It will become the greatest mana potion of all time. Just a mana potion? Of course not. Dragon's blood was at the apex of all blood of magical life forms. Mana recovery wasn't the only result. The breath that Yoo IlHan had drunk all this time had etched themselves into Yoo IlHan's records. Although the incident that awakened the power of dragons was the contract with Ymir, breath did indeed play a pivotal role in the development of the power. So it might be possible for you guys as well. Let's start from a relatively weak 4th-class dragon. Drinking wine and bathing, isn't it all good? That sounds really ominous. Well, it should be fine if it's with you, I guess. Ekjar's blood was only a minute portion of the remains. His skin, bones, and muscles were all of the highest quality. The most important aspect was the sheer quantity of them due to the size. There would be enough to equip an entire army and still have some left over. But they all have their equipment. Please don't tell me you'll make a 3rd levitating fortress. But I also think I won't need it for the time being. Although there was an infinite amount of things he wanted to make with this dragon body, there was no time for that right now. In the end, the cleanly dismantled corpse went inside Yoo IlHan's inventory again. He only left out a portion of them, his 2 eyes, heart, and the hardest chunk of scale at the chest. However, Liara looked at the heart that Yoo IlHan was holding with his 2 hands and asked while tilting her head. IlHan, isn't that a dragon heart? Oh what? Yeah, this is the heart. You saw me extract it. No, not just any heart. Liara's 2 eyes glistened like the Milky Way galaxy. A dragon heart. What? Yoo IlHan immediately put down the heart and checked.
At the moment of extraction, the heart was like any ordinary dragon's heart, squishy and massive, but now that it became separated from the rest of the body, it was reducing in size while the hardness and the brightness was increasing. Of course, the mana inside was transforming as well. Whoa! Yoo IlHan exclaimed with a single syllable and proceeded to touch it. It was indeed a dragon heart. The exact same one that was infinitely more precious than a magic stone. This was a 7th-class dragon heart, so its worth would definitely be several orders of magnitude higher than a 7th-class magic stone. Well, what do I do with it? Calm down, IlHan. Even though she was the one who said it, Liara, who noticed the value of it afterwards, also panicked. First, Yoo IlHan hurriedly stored it inside his inventory. Even if Lupin appeared here, he wouldn't be able to steal Yoo IlHan's dragon heart. Yoo IlHan finally heaved a sigh of relief and muttered. I did need a source of power for the final stage of my armor that I was designing. An item that could fit that role, and was stronger than he had expected, had so suddenly appeared. He didn't even have the confidence to mana craft with this properly. Perhaps mastering the skill will allow him to? However, while Yoo IlHan and Liara were at a loss what to do, the magic formation beneath their feet glowed lightly. Yoo IlHan's expression stiffened as if someone had poured cold water over his face. That woman's coming. What do you mean by coming? The magic formation is restraining her from entering. It won't last long. It looks like I need to hurry. Although he was slightly excited about the unprecedented treasure of a 7th-class dragon heart, this was no time to be like that. He had to make the necessary equipment as soon as possible, in order to commence the operation. Yoo IlHan finished up the banquet that was almost broken up anyway, and made the people board the 2 respective fortresses. He hesitated a little before declaring. Everyone wait on Earth for around 2 hours. When I bring you back to Daru, it will be the final battle. Although he was a little sorry for them as they were all prepared for battle, there was no turn for them this time either. This was due to Yoo IlHan's lack of foresight, thinking that there would be no 7th-class participants. He thought that there was no reason that they couldn't participate since the horror of Ekjar had disappeared as well. Why do we need to wait 2 hours? Dad, are you going to do something dangerous again? Ymir's eyes glistened again. However, Yoo IlHan made a bitter smile and shook his head. It's nothing like that. It's just some affair between a man and a woman. You idiot. He said something so stupid trying to say it in a roundabout way. And to a little kid too. However, Liara was frustrated that she couldn't deny that. What's more was that Erda also had feelings for Yoo IlHan. Of course, the person in question did not know that. This will become a really big battle. Everyone prepare and resolve yourselves. Understood. He gave a glance to Pate, Myri, Juril, Irisha, and his other subordinates and nodded his head and moved to Earth, and the next moment, he returned to Daru alone. Or he tried to, when his sleeve was grabbed. Let me go with you. You need a buff, don't you? I want to go too, Dad. With a sigh, he looked back at them. They were Liara, Nayuna, and Ymir. Are you confident in your resistance to charm? I've received the blessing of the god of love. Meaning, I won't be affected by any charm while I still love you. For me, it's the blessing of the goddess of beauty. There's no one prettier than me, so don't worry. Dad, I'm immune to all status ailments. He thought that Liara and Nayuna may possibly resist the charm, but he blinked his eyes after hearing Ymir's reply. Mir, what did you say? I'm immune to all status ailments, Dad. It was around 70% when I was born, but after I became 4th class, I got a title saying I'm immune. Thinking back, he was born with the title Birth of Chaos, T/N, check chapter 106. The OP title that gave him 70% resistance to all status ailments. He remembered that he gritted his teeth while thinking about the difference in status at birth, But to think that was a foreshadow for this moment, this was a mistake on the part of the foreshadow meister Yoo IlHan.
However, Yoo IlHan knew very well that immunity didn't mean invincibility. But for 7th class being, they can break your immunity. It will be difficult.
I still have other titles and have around 250% resistance in total.
There was no gap at all for any status ailment. Yoo IlHan had to admit his loss here. Okay, I guess I can't help it. Let's go together. Phew, I'll definitely be of help to Dad.
I'm going to laugh at her after seeing how pretty she is.
Now Yuna, you have a good life.
As soon as Yoo IlHan returned to Dara with the three of them, he immediately gave a call to Erda. She received the call as if she was waiting for this.
Yoo IlHan, are you alright?
Erda, things are progressing a little too fast.
Isham, this side is the same in that things are progressing a little too fast.
Erda's words were very carefully said, but Yoo IlHan instantly realized what was happening after hearing her words.
The Garden of Sunset.
He was sure that they were trying to snatch Erda while the Destruction Demon Army and the Heaven's Army were fighting it out. Fortunately, she was looking like she was following the will of the Garden of Sunset, and they would not cause any harm to her, but the problem was what was about to occur from now on. He was sure that the instance of an angel transferring to the Garden of Sunset would be very noisy, and it wasn't like the Heaven's Army would not know of that fact. It would be better if he still had some more time, but not everything went smoothly in life.
Yoo IlHan immediately took out an anvil and a hammer and checked with her. Can you wait 10 more minutes? 10 minutes, that's plenty. Good, he could only try now.
Ekjar's 2 eyes and the hardest scale, and the blood inside the Cradle of Miracles would allow him to do this.
You're finally touching my body after you split me up to pieces? Shut up.
After silencing Ekjar, he dipped the 2 eyes and the scale in the blood. The Cradle of Miracles immediately resonated with them, and as he had wished to, they quickly regained their former leagues. However, there was no time for any exclamation right now.
Let's do this quickly.
The mana crafting materials were 2 5th-class magic stones. These were the last 5th-class magic stones he had. Yoo IlHan teared up a little but still powdered them and applied them on the hammer before hammering the scale.
This was a very difficult process of blacksmithing and mana crafting at the same time.
Such a difficult technique was being used to speed up the work process.
2 minutes passed. Good. What Yoo IlHan was making was a helmet.
The helmet that would cover for his weakness. Eternal Flame combined with Blaze licked its tongue and melted Ekjar's scale just as he had wished to. Yoo IlHan cooled the scale with the blood and coated it thinly over the surface, and made a draconic-shaped helmet that fit his size.
His speed was frighteningly fast.
Although this was actually a process that required more effort, he couldn't help it right now.
Fortunately, the skills he had piled up weren't for nothing and there were no big flaws. Liara checked the time for him. 5 minutes. The next is. The core materials for the helmet would be the 2 eyes.
The body part that possessed the most magic power and resistance after the heart. This too would have been refined slowly and with more effort if he had the time, but not now.
He'll just solve it all with mana crafting. HHP.
Yoo IlHan struck down on Ekjar's eyes with the hammer covered in 5th-class magic stones and immediately started mana crafting, to make it smaller and harder, to process it into the right direction that Yoo IlHan wanted.
Hellseeker's Demon Eye was completed.
The completed product were 2 thin panels that were tens of times smaller than the original.
At least on the outside, it went as Yoo IlHan had intended to.
Considering that this had an independent name like the Destruction Mirrors of the 100 Eyes, its functionality should be splendid as well.
However, Yoo IlHan was unsure of that name.
I don't know if I succeeded or not with such a name.
8 minutes. Ugh.
There was no time for groans either. Yoo IlHan placed the 2 eyes that became the right size for the helmet onto the frame and struck down with his hammer again.
Eternal flame softly wrapped itself around the helmet. He was a little unsure about the end product since the work process was rushed, but the next moment, he could rest easy after the helmet and the eyes became one and gave off immense light. That was a light that he could only see when everything went as he wished to. Dragon Eye of the Avenger was completed. Rank, Chaos. Defense, 18,600. Durability 1, 104000/1, 104000. User restrictions, Magic 800. Options. 1. Reflects all status ailments at a 50% rate. However, the probability has every league difference the enemy is higher than the user. 2. 150% increase in all status ailment resistance. 3. 50% increase in all magic resistance. The moment the information appeared on his two eyes, he was relieved. At least he had no confidence in making a better helmet than this for quite a while. Meaning, this was a success. He liked that the functions he wanted were all attached at a decent rate. The defense was also nothing to scoff at since he had made this from the scale of a 7th class dragon, and with magic resistance increase on top of status ailment resistance increase, it could be said that his resistance to charm magic had increased by 200%. Curse resistance and cures immunity wouldn't just play around either, so he was really confident now. Yoo IlHan immediately put on the sharp helmet that had 2 dragon eyes. How is it? It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. You girls will probably say I'm cool even if I dance around naked. But you are really cool. Wearing the helmet that imitated a dragon's head, it went well with the infernal dragon body that also imitated the scaly body of a dragon. The aesthetics also was not bad with the black shadow around the gauntlet. It's so cool. You're almost like a demon lord. Oh, it's that side. Just one, rather than a hero of justice, he was closer to the pivot of evil. Well, it was fine since no one would be able to find Yoo IlHan anyway once the battle started. Yoo IlHan pulled down the visor on the helmet to cover his eyes. The part where Ekjar's 2 eyes were attached to was there, or not. It was a feint and was actually an eye blind. In fact, just wearing the helmet would activate all the options. It was truly a Yoo IlHan-like trick. Anyway, with this, all the preparations he could do were done. Well, then. If I still get cursed, you can start calling me the Cursed King. That sounds cool for some reason. If you get seduced by that succubus, I'm going to call you Fluffy Legs. Oh, 10 minutes are up. T/N, I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. Googling didn't get me anything. The moment a new reason he could not be seduced was added, Yoo IlHan checked Urta's status and location and activated the formation. At that moment, the seal from the magic formation was undone and the succubus entered Daru, while Urta lost her qualifications as an angel and was put through the process of an archmagic that made her into a member of the Garden of Sunset. Just as the Heaven's Army realized that Urta was doing something strange, the Army of Brilliant Light realized that the Destruction Demon Army had sent 2 7th classes to Daru. This was the rise of the curtain to a period of chaos and calamity. Author's notes. Start of Book 11. Chaos and destruction right from the start. At first, I thought about how to explain the charm, as a curse or pure magic, but I decided to go with that it has properties of both. Translator's notes. 110 left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 251, You're Welcome, 2. Generally, becoming a higher existence referred to a lower existence being sharing the records of the higher existence factions and becoming their member. An entity acquires more potential that way, and the faction would also increase its amount of records. At first, there were no higher existence factions other than Heaven's Army. However, someone who felt disgusted about how Heaven's Army handles things decided to leave the Heaven's Army by piling up new records, and this was the beginning of the Army of Brilliant Light. By mutating the records that any angel would have,
he opened the possibility of creating fallen angels. With his power, he made all angels a potential candidate of fallen angels. He was the first traitor, and the leader of the second higher existence faction. The army of brilliant light rapidly expanded in power and went against the Heaven's army. Meanwhile, the destruction demon army was started by a monster that ate an entire world. Neither the Heaven's army that emphasized balance, nor the army of brilliant light, that went against them in an attempt to raise a new set of rules, met the expectation of that monster. It wanted to devour all of the balance and rules as well. The monster that eventually surpassed its limits with its endless desires gathered monsters that were like itself and established a faction, which came to be the destruction demon army. All they wanted was pure destruction. The Heaven's army resented them, but the army of brilliant light cooperated with them from time to time. Of course, there was never any heartfelt alliance. What everyone wished for was different. Lastly, the fourth higher existence faction, the Garden of Sunset, was started by someone completely shrouded in mystery. Despite the fact that the world he lived in should have been under the jurisdiction of the Heaven's army. The Heaven's army only found out that he was extremely skilled in concealing himself. They slowly, but surely, expanded in power, and eventually reached a realm where they were not lacking even when compared to other factions. They always came and went like the wind and did not easily show their full power, but it could be ascertained that their powers were not weak at all. Their members had characteristic and various abilities, and was hard to face against as well. Despite that, Erta shrugged her shoulders while watching the members of the Garden of Sunset that located themselves around her as while preparing for the ceremony. Here, the ceremony referred to the archmagic that would allow her to go from the Heaven's army to the Garden of Sunset, and was a magic that the leader of the Garden of Sunset had developed after researching the mutation of records that the leader of the army of brilliant light had previously made. To think I'd go through the ceremony like this. You wish to go to our main headquarters, right? I know what you mean, but unfortunately. A higher existence that had the torso of a naked woman, and a lower body that was a snake's, Lisona, shook her head with a giggle. She was the sole sixth-class being here. There is no such thing as a headquarters for us Garden of Sunset. I have heard that from before. You mean that you will tell me if I become a member, right? No. We believe in you already. The headquarters really does not exist. Sorry? Erta, who originally planned to drag for time as Yoo IlHan had said before, ended up being absorbed in the conversation. Is that even possible? We don't even know where the leader of the Garden of Sunset resides. I have not seen that person's face either. I'm pretty sure that goes for all of us here as well. It's pretty embarrassing to say, but... Erta slightly blushed while asking. Then, when I was a lower existence, what did they mean by making me the mistress of the Garden of Sunset? The chief gatekeeper of the garden, in other words, those that are often called battalion commanders in other factions, sometimes act like they're the leaders. You were just deceived by one of them. It was too absurd that Erta became speechless. Lisona continued. After collecting the information from the ones that have claimed to have met the leader, we have made a conclusion. He's very whimsical and unpredictable. The reason is simple. The leader they have met are all different people. My word, that means. Correct, that was the orders of the leader. In order to not show himself, he allowed the chief gatekeepers to refer to themselves as the leader. Erta both thought that it was utter nonsense. At the same time, it was undoubtedly very effective. As a result, the angels including herself did not know anything about the leader of the Garden of Sunset. However, one thing is sure, and it is that his powers are very strong, and compared to that, we don't have many restrictions imposed on us. Erta, didn't you look for us because you wished for that? Oh, is it not? Did you not mention that you were disgusted about how the Heaven's army decided to abandon Earth? Yes. At that moment Yoo IlHan gave her a call. Erta resolved tightly and replied. Let us proceed with the ceremony.
Good, you've chosen well. Everybody to your places. Everyone moved to their respective locations. The process of detaching the angel's wings from Era, and bestowing the records of the Garden of Sunset, began from then. Although it might hurt a little, bear it. It will only be for a moment that you fall to a lower existence. However, the opportunity Erta had to look out for was that precise moment. She closed her two eyes and focused her senses. The ones watching her giggled. They thought she'd doing that to bear the pain. Good, it's going smoothly. Prepare to fight against the Heaven's army. Of course, they should be tired from the battle with the Destruction Demon army, though. It would have been good if they were wiped out by that dragon. Now. The white feathery wings from Erta's back were slowly pulled out. At the same time, milky white blood shot up into the air. The proof that made her an angel could not endure the records of the new higher existence faction and was being pulled out. Now endure for a mom. What? Fu. However, immediately after all her powers as an angel were pulled out, that power started to form a barrier around Erta. The magic formation she had engraved on her body beforehand was set to activate the moment her mana as a higher existence and the remains were pulled out. Erta, I've been inflicted with some contagious disease from a certain loner, you know. The records of the Garden of Sunset that were trying to color her body and soul could not pierce through the barrier made by the remains of her angelhood and were deflected back. Erta recovered her vitality from the inside and made a leisurely smile. I'm also fed up with factions. Now. Yes, now. Yoo IlHan's spear pierced the head of one of the higher existences that made up the magic formation. As this guy had died with a single strike, his concealment was maintained, and so, Lisona only noticed that Yoo IlHan had attacked, but did not know where he was. Yoo IlHan? It's Yoo IlHan, the former contractor of Erta. I'm also here though? Mir, don't approach that woman. Okay. Lady Leitnea. On the other hand, Mir and Liera each attacked different enemies and as such, their concealment was dispelled. Nayuna was giving buffs on them while being protected by Yoo IlHan's aegis quite far away from the battle zone. Hack. A lower existence. High Angel Liera. Not anymore. With a surprise attack, 3 of the members died, and that instantly increased to 4, then 5. Yoo IlHan's skills were too good to be considered a lower existence, and Lisona tried her best to find his presence, but it was impossible for her to even find his traces. Even though she could see her subordinates dying right in front of her. In the end, her rage directed towards Erta. Erta, you. How? You said you'll stop being an angel. I definitely did indeed. But why are you scheming with a human? I think you're misunderstanding something. Erta touched the barrier she constructed and made a thick smile. I did not help Yoo IlHan because I was an angel. Even though she had lost her league, the realm of magic she had reached would not be lost. And right now, she was using the remains of what she once was as the material. Right now, Erta had the confidence to not lose against anyone. I only want to be with Yoo IlHan. Yoo IlHan's group killed all the ones that were involved in the ceremony, and so the magic formation could not proceed with the ceremony and crumbled down. Erta aimed for that time and changed her barrier to a different magic. She had even pulled the mana used in the ceremony and made a new magic. Erta. That was an offensive magic that aimed for Lisona alone. The crystals of mana burning in the air drew in the surrounding mana to increase their numbers to hundreds, then thousands, and all shot towards her. Lisona was shocked while seeing that. Didn't you fall to a lower existence just now? Although it's quite embarrassing for me to say it, if it's the path of magic, I do not plan on losing to anyone. Kook. A lower existence who could not be looked down upon. That magic was a magic that Erta had used all her powers to use, with the mana of a higher existence.
Lisona expanded in size and liberated the mana stored inside each and every one of the scales that covered her lower body and made a barrier for self-protection. To block Urta's magic, she could only bring out her full power. Even while that happened, the members of the Garden of Sunset were dying to Yoo IlHan's invisible attacks, as well as Ymir and Liera's visible, but still frightening, attacks. And this was precisely what Urta aimed for. You, lowly. You have killed the elves for artifacts, haven't you? I don't get who's the lowly one here. I did not do that. I didn't even know what was happening. Is that so? It looks like the Garden of Sunset respects the independence of each entity, but groups always have a collective responsibility, no? Lisona finally understood that Urta had no intentions to join the Garden of Sunset at all. The price she had to pay for that was bone-aching. Yes, I shall tell you what it means to make an enemy out of a faction. However, just as Lisona dispelled her barrier after receiving Urta's magic and tried to switch to offense, a shadow appeared behind her back. Let me share a bit of information with you, that there's a loner that's more frightening than any faction, but... Of course, she could not notice that. Critical hit. Cag. A single strand of spear pierced her abdomen, the part that connected her snake lower body and human upper body, a weak point that could only be exposed. Until now, it was under protection of the scales, but thanks to Urta, who realized that, and had attacked there, the scales were all consumed and Yoo IlHan's attack could break in. Phew, I succeeded with the skill, but I still couldn't kill her. 6th classes or something alright. Yoo IlHan. Seeing that his enemy didn't die with a single strike, Yoo IlHan grumbled while pulling out his spear. He could not kill the enemy even with the spear of untraceable trajectory overlap that he had found a grasp on when he killed Akjar, by overlapping all of the strikes into one, and naturally, his concealment was dispelled. Of course, he was planning to dispel his concealment around this point. If he didn't, meaning, if he didn't expose himself, the guest couldn't find him. Hey wop. Shockwave strike. At the moment Lisona's movements momentarily stopped due to the shock, Liera and Ymir's attack broke in as well. 2 heavy blows shook Lisona's body, and all that shock was amplified by Liera's shockwaves and started to destroy all her internal organs. Kahak. However, the reason Lisona was shocked was not because of physical reasons alone. Not only Yoo IlHan, Liera and Ymir's attacks were on her as well, she realized what this meant. How can this? In the few minutes where Lisona spent focusing on Urta, all the other members of the Garden of Sunset had died. This was no time to just be wary against Yoo IlHan. The 6-year-old infant dragon, and the woman who gave up her 6th class for love, were plenty monstrous to massacre higher existence by themselves. However, everything had just begun. Urta Aawa'ea. With Spira's shout as the beginning, the entire camp of the Heaven's Army frontier camp had arrived. They, who had been wiped out by Akjar, and the other Destruction Demon Army members, had retained the majority of their fighting force. Oh my, so you were here. There are a lot of other guests too. Such a prankster, you wanted to call me here? To think you'd push me around. I don't exactly hate that violence. The second special guest of today, the 7th class succubus queen Helena. Disregarding the 3 pairs of wings and a tiny horn on her forehead, she was not that different from a human, and she was quite a beauty too. The charming body and the frilly dress that barely covered her body was very unbalanced looking. Oh my, you're beyond my expectations. I like it. Both of them. That bitch dares to. Her outer appearance that scattered strong charm towards Yoo IlHan and Ymir from the moment of her appearance was truly bright. Lisona widened her eyes after noticing her within her half-dead state. The 2nd Battalion commander from the Destruction Demon Army. Oh my, I didn't want to be found out by the others. This is all because of you, darling. You will take responsibility, right? Helena winked towards Yoo IlHan.
However, Yoo IlHan tilted his head.
It didn't seem like the options on the helmet had activated, but his heart was as calm as ever.
My, this is going to be difficult. Isn't it too early to bare your fangs, IlHan? Can I take this as you breaking off our alliance, right? Oh my, it's been a while, Natier, still as pretty as ever, are we? The eighth wing of brilliant light Natier.
For the third surprise, the army of brilliant light showed up as well.
And the one that showed up on top of their heads was a 7th class battalion commander who had the same amount of might as IlHan.
As they knew that the enemy was IlHan, the battalion commander from the army of brilliant light was also a female. The 3 pairs of black wings were flapping proudly behind her back.
This war will.
And Lysona's life was severed there, and as if waiting for that moment, another giant fissure appeared in the air.
Daru is the land that we have prophesied. Negotiations not possible. Top-tier defensive measures activate.
The one that appeared from the fissure was a gigantic shark covered in thick metallic armor, and was of course, 7th class. Chief Gatekeeper of the Garden of Sunset, Kelatuk, shall participate in this fight.
And now, battalion commanders from 3 factions had ended up in Daru. Yoo IlHan, who vaguely expected this to happen, still collected Lysona's remains anyway.
War was war and remains were still remains.
You, isn't what you just took a gatekeeper of our Garden of Sunset?
Fufu, such greediness. As expected, you're the perfect fit for our destruction demon army.
He felt the gazes focusing on him and made a small bow. Everyone do your business here leisurely. I'll just take my leave.
And naturally, they would never let him do that. Now that 4 factions and a loner gathered in this place, the war for Dara started to run to the climax.
Author's notes. Yoo IlHan got found out while trying to sneak away. Do your best, Liara. Protect IlHan's chastity.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 252, You're welcome, 2-3. Darling, you're so daring. I like your daringness. Thanks, I also like my daringness. Yoo IlHan lightly smiled at IlHan, who expressed her like for him and did what he had to do first. That was to procure Urta. There we go. Kayak.
Like a kingfisher snatching a fish on the surface of the water and snatched Urta with one arm. Urta, who was suddenly snatched while being tense due to the appearance of 2 7th class beings, blushed and spoke in a small voice.
I never thought I'd ever see proactiveness from you.
I'm quite thankful, but this is no time for chatter.
When Yoo IlHan showed movements of moving towards Urta, the one who reacted first was none other than Spira, who was leading the Heaven's army. Yoo IlHan. Urta is a traitor who allied with the Garden of Sunset and abandoned the Heaven's army.
Well, in my eyes, she's only a lower existence like Liara.
That's what? She is really a lower existence.
Spira fell into panic after seeing Urta as a lower existence without joining the Garden of Sunset despite losing her wings. However, too many things were happening for her to judge things slowly.
She could have taken her time if it was only Yoo IlHan and Urta that were here, but right now, there was the 3rd Battalion commander of the Destruction Demon Army, the 8th wing of the Army of Brilliant Light, as well as a chief gatekeeper of the Garden of Sunset.
This was no time to question Urta.
Moreover, looking at those mighty battalion commanders.
Even though the Heaven's army was superior in number, right now, they were the most inferior of the groups.
Right now, the most rational decision she could come to was,
I shall question her sins later.
Right now, we need to survive this battle. Later? Yoo IlHan checked with a smile.
Spira gritted her teeth and shouted.
I'll give her the right to avoid responsibility. Urta. We will not be attacked by the Heaven's army anymore. Good, let's join hands then.
You don't dare. When Yoo IlHan tried to join with the Heaven's army camp with Erta, Liara, Ymir, and Nayuna, the succubus queen flapped her wings to block his way. Her violet eyes glistened mysteriously with mana.
Darling needs to go with me, no? No.
The moment Yoo IlHan replied without a change in expression, Helena's glistening eyes lost power and sank. She immediately realized what was happening to her.
Huh, did darling just deflect my charm? No way. Yes. Way.
If there was anything that Yoo IlHan wanted to try out in Daru, it was to fight while simultaneously activating the magic formation of Daru to teleport while fighting. However, in the past, he had no spare magic stones to do that against the dragons, and this time, there were no enemies strong enough for him to use the trick on. But now, it became the perfect moment to use that trick.
Yoo IlHan immediately activated the magic formation and teleported to the middle of the ranks of angels.
Hick!
Erta, just what did you do? Yoo IlHan. Good, the first button is buttoned well.
He had made the situation so that 4 factions were going against each other, and he joined the Heaven's army without much trouble as well. So, it could be said that his plans succeeded perfectly. Although the bad thing was that all the aggro was on him, but he had expected this much to happen. Spira, Heaven's army won't bring a battalion commander. We cannot call for a battalion commander so easily. It is the other factions that are abnormal for bringing so much battle power.
So you guys call for one too. I see that it's definitely the time to do that. I'm really liking you more and more. What do I do? Give it up, Destruction Demon Army. I'll eat that man up.
Oh, I never expected such an ignorant beast to understand the emotion of love. Helena, the alliance with the Destruction Demon Army is over. I'm fine with you doing whatever you want, but you'll have to pay the price immediately.
Ah, I only came here for a date. Why is everyone acting so aggressively? Good, just fight like that. And Spira, you call for your commander quickly. Shouted Yoo IlHan inwardly and prepare for battle.
He got on top of the dragon form Ymir's back, and also led Liara, Erta, and Nayuna on. All of Yoo IlHan's abilities would increase by 45% when he fought on top of a dragon. The first 15% was from the effects of the title Dragon's Ally he acquired when he fought with Lucidna, and the additional 30% was from the Dragon Man resonance. On top of that, there was another 30% increase with Nayuna's blessing, and the title Untouchable would also add another 45% due to 3 leagues of difference.
In other words, Yoo IlHan's current battle power was at 220%.
Also, there would be an additional 160% increase if he used a fire attribute attack. However, he didn't quite have the confidence to lower the League of 7th class beings with falling down. I'm not sure about the succubus queen, but the other 7th classes will be difficult.
So you were planning to fight them after all?
While Liara muttered in shock, Erta cast defensive magic on top of Ymir's body. As she had already consumed the remains of her angelhood, the magic was comparatively inferior, but it was still enough to deflect the magic from ordinary 5th class beings.
Arrogant, you do not ask for forgiveness but raise your weapon. The gigantic shark didn't seem to like their actions though.
The first one to move into the deadlock was also that shark.
I said you can't, didn't I?
And the succubus queen blocked its way. Her temptress violet eyes, Yoo IlHan felt a slight chill in them. He thought that he may have misjudged things. He did not misjudge his own power, nor the enemy's power. Perhaps, he had misjudged the balance between the enemies.
Get lost, bat. You cannot interfere with my justified execution.
Oh my, but I don't think so.
Violet-colored mana spread out from her like smoke.
That infiltrated the gigantic shark's metallic armor and penetrated him. The gigantic body of the shark that was soaring through the space towards Yoo IlHan suddenly stopped like it was stuck on something.
Unfortunately, my magic cannot be avoided with those petty measures alone.
When IlHan extended her 2 arms wide, the violet-colored mana instantly spread through to the surroundings. The flow instantly covered not only Cataclysm, but the army of brilliant light, the Heaven's army, and of course, Yoo IlHan's group as well.
Yes, you want to go at it this way, right? The 8th wing of brilliant light, Nautier, also agitated her mana after feeling that.
The 3 pairs of black wings extended magnificently to draw on the surrounding mana, and shot them as rays of light towards IlHan.
However, not one of them struck the target.
Right before they struck IlHan, the rays of light all changed directions by themselves.
IlHan licked her lips with a seductive smile. Nautier, you also don't want to fight me, do you? This monstrous bitch. Nautier grit her teeth.
The rays of light all bent from Helena to strike Cataclysm, and Cataclysm immediately turned its body as if it was waiting for provocation and faced the army of brilliant light.
Of course, this was not what it wanted to do. Damn, you bat bitch dared to control my body. Isn't it heart-pounding? There, close your eyes and feel it. The blissful feeling that you may never experience in your life. Are you ignoring the long amount of time I've lived for? Aha! That damned shark.
The energy that the shark spat out swiped against the army of brilliant light. Nautier did try her best to defend, but the energy she could not block instantly vaporized a few fallen angels.
IlHan laughed out while watching that. What are you doing, shark? You need to put more effort into hitting the target. IlHan, you bitch. The effects didn't only reach them. Even some of the angels in the Heaven's army started twitching. The majority were male angels, but a few of the female angels were affected as well. Kook, Spira Nim. Spira, be careful. My body is not listening to me. You useless. Eek. It only took a moment for an internal chaos to occur in the angel camp.
Yoo IlHan, who thought that higher existences should have high resistance to charm, looked at the battlefield that instantly became a mess and was at a loss for words. Like this, there was no meaning for him to cooperate with the Heaven's army. The battlefield that Yoo IlHan had expected was not like this.
IlHan was clearly stronger than everyone else put together. Yoo IlHan made Ymir retreat from the angels, causing a mess, and checked the state of his members. Are you guys alright? No problems here. I'm also fine, Dad.
Phew, she is quite pretty, but she still doesn't match me.
I too
can endure, just barely. Only Yoo IlHan's group, who were objectively the most underpowered group, were safe from the charm. The higher existences really should give up working and start training, he truly thought that.
Darling, you do know that everything is because of you, right? The next moment, IlHan appeared in front of Yoo IlHan.
Yoo IlHan thought about using the magic formation again to make some distance, but decided not to after concluding that nothing would change even if he did so, with the situation around him right now. Yes, failure was preset upon the moment he tried to use the help of a faction despite being a loner. In the end, he could only win everything by himself. Let's set things straight. It's because of you guys touching Darrow, not because of me. He looked at IlHan head on. He gripped the spear in his hand, and made Ymir look down slightly just in case he was affected by the charm, and finally lowered his visor to cover his eyes.
I will kill that. No, Liara. Liara tried to step up from his side, but Yoo IlHan pushed her back.
Even though Liara was burning in passion to protect him, it was impossible for her to go against IlHan with the powers she currently had.
So it's your girl. Oh my, how romantic. But, it's alright. I don't care how many women you have. She flew across the skies as if sliding, and lightly landed on Ymir's head.
Ymir shook his head to shake her off, but if she was shaken off with just that, she wouldn't be 7th class.
You'll become mine anyway. IlHan approached Yoo IlHan defenselessly.
There were no signs of her attacking. No, she used her ability to protect him last time, so it should be fine to say that she had no hostility. Yoo IlHan hesitated whether he should strike out right now, or wait for a better opportunity, but the moment he hesitated, the physical distance between him and IlHan approached zero.
IlHan's hand touched Yoo IlHan's visor.
When she pushed it up, Yoo IlHan was met with the mysteriously glistening violet eyes.
Oh my, your looks are my type too. Your looks aren't mine though. Really? But you'll change your mind soon.
The moment IlHan flicked a finger with the other hand, the violet fog that spread throughout the battlefield all gathered towards her. Following that, the three pairs of bat wings extended and enveloped Yoo IlHan and IlHan, and the full power from the succubus queen was focused on Yoo IlHan alone.
IlHan. Uni, you'll really die. Yoo IlHan. Kuu, Yura Aor.
An overwhelming amount of mana, enough to distort spacetime, storming around Yoo IlHan was a very spectacular scene, but there were two beings in the middle that did not flinch at all.
They were Yoo IlHan and IlHan. Now, please say you love me, whispered IlHan in a sweet voice and took off his helmet. Yoo IlHan replied to her with a somewhat dreamy expression. Get out of my face, I can't read the text. You have awakened unshakable heart LV max. This is the highest tier skill in this category, and is impossible to evolve whether independently or in fusion. Yoo IlHan finally realized
that there had simply been no moment so stimulating that it provoked his skill to awaken, ever since the first Great Cataclysm.
Author's notes. Not applicable. Translator's notes. Some people seem to think that the translator of the ER is Kukasaitsu, lol. Kukasaitsu, I think you always forget to put this part. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader/editor, Kukasaitsu. Please don't omit it from now on.
Or in fact, you can just translate ER and you can take the role of translator for reals. LUL, I can't remember since when it was omitted. Let's get this straight, guys.
Chamber is my boss and I'm the transl. I mean editor. KKS.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 253, You're welcome, 2-4. Give me my helmet back. How?
The succubus queen didn't even realize that the helmet was taken from his hand and slowly stepped backwards. My powers are not restrained at all in this world.
I'm at full power. At the same time she said that, IlHan spread out her aura to the surroundings. Everyone in the battlefield who could not completely overcome her aura swayed. Cook, ka owarar. Ki-hi, IlHan.
The gigantic armored shark messed up the army of brilliant light against its will despite its enormous power, due to IlHan's pheromones, and Natier was in an identical situation, in the regard that she could not make rational decisions. Controlling the opposite sex, and destroying the reason of the same sex, the power that still applied even on the same league.
But why do you not love me?
She hadn't reached 7th class with just 6th class stats for nothing. With regards to mental and psychological magic, she was the strongest.
Was there a 7th class that could face her head-on? Would the Heaven's Army's battalion commander be able to go against her magic and rip her wings off?
At least, the Heaven's Army didn't think so. Even though Spyra had reported to her higher-ups multiple times despite her chaotic mental state, the Heaven's Army did not send a battalion commander. She also despaired after a few minutes. Yes, for the Heaven's Army, it'd be better for these guys to exhaust each other out.
That means there is nothing we can do here.
It will be for the best if we can retreat like this, but the majority of the angels had fallen for IlHan's charm except for herself and a few others, and were fighting each other.
Retreat? Was that even possible?
As the leader of this small group, she couldn't flee by herself.
Spyranim. Resolve yourselves.
The grace that heaven has given us, it's time to pay them back by burning our souls, cook. However, even when she tried to erect her willpower straight, IlHan's magic was trying to pollute her. How unreasonable and violent of an ability was this? She subconsciously clenched her teeth. The efforts and power I'd built up all my life is collapsing thanks to a single succubus. Kra'ar. Na-tier. Cook, this dumb shark is completely doomed. The Heaven's Army and the Army of Brilliant Light were rapidly losing their battle power, and the battalion commanders Kelatuk and Na-tier were also expending each other's mana. A single succubus queen was toying around with everyone on the battlefield. Here, look at me, look at me. You're noisy. Well, other than Yoo IlHan's group, that is. How? Am I not lovely? How? How? I said you're not my type. Liara. With a laid-back reply, he handed his helmet backwards. Liara, who received the helmet, looked at Yoo IlHan with worried eyes for a little, but eventually put it on Erta, who was having the hardest time among them. And magically, Erta's shaking stopped right then. Just what is this helm? Oh, it's one of Yoo IlHan's crafts. So you accept it with just that, Yoo IlHan, Yoo IlHan. Yoo IlHan. Just what are you, darling? Just what did you do to become like that? The succubus queen didn't seem to be interested in the scenes of tragedy occurring in the background that she had caused, and only focused on Yoo IlHan. The screams and exclamations of despair were ringing out like a BGM, and she asked Yoo IlHan several times. No one, not even our mighty ruler, was completely free from my charm. However, darling is just a lower existence. Was that helmet a bluff? Is there still a hidden artifact? There's nothing like that. Really? There's really nothing like that? IlHan glistened her eyes as she approached Yoo IlHan. Yoo IlHan thought for a moment, but eventually decided that it was better to not kill her now. It was just a simple logic of rock paper scissors. Yoo IlHan had no confidence to kill the other 7th class battalion commanders, but IlHan could make the two self-destruct. And IlHan herself could not win against him. Then, it would be the wisest to use her to stall her for time and make the battle as advantageous to him as possible. The only thing that tugged at his mind in this situation was the Heaven's Army, and looking at them, they also looked like they would self-destruct anytime soon. The fact that Spyra was amidst of them made Yoo IlHan feel weird. But he shook his head. By killing Ekjar and saving Spyra, he had done all he could for her and set his heart straight. Since he had decided to depart with the Heaven's Army completely, he could not do something foolish and end up not being able to protect the others just because of them. Darling, look at me. Don't look at the others. IlHan was still stuck to Yoo IlHan. However, it wasn't like the others were free from her. The endless stream of mana that came out of her did not let them go. No, in fact, she was even absorbing the mana from the ones charmed by her. Darling, tell me more about yourself. Open your heart a little more. I have no intention to join the Destruction Demon Army, nor do I have anything to tell you. I'm only curious. Just what did you experience for your heart to be frozen over? Well, I'm open to guesses, At that point, IlHan also noticed that Yoo IlHan was stalling for time. Even that he was trying to weaken the other 7th class battalion commanders using her. Despite that, she did not stop using her power. She was set on thinking about how to make Yoo IlHan hers. Is it because your heart is full already? Then. But at one moment, IlHan's gaze switched from Yoo IlHan and looked at Liara, Nayuna, and Erta. Do I just need to clean those girls up first? Yoo IlHan immediately picked up his spear once he heard that. Hell blossomed on the tip of his spear and spread to his body and Ymir's back and ruled over a certain region of space. The skill he activated was falling down. Then I can only switch my plans too. Kayak, finally a reaction.
Yes, that's it. IlHan did not plan to give up on Yoo IlHan at all.
The reason she tried threatening his companions was also to create a gap in Yoo IlHan's heart to charm him. However, Yoo IlHan had no more intentions on having a staring contest with her. The reason he was laid back until now was because IlHan's attention was all focused on him. It was a completely different matter if she switched her attention to his companions.
Miss Yuna, please buff me.
I was waiting for this.
Liara and Erta, please block this woman's attack. Got it. Plenty.
Mir, I'll move a little faster from now.
Synchronizing with Dad, you can do it, right? Yeah.
He activated God Force to enhance his body muscles beyond their limits and gripped on the 8-tailed dragon spear.
Despite that, IlHan's expression was still as laid back as ever.
Even while knowing that Yoo IlHan's heart was closed shut, she had confidence in her power.
I have no intentions on attacking you, darling, but why are you bullying me? You like me better than those things, no? Ha!
All men are hers. This was the fact that she had treated as the unsullied truth for tens of thousands of years. There was no way she could accept that it was broken. This was IlHan's biggest mistake.
So words don't work on you?
No, you didn't have any intentions to have a conversation with anyone until now.
Since activating your power would suffice. Your eyes became scary. Are you really going to pierce me with that spear? Do you want to bind me with these chains? The soul flame chains will not work on this succubus.
Her charm was effective even against thought souls.
If he tried to forcibly use them, then the power would backlash at him.
Yoo IlHan, who instinctively realized this, clicked his tongue and put away the soul flame chains, and instead, covered his spear in stronger flames. The translucent flames increased in temperature under the control of eternal flame.
Really? Are you really going to? Kayak. Yoo IlHan's spear slicked past IlHan.
It wasn't that the charm had disrupted the trajectory, but that at the moment he struck, she condensed her magic power and shot it to deflect the spear's trajectory.
Yoo IlHan's record skill activated to record IlHan's mana pattern that she just used.
He wouldn't be fooled by the same technique again.
You attacked me, muttered IlHan while touching the slight burn that appeared on her shoulder as she couldn't completely dodge that attack.
Rather than the fact that she was injured by a lower existence, she seemed more shocked by the fact that Yoo IlHan had attacked her.
You really attacked me. TCH, Mir. Got it.
Now that he didn't need to stall for time any longer, he could not hang out with her childish acts. Regardless of IlHan's reaction, Yoo IlHan poised himself once again, and synced his breath with Ymir and charged once again, to pierce with the spear of untraceable trajectory with his full power.
Kayak. Hick. Eek. I hate you.
However, as he had expected, IlHan had exceptional talent not only in regards to mental magic, but all kinds of skills that required wielding mana. Seeing her dodge Yoo IlHan's strike that could instantly kill dragons with magic with varying mana patterns and their applications that Yoo IlHan had never seen before, he could not help but be dumbfounded. The skill, record, has become level 47. However, that also became a good stimulus for Yoo IlHan, who had not experienced difficulties for a long time. Facing off the succubus queen that lived for tens of thousands of years allowed him to see what he couldn't before just by swinging his spear, and saw a path that he could not walk on. The skill, record, has become level 48. The skill, God Force, has become level 12. So you really are attacking me straight on.
Without any hesitation, with the intent to kill me. HHP.
Ignoring her shock and exclamation, he fought her for an unknown amount of time afterwards, and finally, a repeated pattern appeared.
Yoo IlHan did not miss that opportunity and pierced 10 times at once, and those strikes created holes on IlHan's abdomen, shoulders, and thighs. Critical hit. Kaya hack. Blood scattered in the air. Yoo IlHan got hit by the blood in the air on purpose before they were vaporized by the flames in his domain.
The moment he absorbed the blood of a living 7th class, the information he had on the destruction demon army and succubi rapidly renewed itself. The skill record has become level 50.
Phew, very good.
He wiped the blood on his face and licked his hand with a smile. Although he was purely being happy with the skill's growth, he just looked like a madman on the outside.
However, seeing that, IlHan's expression finally changed for the first time. Yes, that was it. You finally feel like fighting? However, it was too late for that now. Yoo IlHan had acquired enough records about IlHan already.
Even though IlHan's magic power suddenly increased by 2 times, he had the confidence to face her. Since he had inflicted fatal wounds on her as well, what was left was to only pierce her heart by charging forward with Ymir.
Yes, I finally get it.
However, just as Yoo IlHan poised himself to attack for who knows what number of times this is, she suddenly said something completely incomprehensible.
So darling is the 5th. What? Wait, let's talk again after we clean this place up.
She, who was focusing on Yoo IlHan from the very moment of her appearance until now, suddenly said something nonsensical before turning around. Looking at her defenseless state, Yoo IlHan was about to pierce her without any hesitation, but he ended up not doing so by himself.
IlHan. It's fine. I'm completely fine.
Liara, who checked up on him, voiced her worry in a trembling voice, but Yoo IlHan shook his head completely fine and spoke.
Can you not feel it? Feel what? Oh. That annoying aura disappeared. Yes.
From the moment IlHan turned her back on them, the power of her charm did not extend towards them anymore. Despite the fact that she was so obsessed with him just before, it was as if she had completely given up on Yoo IlHan and his companions. The aura that extended towards them were completely retracted back to IlHan, and was poured back out towards the 3 other factions that were in a mess of a fight.
Cook, Kayak. I curse you. I shall curse you.
The battlefield was crumbling rapidly. The Heaven's army and the army of Brilliant Light were almost wiped out, while Natyer and Kelatuk fought each other to half-death.
Spira?
She was caught up by the massive battle between the 2 7th-class beings, and was gravely injured, and her consciousness was becoming foggy, and ended up being inflicted by IlHan's charm. All of this was IlHan's doing while she struggled with just one person, Yoo IlHan.
Yoo IlHan felt his strength dragon while looking at that. Did the enemies defeated by him until not feel like this?
Although he wasn't infected, looking at the succubus that did what he couldn't possibly even attempt to, make him feel so insignificant.
What the hell? She's completely toying with all of them.
She's one of the 3 strongest battalion commanders even in the destruction demon army. Do you even know how much I panicked after seeing her so suddenly? Erta, who finally regained her calm, complained to Yoo IlHan while pinching his cheeks.
However, Yoo IlHan could not reply to her. He was completely absorbed in the succubus queen in front of him right now. Well, it's time to end this.
IlHan playfully raised one hand in the air and shook it. The mana of charm that became much bigger than before due to her absorption of the mana from everyone here, instantly reversed back into them with the wave of her hand.
The next moment. Cock. If it's her wish, I shall gladly.
They started committing suicide.
Woots, yes, Your Highness, Codegeus, KKS. Author's notes. Not all 7th-class beings are the same. Translator's notes. Damn, IlHan is F** King Lelouch. TL, Chamber.
PR, RAR boosted, Kokasaitsu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 254, You're Welcome, 2, 5. Cough.
She wishes for my death.
Oh sweet death. I've forgotten about death for a long time.
She awakened the longing of death inside me. The angels with white wings all committed suicide with their own weapons. It was no different for the fallen angels with black wings. They used their swords, spears, whips, or even hands to cut open their own chests and crush their hearts. Black and white blood scattered over the battlefield. Looking at the scene, IlHan extended her 2 arms and closed her eyes.
Look, such a beautiful scene, no? Don't you feel their straight and pure love?
Be pure twice and the world will end, duh. There's nothing more truthful to prove love than death.
It means they've thrown away their all for it.
The surviving 5th-class beings all severed their own lives as soon as IlHan willed it.
Black and white feathers scattered in the air. Yoo IlHan felt slightly disgusted at himself for thinking it was beautiful. Ah, Iowa. This damned bitch.
Natier, it was your mistake to come here today.
Oh my, you mean it isn't? You love me so much? How thankful I am. Goo.
The 8th wing of brilliant light, Natier, and the chief gatekeeper from the Garden of Sunset, Kelatuk, were no exceptions. They were resisting to their best of abilities by agitating their own mana. They might have been able to resist if they were at their full power, but with their powers exhausted with the violent fight until now, it was near impossible for them to endure IlHan's final attack. The shark reversed the spikes on its armor and shaved its own body out while roaring, and Natier spread her own 3 pairs of wings to rip her body apart. If there was anything better for them than the other suiciders, it was that it took much longer for them to die due to the strong bodies they had.
Cook. Fufu, you're beautiful, Natier. You're the prettiest that you've ever been right now. Koha.
Perhaps IlHan was waiting for this moment from the beginning, slowly poisoning them and paralyzing them, and instantly severing their lives once they became unable to move. She was not only a beautiful succubus, but she was also a meticulously proficient hunter as well. Yes, right now, he could understand why IlHan was obsessed with him so much. To her who had gained victory after victory like this all her life, there should have been none that were able to surpass her.
Suku, bus. I shall. Oh my.
However, just one was able to endure the succubus order to commit suicide.
It was none other than the 6th-class High Angel Spira.
Even while there was a festival of death around her, she was stiffly raising her head to glare at IlHan.
I'll kill you myself. How? Oh, that's it. You're in contract with Yoo IlHan? IlHan's gaze headed to Yoo IlHan once again.
She asked with a cute and adorable face.
Darling, what will you do? If you say don't, I'll let that angel go. Yoo IlHan could not understand IlHan at all. Did she mean that she would follow him if he wished to? Wasn't that as if they were in a master-slave relationship? Just what did the 5th mean? Yoo IlHan. You need to kill her. She's the enemy of Heaven's army, and your enemy. Spira. Yoo IlHan held off from replying to IlHan and faced Spira.
As IlHan had said, the contract between the two were still maintained. He could feel the connection that linked her to him, and one that allowed both of them to feel each other's emotions minutely. Yoo IlHan thought that this was perhaps the best time to wrap things up.
Spira, I have something to ask you. He asked.
It was a firm voice not containing any emotions.
What did you feel like when you abandoned Earth? Oh my, you knew without having me to tell you? My, you really are my type.
Spira was silenced with Yoo IlHan's sudden question, and IlHan rejoiced that the man she chose had a darker heart than she had originally thought.
You.
Only Liara and Erta's expressions stiffened, their sense of guilt for betraying the Heaven's army, and their rejection towards the Destruction Demon army were dragging them back.
They just didn't like this situation at all. However, they wouldn't try to run away either.
As long as they decided to go with Yoo IlHan, they had to accept everything that he did.
What did you feel when you realized that so many people could not meet their loved ones ever again? That is
returning to heaven while leaving Liara and me behind, while countless infants died in that hellish place. What did you think about at that time?
Answer me, Spyra. I want to hear your honest thoughts.
Spyra's expression tragically twisted. She realized that Yoo IlHan's heart had left the alliance with the Heaven's Army a long time ago.
I did not think anything of it,
she eventually replied.
I only act upon orders of the Heaven's Army. I am a higher existence, and my emotions are not moved by lower existences. So that is it. Did that answer your question?
Yes.
Yoo IlHan raised his spear and asked IlHan for the first time. Can you sever the contract between me and her?
Oh, darling, sure.
You heard that?
Agree to the dissolution of the contract.
Here, not already.
Spyra bit her lips and nodded her head. At that time, the contract between the two dissolved with mutual agreement from both sides.
You have no angels in contract with you. All powers as an angel's partner become sealed.
If you do not contract with an angel within a certain period of time, you will lose the qualifications of being an angel's partner.
At that time, you may select a new subclass.
The moment the contract was completely dissolved, emotions of loss and vanity assaulted Yoo IlHan. However, he felt a certain sense of newfound freedom. Being tied to somewhere did not fit him.
The fact that a loner tried to join another group was a problem. He liked his current self the most. Yoo IlHan, do you plan to go against me? Do you plan to go against the Heaven's Army?
I'll explain this situation in the simple words I like so much.
Yoo IlHan's lips made a cold smile. You sound like a thug that just asked you want to go against me? Even though you socked me right in the face. Spyra's reply did not come back.
IlHan realized Yoo IlHan's decision and made way for him while retreating to make a stage for the two of them. She even retracted her power for Spyra to be not charmed by her.
Spyra, let us fight.
Not for the purpose of training, but with our lives on the line.
The succubus is listening to your words right now. If you use that power, you should be able to kill me easily.
Why do you still hold your spear?
I can't let someone else take over the finisher and just step back. Yoo IlHan took deep breaths and looked behind him.
Liara and Erta nodded at him with stiff expressions.
Nayuna seemed to hesitate about saying something, and she still gave him a blessing to put him back to his full condition while pouting, and Ymir swayed his tail lightly as if he knew what his dad was thinking. That was enough. Well, come on, then. You've become more confident of yourself, Yoo IlHan. Nice going. I'm not underestimating you. If you were in your normal condition, I wouldn't do something so foolish like this. However, Spyra was currently exhausted with injuries all over her body.
Although she was freed from the charm, her mental self should have been wounded quite a lot as well. Even with 6th class powers, she would not be able to overwhelm Yoo IlHan. Above all, Yoo IlHan wanted to experience the great cosmos-severing spear for himself.
There would never be another opportunity.
He cancelled falling down that was maintained until now, and gathered all the dissipating flames and put it on the tip of his spear. Spyra's lips curved into a smile while facing the spear of flames, that were blessed by the goddess of fire, and was burning as if to melt everything around it.
So you are keeping such a courtesy against a mere traitor like me. You really are a good man. Please conduct the last lesson properly, Spyra. Very well, I shall show you my best.
Spyra also held her pure white spear and faced Yoo IlHan.
Her foggy eyes instantly turned crisp and clear.
Liara, who knew how strong she was, became nervous and grabbed Yoo IlHan's waist, but he lightly shook his head.
It's fine. What's fine, you idiot? On one of the options of untouchable, There's one that allows me to escape an attack that will instantly put me to death.
So, in any case, I won't die with one hit. And if I don't die, then I can recover somehow.
He actually did have countermeasures.
Liara became speechless at Yoo IlHan managing to procure his safety even in such a situation. However, she eventually smiled, thinking that it was very much like him.
Yoo IlHan did not mind her, and stood up from Ymir's head and extended ruin calling.
However, before he could leap, Spira expanded her 2 pairs of wings and charged towards Yoo IlHan.
Die for the Heaven's Army, Yoo IlHan. HHP. Yoo IlHan leaped slightly later than her.
He set the angle to be horizontal, and overlapped leaps and re-leaped several times in the air to burst through the limit.
Activating God Force. Muscular strength increases by 340%.
While charging, Yoo IlHan activated God Force without the support of falling down. Although he would be in much pain after the battle, he could not hold back with Spira as his opponent.
Ha!
As the two were moving at rapid speeds, the moment of outcome rapidly approached as well. Spira drew a stroke with all her powers in her spear, and Yoo IlHan overlapped 11 trajectories into one.
Spira's eyes abruptly opened while looking at his spear strike. She had realized the power in his strike. Immediately after that, the 2 trajectories collided, and there was no sound at all. Kook! Yoo IlHan, who was standing up with ruin calling open, suddenly vomited blood. Although he looked fine on the outside, the amount of shock he had received internally was very high. IlHan. Fu. You don't need to come.
Liara and the others shouted while widening their eyes, but Yoo IlHan firmly shook his head.
He gestured that he was fine. By now, punctured internal organs didn't even count as injuries. Yoo IlHan. Spoke Spira. Is that the path you have chosen? It's still incomplete. I'm going to incorporate your technique later too. Is that so? It's a pity that I cannot see the final form.
A bitter smile hung on Spira's lips. After that, her body split in half starting from the head to her waist.
You have earned experience. You have earned the record of LV-478 Spira. Fusion evolution of skills are possible.
By consuming 1 5th-class magic stone and 1,000 4th-class magic stones, will you fuse spear mastery, physical combat mastery, blunt weapons mastery, whip mastery, and sword mastery? Even though she was exhausted by IlHan's power, it was still possible for Spira to battle, and it looked as if Yoo IlHan was deemed as the biggest contributor to her death, as he got the experience and records.
Moreover, as he had experienced the great cosmos-severing spear at her final moments and even killed her and acquired her experience, the conditions to learn the great cosmos-severing spear were fulfilled. Although he couldn't immediately learn it as he had spent all of his 5th-class magic stones, it would become possible if he searched through the dead 5th-class beings lying around. Darling.
Making a sweet expression specific to a woman in love, IlHan flew towards him.
You're so cool. You're the partner I've been waiting for all my life, I'm sure of it. Really, Darling will become the 5th god. You shall become the latest, but the brightest and strongest star. Yoo IlHan looked at the remaining people in the battlefield while listening to her words. Although Yoo IlHan and his companions were without any injuries, all the rest had died. Natier and Kelatuk also lost their lives while Yoo IlHan and Spira were fighting, so they were really the only ones left now. I heard a prophecy. That I would eventually stand next to the 5th god. What is this 5th god? Do you mean that I will create a new faction of higher existence? You have noticed yourself, right? Darling.
There are no beings that can endure 7th-class beings' attacks while being a lower existence.
There's only you, in this wide multiverse, you're the only one. I also thought no way, but now I believe it. Can't you feel my heart pounding? IlHan grabbed Yoo IlHan's hand and placed his palm onto her voluptuous chest. Yoo IlHan admitted with a bitter smile.
I can indeed feel your heart.
Right? Yeah. Yoo IlHan took his hand off her chest.
Then, he struck with his spear, through her heart. God force was still maintained, and having acquired IlHan's records, he knew her weak points and her mana pattern as well, which allowed him to make her heart burst instantly.
IlHan's two eyes widened as if she couldn't believe what was happening. Darling? Thanks for clearing up the situation. Yoo IlHan twisted his spear to completely kill her.
Then, he spoke with a cold voice.
But Liara is my only partner, but...
There's no way Yoo IlHan would believe a woman who spoke of love so easily, which he himself had taken hundreds of years to accept and admit.
Additionally, he didn't know her true intentions, nor did he know if it was pure or not. From the moment she didn't realize that IlHan's final moments were as good as set in stone. Author's notes.
Thanks for clearing up traffic and disappearing, IlHan.
Translator's notes. Aoan she died. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kokasidsu.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 255, You're welcome, 2-6. You have earned experience. You have earned the record of LV519 IlHan. The skill, record, has become level 56. Yoo IlHan immediately collected IlHan's body that was sliding off his spear and looked back at the battlefield.
Numerous corpses of angels and fallen angels, as well as the remains of Natier and Kelatuk that were floating in the air due to the strong mana that surrounded them even after their deaths, these were all IlHan's property. However, since she had died, they were ownerless now.
Since he couldn't reject them, he also took them to his inventory. IlHan. It's not over yet.
Liara approached him while voicing her worry, but Yoo IlHan replied lightly and turned around. His lips still had blood on them, and as soon as he deactivated God Force, he felt the unspeakable pain of having all of his bodily muscles ripped apart, but this was still no time to be relieved and rest.
Do you think they'll give up like this? When 7th class beings were annihilated? I guarantee that more than 2 factions will send new units. Of course, 7th classes will not be among them.
No idiots would be daring enough to come to a battlefield where 3 7th class beings died. However, sending hordes of 6th class beings was possible. Now we need to give the chance to our kids as well.
I'll just go get them for a bit. And what will you do after you bring them here? Fight until the other sides give up or you die? I have the Ruler of Dimensions skill. Oh. Ruler of Dimensions was an active skill that he had acquired at the time he acquired the Dimensional Traveler subclass. The skill allowed him to prevent the entry of other beings into that dimension when he stayed in one dimension long enough. Although it was the perfect skill right now, the problem was time. There were still 7 to 8 hours left before he could activate the skill. It was impossible to hold out with just the people here. You were thinking that far ahead. I promised the elves that I will regain Daru. Moreover, Furia's vengeance hasn't been finished yet. Okay, I understand.
Liara read the countless emotions flashing by Yoo IlHan's 2 eyes and did not say anything anymore, and she just retreated while nodding, raising her spear in the process. First, I'll hold them off here, so you can go bring the other guys.
The rest of you, please cooperate with me. Understood. Yes. Dad, be quick. Thanks. Yoo IlHan already felt the presences of those entering Daru, and activated warp hurriedly.
As he had all of the resources required to go to Earth using the ability of Dimensional Traveler, he could go there very quickly compared to the first time he did so. T/N, I guess resources can refer to time as well.
Ah, Your Majesty. Master. Captain. Sir Yoo IlHan, you were safe. The ones that were preparing for battle upon Yoo IlHan's orders immediately reacted.
Looking at their honest reactions, he felt like what happened just now in Dara were all a dream, and he ended up laughing.
Looking at you laugh, it seems like everything went well. You're right, Mr. Konhajin. Everything did go well, and there would be no need for him to talk about everything that happened there.
There would be a harsh battle ahead anyway, but there's no way he could make them lose their motivation so early on.
Everyone is still safe for the moment.
However, things will only get bigger from now on.
Everyone's ready, right?
Yes, sir.
Of course. Any time. Let's go help the hero. The answers were loud.
Els, Wolfkin, and the dragon's army all had glistening eyes.
Yoo IlHan nodded, saying good, and spoke. Let's go. When Yoo IlHan returned with the 2 fortresses and the army inside the 2, a battle was already underway.
Except the Heaven's army that gave up on Diru, all 3 other factions had sent an army comprising hundreds of 5th-class beings.
That's nearly not enough. Hey up! Kruku! Lady Late Nahea!
Liara and Ymir fought the enemies in front, Erda supported them with her magic from behind them, and Yuna was protecting them perfectly with her inexhaustible supply of holy power. Although the team was perfect without any flaws, it would be difficult for them to defeat the other side by themselves.
Everyone prepare to fight. Master, there was something big here, right? The mana around this area is so twisted. Big things are occurring right now. Mystic, you know what to do without having me to tell you, right? Changing topics again. Of course I do. Critical hit. Mystic's 100 Eyes bombardment became the signal for the commence of battle.
Though, it was too strong for a signal and a significant portion of enemy forces were annihilated.
IlHan is here. We can win now. Dad.
The group that was holding out with just the 4 of them, rejoiced after learning of Yoo IlHan's return. As if to answer their joyful calls, the army charged without hesitation against more than 2,000 5th-class beings.
Wo awaya. Hero, we're here. Charge. It is time to regain our dignity as Wolfkin. Let's go, let's regain our land of elves.
Although he wished to be with them and decrease their casualties as much as possible, Yoo IlHan's body was still exhausted after continuous battles and the continuous use of God Force. If he pushed himself to fight against 5th-class beings, any mistake would result in his death.
He used transcendent regeneration, trying to calm down his internal organs that were messed up, while going into the mansion. Master, so you're injured? A little, but if it's control, I can still do it. I think I know why Master can only become stronger. It's just that you had good eyes for people. Yoo IlHan replied coolly to Orochi's words and hurried his steps to the study. He had already made it so that he could control not only the Flying Fortress, but the Guardian Fortress's system as well. There are no casualties yet. I'm not expecting everyone to survive. Yoo IlHan sat in the comfortable chair in the study, and checked his subordinates in the battlefield through the monitors in the room, and replied with a short sigh. However, I'll support them so that they can use the very best of their abilities. Mystic, help them out. Sure. Not to mention the artifacts including 100 Eyes, all of the Guardian Fortress and the Flying Fortress's movements became agile. The members of the army that could not fly had to rely on the 2 fortresses for movement, and since the 2 fortresses became more agile, their battle capabilities increased instantly as well. This is the power of Wolfkin. Yoo. Kaioo. Keha'aak. The Wolfkin with agile bodies used the jump pads in the Guardian Fortress to catch up to the speed of higher existences. Thanks to Yoo IlHan's artifacts, there weren't that much differences between their stats and the higher existences, but with overwhelming numbers as well, there was no way they would be disadvantageous. The elves around Pate who was controlling higher existences as undead, and the dragon's army that possessed mana unbefitting of their size, also fought desperately. Charge, bite, and become stronger. Focus fire. We only have to do as Hero taught us. Get the attributes together, the attributes. Crow a wire.
Now Yuna returned to the holy region and strengthened all others, while Liara, Erta, and Ymir received all the attacks at the front lines while rampaging around. Everyone had gathered with one intention in mind, to resist against the intruders on Daru.
Quo. Mir, well done. Retreat immediately.
The voice of his companions filling the battlefield tickled Yoo IlHan's ears. Enduring his urge to immediately go out there and fight with them, Yoo IlHan once again focused on control.
Good, let's do this for a little longer. Master, you're sweating a lot, are you really alright? I'm used to things like pain. Activating transcendent regeneration to its limits, he drank all the remaining amounts of breath he had. Since he had thousands of dragons anyway, there was no need to save up on them. There were 6 hours until he could activate the Ruler of Dimensions skill. Yoo IlHan checked the state of his body and the morale of his allies and clenched his teeth. He could finally see the end of this dirty and annoying war. Right now, he had to do everything he could. Why, you mere lower existence? Where is Lord Kelatuk? This damn lizard. No way, you were angels before. Shut up already. When Erta's magic binded the enemies, Liara's spear caused an explosion of shockwaves in midair.
With Ymir's wind magic support that enhanced the shockwave's strength, 3 fallen angels died at once.
You're so strong even after falling, I cannot believe. HHP. Cock.
Irisha appeared behind the head of a higher existence that was occupied by Liara and Erta and struck a dagger onto the head. That higher existence was killed without being able to endure the piled-up wounds.
Foo.
Irisha, having killed the enemy, looked at the battlefield and shouted.
The enemies are dead. Woohoo! The Wolfkin rejoiced in excitement after seeing their princess's actions.
Liara really saw that there were no higher existences on the battlefield and shrugged her shoulders.
To think she stole the finisher. They are truly courageous.
I never knew they could fight so well without shrinking back against higher existences.
They're just overconfident. Though, I'm glad that not many of them died, Although it was easy to misunderstand since he didn't show it much on the outside, Yoo IlHan received a considerable amount of pain if someone he deems close to him gets injured or dies. If Furia didn't die, he probably wouldn't have went so far for Daru. I think Dad is moving.
Shouted Ymir, who received Liara, Erta and Irisha, who killed the last higher existence.
It looks like it's time.
Not to mention Liara, all the others focused their gazes on the flying fortress as well. They could feel a pressure that tightened their hearts at the center of the flying fortress. When that power spread throughout the world and filled the skies, the world blinked. To find a sentence that can explain this in the simplest way possible, it was as if a patch was being activated to fix the bugs of the world.
Whoa! How the heck is this a subclass's skill? Dad is amazing. Too amazing.
They also vaguely realized what this patch, made with the expansion of an overwhelming amount of mana, meant. The Ruler of Dimensions skill successfully activated, and unless it was the leader of each faction, they would not be able to enter Daru now. And if a world required their leader to act, then they'd rather give up on Daru completely.
Yes.
This meant that they had obtained victory. They had succeeded in defending Daru against the higher existences. Liara, who could not believe that it really did happen, muttered absent-mindedly.
Ruler of Dimensions? It's the perfect fitting name. Didn't I say so, Liara?
The doors to the mansion of the flying fortress opened and Yoo IlHan walked out, looking very exhausted. Erta whispered while looking like she was holding back the urge to pour kisses onto him.
That I'll make him a god. Don't joke with me, Erta.
Liara snorted at her and activated the option on the Feather of Temptation and floated into the air.
Her destination was into IlHan's arms. Even without you, IlHan will become a god all by himself. And like that, all battles ended. The battle resulted in many losses and many gains. Author's notes. I was surprised to see so many readers actually taking a liking to Yoo IlHan. She's a character I made without much thought. It looks like a character's character is not decided by the time you spend on it. Of course, Yoo IlHan is definitely dead, but in the future, rest omitted. Translator's notes. One day of no chapter $312 the next day. Cries. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kokasidsu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 256, You're Welcome, 2-7. Does this skill dispel if you leave Daru? No, it can be maintained as long as I will it. Liara asked, curious about the faint membrane around this world, and Yoo IlHan honestly answered. Liara became speechless. That's OP. But the activation is quite hard. Even so, sigh, I shouldn't have asked. The war was over, and the skill that prevented any outsiders from entering has also been activated. Although many horrifying monsters will be born in this world, as this world was now a higher world, the current elves and wolfkin would be able to manage that by themselves. Master. Irisha carefully approached Yoo IlHan and Liara. The battlefield has been cleaned up, the harvest of the materials, as well as recovering the corpses. Thanks, Irisha. Are we clear about the number of casualties yet? Suitable measures have been carried out. We're all waiting for Master's next orders. Yoo IlHan patted Irisha's head, who was lowering her head slightly. Looking at her twitching ears, he spoke with a small smile. Then let us have the funeral then. A grand funeral for Firia, whose death notified him of the occurrences in Daru, as well as all the other elves and wolfkin who died throughout the war, as well as Lysidna, Ymir's mother, was carried out. Yoo IlHan, his subordinates, the elves and wolfkin, and Ymir's dragon's army all gathered in one place. Though, to be exact, Lysidna was completely fooled by the Garden of Sunset. Mom! When Lysidna's body inside Yoo IlHan's inventory showed itself in the outside world, the setting sun colored her golden scales red. Ymir looked at that with clear eyes as if he didn't feel any sadness, before approaching her body and lightly embraced it, while still in dragon form. I'm going to live on strong with Dad. So Mom, don't worry about us and be born strong in your next time, and live a long life. A dragon is a dragon, all right. While Yoo IlHan was speechless at Ymir's words, the children comprising the dragon's army became sad for some reason while watching Ymir embracing Lysidna's body. Is that Hero's mom? I feel strange. I'm not hurt, but I'm crying. I hope that this helped the hero to become happier. I'm going to make the hero happy. To the children who took the fact that killing was a necessity for survival for granted, commemorating the dead was an awkward thing for them. However, Yoo IlHan still wished for them to understand that death was a sad thing. To them, Ymir was their everything, so they would probably understand something after seeing him send his mother away. Although it would be bad if they hesitated to fight against their enemies, they could at least escape being unaffected by the deaths of their allies. Everyone has worked hard. The blood you have shed have all become seeds to regain Daru. And with our tears, may elves prosper once more. Kit Era. The elves who finally regained Daru after a long period of time also commemorated their comrades in arms and cried. Although they could not regain the remains of Firia, the other three elves could finally let her go with peace in their hearts. Firia. I'll protect His Majesty to your share as well. Although we're still the ones being protected right now, I'll definitely become strong enough. Thanks, Firia. I will never forget you, Dot. Meanwhile, the atmosphere was slightly different in the Wolfkin side. They, who was assured that the moon wolf Irisha had chosen in this war, was a great man indeed, rejoiced that they have gained a grand victory in this sacred war,
and also thought that their comrades that died glorious deaths. They could send the dead off with joy. After Kiroa had lost its future, what remained for us was also regress and death. However, we have met Lord Yoo IlHan and finally gained a future. Look at us now. We may be fewer in number, but we have become incomparably stronger than before, and we shall become even stronger in the future.
Yoo. Remember the ones that died in this holy war. We have to become stronger, enough to cover their share, or more.
We shall follow you for all of eternity, Lady Eurisha.
Lord Yoo IlHan.
Everyone commemorated the dead in their own ways. Yoo IlHan silently watched, until he judged that they were done with it, when he held up his hand. At the same time, all of the remains were covered in warm, orange flames.
So beautiful. Yoo IlHan.
Truly an ability that's been blessed by the goddess of fire. To think there's a fire that provokes emotions just by looking at it. It's as if the flames are dancing in unison. What all they said was true. All the flames above the corpses had eternal flame controlling them, and was dancing in order to make them rest in peace.
Yoo IlHan simply smiled as he felt that he could feel its emotions.
He was just happy.
However, the funeral that seemed to end like that left them a surprise gift. Dad. Yeah?
Ymir, who was now appeared in a human boy's form, pulled on Yoo IlHan's sleeves while speaking. Something's there where Mom died.
What do you mean something's th?
As he didn't want to touch Lysidna's remains, he should have put more thoughts into the temperature of the fire in order to incinerate everything but this.
Yoo IlHan was confused and headed to where Ymir lead him to.
When he got there, the place where Lysidna's remains were burning was replaced by an oval object.
Yoo IlHan's forehead was immediately filled with cold sweat when he saw that.
I have a slight trauma with objects of such shape.
It's not an egg, Dad.
That's a magic a dragon uses to protect an item safely. Those are Mom's scales.
They definitely are scales, all right.
She should have collected the sturdiest of her scales and enhanced them with magic before storing them in her body in order to do this. Yoo IlHan admitted with difficulty after looking at the scale capsule that was glowing red due to the fire.
Well then. Yoo IlHan approached it and touched it.
At that moment, one of the scales protruded upwards and stabbed at Yoo IlHan's finger. Although it didn't hurt, he didn't touch it anymore since he felt like any more would cause a bigger reaction.
There's a defense mechanism. Mir, can you try touching it? Yeah.
Ymir put his hands on top of the scale capsule. At that moment, the scales mysteriously collapsed with a sound and showed its contents. It was set to disarm against those of the same blood. And the contents were
a letter and an unknown piece of metal.
And also, the scales that were protecting the contents had merged into one giant piece of scale. When he knocked on it, it was so hard that it made Yoo IlHan wonder if that really belonged to a lower existence. The magic power flowing inside was also very extraordinary, and it felt as if Lysidna herself was compressed into that one giant scale.
Looks like the letter is for me. Can you read it? Yeah, I learned from the elves.
Ymir read the letter with glistening eyes. While reading the letter, he gave Yoo IlHan the pieces of metal that was with the letter itself. Apparently, it's an artifact that allows you to contact the members of the Garden of Sunset. So she tried to drag even you to the Garden of Sunset.
Sheesh, she was completely hopeful.
The
piece of metal was definitely in the form of a transceiver.
Although it was designed in a complex structure, any dragon could interpret and activate it, since they could wield mana proficiently.
The problem was not that.
This transceiver generated a certain type of signal to send to the members of the Garden of Sunset residing in another world, and the second function would be activated once it received a reply, the function to create a gate that connects the two worlds.
This was an artifact that allows people to move worlds.
If the Heaven's Army had such an artifact, Yoo IlHan wouldn't have had to spend 1,000 years in solitude. Thought Yoo IlHan, when he realized that this artifact bent around the laws of the Akashic records itself. There's no way the Heaven's army could acknowledge such an existence.
No, perhaps, they didn't even know of it either.
Looks like we can destroy a lot of the bases of the Garden of Sunset with this.
Are we going to destroy them right away? Asked Ymir with shining eyes.
Fighting numerous higher existences made him incomparably stronger than when he had first arrived in Daru. Although it was too bad for Lysidna, Ymir was a guy that would like it if there was a battle, whether it was the Garden of Sunset or the Destruction Demon Army. However, Yoo IlHan didn't want to have any more battles for the time being, so he shook his head. No, I want to finish up what happened in Daru at this point. If I asked everyone for compensation, the battle would become endless, and I also wouldn't be able to endure for so long.
Let's save this for later.
Of course, if the other side picked a fight with him first, he would not let them go either.
Yoo IlHan put the artifact inside his inventory and had a look at the scale next. And so? Mir. What should I make you with this?
I'd like a necklace.
A locket. I'm going to put the letter in there, . Okay, I'll make you a locket. He.
Yoo IlHan thought that Ymir had no affection for her, when he saw that he sent her off so easily, and from the fact that he didn't talk a lot about his mother until now, but it seemed that he was wrong. Yoo IlHan gave a tight hug to Ymir, who put Lysidna's letter inside his bosom, before turning around.
He was planning to make a pretty locket that can remind Ymir of Lysidna.
Of course, he would also make it very functional as well.
In any case, the funeral was over with this. Since they sent all that they had to send off, it was now time to go back to everyday life for the living. Your Majesty, will you be going right away? When Yoo IlHan was preparing for the two fortresses to activate, Murpha asked with a panicked voice. He could not ignore the earnest gaze that wished him to stay with them more, and replied with a bitter smile. I'm sorry. But I can't take you all to Earth. I'll come back once I am in need of your power again, so please fight on until then. I'll look forward to you all becoming stronger. But, Murpha, don't worry. I'll protect His Majesty. Jurl replied with a confident smile to Murpha, who could not let go of her regrets. Myri, Jurl, and Pate had all finished preparing to leave and was behind Yoo IlHan. Jurl, you idiot. That's not what she means. I also want to serve you by your side. The feelings the elves had towards Yoo IlHan were absolute. He found this very awkward, but they were all adorable as well. Yoo IlHan lightly stroked Murpha's hair and consoled her. I'll come around to play even if I don't need your help. Right now, coming over to this world is nothing difficult for me. Yes, Your Majesty. We will wait for your return. Finally, Murpha's expression regained its smile. Murpha nodded several times with a bright red face. That was also the moment when an alarm went off in Liara's heart when she was watching. To speak the truth, more than half of the elven females had feelings for Yoo IlHan, so there was no room at all for Liara to relax. She only wanted to leave Daru as soon as possible. We shall await the princess's return. We shall definitely become stronger. Yes, proceed forward. I will also become stronger under Master. The leader of the Wolfkin, the Moon Wolf Irisha, as well as the Captain Wolf Flemir also went with Yoo IlHan. As a considerable number of wolves had grown to 4th class in this war, they would be able to hold out by themselves. So we actually won. It feels like the final act of a book. I think it will be perfect if there's the word, fin dash, on the bottom right of the screen. There are so many of those moments that it's nothing new anymore. Fufu, that's why I like him. Yes. I know very well. Everyone got on the flying fortress. Since the Guardian Fortress was made for the elves and Wolfkin, it would be unmanned while they were not there, and would only serve to protect the flying fortress. Yoo IlHan immediately activated the warp skill against the two fortresses and the members in it.
As there were several members, it should take a long time usually, but with the power of Dimensional Traveler, a few minutes would be enough. But when he was about to start the warp skill, Na Yuna grabbed his sleeve and glistened her eyes.
Mr. IlHan, I want to see Mirai now. That's quite early you're saying that. However, I also want to see Mirai. And father too.
And my other family members as well.
Kong Hajin.
Oh, I'm planning to go find my father and mother first.
After that is Miss Mirai. After that let's visit where Sir Kong Hajin and Miss Yuna wants to go to. Yoo IlHan. Father and mother.
Shouted Na Yuna in shock and started combing her hair.
Liara and Erta were also nervous.
As it was so obvious what they were thinking, Yoo IlHan gave a smack on the foreheads of each of the girls. It's not like all the other worlds are as messed up as Darrow is, so we're going to take it slow from here. It will take time for Earth to leap into a higher world anyway.
And we also need some rest too. And you need to make equipment with your profits. I said don't read my mind.
Yoo IlHan seemed about to give a smack on Liara's forehead again, but suddenly changed his actions and put his hand around her waist. At that moment, Na Yuna and Erta were stunned stiff as if they were inflicted by paralysis magic.
Then let's go rest.
Okay. Liara's replying voice became so obedient like a different person altogether. Looking at her back as she followed Yoo IlHan, Na Yuna and Erta grit their teeth and their gazes met, before they extended a hand out each and did a stiff handshake.
We simply cannot give up. How could we? I gave up my angelhood for this.
And the two's voice perfectly synced.
Let us do well from now on. What the hell? These women are scary.
Only Kong Hajin, who felt the shivers from the obsession of women, shivered in fear.
Author's notes. The story of Darrow is settled for now with this. Translator's notes. As Kobato Kandasuki is away on a trip, it is very likely that the sponsor status will not be updated. So I'll put the current status here.
If you've read my notes in the previous chapter, you probably saw that it was $312. However, between the time I translated that chapter and this chapter, someone just dumped me with $200. Meaning the total is now $512, which is now down to $412 with these two chapters.
Have fun reading.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 257, You're Welcome, 2-8.
In the main headquarters of the Destruction Demon Army on Elokatra, the second conference was held soon after the first one, which was very rare. This time, everyone apart from the 1st Battalion commander participated. Now, even IlHan went and died right after Ekjar got done in.
Look at the state the Destruction Demon Army is in. IlHan, that fool.
She was always pursuing something else.
The 5th, was it? Does that even make sense? No wonder she died.
I don't care about a lizard, but IlHan's death means an unfortunate loss of a woman. I never tasted that woman until the very end.
Don't joke with me, Belka too.
When she was alive, you couldn't even look her in the eye due to the fear of being controlled. Do you have to express your desires every time you meet? The 8th Battalion commander Zanusva sighed while shaking its bird head. Then, he lightly breathed out fire to get their attention. He is dangerous, whether we bring him to us or kill him. If we lose any more of our forces, the very foundation of our faction may be shaken.
I've gathered you here today in order to tell you that Natier and Kelatuk died as well, right? IlHan was the one who killed them.
I don't care who killed them, what's important is that they died. The eyes of the 4th Battalion commander Telzator glistened. Everyone knows that the guys in the Garden of Sunset are skillful at deceit, but they do not have a lot of 7th class beings. It's good news that one of them died.
Although the loss of IlHan is unfortunate, we didn't really lose that much more in comparison.
Looks like the guys at the Army of Brilliant Light must also be grinding their teeth right now.
Natier, that bitch was pretty too.
Belka too, shut up.
Everyone stop. The mouth of the 2nd Battalion commander, IlHan, opened.
He was one of the commanders that didn't participate in the first meeting, but came to the second after being notified of IlHan's death.
So you mean you will not take revenge for IlHan? Do not. This is my order as the one presiding over this meeting. Any unnecessary action with regards to this matter will be dangerous. Zanusva, you are. Yes, you would not know. However, I cannot stay still. The Firebird Zanusva was strictly classified as gender neutral.
However, the males of the Destruction Demon Army all had feelings of some sort or another towards IlHan, whether big or small. They could only feel angry after being notified of her death.
And Zanusva also understood them. However, right now, he had to persuade them. Save it for later, IlHan. You need to direct your anger somewhere else right now. Somewhere else. Oh.
While replying, IlHan arrived at the answer himself. The wall of chaos that blocked IlHan from Heaven's Army main headquarters, he could feel the gap in the wall opening again.
The Heaven's Army. Yes.
Only they did not lose a 7th class being in this war.
Is that not unfair? Zanusva emitted fire from all over its body to emphasize its speech.
They also need to pay a reasonable price. The Army of Brilliant Light, as well as the Garden of Sunset, will also be thinking about that.
You mean to drag them into the war of the Wall of Chaos?
We've made losses in other places, so we need to gain profits here.
I've already acquired a positive answer from them. Zanusva, very daring. But I like it. I too am looking forward to this battle now.
Although there were slight worries, most of the battalion commanders took a liking to how Zanusva thought. Going beyond the Wall of Chaos was the final objective of the Destruction Demon Army, as well as the very reason for its existence.
I can consider this as having reached a consensus? Of course I agree. You did good this time, Zanusva. I can't help it. If it's for that reason, very well. I will endure it for now. Good, I shall report to him and immediately go into preparation.
The last obstacle that blocks the Destruction Demon Army from eating away even the Heaven's Army, the Wall of Chaos. The moment that collapses, all balance across the multiverses would be twisted and broken. They finished the conference while looking forward to the day their wishes were granted.
Like that, Yoo IlHan had escaped the attention of higher existence factions for the moment.
The Heaven's Army had attracted a lot of aggro because they didn't send a 7th class being, and as such, they would act as a buffer for him.
Of course, not that they would have been able to do much to Yoo IlHan even if they tried.
After coming back to Earth, the group rested in order to shake off the piled-up fatigue.
They did absolutely nothing and spent about 4 days in peace and tranquility.
Yoo IlHan and Liara did not come outside their room at all, and made people wonder if they were piling up more fatigue instead, but they exited their room in exactly 4 days as if to drown all of their worries and resentments.
Nayuna spoke to Liara while sticking close to her. Uni, can I stab you just once? Just once with a hard, sharp bamboo spear. Go ahead. But instead, I'll stab you once too. I'll stop.
Yoo IlHan called for the others that had rested in their own ways.
Although the glares directed at Liara did weigh on his mind, he decided not to mind about it. Everyone should have gotten their rest, right? Yes, Master. I am only worried for Master.
We had plenty of rest, Your Majesty.
I am also worried for Your Majesty.
Irisha and Myri's answer had minute amounts of complaints in them. Looking at Liara pressuring them with scary eyes, it looked like the power of the god of love had activated again.
Yoo IlHan shrugged his shoulders and continued speaking.
I said this before, but I'm going to look for my father and mother now. If they're doing well where they are, I do not need to bring them here. Anyway, this is my personal matter, so I don't need to take you if dash.
I'm going. I'm going. I want to go as well. I wish to go as well. As soon as Yoo IlHan's words finished, the eyes of the others all started glistening. Although he did expect something like this to happen. Yoo IlHan sighed once and looked at the group. You still aren't used to your new body, right? Please focus on stabilizing and adapting to your body. But even so, it's not because the world I'm going to is a dangerous place, but because I'm worried that something like what happened in Dara will happen once again. We've met after all this time, haven't we? Yoo, your way with words has increased as well. Gave up first. Then, the ones weaker than her naturally looked away. Yoo IlHan naturally didn't let them go either. Miss Yuna. You still haven't gotten your 4th class yet, have you? Some absurd quest appeared because the records I've acquired with you until now was so great. I did the 5th class hunt bit, but the 4th class bit is still a little. If you achieve 4th class before I come back, I'll make you a pretty earring. Yes. Oh. Na Yuna was lured by the present and shouted yes immediately, and immediately realized her mistake and shut her own mouth, but the bus had already departed. She shouted. Just make it a ring. A pretty ring. Fine, I'll make you a ring. Well, then, the rest of you. Ah. The rest noticed their fates and despaired. I will train on Earth. I will also become a little stronger. Cook, to think I cannot serve His Majesty. I will also research into the undead minions. He patted the heads of each of his subordinates. He let out a small laugh after seeing that they shook off their disappointment with that, and then proceeded to look at Liara and Ymir. He didn't really need to leave these two behind. Liara said she'll come, and Mir? Ymir seemed to hesitate a lot, but eventually shook his head. I also want to see Grandma and Grandpa, but I'll focus on getting stronger for now. I'm still not level 299 yet. Okay, I understand. I'll leave the Cradle of Miracles behind. Yeah. The Cradle of Miracles reacted most sensitively to Yoo IlHan and Ymir. Unlike Yoo IlHan, who was only a dragon rider, a natural-born dragon like Ymir would be able to receive the maximum effects of the Cradle of Miracles. IlHan, who are we going to find first? Father, he's much weaker than Mother. I've also rummaged through Father's belongings and acquired enough records of the world he has been to. Before, he was calm thinking he should be doing well, but after experiencing what happened in Brea and Daru, he was feeling hurried for some reason. Of course, from Yoo IlHan's words, Haishia, the world he had been to, was quite a peaceful world, but Yoo IlHan knew better than anyone how rapidly a developing world could change. No, he should probably be fine. He must be. Muttered Yoo IlHan to himself as if to calm himself down and ordered Mystic. Take care of the flying fortress. Don't forget to clean up the monsters on Earth regularly. Don't worry about it and leave it to me. Good, then I'll be off then. He immediately activated Warp. The range of the skill was himself and Liara, just two. Since the records about the destination was quite clear as well, it activated safely not so much after, and the two could arrive in Haishia in a blink of an eye. Looney was horribly beaten by the Orc army, weren't they? The next is probably us. But isn't the Imperial Knight Order still here? Let's not give up hope. The first words he heard as soon as he came here were such strength-draining words. Yoo IlHan turned his head around, and realized that they were standing on a pathway made of stones. The voice could be heard from a fruit vendor on the side. Knights? I don't believe in them. They appear in front of those that pay their taxes in full, but they always disappear when monsters appear around these parts. I wonder if they even have any third class among their ranks. Will Haisha come to an end like this? Damn, I don't want to die.
At that place were two middle-aged men. There were other vendors on the street, and a lot of other people, but the majority were speaking words laden with despair like those two men.
The street had anything but liveliness and vitality. What the hell is up with the atmosphere here? What else could it be? This place is also at the brink of destruction.
Perhaps Liara had never been to this place before, and when he translated to Liara, who had question marks over her face, she blinked her two eyes and grabbed Yoo IlHan's arms quickly.
That means your father is in a dangerous situation too. Let's get him quickly and go back. That's why I'm tracking the records of my father.
And you act quick, as always.
But I can't find him. Liara doubted her ears for a moment after hearing Yoo IlHan's natural reply. What? You heard that right. I can't find the records of my father at all. Even with the record skill? Even with the record skill.
As long as Yoo IlHan existed in this world, there was no way he would not be able to find a trace with the record skill, but he currently was unable to. The record skill that had helped tremendously since its appearance had annoyed Yoo IlHan for the first time.
Liara tilted her head and spoke. Isn't your father also in possession of a tremendous concealment ability? If that's the case, I can understand that you can't find any records of him, but...
Before, I thought that father did not have concealment, but perhaps I really didn't notice him because he is a concealment master.
Damn it, I did feel that father's presence was very faint, but to think that I can't even find the records. But wouldn't he be safe if he's a concealment master? There's the what if. Moreover, I never saw my dad wielding mana. It's not like there are two pan-cosmic loner titles. And so,
when Liara thought something foolish like blood can't be deceived after all, Yoo IlHan suddenly extended ruin calling and flew upwards.
She followed him in a hurry. Just what are you going to do? You can't even find the records of him.
If I can't find father, then there's only one method I can take. He didn't know if Yoo IlHan had died or not, but if he was alive, there was one method he could use to make sure that he was absolutely safe. I just need to kill all the monsters in this world. Liara wondered about what kind of retort she should make, but then thought that this much was indeed not much of a problem for Yoo IlHan, and became silent. And during the next 17 hours, Yoo IlHan killed every single monster in the world of Haisha. How can this be? The orc colony was wiped out. The Yeti colony in the northern mountain range was also wiped out.
Oh my god. Just who caused such a miracle? The pseudo-apocalyptic disaster that loomed on Haisha had disappeared just like that. However, Yoo IlHan's concealment did not wear off even once against the monsters, so the identity of the hero that saved the world would remain a secret for all of eternity. Author's notes. Not applicable. Translator's notes. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kokusaitsu.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 258, You're Welcome, 2-9.
It would be a lie if he said that he wasn't worried about his father's safety, but the people he had to protect wasn't limited to just his father alone. He went around the world once more to clean up any newly generated monsters while searching for the figure of his father and any records of him, but IlHan decided to give up after he came up with nothing.
He should be fine.
If it's his faint presence, I'm sure of it.
That makes me sad too, so let's not talk about faint presences, okay? The next destination was Yoo IlHan, where his mother should be. So he immediately... Yoo IlHan, who was checking the record skill, suddenly tilted his head. Liara's head tilted along with his. What is it, IlHan?
No, the world mother has been to was definitely.
The name of the world Kim Yi-sol had been to was Yoo IlHan.
If he acquired any object related to her, he could extract her records and head to Yoo IlHan, and had done so beforehand.
Then you just need to go, don't you? Well, the thing is. The problem was that there were records of 2 worlds. After hearing that, Liara asked with her mouth wide open. 2? 2. One was definitely a world called Yoo IlHan. He could find records of other people from Earth having been there. The problem was the remaining one, there were no records of anyone else other than Kim Yi-sul having been there. That was definitely strange. Why are your parents so extraordinary? That's what I want to ask, you ex-angel. Just how hard did you screw up your work such that my mother has been to 2 worlds? There's no way that's possible. I've said this before, but one person was assigned only 1 world. If we could send a person to 2 worlds, there's no reason for you to be dropped out on Earth anyway. Yoo IlHan sighed a lot and thought about it, before finally coming to a conclusion. We can only go to both of them. Where are we going first then? Yoo IlHan. Because I feel like Mother won't be there. I also think that. The 2's gazes met and they shrugged their shoulders. Yoo IlHan activated warp as soon as he was ready. Yoo IlHan was a world that developed very slowly, and although the period of time that had passed after it came into contact with mana was hundreds of years greater than that of Earth, it was a world that had only experienced 2 great cataclysms. Tens of people from Earth were living a relatively peaceful life along with the residents of this world. There, a troll is going your way. Don't let it go, get it? Wait, what are you doing in the trap? I didn't expect anything from that granny anyway. Hold. Hold. Take a few hundred years off the development level of Hyshia that they had just been to and it would probably be similar to this scene, give or take a few years. The civilization was close to that of the Middle Ages, and the administration system was centered around castles and cities. The majority of the monsters were trapped in dungeons without being able to escape, and the few that did were cleared by the active adventurers and mercenaries. This was a peaceful world. Liara was touched upon seeing such a world. Yes, this is the ideal world I've dreamed of. I wish Earth was like this too. The Heaven's Army should have been aiming for this. After seeing this, Earth feels like a post-apocalypse setting. Hing. Liara's eyes became dampened once she thought about when she first became an angel. In truth, what she had experienced after becoming an angel was neither clean nor beautiful, and the battle with the other higher existence factions were very annoying and difficult. But even so, the Heaven's Army she had dreamed of was an organization that fought to make these kinds of worlds. Does God really exist? What is he thinking? Does he not care at all about what happens to humans? All these questions aren't allowed to me who chose one while abandoning all the others, right? Yoo IlHan silently grabbed Liara's hand. In fact, Liara was more important to him than anyone else could be, so he could not say anything to her. Understanding what he was thinking, Liara also grabbed his hand back. The 2 stayed still like that for a moment while watching the humans work together to hunt a troll. Yoo IlHan watched as the party successfully hunted the troll and returned with the remains, before he started looking through the world in search of the records of his mother. And he found them too easily. Ooh, Mom was here until just 3 years ago. By 3 years do you mean? Yep. The moment Earth had expelled all the other humans. Do you know what's more interesting? Every time you say interesting it is followed by a headache. Anyway, go on. When Mom first came over to this world, she didn't come from Earth but from another world. Is your mother a higher existence? No, she's a lower existence alright. At least until 3 years ago. Yoo IlHan understood what Liara was trying to ask. However, the interesting bit hadn't appeared yet. It looks like she came over here using an artifact, and it seems like that artifact is from none other than the Garden of Sunset. By that artifact, do you mean? Yup. Yoo IlHan took out the transceiver that Lysidna had left behind and made a small smile. It looks like the item is the same one as this. Yoo IlHan was smiling right now. What would he be thinking on the inside? Liara couldn't hide her worry and asked him. What are you going to do? I'm going to look for Mom. Find her, and ask her. Ask her. Then what? Asterisk psi star. It will be a pain if Mom's cooperating with the Garden of Sunset for real. The Garden of Sunset were a really annoying bunch. He didn't know what they were doing, nor did he know in what way they planned to carry it out. He never thought that his mother would be caught up in the works between higher existence factions, and this was a painful surprise attack for him. IlHan, as you know, just because someone is in a faction doesn't mean that all of them have the same mindset. Look at me and Erta, for example. We were both from the Heaven's Army. Perhaps the member of the Garden of Sunset your mother has met might be a good guy. I hope so. Anyway, I hope she's safe. Yoo IlHan looked at all the beings and records of the world Yoo IlHan before he left, but he could not find any more traces of those belonging to the Garden of Sunset. Although he did acquire some records, that was it. The member of the Garden of Sunset that lead Kim Yi-Sol to this world did not do anything special and had left. It was as if that guy's objective was to solely bring her here. Okay, then let's go to the second world. Yeah. Yoo IlHan resolved himself and activated the warp skill again. The skill activates successfully and brought them to a new world. That place, in one word, was chaos. New wanderers have come. Oh my, you're right. Were these people lost in their path too? Wait, I feel a familiar aura from one child. The world they arrived on had no differentiation between the sky and the ground, between the sea and the land, and between life and death. This kind of world would neither progress nor regress. It just cycled endlessly, and halted endlessly. T/N, yes, he did just right, halt endlessly. Where did you come from? From where did you come? Ones with fluid bodies that glowed half-translucently. By earthen standards, these beings would be called spirits or elementals. They flew over to the two and asked. Yoo IlHan looked at the world glowing in countless colors and spoke in a low voice. I'm Yoo IlHan. I'm from Earth. Is the person by the name Kim Yi-Sol in this place? So that's it. He is Yi-Sol's son. He is full of chaos. Oh my, he has the blood of the Garden of Sunset on him as well. Moreover, he's still a lower existence. Quite an interesting being. I'll answer you. Yi-Sol is indeed here. More spirits flew over and played pranks while flying around Yoo IlHan and Liara. Yoo IlHan first activated the record skill in attempt to absorb all the information about his surroundings. As all of them were records he had come into contact to for the first time, the skill rose by about 5 levels at once. He's looking through us. He is the fifth. He is the one that shall become the fifth god. Yoo IlHan couldn't hold back and ended up asking them. I think you mean that I'll make the fifth higher existence faction, but why do you judge it as so? The succubus that is with you shall kindly answer if you ask her. What? Oh, you have her thought soul. Ah, yeah, I do, but... He did indeed possess a thought soul of a succubus, if they were referring to the one that was still annoying him even after she had died. Perhaps due to mastering Death Collector, he could acquire quite a thick portion of the soul. However, he had buried it somewhere deep in his consciousness because he didn't want to face it. Garden of Sunset, Heaven's Army, Army of Brilliant Light, Destruction Demon Army. The 4 Transcenders have formed a balance, but you shall become the 5th. You who has fulfilled all the requirements too numerous to be listed out. The balance will crumble, and there will be a huge war. I do want to become a higher existence, but... A war, you say? Yoo IlHan shrugged his shoulders. He only wanted to live in peace. It was just that, if the previous him would be satisfied with living alone peacefully, the current him just had a little more people inside the boundaries of his fences. But doesn't that mean that it's pretty much guaranteed that IlHan can become a higher existence? I'm a little reassured now. Good, Liara.
I'll learn from your positive attitude and let go of all my worries from now. He wasn't the type to hesitate walking forward because of the fear of an obstacle. Whether it was a war or the fifth faction, he only had to think about it when the time came. Yoo IlHan decided to put an end to his thoughts there. Right now, what was important was not that, but his mother Kim Yi-sul. The skill record has become level 62. Found her. Let's go. Okay. May the blessing of the chaos be with you. Yi-sul has stopped along with the world. Please take her out with you. The spirits didn't follow him and threw words that sounded like both a curse and a blessing. Yoo IlHan did not reply to them and hurried on his way. This size of this world was difficult to grasp, and it was also very hard to differentiate between paths and non-paths. The two went across the skies as if walking on land, and when they lost the track of time, they could finally arrive at the place where differentiation between matter was evident. Ah, that place. Yes. At that place was Yoo IlHan's mother, Kim Yi-sul. She was sitting on top of a rock, staring at the surface of the water while controlling her mana, and according to the movements of the mana, the bubbles of water above the surface moved according to different speeds. Oh my. However, the moment Kim Yi-sul noticed the presences of Yoo IlHan and Liara, the water bubbles lost their force and fell down to the surface of the water. I was found. I'm glad that you're safe. Mom. Looking at Kim Yi-sul, who looked like she had become younger by about 5 years or so, Yoo IlHan made a bitter smile. People say that the more you know, the more you see, and it seemed that it was true. Before, he thought that his mother was not fourth class yet, but looking at things now, that was an absurd statement. My son, you've become tremendously stronger in the meantime. Were you in this state the whole time? Well, apparently so. My growth stopped long time ago. After that, I keep hitting loops like this. Kim Yi-sul made an awkward smile and shrugged her shoulders. Yoo IlHan could only smile in return. She was a fourth class at level 299. Author's notes. Not applicable. Translator's notes. $412-$312 is the queue right now. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kokusaitsu, RAR boosted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 259, Wherever I Go, 1. Oh my, the angel is no longer an angel. But I've gotten your son instead. My. Liara put her arm around Yoo IlHan's and declared firmly as Kim Yi-sul's eyes shined. I had a hunch it would come to this. Geez, you should have told me before then. Yoo IlHan grumbled, but did not shake Liara off. Kim Yi-sul's smile became thicker. Then should I expect the second grandson soon? I'll try. Liara tapped her ample breasts as if to say, leave it to me. Yoo IlHan changed topics from this embarrassing chain of events with a sigh. So Mom, I can ask you what happened to you until now, right? Of course, my son. Instead, talk about yourself to Mom, alright? Everything that happened to you. Yeah. Right now, there was no need to hide it anymore. Kim Yi-sul looked at her son's unshaken eyes and let out a small smile before speaking. Yes, then. I should talk about how I first came to this world. Did Mom come here when the people of Earth were sent to numerous other worlds in preparation for the Great Cataclysm? Yes. Mom calls this place the Model Garden. And you came here alone? Yes. Alone. Kim Yi-sul pointed at the objects in her surroundings and spoke. Do you know how panicked I was? I couldn't even see properly, nor did I know where this place was. I couldn't even tell if I was sitting, standing, or lying down. When I was dropped in such a world, there were horrifying monsters, though, they're not here anymore. They couldn't hurt your mom at all though. It was as if the people and the monsters native to that world could not hurt the people of Earth due to the contract with the Heaven's Army. However, this shouldn't have been the case here. This world, the model garden, was devoid of any records of the Heaven's Army. Instead, he could feel the aura of the Garden of Sunset. In other words, the model garden was a world under the management of the Garden of Sunset.
All that Mom could do was to breathe.
It was good that I did not become hungry no matter how much time passed.
And when some more time passed. Oh, did you meet the spirits of this place?
Yeah.
Yes.
They became Mom's friends.
The reason I could feel mana was all thanks to them as well.
After first feeling mana and becoming able to wield it, Kim Yi-sul did not count the flow of time and focused on training in mana. In fact, she couldn't do anything else but that. There were no teachers to teach her magic, so all she could do was to emit mana and roll it around in space, and ironically, that allowed her to learn the magic related to spacetime.
That means... Oh, you found out already?
Kim Yi-sul pointed at the surface of the ware. The water bubbles that she was handling with mana before, the water bubbles that should have fallen to the surface and be merged with the water were maintaining their form as if they were solid, and were rolling on top of the surface.
Everything in the model garden is halted.
Whether it's time or space. Trying to forcefully move mana inside it allowed me to naturally develop the abilities to manipulate them.
That shouldn't be as easy as you say. Your talent must be amazing.
Fufu, I'm not so sure about that.
Anyway, I learned magic like that. Following that.
Excluding the fact that he couldn't train to become able to wield mana, what she had experienced was very similar to what Yoo IlHan himself had experienced.
Yoo IlHan licked his lips in search of something to say, but couldn't say anything. No one could measure another's pain.
Kim Yi-sul smiled slightly as if she understood him and continued speaking.
How long has it been since I started training magic?
Anyway, I then had the confidence to win against the monsters in the model garden. At that time, the spirits requested that I follow them for the first time, and I erased the monsters along with them.
It was an endlessly long fight, but they couldn't harm me. Mom could only win. And that's how your level rose, dot.
The three in this place were all at level 299, but Yoo IlHan had reached that level through killing numerous higher existences to the point that even he himself thought he was OP, while Liara had broken through her limits after a long period of training. However, there was no way they could just accept it with "oh that's what happened," just because they were told that Kim Yi-sul's level was 299.
It did. It did a lot. The last one just allowed me to get to level 299. Just how many did you kill?
Like I said last time, I did not bother counting their numbers while fighting, nor did I bother counting the time.
Just remembering is a little painful. And at the end, the spirits gave Mom a present. Son, you've heard about the Garden of Sunset, right?
Yeah, dot.
It was an artifact that allowed me to come into contact with them, and go to the world where all the other people of Earth were. Mom used that and could finally go to IlHan.
And when I did, I saw the ladies of the district. When Kim Yi-sul escaped the model garden and arrived at IlHan, the other people of Earth had just arrived in IlHan.
It was akin to how no time would pass if Yoo IlHan spent 2 months in the barrier created by the hourglass of eternity.
Although there was a huge difference in scale, it was definitely something similar to what Yoo IlHan and Ymir had experienced while they were apart, had happened to her as well. At the time she realized that her countless years of time was less than an instant. How would she have felt?
Yoo IlHan couldn't possibly imagine.
However, her voice was still very calm.
After that was nothing strange. Magic to conceal my true self was simple.
And like that, I've hidden my true self and lived there for 10 years.
After that, I came to Earth. And the records about you in the Akashic record were deleted? Just the time I lived in IlHan, that is.
That meant that Kim Yi-sul was level 299 upon the time she returned to Earth. During the Great Cataclysm, the strongest of Earth was not Yoo IlHan but his mother.
Yoo IlHan became dumbfounded.
Let's leave aside the fact that he may not have noticed since he couldn't even wield mana at that time.
Hey, ex-angel. I didn't know, I really didn't.
I was completely in the dark about this. I don't get how I couldn't know, but I didn't. Looking at Liara's eyes, it seemed that she really didn't know. Well, this shouldn't only apply to Liara, but all the other angels dispatched to Earth. Although his faith in the Heaven's army had disappeared long time ago, he thought once again that they were not a reliable organization. Kim Yi-sol's story still had a little bit left. And while I was going back and forth to Yoo IlHan like that, the Garden of Sunset contacted me again.
Was it an offer to become 5th class under the Garden of Sunset?
No, it was about the magic formation. The magic formation that the Destruction Demon Army and the Army of Brilliant Light schemed with.
I've got information about those.
So they were in it as well. I've heard that I should just open a barrier and hide without ever coming into contact with those formations.
Ha! Yoo IlHan's head tilted for the first time.
Kim Yi-sol's lips had curved into a bitter smile. At that time, Mom was actually suspicious of the Garden of Sunset. If everything went normally, I would have been with all the other ladies, but somehow, only Mom was dropped in this model garden. Moreover, I've heard that this place was under the jurisdiction of the Garden of Sunset, so it wouldn't be strange if I thought that all my suffering was because of the Garden of Sunset, right?
Yoo IlHan also thought that.
Of course, he did not know how they snatched Kim Yi-sol in the middle and drop her in the model garden, nor did he know why their target was Kim Yi-sol. Perhaps Yoo IlHan and Kim Yi-sol really had hidden talents, and the Garden of Sunset had schemed to take the two after knowing that beforehand. If not, it was also possible Kim Yi-sol was dropped in the model garden like how Yoo IlHan was dropped out on Earth simply because God couldn't find him, but the probability of that would be low. No, in fact, Yoo IlHan even doubted that his dropout was a mistake in the first place.
And so, I did the opposite.
Since you weren't here, IlHan, I asked Mireille, Yuna, and Miran started erasing those formations.
However, the result was this. Moreover, now I'm back in the model garden and not Yoo IlHan, so they gave me the right advice after all.
It wasn't just a day or two that they were unable to comprehend what the Garden of Sunset was thinking.
Yoo IlHan delayed his judgment on whether they wanted something from Kim Yi-sol or not. Right now, there was something more important than that. And so, Mom. How long have you lived after that?
She said that time did not flow despite living countless years in the model garden. Then, now that 3 years had passed and Yoo IlHan had come here, how much time did she spend in this place?
Is her existence even true?
Kim Yi-sol replied with a smile.
3 years.
Ha! 3 years.
Son. Mom's confident in her ability to count time now.
As far as I know, it has been exactly 3 years. Strength drained from him.
No, wait. Yoo IlHan also didn't experience any gap in time after his 1,000 years of being a dropout, so perhaps this was normal.
Anyway, this was very good. It was very good that Yoo IlHan could find his mother like this.
It was good that he didn't take any longer. Well, then. Should I hear from you next?
Mom has confidence to not be surprised no matter what story you will tell. Well, I do feel that what I've experienced is tiny in comparison after hearing you, but, okay, here it goes.
Yoo IlHan thought of something while speaking.
This was the first time he spoke about his millennium dropout period. And in such a strange place as well, to his mom who looked to be about in her mid-20s too.
He made a bitter smile.
I didn't fall somewhere strange, but rather was left alone on Earth.
Yoo IlHan compressed his story as much as he could.
About 4 chapters of worth if it was written.
However, that was enough for Kim Yi-sol to understand about him.
What the two have experienced, in the end, were similar.
So that's what happened. My son, you've suffered a lot. Yoo IlHan thought that what Kim Yi-sul had experienced would be even more harsh than him, but Kim Yi-sul thought the opposite. Yoo IlHan looked at Kim Yi-sul's eyes becoming red and hurriedly added. I've said this from the beginning, but I wasn't alone. Lita. Liara was there with me. Dear. You've suffered, haven't you? My baby. Since she heard all of Yoo IlHan's story, she should realize that he had lived for over 1,000 years. However, Kim Yi-sul did not care about that and embraced him. Mom. Although the scene was very strange on the outside, Yoo IlHan felt like a heavy load being lifted off him when he was embraced by his mother. Yeah. It was hard. Yes. Yoo IlHan stayed in Kim Yi-sul's embrace. He was laughing and crying at the same time, and even he thought it was weird. Here, you come here too, my other child. Me? But I. Just come. Okay. Even Liara ended up in Kim Yi-sul's arms. How long had it been since she had forgotten about the existence of a mother? Liara felt the wonderful feeling of motherly love after a long time. She subconsciously relaxed. In the unflowing world where space and time had stopped, the three stayed still like that for quite a while. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 260, Wherever I Go, 2. When enough time passed for the three of them to calm down, Kim Yi-sul finally asked about her husband. And you couldn't find him? Yeah, not even a trace. I did clean up the monsters in that world though, to be safe. That man, he even hid from his son. I had such a painful time while we were dating too. Kim Yi-sul spoke in longing. Even though it was not an optimistic situation, she made Yoo IlHan nervous as well. It should be fine. That man isn't one that would die somewhere unknown. He'll appear like nothing had happened once the seal on Earth is dispelled, so don't worry, but I am really curious about where you get your confidence from, but okay. Let's go back to Earth then. Yes, let's do that. Though, I'm quite amazed that you can just return with me like that. She had heard about the long period of time he had to spend on Earth, she had heard about the things he had experienced as well. However, despite that, she still could not believe the realm Yoo IlHan was currently at. Kim Yi-sul thought that was the difference in talent. IlHan will open his way to being a higher existence soon, so you mother can also join the faction then. It'll be great if that were so. At that time, Yoo IlHan looked back at Kim Yi-sul and spoke. Mom, I do not think that there is a need for you to fight as well. Not all strong people have to fight, and I also became this strong while I fought for survival. IlHan, Mom can judge that much. Kim Yi-sul gave a smack on his forehead and spoke playfully. How can this mom be left out when her son is suffering? Son, you do your own thing. I'll just follow you all by myself. Ugh. Kim Yi-sul's stubbornness was quite strong, to the point that Yoo IlHan's own stubbornness could be said to come from her as well. He felt stifled because he couldn't express all his emotions that he wanted to put across to his mother, but Kim Yi-sul even understood those feelings of his as well. I heard you've got a lot of friends now? I want to see them soon. Yes, they're all friends. Spoke Liara as if to declare. However, where did Yoo IlHan's quick-wittedness come from? Kim Yi-sul immediately realized the things Liara wanted to hide and her eyes glistened. Really? So there are more girls that are still friends for now? You just called me your child though, mother. My new child. My son is going to become an amazing man, and amazing people need more people to support him. Let's go see them. Quickly. Liara became dejected and Kim Yi-sul became delusional, while Liara put the three inside his range of his skill and activated warp. As if they noticed their leaving, the spirits appeared by crossing through space. Our precious friend Yi-sul. May you never come to this place again. May you be happy, may you proceed forward.
The movements of the Garden of Sunset are strange.
They are those that can become allies or enemies. However, they are more dangerous when they're allies than when they're enemies. Remember this.
My precious friends, I shall not forget you. Kim Yi-sul nodded her head deeply to the ones that were with her for eons.
The next moment, Yoo IlHan's skill activated and moved the three to Earth. Ah, he's back. Mr. IlHan. The ones that were waiting for Yoo IlHan to come back reacted all at once.
The most surprising was Na Yuna's, and the moment she noticed Kim Yi-sul was with him, she immediately ran into her arms.
Mother, I wanted to see you.
Yes, so you're the second?
Yes, I'm the second.
Kim Yi-sul's forehead was filled with cold sweat after hearing Na Yuna's reply that contained not the slightest bit of hesitation. I didn't know that you'd admit it so openly without considering pride or whatnot.
My son is really blessed. It's because he is capable.
Na Yuna's body emitted a charming fragrance as she smiled flawlessly. It was not a perfume, but was a fragrance from condensed manna.
Yoo IlHan immediately realized.
It seems like you really did get your fourth class in that short amount of time.
Hee, aren't I good? Na Yuna was currently filled with confidence.
With acquiring fourth class, her status and skills would have changed dramatically, so it was not strange that she felt so high.
Yoo IlHan asked lightly to Na Yuna, who was looking straight up to him after leaving Kim Yi-sul's arm. Then what's your current level?
It shot up after I got fourth class and it's 279 now.
Wayo. The one with the most contribution after Yoo IlHan in this war in Dara was neither Liera nor Ymir but Na Yuna.
She managed the 2 holy regions and the 2 fortresses and gave blessings to all the ones in the region, wide area buff, and she was also the only one that was in a party with every one of those members. The amount of experience she had earned was naturally the second largest after Yoo IlHan, and now that she had acquired fourth class, she was now very close to level 280. She had not only acquired her subclass, but had an 80 level increase as well, and the mana in her possession increased drastically, and her already strong holy power was now capable of surprising even higher existences.
The people of Earth really aren't normal. The probability of IlHan and Na Yuna being born within the SME world must be absurd. Please praise me more, Uni. More.
But now, I'm going to deliver the punishment.
Ugiawak. Na Yuna was bullied by Liera after exposing her desires. Everyone left the two alone.
Liera's punishment was truly evil in the sense that the ones punished were in for an extreme amount of pain, but the two looked very close on the outside.
I'm Urta.
I have greeted you in another form once before, but right now, I'm a human as well.
Oh my, the third? I don't get what you're saying.
Meanwhile, Urta properly introduced herself to Kim Yi-sul. Unlike the foolish-looking Na Yuna, she acted very composed, but she could not deceive Kim Yi-sul. She made a smile while looking at Urta's thick green eyes.
Yes, please take care of me from now on. Likewise. But I think I saw another angel before. Where is she now?
Kim Yi-sul's words made the atmosphere freeze for a little.
Urta looked at Yoo IlHan for a moment, and he nodded his head without hesitation.
He could not hide things from his mother.
She has died. She had different views from us, and after a fight, Yoo IlHan killed her. Oh my.
Urta's honest reply made Kim Yi-sul unable to speak for a little.
An otherwise insignificant
question had given her the worst possible answer.
You may experience this a lot if you are with us. Yoo IlHan is not the pure and naive little child you think he once was. I think I should tell you this beforehand. I know that much.
He couldn't have saved all of these people if he lived so kindly. Kim Yi-sul looked at her son. She licked her lips as if to say something, and she ended up nodding her head.
You cannot return to your current self once you die, son. Please remember that. Yes. I'll keep that in mind. Yes, that's fine.
The two ended their conversation here. In the world that was transformed into a mess, they could not live with the thoughts of a 21st century person.
Right now, this should be fine. Gee, greetings. I'm Master's loyal servant Irisha. Irisha appeared as soon as the conversation ended. The silver ears on her head was folded politely, and looking at her, Kim Yi-sul's eyes widened once again. Oh my, I'm not such a great person for all this politeness. I'm His Majesty's. With Irisha as the beginning, Yoo IlHan's companions and subordinates all nodded towards Kim Yi-sul's head.
Kim Yi-sul could finally feel that her loner son had actually changed a lot. Of course, what surprised her the most was the dragon's army lead by Ymir.
Whoa! Oh my! It's a pretty Nuna. Hi Nuna. My. So many cute little kids.
Kim Yi-sul knew that these were the last survivors of the children who were born after the Great Cataclysm, also known as new types, as she heard from Yoo IlHan. So, she couldn't honestly be happy about this situation.
How many lives had been lost for them to stand here currently? How much pain and suffering was there? Just imagining it made her heart ache. Come here. Let me give you all a hug once. Yeah. Ahihi.
However, she couldn't really cry when the children were in front of her were all smiling brightly. She hugged each and every one of the children that neared 8,000 in number, with a smile.
Everyone is strong and feeling confident.
Mir has tried his best.
Yes, Grandma. I did well, didn't I? Of course, you did. As expected of my grandson. Wow, she's the hero's grandma. Amazing.
The children rejoiced when they heard that she had the same blood as him and was embraced by Kim Yi-sul.
Yoo IlHan watched that scene and was relieved on the inside. Although they followed Yoo IlHan and Ymir, the emotional qualities of the two could not be considered normal.
Perhaps Kim Yi-sul would be able to fill the void which was left in the children's hearts. He honestly wished that it would become as such.
Sir Yoo IlHan.
Leaving them to their touching moments, Khan Hajin checked with Yoo IlHan.
What are you planning to do now? We need to go find Miss Mireille. You wanted that answer, right? I'm sorry to sound like I'm urging you to. It's fine. She's my friend as well. Though, I do want to make some equipment since I have a lot of materials to use. Yoo IlHan checked the status of the Hourglass of Eternity in his inventory.
Although a lot of things happened and felt like 3 months had passed since he last left the barrier, it hadn't even been 10 days. I'll have plenty of time to do that in the Hourglass of Eternity. I now know that something disastrous may happen if I slack around. I'm planning to focus on the people now.
Thanks. You're a great person. I'm also thankful. You are the only conscient person in our team. So you do know that. Though, the soul conscience does sound pretty sad. The two exchanged bitter smiles. Then, he turned around. Then should we depart then? I'm looking forward to Mireille's surprised face when she sees us. Yoo IlHan headed to the mansion with big steps, but suddenly stopped midway.
Liara, Nayuna, Kang Hajin, the elves, the wolfkin, as well as the dragon's army and Kim Yi-sul all focused their attention on him.
He spoke. Before that, should we have a meal?
Lanpa prospered with the development of magic, which was overwhelming compared to numerous other worlds. And at the center, Palladia, something that could be called landscape changing was happening. You have achieved a miracle that all beings in the world cannot believe. You have pioneered a new realm of the Akashic record, and has earned the qualifications to become a mage of the 4th class. From now, you will pioneer the realm of mystery, unknown to anyone. No one knows what kind of place you will arrive at after you experience countless trials and difficulties.
The god of magic bestows a blessing on you.
All mana used in magic decreases by half, and once a month, you may recover all your consumed mana.
Mireille. The Empress of the Empire, Irma Anilta, spoke with a trembling voice.
Despite her age nearing 30s, her face was flawless without a wrinkle, and was currently colored in shock, and looked as if she was 10 years older.
Just what did you do? A faint blue gate was floating on one side of the room.
The one that made it, Kong Mireille, had glistening eyes as she let out a smile while speaking.
It looks like I can go meet Mr. IlHan now.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 261, Wherever I Go, 3.
Lanpa, even after all those years had passed, was as lively as ever.
Yoo IlHan and the others slowly flew through the airs of the Palladian Empire on the two fortresses.
It's good that nothing happened here, but...
Yoo IlHan muttered just as shivers ran down in his spine. Something always happened in manga or novels when this line was said. However, Liara calmed him down from the side.
If universe-shaking things happen wherever we go, there's no way this world was maintained like this until now.
T/N, Wherever We Go? Looks at title. But with Yoo IlHan here, I'm not sure what might happen.
Erda reacted with a voice full of worry. She thought that if Yoo IlHan, who was at odds with all the existing higher existence factions right now, started something big for real, the angels in charge of this world would be the first ones to react sensitively.
However, it was Yoo IlHan this time that sniggered and shook his head. Oh, it's fine. They can't do anything.
I can speak from experience of having hung out with them for over 1,000 years, so you can trust me.
My beloved honey, can we have a little talk over there? Wait. Yoo IlHan pushed back Liara, who was trying to headlock him, and pointed somewhere.
Liara thought she would purposely get deceived and turned around her head, when she was shocked by the pillar of light shooting out from one part of the imperial capital.
Something did happen as soon as IlHan arrived. Hey! That's not my fault. Damn it, I knew it felt too serene.
He was done, and even while knowing that he had foreshadowed. This was disgraceful and greatly besmirched his reputation as a foreshadow meister.
Yoo IlHan bit his lips while emitting his own mana to imbue into the flying fortress. Mystic, hurry. Maximum speed. I'll do it even if you didn't tell me to. The two fortresses sped up immediately.
With Na Yuna's blessing, the two left a trail of white light in the air. The pillar of light was now starting to dissipate, but Yoo IlHan knew exactly where that place was.
It was none other than the imperial castle of Palladia. I think this is Miss Mireille. Don't say it, since anything you say will be a foreshadow, IlHan. Sheesh. How am I going to live on like this?
The flying fortress suddenly stopped in the air.
At that moment, Yoo IlHan extended his ruin calling without any hesitation and jumped down from the flying fortress.
Right now, there was no need to maintain concealment.
Mr. IlHan,
At that moment a balcony on the west of the castle opened and Kong Mireille rushed out. Looking at her, who now had an even more mystic aura around her after a few years, Yoo IlHan realized that she had entered 4th class and stopped right in front of her.
It's been a while. How can this be? Are you really the Mr. Yoo IlHan? I just completed a method to go meet you right now. Coming to meet me? How can you?
Yoo IlHan was about to ask, but then saw the state of the room beyond the balcony. A mysterious current of mana was raging inside, and in the middle was a vortex of blackish-blue current of mana that led to an unknown place.
He immediately realized the identity of that vortex.
Once, those vortices appeared on Earth in a huge scale.
However, he did not know why they existed inside Kong Mireille's room. Although he didn't think this was true, did Lanpa start walking on the same development path as Earth? Or did Kong Mireille make that thing?
In whichever case, it still did not make any sense.
Miss Mireille, that is. Mr. IlHan, it really is you.
However, the one with the ability to answer that question, Kang Mire, seemed to have a hard time believing that he was here, and only looked at his face.
Oh, my, how amazing. Did you make this with your power alone, Mire? Mother too.
Kim Yi-sul, who appeared a step behind Yoo IlHan, exclaimed after looking at the vortex inside the room. Looking at her who was flying in the air leisurely, as expected of a mage that manipulated space, Kang Mire took a step back when some uninvited guests appeared as well.
Don't tell me this is the place. That means a human really,
A pair of white feathery wings behind the back, as well as a luminescent golden halo above the head, this could only refer to one being. The limbs of the Heaven's army, an angel, had finally shown himself here.
Even though Yoo IlHan hadn't done anything. I never thought you'd be so daring as to walk around in other worlds, Yoo IlHan. You're a 5th class, right?
To think my name was even to the mobs like you, I did become somewhat famous, I guess.
Although Yoo IlHan didn't know why the male angel had come to find Kang Mire, the male angel shivered slightly after looking at Yoo IlHan and took a step back. Fear of Yoo IlHan filled his eyes.
Along with the trembling body, his voice also started to tremble.
What do you mean, mob? You're very rude to an angel of the Heaven's army.
Oof. All higher existences belonging to a faction can only utilize their powers on a lower world solely in order to protect themselves.
Meaning, they could only counteract after being hit.
Although this shouldn't be a problem normally, since there is no way a lower existence could harm a higher existence first, but Yoo IlHan was a super beast that can disintegrate not only 5th classes but a 6th class as well. The angel had actually done well to not run away after seeing him. Well, the pride that he was once at the top of his own world made him stay.
Why are you here? Yoo IlHan pondered.
Not about whether he should talk about his objective or not, but whether to kill him or not. However, he came to a conclusion that there was no need to kill him unless he attacked first. Although he killed all of the higher existences in Daru as they were considered enemies, this place was not Daru.
Moreover, if he went around killing the angels just because he didn't like the Heaven's army, the balance of the world will be broken.
Of course, it did frustrate him that Heaven had abandoned Earth. He was also enraged when they offered him an alliance so shamelessly after all they had done.
He still thought that his rage towards Spira was justified.
However, it wasn't like all angels knew of this fact, and amongst them were probably angels that were doing their jobs for pure intentions like how Liara once was.
For example, this angel in front of him. Fine, then. Yoo IlHan didn't take out his weapon.
Of course, the Heaven's army was potentially his enemy. He would not go looking for angels to kill, this was his decision. I came to find my friend, and I found her.
I'm going to leave with her if she wishes so, did that answer you? By friend. You mean this woman?
Yes.
Is that so? For some reason, the angel started to sweat profusely after hearing Yoo IlHan's answer. Yoo IlHan's glare at him strengthened.
Now, it was Kang Mire's turn to be confused.
Didn't Yoo IlHan give off the feeling that he was close to the Heaven's army since he had angels by his side all the time? Why do they feel so hostile now? In retrospect, she couldn't see the angels that were usually by his side, but did something bad happen to them?
She would be sad since she had a debt of gratitude towards them.
However, that meant that his side would be empty, and there would be a chance for her as well? Why did she think of such horrible and disgusting thoughts first? Was she such a bad person?
But despite that, she could not hold herself back from her heart pounding whenever she thought that she could stand by his side.
Perhaps the implication behind him coming to find her before she could go to him meant that he wanted to meet her? If that was really the case.
Countless doubts and dubious emotions raged inside Kang Mire's heart and lead her to a state of confusion, when something made her come to herself immediately.
Mystic had judged that Yoo IlHan and Kim Yi-sul were taking too long and dispelled the concealment. Whoa! Miri. Asterisk psi star dot dot. And Na Yuna, who jumped down even though she didn't have the ability to fly. Yoo IlHan sighed and caught her in the air. Na Yuna, who went into Yoo IlHan's arms like a princess falling into the arms of the prince, giggled and waved her hand towards Kong Mirai. I wanted to see you, Mirai. Did you want to see me, or did you just want to be in Mr. IlHan's arms? The former weighs slightly more. Although it was very like her to not deny the latter. Kong Mirai only made a vain laugh. The pink-colored hope and dreams inside her had all burst. The fact that Na Yuna was here as well meant that Yoo IlHan was just going around collecting companions, and also meant that she was later in priority than her. And here, she even developed magic to leap through dimensions just to meet Yoo IlHan once more. Right now, she felt like crying in an unknown dimension somewhere. Seeing her, Na Yuna consoled her. I get what you're thinking, but it's not like that, Mirai. I sent an SOS to Mr. IlHan in the first place. That's why he came to meet me first. It's not like you were later in priority or anything. Yes, that consoles me so much. And so? Did everything work out well? How about Big Brother? Kong Mirai worried for her brother's safety even while thinking that Na Yuna was hateful. Na Yuna made a smile and nodded her head. Everything went well and Hajinapa is safe as well. Although he was mentally shocked in the process, but the results are fine. But what is that frightening vortex inside the room? Yes, the vortex. The gate to leap dimensions. The angel, that had shrunk from the presences of the frightening combination of Yoo IlHan, Kim Yi-sol, and Na Yuna, suddenly raised his voice. We need that power. The Heaven's army is in dire straits right now. Oh, okay. That's not my problem, but I'm not sure it's wrong to bring a lower existence to a battlefield where higher existences are fighting. What do you think, Miss Me Dash? Yoo IlHan turned around to Kong Mirai to ask what she thought but was surprised. He thought she was conversing with Na Yuna, but her eyes were still fixated on him. Miss Mirai? Oh, I'm sorry. I still can't believe that Mr. IlHan is in front of me. Very uneasy. What was uneasy was that, although he thought this wouldn't make any sense, but still, she might have a feeling of attraction towards him, just in a very high order of magnitude. If something happened once, it may not happen again, but if something happened twice, it will definitely happen again, no? Na Yuna in his arms looked up towards him with warm eyes. As if saying you're right, which made Yoo IlHan very uneasy and made him ignore her gaze and asked Kong Mirai once again. What do you think, Miss Mirai? This angel seems to be in need of your power. Yes, human, please. This is an opportunity to give the Heaven's army a massive grace. Kong Mirai spoke with the brightest smile she could make. I have obtained this power in order to meet Mr. IlHan. So, I want to use it for Mr. IlHan as well. Ooh, shit. The angel sighed. Yoo IlHan wanted to sigh as well. Fufu, it looks like my blood is thicker in my son's blood. Only Kim Yi-sol, who had set her sights on the fourth candidate, had a bright smile. Author's notes. The only one that has full understanding of Yoo IlHan is Yoo IlHan himself. Fortunately, his companions hadn't broken away from him. Translator's notes. Here's an untranslated author's note 3, Merry Christmas. Didn't translate since it's like the opposite of Christmas. Not Christmas. With these 3, 1 regular plus 2 sponsored. The sponsor queue is down to $212. PR, 262 to 150 equals 112, was supposed to release 3 yesterday but I moved it over to today. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 262, Wherever I Go 4. Kong Mirai asked Yoo IlHan straight to the face. What do you think, Mr. IlHan?
As I see it, the relationship between you and the Heaven's Army doesn't seem to be the same before.
Did you escape the relationship of unconditionally lending your strength to them? You can think of it that way.
Right now, I do not think that I should help them while putting you in danger.
Smelling thick despair from their conversation, the angel shouted hurriedly. We really are in a serious situation.
The very existence of the Heaven's Army is in crisis at this moment.
I do not know why you bear such hostility to us of the Heaven's Army.
But if the Destruction Demon Army takes over a portion of our world, then things would become irreversible.
I get that Miss Mirai did something incredible. But her powers can affect so much of your fight? That's natural. Can you wait a little moment?
It looks like someone with more authority than me will be coming here directly. Looking at the ring above the angel's head flashing, it seemed like signals were being transmitted back and forth.
Yoo IlHan looked at his surroundings, and shook his head after seeing the citizens of the imperial capital staring at the flying fortress that seemed to have appeared after the pillar of light had disappeared. Then let's switch locations first.
Yes.
Then. When Kong Mirai shook her hand, the current of mana raging inside the room was sucked back into her. It was as if countless stars were moving according to the flow of the galaxy. Wow! Really a beautiful flow of mana. I cannot utilize mana in such a way. Miss Mirai is a genius. But that's really amazing.
A portion of the countless particles of mana glowing in blue, black, red, or even yellow were absorbed back into her body, and the rest floated around her as if to protect her. Looking at such a scene, they could only smile. A single act allowed her to do what many higher existences couldn't.
With so many amazing people around them, it was no wonder that higher existences looked relatively puny to them. Even the angel that was seeing all this had become dumbstruck.
They thought they just had to switch locations now, but she suddenly bowed towards the room.
Your Majesty, thank you for everything until now. I know you try to leave like that.
Although there were many great auras in the room and hers was hidden behind many, the Empress of the Empire, Irma Anilta, was still inside the room. Although there was some dust on her dress as she had fallen due to the berserk mana in the room, Yoo IlHan decided to pretend not to know about it.
This, take it. Ah, Your Majesty?
She made a bitter smile after her eyes met Yoo IlHan's, and threw the item in her hand towards Kong Mirai. Kong Mirai utilized her mana swirling around and softly caught it with her hand.
This is...
It was a small container, and when she opened it, there were 2 high-class rings in there. Kong Mirai's eyes widened when the Empress spoke while scratching her head. Although that's nothing in comparison to the artifacts that Sir Yoo IlHan makes. That's the treasure of the Empire containing the essence of all the Empire, and has been passed down from generation to generation within the Empire. You can put it on without considering the artifact equip limit, so do make sure to share one with Sir Yoo IlHan.
Your Majesty, ... There's no way she didn't know what this meant. Kong Mirai blushed red, and Yoo IlHan's sighs increased.
She closed the container and put it inside her bosom and bowed once again.
I'll come back sometime. Yes, that's the farewell I expected. The two of us can meet later in the future, right?
Of course.
Fufu, then that's fine. Sir Yoo IlHan.
I'll take care of the commotion outside, so can you take care of the matter between her and the higher existence?
Let us do it that way then.
Although Yoo IlHan thought that she was as playful as ever, it seemed like she had become a lot more mature after becoming the Empress.
Yoo IlHan once again felt the flow of time in somewhere unexpected and made a bitter smile. Then farewell, ... Yoo IlHan lightly bowed towards Irma Anilta and led the angel as well as the others to the flying fortress.
The angel could not hide his shock the closer he went to the fortress.
Just what is this floating fortress? This does not make any sense.
To think you can make such a miracle with such low-grade materials. Just what is up with the people of Earth to surpass history so many times?
Low grade. You called a lady low grade. It's a compliment, so don't get so angry. Despite Orochi consoling her, Mystic shook her body in rage. She could probably be praised for not activating 100 Eyes. The angel was shocked once again after seeing that the fortress had sentience, but tried his best to keep a calm expression and told Yoo IlHan after landing on the ground. She will come soon. Anyone without permission will be attacked when they come close to the fortress, so tell her to not enter immediately and wait outside. I shall. The Heaven's army already knew that the artifacts of the flying fortress were plenty effective against higher existences. The angel sweated profusely and told his higher-ups. What would he think if he heard that the two fortresses will be upgraded once again with the remains of numerous higher existences? Of course, not that Yoo IlHan would tell him anything. Brother, you were safe. Mirai, you too. You have changed quite a bit. Kang Hajin was surprised after seeing Kong Mirai. Even though the same amount of time had flowed for him and her sister, he hadn't changed much, while his sister had matured tremendously. That's what he felt. This wasn't only because she had acquired 4th class, she looked very mature, whether from her eyes or her attitude. He subconsciously sighed. Sir Yoo IlHan is amazing, alright. Why did I even come out here? Even while replying, Yoo IlHan had half-guessed the implications behind his words and looked about to cry. He had a hard time when shaking off Nayuna. How was he supposed to express his rejection to Kong Mirai? Yoo IlHan had little experience being in love, and this moment was like a disaster to him. To think he'd experience such a problem, damn it. Mirai Nuna, I wanted to see you so much, My Mir, Nuna wanted to see you as well. Kong Mirai, I see you've become a little pretty. Liara. I'm glad that you're safe. Meanwhile, Kong Mirai, who met the others after coming to the fortress, started chatting with them. The angel's expression became worse as time went by. It was because he felt that Kong Mirai wasn't just closely related with Yoo IlHan, but had ties to others in his group as well. At that time, the ring above his head flashed. Ah, it looks like she's here. This aura is around 6th class? Master, I don't have to shoot, right? Yes. Temporary permission granted. The doors to the flying fortress opened, and a female angel with 2 pairs of wings slowly flew inwards. For Yoo IlHan, this was their first time meeting, but Liara's face shined as if it wasn't the case for her. Taitira. It's been a while, Liara. No, wait. Did your name change now? It's still the same. Oh, I didn't know they'd send you here. Yoo IlHan inwardly put a level of guard down after looking at Liara's bright face. It seemed like the Heaven's army were not idiots, and sent someone who was very close with Liara. She seemed to smile towards Liara in the greeting before turning her gaze around to Yoo IlHan and lightly nodded her head. And as for you, you're the capable man Yoo IlHan who took 2 of our angels with you. And I killed one too. ****. Taitira's face darkened for a moment, but soon returned to her usual face. Perfect selection of personnel. And let's talk about things now. Like that, the table for negotiation was prepared. Yoo IlHan, Kong Mirai, Kim Isol, Liara, Erda, Taitira, and finally the 5th class angel that first looked for Kong Mirai, Kaduta. These 7 sat on their seats. Then I shall immediately get on with the topic. Taitira came out strong. If you help us this time, we'll forget everything that happened between you, Mr. Yoo IlHan, and us, the Heaven's Army. Does that mean you'll forget about the fact that you've abandoned Earth after negotiating with the other factions just because of your excuse of balance? At that moment, Kong Mirai was about to abruptly stand up, but Kim Isol made her sit back down with a calm smile. Liara lowered her head even though she had heard this before. Looking at that, Taitira's lips trembled. Of course, my opinions weren't considered in that decision, but that was the only consensus that the Heaven's Army could come to, and even if I knew that, I would not have disagreed. However, you have also given us a lot of damage. You won't deny that, right? Yes, indeed. But what I want to say is not that. Yoo IlHan continued speaking as if all this was absurd in the first place. What merits are there even if I agree to enter a treaty with you? Moreover, Miss Mireille. Yes, even if she said that she'll use her abilities for me, shouldn't you at least offer what you can do for her, the one possessing the ability that may help you? We originally intended to accept her into the Heaven's army as the reward. Kong Mireille's eyes glistened sadly. The crystals of mana around her also seemed like they had lost their light. I do not want to join such a place. I did expect this to happen. Yoo IlHan, the ones related to you are usually attracted to your light. I don't want to hear such flattery. As long as you said that you want to borrow her power, the peace contract should be the basics. Talk about something else that you can bring out. IlHan is so cool. You be quiet. Liara. Titira looked toward Liara for help, but Liara only tilted her head. She did not help in persuading Yoo IlHan. In the two's relationship, Yoo IlHan was the dominant one. Titira realized that without much difficulty and sighed once again. We're in a very urgent situation right now. In fact, even while we're talking right now, there is a war in the Wall of Chaos. If possible, we want to borrow not only Kong Mireille's strength, but yours as well. Then it should be fine if I ask for a little more for the reward. You should know of our battle power, right? We haven't exactly seen through it. Every time we thought we had a proper grasp of your power, unexpected things happen. However, right now. Yes. I can judge that you have power equivalent to 1/10 of a higher existence faction. A force rivaling 1/10 of a higher existence faction that had existed for countless years. That was a very generous evaluation. Yoo IlHan didn't think that his group was as strong as that, but considering the special abilities they had, their value as an assault group was high enough. What do you want? An artifact? As far as I know, the best craftsman of artifacts is right in front of me. However, even I can't make things like the Hourglass of Eternity. Artifacts that are born in a realm insurmountable by a mere individual, those are still impossible for me right now. Are you telling me that you wish for a god-ranked artifact? So you do have them? Oh, Yoo IlHan's lips curved upwards. Titira, facing the evil smirk, realized that she had spoken about something she shouldn't have. Trying her best not to show her emotions, she changed topics. No, even if we do want to give you, we do not have any more. So let's talk about Mystic. Of course, such feints did not work against Yoo IlHan, who had experienced them so much. Yoo IlHan shouted in a loud voice and abruptly stood up. The customer is leaving. Open the gates. Got it, master. The door to the flying fortress opened once again. At the same time, the mana in the fortress started being agitated. Before he could send her all the way to hell if she did not leave on her own accord. I understand. The High Angel declared defeat. We shall give you a god-ranked artifact. Yoo IlHan looked at Kong Mireille and asked her. She says it's a god-ranked artifact, will you be alright? If it's something I can do, then yes. I want to do it. After all, it is the truth that the Heaven's army is keeping the balance between the worlds. Kong Mireille's answer was positive. Yoo IlHan nodded in understanding and faced Titira once again. Her expression had become much brighter. Then can I take it as you accepting the request? Of course, we won't accept if it's something that we cannot do with our power, but you can take it positively for now. Thank you. What do you mean thank me? I'm more thankful. 2 god-ranked artifacts. I'll gladly take it. 2. Looking at the High Angel's shocked face, Yoo IlHan tilted his head and then put up 3 fingers. Then 3? 2. 2 is fine. Titira hurriedly nodded her head. Yoo IlHan nodded in satisfaction, and all the others thought that the angel looked very pitiful. Then shall we get on with the real topic at hand?
The negotiation had succeeded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 263, Wherever I Go, 5. What we want is a single warp gate. Yoo IlHan, we want you to protect Miss Kong Mirei during the process. That sounds very suspicious.
Any more than this is too dangerous to talk about within a lower word.
He didn't even expect the angel to be truthful with everything.
She probably means that they won't be able to escape once they heard the story. This basically meant that they had to follow whatever the Heaven's Army requested them to do if they wanted the 2 God-ranked artifacts.
Yoo IlHan pondered for a little but eventually nodded his head.
Kong Mirei said she'd do it, so there was no reason for him to refuse either.
Okay, then let's go get the prepayment. Before that, I'll go report to the higher-ups.
Taitira stood up powerlessly like a middle schooler that failed in buying a game that was just released, even though he had lined up from dawn for it.
Kaduta was about to support her but was given a glare and shrunk back. It was definitely a gaze that contained "if you had just moved a little faster and procured Kong Mirei," or something along those lines. Please select ones that fit us.
One will be used by Miss Mirei, so one related to magic.
I understand. Taitira left like that. After sending her off, Yoo IlHan sighed and loosened his shoulders. This has become a pain.
I thought we wouldn't have to fight for quite a while.
Then you could have just rejected their request. The one they wanted was me in the first place too. But I can't trust them anymore.
I can't send you alone, Miss Mirei. Even though Yoo IlHan had said that out of pure worry, it was an arrow to Kong Mirei's pink-colored heart. However, Yoo IlHan ignored the fact that Kong Mirei was blushing and fidgeting, and stretched his body. There's not much time left, so I should make a trump card just in case. If I could only use the hourglass of eternity again, then I could have surpassed the limit of the flying fortress.
A trump card? Liara tilted her head. Yoo IlHan lightly nodded and added, I might need Pate S power. Pate S. Don't tell me you?
Liara's eyes trembled. What she thought of was the intact bodies of higher existences inside Yoo IlHan's inventory.
Are you going to try entering the field of necromancy? It would be hard if you don't get used to the class like Pate.
No, rather than undead, it should be classified as a living doll. I want to do something about those annoying thought souls.
What do you mean annoying?
There was a fresh and lively voice that replied to Yoo IlHan's words.
It was none other than the thought soul of the succubus queen IlHan.
I only want to tell my darling of my endlessly straight and pure love.
Not all straight and pure things are good, you know? Look at me.
I was a straight and pure loner, but I don't think that's a good thing.
He replied to IlHan's thought soul in a cold voice. Liara asked him with worried eyes. IlHan, is it fine to believe her?
The reason I did not accept her for one is because I couldn't trust her, but it was also because I could not accept her very existence. However, both of them have completely been solved right now.
When Liara tilted her head in confusion, Yoo IlHan continued explaining. Both IlHan's thought soul and her body are, in the end, the previous IlHan. They're not the same being.
And if it's a thought soul, I can trust it however much I want. I did say this before, but you could have trusted me while I was not a thought soul too.
Darling really likes to be reassured. What should I do?
I love that part of you as well.
Darling, can you feel my love?
Oof. Yoo IlHan only replied with a snort at the thought soul IlHan's proactive approach and looked around at his other companions before clapping his hands to gather attention. Dragon's army, and the ones that still haven't acquired their 4th class, will be left on Earth for this battle.
This is too difficult for anyone under the 4th class. The rest of you, please prepare for battle in your respective positions. Oh, Erda, you help me out with Pate. Understood, I shall get Pate here then. Kim Yi-sul noticed that her son was about to do something amazing and her eyes shined. Wasn't this the perfect moment to witness one of the countless abilities that her son had? That sounds very interesting. I want to watch too. Is it something secretive? No, it's nothing like that. It's fine if you watch. Yoo IlHan allowed her to watch with a light heart. Like that, Yoo IlHan, Ymir, Kangmire, Nayuna, Kim Yi-sul, Pate, Jurl, Myri, Irisha, Liara and Erda, a total of 11, gathered in Yoo IlHan's workshop. Why? I said go prepare. Well, we are curious. Liara blurred the end of her lines. In fact, her true intention was to watch over Yoo IlHan to see if he did something bad, but there was no way she could say that. Yoo IlHan's gaze turned to others. Preparation for battle? We're ready, Your Majesty. I also want to watch, Master. Ugh, this shouldn't be possible, but Miss Yuna. Can you cast anti-charm barrier onto the group? Okay. Lady Leitna. Please see. Only after checking that everyone was cast with the barrier did Yoo IlHan start the work. What he first took out was the Cradle of Miracles. Inside, he poured Ekjar's blood, and took out Hylena's body from his inventory and let it float on it. Oh my! Truly beautiful. How could His Majesty stab such a woman? God damn it. Although her skin had turned pale, she was completely intact, except for her heart that Yoo IlHan stabbed, and the skin. Nobody would be surprised even if she suddenly woke up and walked around. Seeing that, Pate made an expression of absolute despair and told Yoo IlHan. Your Majesty, it is impossible with my current power to make such a powerful undead. I know. You just need to lead my imagination. Yoo IlHan's work was usually done through 3 processes. First was the item crafting, blacksmith. This was the one Yoo IlHan had the most confidence in, and was also the foundation of the creation of countless artifacts. The second was of course, mana crafting. Yoo IlHan also had talent for this field as well, and after absorbing the essence of magic engineering and handling all sorts of items, at the current point in time, he could do it just as well as blacksmithing. The third was soul enchant, the power of the death god he had acquired from Redakar IHA. In this field, he was confident as well like the previous 2, as he had grown as a death god until now. And this time, there was no need for the first process. This is a completed product in itself. It's not something I can touch. Oh my. You do have eyes for girls, darling. He ignored the Fatsoul's voice and put his hand on Hylena's chest. It was the part where his spear had pierced. The materials for mana crafting is already within the remains. A 7th class magic stone. That's an amazing material. And to add, Yoo IlHan cut open his palm and drew out blood. The moment Yoo IlHan's blood fell upon the punctured heart, the Cradle of Miracles reacted with a boom sound. Ekjar's blood that filled the cradle started resonating violently. Pate, grab my hand. And draw out your aura to the fullest. Yes, Your Majesty. Pate, who was more beautiful than most female elves, but was strictly male, grabbed Yoo IlHan's hand while blushing. He had to bring out all his power as an archer of destiny and transfer it to Yoo IlHan. Yoo IlHan calmly accepted Pate's power, recorded it and analyzed it. Mana crafting had commenced from this moment. Pate's power that allows him to go against the laws and make the dead arise again and move them around to his wishes. What I need is only a portion of that. I only have to bring the body alive again. I'm not making an undead. I'm making hardware. The 7th class magic stone inside Hylena's body came into contact with Yoo IlHan's blood. With blinding light, an enormous amount of mana burst out like water from a broken dam, but Erda and Kim Yi-sul who were prepared for this used their magic to return it to the body. Kong Mirai also helped out. It really is an amazing power. Son, did you really fight against this individual? Well, I can't exactly call that a fight. But yeah, you can take it that way. Grasping a single strand of mana and making it circulate inside IlHan's body, once the flow of mana was controlled, regenerating wounds was a simple matter. What was important was to make the regenerated heart beat again. He had to erase any remaining will inside the body and make the body just an empty shell of a biological structure. Darling. Amazing, you know me better than I do. I'm so happy. IlHan's thought soul exclaimed. Immediately after that, the mana that was exploding outwards went back inside as if time was being reversed. The pale skin of the body seemed to glow for a little, before color returned to her skin. Ah! Vitality is coming back. Ekjar's blood, that supported the floating body, rippled. The ripple was very periodic. It was according to IlHan's heartbeat. Your Majesty! It's not over yet. Rather, now that the mana was all concentrated, this was the more important of a moment. Any mistake would make the mana go berserk and make the body explode along with the entire flying fortress. Yoo IlHan controlled the flow of mana while bringing out the concentration he used to pick lots for cleaning back in his middle school days. And an unknown amount of time had passed since he had started. A single line of text appeared on Yoo IlHan's retina, quietly. You have mastered mana crafting. You possess the talent to bestow mana to recreate an item that no one can catch up to. Perhaps the end of that ability may be related to creation. The future path must be created by you. Ekjar's blood that resonated with the heartbeat slowly started being absorbed by her body. Vitality came back to her skin as time passed, and after some time, it even started breathing mana. Perhaps some onlookers may think that she was really sleeping. Kim Yi-sul and the others could only be left dumbstruck by the miracle. Fu IlHan. Liara wasn't too late in catching Yoo IlHan from collapsing after all the work had been done. Fu, there's still one process left. If we don't do it immediately, there will be a variable. A new consciousness may arise in a body without prior consciousness. If it's for a little, I can slow down the time that the body feels. Please, Mom. He never knew his mom would be so heartening. With the support from his mother, he regained a little time to breath, and immediately went on to the next process. It was none other than the soul enchant process, as well as the one that had to precede it. I'm going to accept you as my subordinate now. So you're finally accepting my heart. If I wanted to do that, I wouldn't have gone through such a troublesome process. You should know what I'm thinking. You are already someone completely different from IlHan, and I'm only using a loyal thought soul and the remains of IlHan. Yes, this was also the reason why Yoo IlHan did not need to hesitate to work on this. However, IlHan's thought soul rejected him outright. However, Darling should already know. Darling's power had broken through the limits a long time ago, and as a result, I, who is now in your consciousness, have a very clear self-consciousness. I do not think that I'm completely intact, but I do think that it's at least more than 60%. So, Darling has just split the soul in half by killing IlHan. Ah, I only pity the other half of my soul that had disappeared for eternity. Why are you telling me all this, Adot? At his words, IlHan spoke words that even made Yoo IlHan very dumbstruck. Because you might be disappointed after you learn of it later. I do not want to get hated by you, darling. You? As you know already, I cannot hide a single thing from you right now. Do you get that you've made a mistake? Yoo IlHan went silent. It was a very difficult thing to receive such direct intentions from the thought soul. Okay, then. He bit his lips and spoke. Prove it to me that I've made a mistake. My beloved, I was waiting for you to say that line. A thick tie that could not be severed by anything was connected. Yoo IlHan's rule skill activated. You have mastered the skill, rule. You may evolve the skill once you fulfill the necessary requirements. Your name, ... I'm IlHan, darling. Like I always was, and like I always will be. Yes, you're IlHan. You have accepted IlHan as your subordinate. Yoo IlHan decided to acknowledge the current her.
Then he enchanted her to what was originally her body. It was a very quiet process, and there was no exaggerating the violence of mana like mana crafting. However, this was no different from the start of a huge incident that may shake the future of all factions.
Author's notes. IlHan was planned to die and experience recreation from the very beginning. Translator's notes. Anybody think of Kimi no Nawa when IlHan said your name? Kek. PR, Chambernim is such a weeb. Says me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 264, Wherever I Go, 6. Titira returned. As her expression was slightly brighter than before, it seemed like Yoo IlHan's request had been approved without much difficulty on her side. I have returned. I also have a positive answer about the artifacts. One will be prepaid, and the other will be paid afterwards once the war concludes successfully. You won't go back on your promise, right? If it's my life, I can swear on it. This is about a god-ranked artifact. There's no way I'd be satisfied with just the death of a 6th-class high angel. Yoo IlHan extended his hand to Titira, who had lost her words. I want to receive the one Miss Mireille will use first, but... Understood, let us leave together. Yoo IlHan moved those that would go with him on the flying fortress, and the ones that would remain behind in the guardian fortress. Not only the dragon's army, even Kong Hajin had to stay this time. Although it's very insulting, I guess I can't help it. Please take care of Earth. I'll also show you that I can reach the 4th class before you come back. That's very reassuring. When Yoo IlHan came back after putting the guardian fortress and the ones on it at Earth, Titira looked at him from head to toe once in disbelief and muttered with a sigh. It will be a tremendous matter once Kong Mireille and your power are combined. I do not think that is bad, but there will be many who will dislike the giant change that occurs because of you. You know? Usually, the ones that dislike it are usually the ones that say that. Let's go. Yoo IlHan said a line that made wrinkle on Titira's forehead, and followed her on the fortress along with the others on the group. The transport was done with the gate made by Kong Mireille, and Yoo IlHan was dumbstruck after watching her create the gate that traced Titira's movement path, and muttered. This is not done through the use of records. It's using the traces of mana. You're right. If Yoo IlHan's warp worked in a way that absorbed, analyzed, and chased the source of an object or an item, Kong Mireille's gate was closer to forcibly twisting a closed path once again. With the two's power combined, there was nowhere they could not go to. There won't be a lot of higher existences with this kind of ability, right? If there are, would Titira ask Kong Mireille for help? Going to and from worlds is not easy even for higher existences. And moreover, creating gates that allow for mass transfer. As far as I know, Kong Mireille is the first one that can do it. At least she is indeed the first one that created gates by tracing mana. It is definitely true since the blessing of the god of magic was bestowed on her that even I couldn't get. Erda's body, while she explained, was trembling slightly. Yoo IlHan caught on that she was feeling slightly inferior, and did not touch on that. Well, then. Let's go. Yes. The place they headed to was the main headquarters of the Heaven's Army, Heaven. It was too vast of a world to be called a world at all after it had experienced an unknown number of great cataclysms. It's been a while. Liara, you're welcome again anytime if you want to come back. No. I like where I am currently. Liara looked at the reminiscent skies above the clouds, with a tinge of sadness in her eyes.
She shook her head at Titira's words. Looking at her locking arms with Yoo IlHan, Titira's expression loosened a little.
I'm really happy that you have found a reason to be happy. I mean it. I know. Thanks. Titira's immediately lead them to heaven's treasury.
In front of it was a male angel with 3 pairs of wings.
Lord IlHan. I was waiting for you, human.
Ignoring Titira's greeting, the archangel, IlHan, gave a cold glare at Yoo IlHan and spoke to him.
Give me the artifact. You will pay for your arrogance one day. Did the mountain you climbed look so high? Give me the artifact. So you are a human that words don't work on.
He was going to go back without a care for the safety of heaven or something if this guy talked nonsense one more time, but as expected of a 7th class, IlHan immediately stopped his lecture after noticing that. Then, he closed his eyes and opened the treasury. A 5-colored light provoked the group's eyes.
Wow! So blinding. This is amazing. A sneak eye attack, that's cowardly.
Of course, Yoo IlHan had his eyes wide open even while everyone had closed their eyes.
Wasn't this a world where your nose would be cut if you closed your eyes?
As long as he was still in the Heaven's Army main quarters, he did not plan to let his guard down. The treasury of the Heaven's Army is vast. All items here are those that may pose a threat to us if even one of them gets stolen and therefore, aren't easily taken out, and remember that those who aren't 7th class angels cannot even borrow the items here.
And so? Where is this item that is suitable for a mage, that is, Miss Kong-Mire? Ignoring IlHan's threats, Yoo IlHan offered the perfect words without any room for retreat.
Creasing his face, IlHan tapped the ground with the staff in his hand. At that time, another round of light poured out from inside the treasury, before a silver translucent circlet appeared.
That's worse than what Mr. IlHan made me. Do you really have to go boasting everywhere?
Yuna retorted, but IlHan wasn't shaken by that and gave the circlet to Kong-Mire.
The Crown of Wisdom.
It accelerates all neural activities, and allows to activate 2 magics simultaneously without the additional consumption of mana, and even raises the League of Mana by a tier as well. Until now, this never made it out of the treasury as no one fulfilled the criteria.
Criteria. Oh. Yes. The equipment requirements of the circlet was none other than the blessing of the god of magic. Before Kong-Mire could put it on with satisfaction, Yoo IlHan's hand lightly touched the circlet. What is it, Mr. IlHan? It's nothing.
I just thought that they might have tinkered with it, but it looks like the Heaven's Army doesn't do strange things to equipment like these.
Just what do you consider us as? I have an issue with your impression of us. IlHan's expression creased once again. However, Yoo IlHan only shrugged his shoulders. Now that the safety was confirmed, Kong-Mire put the circlet on without hesitation, and at that moment, the crystallizations of mana around her started to emit more multicolored light. Amazing, to think the mana I wield can become so different. The option to increase the League of Mana is definitely an amazing option, but... Of course, it's an amazing option. It is indeed an amazing option.
Yoo IlHan complained internally that the function of the Crown of Wisdom was slightly lacking for a god-ranked artifact, but seeing Kong-Mire satisfied, he decided not to say it. Meanwhile, Liara swinging her sleeves of the Feather of Temptation was quite
considerably cute. You look happy, Liara. Huh? Yeah, I'm very happy. How foolish.
IlHan looked like he had something to say to Liara as well, but didn't say anything.
Instead, he only glared at Yoo IlHan. Titira coughed awkwardly and made the group retreat. Are you satisfied?
Yes, we did indeed receive the prepayment.
Now please speak about what you want to request of Miss Mire. Miss Mire, will you be alright? Yes. I'm ready. Very well, then before we move on, we'll switch locations.
When Titira said that, the group in the flying fortress was instantly moved to somewhere else within this world. This was a show of power that made him realize what the ruler faction can do in their own world.
This is the entrance to the battlefield. Yoo IlHan decided to hide the fact that he could resist the teleportation with the dimensional adaptation skill before Taitira could activate that ability, and raised his head.
At that moment, he subconsciously exclaimed,
"Wayo! Mr. IlHan, you were completely polluted by me.
Like this if your heart can also be.
Kayawak. Yoo IlHan was overwhelmed to the point that he didn't even realize that Na Yuna was being iron-clawed by Liara.
A gigantic space that made even the flying fortress look like a speck of dust in comparison. Beyond that was a truly humongous wall. It was too large that the wall itself could be called a world in itself.
Kaya ha 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 ha. It's been a while. I'm back, oh heaven. With the wall as the middle, countless angels and their enemies were going against each other.
Amongst the enemies, there were monsters, as well as black-winged fallen angels, and those that looked perfectly ordinary on the outside. Yoo IlHan, who had experience fighting them all, could identify them without much difficulties.
What the heck?
You were having a second round here, .
It's frustrating. But that's a suitable expression. It wasn't just the destruction demon army.
Not to mention the army of brilliant light, even the ones belonging to the Garden of Sunset were trying to destroy the wall. And naturally, the number of angels paled in comparison to the other side.
How the hell did that happen? Screamed Liara.
Taitira replied with a depressed expression. The destruction demon army schemed against us.
They brought other factions to their world Elo Kutra and are trying to push us back. That doesn't make sense. They tried to bring the other factions in to harm the Heaven's army? The foolish ones cannot be more foolish like that. That's why the Heaven's army is frightening, Erda. How can that be? The time was truly strangely precise.
All factions were very annoyed due to the incident in Daru, and their hostility towards the Heaven's army, who received relatively little damage compared to the rest, was boiling. In such a situation, the Destruction Demon Army played a super underhanded move of bringing the others to their main headquarters.
That means their boss did something? It seems like he didn't actually move himself. However, at this rate, there might really be a terrifying battle. That's a nightmare. You guys, it's really fortunate that you guys succeeded in persuading IlHan.
Although that sounded positive, in truth, this was no different from Liara drawing a line between her and the Heaven's army. Taitira realized that there never will be a time where she would stand side by side with Liara again, but tried her best not to show it on the surface.
I'm even envious of your endless faith in him. But now that we're on the same side, IlHan will do something about it. Unfortunately, the spotlight isn't me this time, right, Miss Mireille?
Oh, yes. Kang Mireille lost her cool after seeing the war of an unbelievably large scale, one that she had never experienced before, but eventually looked at Taitira in a calm manner.
Now, please tell me what I have to do. Kang Mireille, what we want you to do is only one thing. Taitira bit her lips before speaking.
Please trace the main headquarters of the Army of Brilliant Light and open a gate to there. At that moment, their alliance will be dissolved all by itself.
Sorry? Kang Mireille asked back to confirm. Taitira explained in kind.
The majority of the Destruction Demon Army are beasts that only want destruction. If you open a gate that connects to their main headquarters, about half of the monsters charging towards the Wall of Chaos like mad will rush there, and the Army of Brilliant Light will try to guard them in panic.
Just that will probably fulfill our objective. That means we're making the enemy divide
and direct their rage at each other.
Yoo IlHan thought when he heard that
this may be even more of a mess than Daru.
Author's notes. Heaven's army doesn't want frontal collision.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 265, Wherever I Go, 7. There are too many traces of mana. I cannot possibly know which one I have to grasp.
A few tries will suffice with our help.
Even if I do find out, I think we need to go over the wall of chaos before we open the gate.
We have a squad prepared for that.
At the same time Titira said that angels appeared. Yoo IlHan nitpicked at Titira after checking them out. There are no 7th classes.
The archangels cannot move so easily.
So you aren't sending out any of those archangels even in this war? Isn't that obvious? They aren't sending any of theirs either. Yoo IlHan asked back in disbelief, and Titira nodded as if this was natural. You should know why they're so angry?
As long as an archangel does not come out from your side, their rage will not subside even if you cause an internal conflict. The archangels have their own jobs and roles. As I have told you already, once Kong Mirai opens the gate, the situation will subside by itself. That's why I'm saying, there's no way they sit still while we do that. With Yoo IlHan here, they might be able to keep their concealment maintained until the first activation of magic. However, the problem was that it was unknown how many times they had to try before succeeding to open a gate heading to the main headquarters of the Army of Brilliant Light. The fact that Kong Mirai can make gates will be found out, and naturally, she will be the center of attention.
We are risking our lives for this mission.
I understand what you're worried about, but in no scenario will Kong Mirai lose her life. The fact that we gave her a God-ranked artifact up front was a very hard decision for us as well. That's why I'm saying that God-ranked artifact is currently, forget it.
This won't do. Words didn't work. Yoo IlHan palmed his aching head.
If these idiots were to come out like this, he would have gone into details about the cooperation as well. However, this was his mistake as well.
What was he supposed to nitpick about now?
The later he gave up, the more painful it will be. Yoo IlHan put away his regrets about the Heaven's Army and declared,
since it came to this, we can only split up into 2. Angels, I'm going to move while imagining that you aren't here.
The angels including Titira could not understand him and was dumbstruck, but only Liara understood him.
IlHan, you mean you're going to distract them while Kong Mirai is activating her magic? It's fine. I've got a majority of their records.
If it's up to 6th class, I'll still be safe.
So cool. I knew you'd say that. Only after Liara said that did the angels realize what he was planning to do and only shook their heads. What sort of metal guts did he have in order to rush into a battlefield that even 6th class beings risked their lives in? They knew he was weird in the head, but they didn't realize he was that weird in the head. Mr. IlHan, no. If you fall to somewhere like that, you'll definitely die.
This is a request from me, so you don't have to take so much of the burden.
I won't die. And this is a request for the both of us. I'm going to get mad if you keep making me out to be a loner like that. Kong Mirai became speechless after hearing Yoo IlHan's playful words.
At that time, Na Yuna tapped her shoulders and stepped forward.
It's fine, Mirai. Mr. IlHan will never ever die. Oh, you'll take me, right?
Nope, Miss Yuna, you stay still in the fortress.
TCH, you always leave me out at times like these. I'm also going to become something like a battle maiden when I become a higher existence. Instead, Liara and Erda, you girls help me out. Miss Yuna, you can just bless us beforehand. Dad, me too. While the angels were dumbstruck, Yoo IlHan had arranged everything like he was popping popcorn with lightning.
The front raid squad was formed, and the support was organized.
However, Yoo IlHan shook his head at Ymir's words. Mir, you have a very important role.
You have to conceal everyone including the flying fortress until the moment Miss Mirai successfully activates her first attempt at her magic.
How is it, can you do it? Yeah. Good. You will protect the Nunas and Grandma. Got it. Putting such a wide area under the effect of concealment? That's got to be Nan's dash.
When Ymir activated his skill while bringing out the power of his title to the maximum, such nonsense actually happened.
The angels decided to give up on retorting.
This much was just standard procedure for anyone who came into contact with Yoo IlHan and his group.
Wait. If you really are going to go, receive a blessing from us first. Despite everything, a blessing from us higher existences should be better than one from a lower existence. Nah, sorry to say, but our priestess is the best priestess. Ahem. Nayuna winked towards the angels and gave blessings to Yoo IlHan, Liara, and Nayuna. After reaching nearly level 280 of 4th class, she had grown to be a transcendental beauty, and had the power to convert her beauty into the power of a blessing, which was a form of power she had as the priestess of the goddess of beauty, Laitna. All abilities increase by 43% during the next 3 hours. You will absolutely not get hit by a critical hit, and can avoid one death blow from the enemy. All regenerative abilities increase by 300%. Titira felt the already monstrous powers of the three increasing yet again, and decided to halt her train of reasoning. Perhaps the talent that she had to bring into the Heaven's army was Nayuna? Of course, not that her hopes would become true. Have a safe trip, Mr. IlHan. Nothing will happen to us. And nothing will happen to that side either.
Yoo IlHan gave a glance at Kong Mirai and Nayuna, before tapping the grounds of the flying fortress lightly. As long as she resided in the fortress, no one would be able to lay their hands on any of them. She'll appear if she thinks it's dangerous. I'll believe in you. What is this? What is this she? However, Yoo IlHan ignored Titira's question and once again checked that Liara and Urta were within his range of concealment before jumping into the air. The closer they approached the wall of chaos, the flashier the battle between the higher existences became. Looking at that, Yoo IlHan thought up of something. Oh, I guess I didn't learn the Great Cosmos-Severing Spear yet. It's quite amazing that you think up of that now. So, are you going to learn it? Yes. I plan to. In fact, Yoo IlHan was thinking that he may be able to reach a higher realm in the spear with the overlap of the spear of untraceable trajectory. What if the Great Cosmos-Severing Spear was added on top of that? It would be a spear technique that was completed with 2 advanced spear techniques as the foundation. That's horrifying just by thinking about it. The fusion of 2 advanced weapons technique of the same weapon. I've never heard of such a thing happening, but it's scary because it might be possible if it's him. Yoo IlHan looked scrambled around his inventory while flying. He had loads of remains of higher existences, and he took out a 5th class magic stone from a random one and immediately started the fusion evolution process. Blinding light burst out and enveloped Yoo IlHan, making his spirit and body advance forward by a realm. He had reached a realm that Spira had barely reached by reaching 6th class. You have learned the Great Cosmos-Severing Spear. What would Spira think when she found out that he was treating her life's work so lightly? Wouldn't she like it when IlHan makes an even more advanced spear technique using it as the basis? Well, here's goes the first strike. Coincidentally, an angel that was facing numerous higher existences at the same time was retreating and the tens of enemies were chasing. Yoo IlHan's spear struck out like a tiger that spotted its prey. The left hand that dictated the direction of the attack, and the right that gripped firmly on the spear. He drew a diagonal line from the bottom right to the top left with the tip of the spear. The sharpness of a sword, the speed of a whip, the weight of a blunt weapon is imbued into the single strike of the spear with the control from the body that had reached beyond its limits, at that moment. An unprecedented aura drew a straight line that cut through space itself, cleaving everything within the trajectory in half. Critical hit. You have earned experience. You have earned experience. You have. The skill, Great Cosmos-Severing Spear, has become level 8. Ha!
Yoo IlHan tilted his head after putting the bodies of higher existences into his inventory. Concealment didn't wear off because they all died at once. It's fine, a lot of them have noticed already.
Yoo IlHan struck out with the Great Cosmo-Severing Spear once again, but this time, even more higher existences died as his Death God skill began to take effect. Even in a battlefield where higher existences were as numerous as bugs, it was a strange thing for many higher existences to die at once without the enemy being discovered. A commotion occurred in the battlefield.
Just what is it? Something just whisked past me. I definitely felt it. There is one that I cannot see. It's an attack that occurred after an angel retreated. An archangel. Did an archangel finally show up? No matter how much he tried to attract aggro efficiently, the enemies didn't find him, so he couldn't do his job. Yoo IlHan sighed and took out a breath from his inventory and put it in his mouth.
As he had made quite a lot during the past few days, he had enough to use throughout this battle.
Well then. He gripped on his spear and rushed into the hole on the wall of chaos.
Then, when Liara and Erta caught up to him, he spread the white flames on his spear and shouted.
Falling down. White flames containing souls instantly amplified and colored the region.
The concealment Yoo IlHan was maintaining was dispelled, and the figures of the three was revealed without any protective shields to cover them in that vast region.
This mana is Yoo IlHan, it's Yoo IlHan. He's here. But how? Wait. Did he join the Heaven's army? No, he's still a lower existence.
What was important was not that. What was actually important was that all higher existences will drop by a league within the region of falling down.
It's Guten Morgen, you fuckers.
Yoo IlHan decreased the power output of the Great Cosmo-Severing Spear and the Spear of Untraceable Trajectory, to decrease his mana consumption, and activated both skills at the same time in many directions. A shockwave akin to a planetary explosion occurred with him as the center and assaulted the higher existences. The strikes that reached the extreme in both strength and speed ripped apart everything in its path.
Critical hit. Critical hit. Critical. You have earned. What the hell just?
Liara became speechless after witnessing what would happen when two advanced spear techniques were fused, while Erta asked in her stead.
Is this the scene we can see if you fuse two spear techniques together? No.
Yoo IlHan replied lightly and collected the dead bodies of the higher existences.
The number was exactly 121.
This should be plenty enough to attract all their attention onto him.
I haven't even started yet, though. He's Yoo IlHan. Yoo IlHan is in this place. Kill. Kill him. Revenge for IlHan. I'll kill you.
Hostility, murderous intent started all gathering towards him.
Yoo IlHan felt them and smirked. Was it a mistake to describe his smirk as one that a farmer in front of a rich wheat field would have?
Liara sighed and raised her spear. The flow of the battlefield had already changed. From now was a war led by Yoo IlHan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 266, Wherever I Go, 8. Kill him. Kill. Revenge for IlHan.
Numerous monstrous beings, each with enough power to destroy a world by themselves, charged at Yoo IlHan. Of course, their league fell as soon as they entered the region of falling down, but they didn't realize that his anger had gotten their heads.
Even that was according to Yoo IlHan's plan.
Just that, there was one thing he didn't understand.
I can understand if it was just the destruction demon army. Yoo IlHan entered mana-saving mode and focused the white flames on the tip of his spear while he titled his head. Why are even the guys from the Army of Brilliant Light and the Garden of Sunset also shouting out IlHan's name? I'm everyone's idol, darling. A being like the sun.
You'll be burned if you get too close, but you can't stop longing for it when you can't see me.
Who was the lucky one that got to monopolize such an idol? Yeah. You're great. TCH.
IlHan should be in the flying fortress right now, but as he was connected deeply with her from the moment she became a thought soul, she could express her will like how Orochi and Mystic could. Yes, even though he had given back her a body, the liberation he wanted did not come to him.
Kwawaya.
I'll kill everything. I see a familiar face. That resentful face, but dimmer. Although there were a few angels before he crossed over the wall of chaos, now that he had crossed over the boundary, this was completely enemy territory. Right now, it was the worst since even the fallen angels and the members of the Garden of Sunset were also unrestricted with their powers. They were sure that they were in the advantage and immediately charged to where he and his companions were. IlHan, there are quite a few 6th class beings, so be careful. You'll die the moment you're careless. Liara gripped on the light pink-colored spear as she crouched forward. The wall of chaos, although she had a lot of experience fighting in this place, this was naturally the first time she did so as a lower existence. Although she was slightly tense due to the nervousness, she did not plan to back out. The person next to her was her beloved that she had to protect. The moment she thought that, the light in her spear became stronger, and the blessing of the god of love boiled and enveloped her. Pink light protected her. I can do something about 6th class with falling down.
Erda, can you primarily use support magic?
Liara and I will take care of the enemies.
Leave it to me. That's my specialty.
Numerous magic formations floated within the region of falling down simultaneously. They were magic formations that defended against enemy magic, decreased their power of physical attacks, interrupted the enemy movements, and making the mana of the enemy berserk in reverse. However, the already strong magic formations were supported by the white flames that spread on it. When Erda saw that the effectiveness of her magic had increased by at least 2 times, shock filled her eyes.
Falling down is growing as well, you know.
Yoo IlHan replied like it was nothing and threw his spear to one of the higher existences that just entered the domain. The 8-tailed dragon spear grew in size instantly by 10 times after absorbing the white flames as it flew along its flight trajectory, nicely pierced the enemy.
You have earned experience.
What? A lower existence just killed a higher one with just light movements. A few of those that tried to charge into the domain became stiff on the spot. Of course, they became the next sacrifices for the 8-tailed dragon spear. Grabbing the spear that came back, Yoo IlHan muttered. In the end, they only amount to so much.
There are so many worlds that it's uncountable.
But even if they reached peak in one of those worlds, they are merely one of countless.
Why didn't I know this before? IlHan, your thoughts are really daring. Though, it's frustrating that it's not exactly wrong.
One of those countless peaks, Liara replied while gritting her teeth. However, her rage wasn't vented towards Yoo IlHan but the other higher existences.
Way up. Kayak. My body.
One destruction demon soldier was instantly ground up by her spear after it was bound by Erda's magic formation and had its magic cancelled. Next was a fallen angel, and next was from the Garden of Sunset.
Black and blue blood scattered everywhere.
All the corpses were all collected into Yoo IlHan's inventory.
Liara soon realized one thing. It's much more doable than I expected. It's all thanks to falling down. This skill is not from a lower existence.
Erda sweated cold sweat after looking at the region of the soul flames that now grew quite a bit to cover quite a portion of the battlefield. It even restricts and lowers the League of 6th class beings. I didn't see such skills even with battalion commanders.
There we go. Isn't that because IlHan is too good?
Even right now, the flames restrained and damaged the enemies, enhanced Erda's magic, and added power into Liara's spear. It was as if looking at an army that moved according to Yoo IlHan's orders.
That's amazing. As expected of a loner. You made a skill that enables you to do almost everything by yourself. You come to the rooftop after school. It wasn't just a distraction that they were doing. Yoo IlHan, Liara and Erta had become a storm that swept the battlefield. Titira, who watched as the domain of the soul flames became larger and larger as it enveloped more and more of the battlefield, was covered in cold sweat. My God! I thought he was only good at ambush attacks. His personality must have changed. Kang Mirai was also shocked after seeing his incomparably overwhelming power to before, but could easily derive an answer and could tell the angel. Before, he liked to hide and be alone, but right now, he has found the room to give us a share of his heart. He's distracting the enemies for me too. I think it's definitely because of that. That does not make any sense. The angel immediately denied her words. However, Kang Mirai wanted to believe that it was like that even if it wasn't actually so. After meeting him again, her heart that had gotten excited was pushing her thought process to be more emotional. However, whatever the source of his ability is, he really is doing a perfect job. It's now. This is the perfect time. We shall depart as well. Good, got it. Mystic initiated the flying fortress. Under Ymir's power, the flying fortress smoothly went over the wall of chaos while being concealed, and inside, Kang Mirai opened her eyes wide to find the traces of the army of brilliant light. There are many worlds under the administration of the army of brilliant light. Amongst them, we need to find one that leads to their main headquarters. I'm looking for one right now. We shall help. However, what the angels could do was to just differentiate the mana belonging to fallen angels and telling her which. Countless fragments and traces of mana were in the battlefield. They had to find one that connected to the main world of the fallen angels. First one. Here we go. A portion of the mana crystals that swirled around Kang Mirai rapidly flew across the air and arrived at their destination, when a vortex appeared with a strong light burst akin to fireworks. Beyond that was definitely a higher world. However, that's not it. That's not their main quarters. That's... A gate has opened. What is that island? Island? It's angels. They're with a lower existence. Naturally, there was no way the concealment was maintained after a grand process of generating a gate. At that moment, Ymir changed into dragon form and roared. Although it meant Dad, we were found out, Hying, the enemies heard it as an intimidating roar, and the allies heard it as a signal for the start of battle. The angels and the dragon immediately went into battle formation and Kang Mirai hurriedly cancelled her gate and recollected her mana. That girl opened a gate connecting to our world. But how? It doesn't matter how. Perhaps maybe. Shit. Oh ho. That aura was definitely, The fallen angels were all swept by nervousness, while the Garden of Sunset and the Destruction Demon army became interested. A crack had appeared in the already unstable alliance. We need to kill her. Get them out right now. But Yoo IlHan is. Yoo IlHan is not of importance right now. No, I will be. When the camp of the fallen angels shook, falling down once again expanded in area and instantly dragged the fallen angels in, restraining them, while Erta's magic formation also expanded and dispersed their magic power. Yoo IlHan and Liara flew side by side within the domain to behead them and pull out their wings. This is... I feel like I became stronger than when I was a higher existence. Hey up. Lunatic wave. HHHHHHHP. Yoo IlHan just poured out all the dragon bone spears in his inventory into the air and grabbed his thunder hammer. The hammer expanded with lightning after absorbing his magic power. Even the flames gathered towards it, enhancing it further. He activated God Force to the very limits as if to boast his puffed muscles and shouted while swinging the gigantic hammer. You say you'd attack who?
The souls and flames that made up falling down were absorbed by the scattered bone spears and controlled them. The throwing spears were shot precisely at the fallen angels, while the thunder hammer was being swung in the middle. The overwhelming force generated from the hammer resonated with the vibrating bone spears, which made ordinary higher existences unable to resist. At least those within the domain of falling down.
Destroy the spears. Damn it. This sticky thing is, kook. Tens to hundreds, hundreds to thousands.
It felt like just yesterday when Yoo IlHan trembled at the sight of a single higher existence, but right now, he was massacring them like it was nothing.
His transformation was extremely dramatic and frightening.
Even considering the support from the record skill, which was now over level 60, his movements were too surprising.
Perhaps he is.
As if spitting out what it had in its mouth in fear.
Someone, or something, muttered. Perhaps he is the fifth? It was like this every time a transcender was born.
They crushed beings of equal league or higher like it was nothing, had domineering personalities, and made everything that was around them their possessions, or destroyed them if they couldn't.
Like that, the peculiar, messy beings that didn't die all reached the realm of transcenders. The ones at the realm of absolute that no one could dare dream to pass. Right now, Yoo IlHan looked like such a person to them. However, not now. Someone appeared out of nowhere. So we just have to erase him here and now.
3 pairs of pitch-black wings, 2 eyes glowing in red like rubies.
Black fur coat that covered the entire body.
He had the appearance of a middle-aged man, but the league from his body was that of an emperor's.
Lord Satyr.
Lord Satyr himself has
the 4th wing of brilliant light. The battlefield fell into commotion once again. No matter how big of a ripple Yoo IlHan had called out, would he be able to surpass a 7th class that descended upon the battlefield?
This was precisely why Yoo IlHan told them to send out a 7th class, but why did the angels never listen to him?
You damn pigeons. You really do annoy me. This war has become annoying again.
His gaze swept over the battlefield.
Minor 5th class beings ended up being petrified, with their mana being dissipated.
The flying fortress managed to block it in a desperate attempt with the help of the angels, but this was too strong to be just from a gaze.
I'll clean you up. Your wings, your hopes. I shall snap them all. That person must be from the main army. I can feel the presence of a strong mana. Shouted Kong Mirai. Well, even the angels were sure of that. But how? How were they supposed to approach such a frightening being and grasp the trace of mana? Oh my, it looks like it's my turn now.
A single bud of a flower bloomed above the flying fortress as if having waited for that moment.
The immeasurably potent poison that held the appearance of a beautiful flower. Despite the fact that it was snapped by a brutal man once, it still hadn't lost its vitality and gloss. Come play with me, Satyr. The name of that flower was, of course, the succubus queen IlHan.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 267, if you wish to follow me. 1. What? IlHan's appearance cast a wave of frost over the entire battlefield. Everyone was frozen stiff, but it wasn't because they didn't know who she was. Rather, it was due to the fact that they knew her too well. Why, you should have died.
Satyr's leisurely expression cracked. He had the confidence to face against any other 7th class beings, but the story changed if it was IlHan. He had come here precisely because he had heard that IlHan had died, but she just showed up right in front of him.
I did die. But I came back to life. Ta-da! No way. An undead. Do I look like one? Eek.
When IlHan made a tempting smile and Satyr's body shrunk back all by itself.
Of course she didn't look like an undead.
The rosy cheeks filled with vitality, lively eyes, and her chest that bounced up and down every time she breathed in and out, everything about her was filled with vitality. The thick magic power she emitted flowed out towards the battlefield. From that moment, many of the small fry started experiencing difficulties controlling their own bodily impulses.
How did this happen?
I can feel the energy of the destruction demon army.
But she is not one of them. She has entrapped that energy. But how?
Whether it was the Heaven's Army, the Army of Brilliant Light, the Garden of Sunset, or the Destruction Demon Army, they could not hide their shock after seeing IlHan alive and well. The only ones that moved under the cover of the commotion were the ones who knew she was alive since the start.
Since you've shown yourself, hold him still. I'm thankful for your words, darling. She's subordinated to a lower existence as well?
I don't know what method you used, but it disgusts me.
I feel like I'm being toyed with.
Satyr's gaze headed towards Yoo IlHan, the lower existence that was wiping out the fallen angels even while the battlefield was in commotion, the one that was wielding the flames of souls.
It was him.
Everything started going wrong after he interfered with matters between higher existences.
I really must kill him here and now. Satyr, you will play with me?
Satyr's wings forcefully closed.
The distance between IlHan and Satyr was being closed very rapidly.
It wasn't IlHan that was moving, Satyr was moving towards her all by himself.
Cook, you damn bitch.
Kayak, I'm so scared. When Satyr focused his heat energy in his two eyes and shot it, the higher existences that comprised the Destruction Demon Army, the Garden of Sunset, and the Army of Brilliant Light stood in front of her in order to protect her.
Tens of corpses appeared instantly.
How can you so mercilessly slaughter your own fallen angels? All the folded wings were unfolded, and Satyr's eyes glowed once again. Two rays of light aimed for IlHan, but it was once again deflected by other higher existences.
However, Satyr didn't shrink back and continued on with his next attack immediately.
The screams of fallen angels dispersed in the air with pitch-black feathers.
Lord Satyr. My apology, Cook.